It's March, and that means three things. It's the start of spring, it's the start of the racing season for champs, and it's the start of Las Fallas. The annual celebration held in Valencia, Spain. The festival typically takes place in March, and it's renowned for its spectacular displays of fireworks, music's parade, and of course, the burning of intricate sculptures known as fallas. The climax of the event occurs on the night of March 19th, known as La Crema, when the fallas are set ablaze in a stunning display of flames and fireworks, symbolizing the end of winter and the arrival of spring. But no better way to announce the arrival of spring than a greasy, wet track here at Valencia for our drivers this weekend. Welcome to the Lucas Guerrero Karting Dromo circuit. It is a fabulous venue to go racing at. It's our second time here this year in total for the RGMMC, but it's our first time here for Champions of the Future. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, great to have you alongside me today around this spectacular venue.
Great to be back here in Valencia. It's going to be a very interesting day of racing. We've already had one pretty much full day of qualifying, timed qualifying and qualifying heats, but it's all about racing through the big program we've got here today and trying to qualify for the super heats tomorrow. Conditions suboptimal is what I'm going to say. Could be worse, but it is damp out there. There was rain here overnight in the hills above Valencia, and there's been a wind direction change as well, which is going to just spice things up. Here's our little rain radar in the bottom right-hand corner. And you can see from some of our drivers sat there in the gantry, it's a bit cold.
It's a brisk wind, I think, that they're dealing with there. Our race director, Martin Bean, knows all about that. He's out on track. And so do our marshals, who are out there braving the elements. It's pretty biting cold out there. That brave wind going down the main straight. It's a headwind for the drivers going into these races, which will be good for a slipstream opportunity. It won't be good for their fingers.
No, it won't be. Shall we have a little talk about this circuit in more detail?
We can talk a little bit about this circuit. The track itself, the Cartódromo Lucas Guerrero in Valencia, 19 turns in total, 1,428 metres in length. They've got 210 metres down the main straight, 135 down the back straight in terms of track length. Top speed these drivers will be reaching 132 kilometres around that area, kilometres an hour, I should say, around the track. That's into the braking zone of turn one and into the braking zone of final corner. There on your pictures is our race director, Martin Bean, who is trying his level best to stay warm right now. There we go. He's going to try and keep warm. He's going to be keeping a very close eye on all the racing throughout today. He's in constant communication with the guys and girls in race control. You'll have David Manchester, Joanna Falco, and Sarah Blanco in there. But eyes are going to be fixated right now on our first race of the day, but certainly not the first race of the weekend. It's OK Junior qualifying A and F that are going to be starting this one first. And, well, for all of these drivers, it was a very dramatic day. For Dries van Langendonk, who you can see here on your picture, second place in his first race, 2 race wins, though yesterday he is in a very good spot at today.
Yeah, he was in good form yesterday, and I think after 3 rounds of races yesterday, I think he'd have taken the results quite happily. Second, first, and first. And it's not quite in the lead of the intermediate classification as things stand, but a very good base on which to build from for the runner-up in this competition last year.
Yeah, very much so. Arjun Kraling starts alongside in the OK Junior category in the number 59. Did take a race win yesterday, but that was in his third race. The first 2, a second and a third, so still good results there, but did lose out on fair few points because you have to remember the difference between a first and a second is 6 points. That's a big chunk, isn't it?
It is a big chunk. It's a big reward if you can take one of those race victories. 50 points, as you say, for the win of a heat, 44 for second place, 41 for third, 38 for fourth, and a descending scale of 2 points per position until you get to around 10th place, and then it's 1 point down through the rest of the order. Our marshals and track workers out on circuit, big thanks to them as always. Could not go racing without them. Fantastic team here at Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. But here we go then. First race of the morning here in Valencia. It's OK Junior and it's qualifying heat A versus F.
Well, let's take you through the starting lineup then, as we're already starting to see troubles there on the grid. FM Duranov not getting started, as well as another one, the number 46, also not getting started. That is Thomas Gender. But let's take you through the starting lineup. Dries van Langendonk and Arjen Kraling starting this one on the front row. Francois Kernel, who needs a good day today, decimated with bad results yesterday from the second row of the grid. He's got Thomas Pereira alongside. Eli Christian, who had some good results, has got Alex Martinez alongside on row number 3. You've got Noah Backlund and FM Duranov on row number 4. Daniel Kelleher and Thomas Gender, they're on row 5. They ran out the top 10. You've got Dean Hugendorn and Marcel Gask on row 6. Theodore Tubal and Michael McGee on row number 7.
Gian Matteo Rousseau and Denir Islamov start on the 8th row of the grid. Alex Malotta and Zhang Huzai start on row number 9. Gustavo Silva and Jensen Burnett from Canada starts on row 10. That is your top 20. Enzo Ruggiero from South Africa starts on row number 11 alongside Denmark's Oliver Rasmussen. Gilles Herman and Felipe Rice start on row 12. Filippo Pancotti and Georgi Zazov start on row 13. And then to complete the 28 karts grid, it's Mariano Lopez and Alexander Kortunov on row 14.
In terms of tyres over the course of this weekend, you can see it there in the background, the Maxi Racing tyres joining us for the 2024 season. Mixed emotions between the drivers, obviously a new tyre, you know, they've got to get used to it, it's fair play. The tyres worked well though for them. A little bit slippery this morning with the conditions, understandably. Look at that shot there, it's a damp and greasy circuit, it's hard conditions for the drivers. And crucially today, there's been a little bit of change with some tyres. You've got Georgi Zazov, who's gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side of Wagon. So he's used both of his second half. Remember, they get 1.5 sets for this weekend. So they get 4 tyres for their original set and then another 2 tyres that they can use on either side or alternate sides of the Wagon. He's chosen to go both brand new on the left-hand side, and he starts this one 26th on the 13th row of the grid. So certainly some drivers going early with their tyres, because we've got a lot more races to go today. 25 in total today versus the 18 we had yesterday.
And the super heats tomorrow as well, if you do qualify through. I can kind of understand why Zazov has gone for that. Needs to gain some ground at in this round of the heats. And with the track temperature being a lot lower than it was yesterday, the theory would be that wouldn't take too much out of that brand new tyre. So let's see if that works for him. I think in general you could say that the drivers were being conservative with their tyres yet, just because there's that element of the unknown with it being a new tyre for the whole field this weekend.
Well, I suspect today the order of business will be trying to maintain tyre temperature on this greasy, slippery, cold circuit. Into the tram lines we go for the first race of the day. It is OK Junior, and away they go down and towards turn number 1. Great start then from the front row. Great start from Van Langendonk. Sweeps to the outside and holds on to the race lead. There's one car going slowly. It looks like it's the number 28 that's going slowly. That was right at the back of the field. That was Gustavo da Silva, the Portuguese driver, unfortunately tumbling to the back of the grid.
Yeah, going to the inside of turn number 1 there. Not sure whether that was due to a mechanical issue or not, but either way, that is Silva out of contention really for this one. Hopefully be able to get going and score some more points in what is a 9-lap race for the juniors. All of the heats that length today. When we get onto the OK category, it'll be 11 laps down the inside there on the attack. The number 62 of Daniel Kelleher has raced well around this circuit previously, and is having a good battle there around for 4th, 5th, 6th place. Through comes the number 72 of Ili Christian, started 5th on the grid. Through the chicane for the first time then. What a start for Dries van Langendonk, repeating what he did yesterday. Very quick starts, gets himself to the front of the field, leads by 1.3 seconds to the nearest 10.
Very close down here as down the inside. Tubal goes through and he manages to gain another position there on Thomas Pereira. Holds on to that one, but again, Pereira down the inside, and Tubal loses out 2 of them. Ili Christian goes through as well, and the number 72.
Yeah, Thomas Pereira has been in really good form so far in 2024. Having a decent first round here in the Champions of the Future Euro Series, live in Valencia, back at the front of the order. This is the battle for second place. It's Hugendorn. Hugendorn's had a fantastic start. Up from 11th place on the grid. That's him up into P2.
That is a brilliant start. So Hugendorn has probably had, like, what? It's not gone our way on the first half of the day. Let's change things up a bit. And he's certainly done that. And he's flown through the field now, like you said, up into P2. Van Langendonk, those lead, has extended now to 2.2 seconds. We didn't see this yesterday. Right. Hugendorn's made several really good positions. Fair play to him. That nose cone, however, That's a very wobbly nose cone that I'm seeing for the driver in P2.
Yeah, and we'll remain to see whether the front clip has been activated on that one. Oh, lovely stuff down the inside from Francois Cadal. Needs a fighting day, and that's the way to do it. Down the inside, takes second place. Through as well comes Noah Baglan in the number 63. Baglan now on the attack for second place into turn 11. Going to be a lot of overtaking there today. Lovely stuff from Noah Baglan. He's up to second place now.
Certainly is. Baglan, who had his first 2 races were really good. His third race, though, didn't go well. Retirement in the third race after an incident at turn number 1. Unfortunately, he would tumble down the order and finish P28. That was a big loss of points that he had to deal with. But right now there in P2, he's controlling this one as Pradier comes down the inside of Hugendorn and he gets up into P4. Hugendorn down into P5 now as Kraling is starting to close back in. Kraling's not had the best start in this one either.
No, it's not, but a good amount of laps to go in this one. There's a new fastest lap of the race so far, 55.914. As a reference, the pace at the moment versus qualifying yesterday, well, they were about a second, maybe 1.2 seconds off the pace of qualifying yesterday. So the track is starting to come to the drivers compared to warm-up earlier on this morning, but still very tricky out there indeed. Kraling ahead of Hugendorn there, you see, for 5th place. Christian coming into play now as well. Daniel Kelleher will be hoping that he can catch up to this group. Meanwhile, a little bit further ahead, Kerdal and Pradier trying to close down on Noah Baglan. I think the reality is in this race that these drivers, second is the best they're going to hope for, because Dries van Langendonk is gone at the front of the order, 3.2 seconds clear now.
Yep, the Belgian taking to a duck to water on these track conditions. Slippy here as Pradier down the inside gets that job done on Francois Kerdal. Down into P4 now, but he fights back. He goes wheel to wheel. Now he's going to lose out a little bit here to Kraling. Kraling taking full advantage of those two battling and splits the two apart. So Kraling now up into P5 as he's on the hunt now towards Pradier and Kerdal down at another position. So again, it's just that finite positioning that you've got to do here. These drivers will lose these positions so easily when they just try and attack a little bit too hard after losing out of position. And, you know, it's fair play. The best time to retake a position is when you've just lost one. That's the best time because you know you're still right there. It's the best time to attack. But you lose out on that one position and down the order you go, and unfortunately that's what we're seeing there now. You
particularly don't want to show yourself as vulnerable to the rest of the competition. No. You want to take that initiative back in these battles at the front of the order. We're on lap 6 then of 9 for the first heat of the day, heat number 19 of the weekend, the 13th one for the juniors. The OK category following up in the next race will be alternating back and forth between the juniors and the OK categories across the course of the morning and the early afternoon. Thomas Pradier still there in 3rd place, would also be 3rd in the intermediate classification, the qualifying heats points standings. If the results was to finish this way, would move him to 167 points from a possible 200. And well, if he can get a bit further up the order, there is an opportunity to potentially overtake Kraling in those points. Kraling holds 2nd place on 173 on the live points. Clear leader at this stage, Van Langendonk on 194. Certainly
so, but like you say, Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya, they are the drivers that these the rest of the field needs to worry about. They are on maximum points at the moment, both of them with 3 wins each. So they are the ones you need to worry about. Right, battle here still going on. Thomas Pradier and Arjun Kraling, the battle for 3rd as they make their way down into the infield section, down towards turn 11. Into 12. We see so many overtakes here. We're going to see one more for Company. Very close. There was an attempt there by Kraling. He lost so much time there. And that is quite a crucial one. If you do get it wrong at that corner, you do lose so much speed because that's when you're starting to wind up the power. You're going on the back straight. That's the fastest part of the circuit. You know, the senior category, they're reaching 132, maybe around that sort of speed, kilometers an hour into the braking zone there.
We saw race victories change through that corner on the last lap yesterday. I totally agree. It's going to be a very key spot for the drivers out there. Here's the number 49, Francois Cadal, ahead of Illy Christian right now. Fastest lap of the race for Thomas Pradier, 55.830. A gap at the front of the field, holding at around 3.2 seconds. So I think For Van Langendonk now, you just bring this in home. Don't need to do anything too spectacular at this stage, although a 3.3 second lead is pretty good, if you ask me. It's all about taking care of the machinery towards the end of the race. Where else are we going to see changes? I think Alex Malotto has just got past Tamas Gender for 14th place. Gustavo Silva, after that early problem on lap 1, has got back up into the top 20 as well.
Yeah, indeed. You can see there the gap, 0.8 of a second. Down, though, a little bit between Kördl and Kraling, so keep a close eye on that one as they still battle. As we go on to the last lap of this race, obligatory shout-out to the driver who has gained the most positions in this one, Oliver Rasmussen, who's currently just outside the top 10, as these two battle here as looking to the inside. Chrisen trying to get the move done, not able to do so. Kördl holds on to P5 for the time being as Kraling gets the fastest lap of the race. He's closing in on Pradir, but it's not going to be enough for Dries Van Langendonk, though, at the front of this field. While we're watching this battle here going on, that is an indication of how slippy it is. On the brakes, the kart stepping out gives away the position. Unfortunately, that slight mistake from Kördl leaves him vulnerable, but he gets that position back through and holds on to P5 once more. Still scrapping away in this one. It allows Keller to close in as here comes Van Langendonk across the line, clear by 3 seconds. Absolutely no drama for the young Belgian driver. A superb result. Baglin takes second from Pradir. Kraling holds on to 4. Kelleher got up to 5th. It all kicked off in the background there from Kördl. Duranov finished in 7th. Ili Chrisen, unfortunately, finishing in P8. Not the result they would have wanted at all. Martinez from Roseo finishing within the top 10, gaining those 12 positions. A brilliant race for Dries Van Langendonk, though. What a race. We didn't talk about it much, just drove away.
Best kind of race I think you can have.
I think
pole
so.
Position. A very simple job by the looks of things for Dries Van Langendonk. I'm sure it was anything but that, but the pace is quite clearly there for Forza Racing this weekend, having a strong time of things here in Valencia. Had good qualifyings across their team of drivers yesterday, and they'll be very happy with that. Dries Van Langendonk wins, takes P1 in the qualifying heats points, throws the ball back into the court of Salah and Costoya and Craig to see, right, that's my part of the bargain done. Can you follow that up with a win of your own? There's your provisional results for qualifying heat A and F. And Langendonk from Baglin, Pradir, Kraling, Kelleher, your top 5, Kadal, Duranov, Chrisen, Martinez and Rousseau. That is your top 10. Oliver Rasmussen, as mentioned, biggest mover in that race, up 11 spots to 11th, followed through as well by Enzo Ruggiero to 12th place. Theodor Tobal in 13th, Tamas Gender and Felipe Rice inside the top 15. Marco Gast in 16th place there, ahead of Alex Malotto. Jensen Burnett 18th. Gustavo Silva after that poor start recovers to 19th. In the top 20 completed by Georgi Zazov there, Gilles Herman, Michael McGoy, Filippo Pancotti, Dean Hugendorn, after that great start in the end, classified P24. Mariano Lopez completes the top 25. Zhang Jose, Alexander Kortanov and Dinir Islamov complete the 28 runners.
Certainly do. Well, that is 3 race wins out of 4 for Dries Van Langendonk. Let's take you through some of the highlights on this one. There is a great indication of how windy it is. The smoke clearing really quickly. But look at the start from Van Langendonk. Straight to the outside, instantly taking the normal racing line, not worried about anyone else. There was that off there just in the background, unfortunately, for Gustavo da Silva. That would drop him back to the back of the end of the field as well, though. But for everyone, it was just a good start. Francois Kördl as well getting away at the front, but would soon drop down.
Yeah, would indeed, but I think he can be pretty happy with how things went in this race. That's a steadying of the ship with the results after the difficulties yesterday. Good scrap going on there. Noah Baglin was impressive in this race, coming through the field, gaining up to around 4th place there. Thomas Pradir as well on the attack with the number 16 of Theodor Tobal. Interesting there that a number of drivers started very quickly, and then faded across the middle of the race. Tobal would in the end finish in 13th place, of course. Yeah,
indeed. Changes happening thick and fast all the way throughout the field. You saw the drivers coming back thick and fast. Arjun Kraling fighting back through the field. He would end up finishing in P4 after a good result. But it would all go down to this man here, Dries Van Langendonk in the number 2, doing exactly what he needs to do to come away on top at the end of this weekend. Certainly a driver you need to worry about in the junior category. Well, they ended the first race of the day. As you can see there, the wind is, well, it's fluctuating a little bit here. It's dying down, but then we get some big gusts of wind at random points, and that can play havoc with some drivers around some of these corners here.
It can, but, you know, since that first race, we've got a lot more blue sky over us here at the circuit, as we've just gone past 10 o'clock local time. Temperatures hopefully coming up as well.
It's 8 degrees. It's pretty nippy.
Yes, it's almost back to the start of February again, even though we're now in March. But the track, I think, we're definitely down to those proper dry lap times. We're only a tenth or so off where we were yesterday in terms of race pace. Here's Thibaut Ramackers. Well, Thibaut Ramackers, what can we say about this young man stepping up through the categories, of course, on great form, starts this race from pole position. Let's have a little catch-up with him from yesterday.
Qualifying practice for the senior category, OK, is done for Group 1. Thibaut Ramackers on pole position, fastest time, but only just. How was it out there? Very slippery, or was it OK?
It was OK. It was a good quali. With the new tire, is not easy, but I do my job, so I'm happy.
Obviously, the senior OK category is a challenging one. You've got many quick drivers in this one. You stepping up into the seniors now, and you've got a lot of talent in your category. Are you looking forward to the racing this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look forward to see what you can do. It's going to be a tough weekend, but you're ready for everything.
Yeah, I'm ready to fight.
Ready to fight. Good to hear. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll let you enjoy, and we'll see you in the races.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Thibaut Ramackers, starting this one on pole position yesterday. A P4 in first race. Did win his second race, though, so it has still been a fabulous result for him so far. The driver starting alongside Luis Iglesias for the CRG racing team. A 7th and a 2nd, so still a good result. That P7, though, can be a bit of a pain, but anywhere in the top 10 is still a good result.
Yeah, particularly on that first day where you're just looking to build and convert from the good work that a driver such as Luis Iglesias has done in timed qualifying. So it's a very busy day. 3 rounds of qualifying heats in terms of 11 lap races for the drivers in the OK category today. There is Dmitry Matviev, 3rd on the grid for this one. Another driver in very good form here in Valencia, racing for KR Motorsport on the Kart Republic chassis, of course, which could be a good bit of machinery here for today if it's still damp in places out there.
Yeah, no, you bang on right there. I mean, it is an interesting one. I mean, put it into context, the first race we've had today was an Esprit chassis who took the win from a Kart Republic. Are we going to see that on this one? You've got Kart Republics, you've got CRGs on the top rows, you've got a Tony Kart there as well, you've got Parolin. They pretty much dominate the first 6 rows out there. In fact, actually the first 7. Actually the first 8. And then you go all the way back to the 9th row, and that's where you see the Lando Norris chassis out there as well. So big changes there. There is the 205 Gabriel Gomez. I think a driver to beat this weekend. 2 race wins. He has got maximum points so far in this one. He is on 100 points. He has been on form so far this weekend.
Yeah, it just looks so cool at the wheel of the CRG so far here in Valencia. Looked very calm, and we'll know he can back himself from that 4th place on the grid. You know, something that we don't always see here at Valencia, drivers being able to get good race finish positions from the outside, from 2nd, 4th, 6th, that outside line through turn 1. Gabriel Gomez has been able to show it can be done around here. Just collecting his thoughts there ahead of this next qualifying heat. He's going to be one to watch.
Certainly is. Well, there a look at many nation flags, and many of those nations are being represented here this weekend. So many drivers from all over the world, I think covering nearly all the continents actually that we've got here on the globe. So brilliant to see so many drivers from all over joining us here in Valencia. Now the sun is starting to now bless its appearance on the circuit as we look to Davide Bottaro here for the CRG racing team. Starting on the 3rd row of the grid, 2 P6s yesterday, so some good results, only dropping back 1 position from his starting spot, but has the inside line today, and we've seen the drivers from those front 3 rows on that inside line all do very well here.
Yes, we have indeed. It's a good spot to work from there. P5. whistle sounds, which means we're ready to go then for the first appearance of the OK category for today. Start of the third round of qualifying heats, and it's Groups B versus F out on circuit first.
Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. 27 drivers in total, and that's being kick-started by the Belgians Thibaut Ramekers, Louis Iglesias alongside from Dmitry Matviev, Gabriel Gomez on row 2 from Davide Bottaro and Tiziano Monza on row 3, Alpac Soy and Javier Ramirez on row 4. They go from David Cosma and Dante Vinci on row 5 and the top 10. Vivek Canthan from the USA has Bernardo Manoldi alongside on row number 6 with Hugo Armati and Adam Rahali on row 7.
Miguel Costa and Sun Jiyu go on the 8th row of the grid. Freddie Lloyd and Joseph Smith form up an all Great Britain row number 9. Santino Panetta from Argentina forms up the 10th row of the grid with Finland's Alfons Miettinen. Hugo Martiniello had a tough day yesterday, starts on row 11 alongside Louvain and Budler. Row 12, Matteo Giaccardi and Kian Fardin. Row 13, Stilianos Kolovos and Jensen Graham. And it's Nico Latte completing the 27 kart field there on row 14. Very competitive order. Should note as well here, Anthony, that there's a number of drivers in here in this particular race who didn't have good days yesterday. We did see one heat in the OK category. As we go through the order where there was a lot of karts out at turn 3, turn 4. First race that we've seen so far today, clean through that pinch point of the circuit. This is another race where drivers are going to need to be careful on that one to make sure that they keep themselves in the running, get to the end of this race.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, track conditions improving second by second. There are still damp patches around there on the circuit. You saw briefly at the beginning of the day the rain radar. There's no rain anywhere near us, which is good to see. There is cloud. There is wind blowing it straight over our heads, so there's no drama at all on the weather. It's looking like it is going to be a good day for racing. Maybe as the day goes on a little bit, because right now it's still windy, it's still cold, as you can see there from the grid. The next group, the next racers there, the OK Junior C and E, they're getting themselves lined up, ready to go, and they're watching this one from the sidelines. Predictions on this one: Gomez, obviously, he's been on form. I would expect he would fight their way through the field on this one, but you know, anything can happen. It's a new day. Lots have changed overnight.
It has indeed. I'd be tempted to go with Thibaut Ramekers, but I've already done that at points in 2024. Yeah. It's not gone well for him. So it's going to be very dependent on the start, I think. And can that outside row, 2nd, 4th, 6th and backwards, hold themselves in there? Can they build a good base to build from? We'll find out in a few seconds' time. Into the tram lines we go. 11 laps for the OK category, and we're green and racing. Very good start for Gomez.
Wow.
Shooting through from P4. Is challenging Ramekers for the lead as they go through the long turn 1 now. This is where it gets tight through the kink of turn 2. Beautifully done by Gomez. Ramekers leads. The 222 of Davide Bottaro is on the outside there as well. It's all getting a little bit squirrely behind, but a good start and through into the lead. Through into the lead goes Gabriel Gomez. Well, there we go. 4th to 1st in the matter of about 6 corners.
Now, how does Thibaut Ramekers go about this? He has got a former world champion in front of him right now, racing, has the young Belgian. How is he going to deal with this one in his first year as seniors? He's got Dmitry Matviev just behind as well, as they all still continue to battle just behind. And this is getting very close. Clear breakaway, though, for your top 3, as Gabriel Gomez, Thibaut Ramekers and Dmitry Matviev go into the final corner for the first time of asking in today's racing. Out they go. Let's take you through the lineup. It's Gomez, Ramekers, Matviev. Then it's Bottaro from Monza, Alpac Soy from Avramirez, Marti from Canthan, Costoya, Louis Iglesias down into 11th on the opening lap. That's not the start he will have wanted.
No, not at all. Did not get the run from the front row of the grid there. He's going to have a lot of hard work to get those overtakes in and get back up the order. All over the back of Ramekers is Matviev, to the extent he's gone down the inside, taking P2. Good opportunity now for Gomez to break away here on lap number 2. That was a decisive move from Matviev. He's wanted to get himself further up the classification. At the moment he's sat in 3rd place as things stand. But that could quickly change once the points update with that move on Ramekers.
Certainly so. Well, eyes fixated on that 2nd place battle as Bottaro starts to reel in our top 3 here. Just behind. Biggest opener then, you've got to look down to Hugo Martinello in 13th place. 8 positions gained in this race so far as well as Matteo Giaccari, 7 places gained. He's down in P16, just lost out though to Freddie Lloyd for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. He's up into P15 now after gaining 2 places. But eyes on this battle as the whole grid goes through. We're on lap 3 of 11 right now, and there's still lunges happening thick and fast down the field. Yeah,
all 27 karts still running. I think there's been a problem out there for Louvois Sam Budler. The South African is down to P26. I've not mentioned already, again, problems for Bernardo Bonaldi, son of former Formula 1 driver Enrique Bonaldi in the years gone by. It's down to 24th place. It's been a difficult weekend so far for Bonaldi.
Has indeed, reaching 132 kilometres an hour into the braking zone of the final corner, winding it back up again. You reach that same speed once more into this braking zone, in towards turn number 1, as the drivers all start to close in. And remember, Ramika's not dropping back too fast on these drivers. Remember, he's got that benefit of the slipstream, especially with that headwind down the main straight. He, Matveev towers over Ramika's there when they go down the main straight, so he's got a nice punching a nice hole in the air for Ramicas to just send it down the inside. Bottaro closing in as Miguel Costa sets the fastest lap of the race with a 54.379, a little bit further down the order in P8. So everyone's starting to close in, but top 3 at the moment are nice and calm. There has been some drivers out there with some fresh tyres. David Cosma going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. Miguel Costa going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. So that would be explaining Miguel Costa's pace out there, getting through that field and moving up. And you can actually see here that he's actually coming through the field quite nicely there. Yeah, he is in 7th place. He has got a train behind of Canthan, his teammate, who's gone a little bit wider there into the entrance of the corner to try and get a move here. Not able to do so. Alvaro Ramirez just behind as well. You can see him on the Tony Kart colours with Hugo Marti in tow with Luis Iglesias, who's on that recovery drive, still there in P11. He's not managed to break through the field here.
No, he hasn't. This is not the best race of the weekend so far for Luis Iglesias. The Paralympics looking quite nice here. They've got 3 runners up in the top 8 right now. Aksoy, Costa and Canthan. Pace, meanwhile, we're about 2/10 in terms of Costa's pace off what we were seeing at the back end of yesterday for these runners. Coming round to complete lap number 5 then. Gomez in control, 0.4 of a second ahead of Matveev. There's Ramicas as well, top 3 covered by less than a second. Bottaro still there in 4th. A bit on his own at the moment is Bottaro. Still scoring well for CRG right now. Luis Iglesias has now made a move. Has got past Hugo Marti for 10th place. And David Cosma has also improved. Got past Hugo Martiniello, who's having another strong, well, one of the stronger races for Martiniello, up 8 so far in this race to P13. That's what the Frenchman needs, trying to hold off Freddie Lloyd and Adam Mahali behind.
You are currently watching the battle for first place at the moment as we're on lap number 6. Gomez, Matveev and Ramicas, who are very close between each other. The gaps are staying consistent here. If anything, Ramicas, I think, starting to close in now in the latter stage of this race as Matveev is starting, I think, to become under pressure. He's not looking behind, but there, a shot there, that certainly showed that Ramicas is starting to have a look down the inside.
Yeah, he's trying to feel out where Matveev is strong and where he's weak. A great racing mind is Thibaut Ramicas, despite being, you know, younger in years than a lot of his competitors, stepping up into the senior categories now. He's showing that he's taking to it very, very quickly indeed into the second half of the race now. There's been another change in the Paralympic order. Miguel Costa has got through now to 6th place. That's a good turnaround, considering you take the risk of taking those tyres a bit earlier than everybody else. You've then got to make sure that you score well whilst doing that, and Miguel Costa is doing just that. 7 laps completed then, 4 more to go in this first heat of the day for the OK drivers. Gomez holding that gap at around 3.5 to 4 tenths ahead of Matveev and Ramicas. He's having to work hard for it out there.
Just saw a brief shot there as they were going through the final chicane. I saw Miguel Costa going nearly 90 degrees sideways through that final chicane, just clipping those curbs. I suspect the curbs are still a bit greasy out there as well. The paint certainly holds the water a lot more than the track. So drivers will have to be cautious on that one. I will say this morning in free practice there were a lot of spins out on track.
Yes.
So drivers getting used to those damp and dry conditions. Oh, off the track there. That looks to me...
Kolovos?
Yeah, that's Kolovos there for the KR Sport, the Greek
it's
driver.
Liam Nielsen.
Oh, it is? No, it's the 256. No, it is our man Kolovos down there. It is the 256 KR Motorsport car that's off the track. Yeah, unfortunately, he is out of this race, and that is a big shame. That's another bad result.
Yeah, it's not going Kolovos' way so far this weekend. It's very much going the way, though, of Gabriel Gomez. See this a lot round here at Valencia. It's all about managing the gap behind, making sure that you're not too vulnerable on the faster parts of the circuit, down into turn 1, for example, out of turn 14 and towards the chicane. This makes this this middle sector so important. It's where a lot of drivers gain their time. Gomez at the moment, 54.6 last time around. Same for Matviev, just to the 54.5s for Ramakas. But again, Anthony, yesterday we saw quite a few races because it's such a long programme for the drivers. When we're in this situation, some of them go, do you know what, I'll take a top 3 in this one.
Yeah.
As opposed to go for glory in one of the qualifying heats. Don't want to lose too many points by making a mistake.
No, exactly that. You know, just bring it down. And look there, the gaps are still coming down. They're a lot less than what they were a few laps ago. But yeah, I'll completely agree with you there. It's, you know, it is a long weekend, a very long weekend. You know, the 18 races yesterday, 25 today for everyone. So many heats these drivers have to go through, and like you say, just having to maintain everything, manage everything with the kart, and they're just doing what they need to do. And right now, I think, yeah, they're just going to focus on just holding these positions. They've broken away. They've got a nice, healthy gap between themselves, and Davide Bottaro's got himself back up to 4th place. You know, 2.9 seconds clear from that. So I think, yeah, they're all fine and dandy, and I think they'll just get these cars to the end right now.
The other interesting question for me in this race, Anthony, is Miguel Costa.
Yep.
It's clearly showing that putting some fresh rubber on is beneficial.
It's massively helping.
Does anybody now have a bit of a strategy change based on what they've seen from the Brazilian in this race?
Well, it's a tough call, because if you can still get results like this for these drivers on the same set of boots that they've had over the course of the weekend so far and not have to change them yet, I would still continue with this. It's only when you see, like, maybe if Gomez has a bad one and he drops down, he's just not finding the traction, he's just falling down the order, that's when he might think, right, okay, now we need to go for a new set. But remember, they've still got to do all of today and the superheats tomorrow, and they're the
Very
important
true.
races.
Yeah, they are long races indeed. On the final lap, though, Gabriel Gomez is really on it so far this weekend. This is his 3rd race, and this is his 3rd win. 150 points on the board for Gabriel Gomez. Takes the win from Dmitry Matviev by 0.6 of a second. Thibaut Ramakas up there again, moves to 129 points, does the Belgian, with 3rd. Davide Bottaro 4th, moves into the top 5 of runners in the points right now at 106. Miguel Costa, using those fresh tyres well, gets 5th place, a gain of 10 in that one, ahead of Tiziano Monza. That is your top 6. Not the most spectacular race at the front, though, but another very key victory there for Gabriel Gomez, Anthony. He's going to take some beating here this weekend.
Oh, he certainly is. One of many other drivers in our 2 categories that have put in absolutely superb performances, and there you can see Davide Bottaro just going past, congratulating his fellow CRG Racing teammate. Great to see the camaraderie out there on circuit, even after the races. Well, drivers will make their way back in towards Parc Fermé. The results that we'll go through now, of course, all provisional, but we'll go through those now. Gabriel Gomez and Dmitry Matviev then finishing that one 1 and 2. Thibaut Ramakas and Davide Bottaro finishing it within the top 4 from Miguel Costa and Tiziano Monza. Luis Iglesias finishes in 7th place on David Cosma from Alpac Soy. Javier Ramirez rounding out the top 10. Then it's the American of Vivek Canthan from Sun Zhao Yu in 12th place, 4 places gained from Freddie Lloyd in 13th from Hugo Marti and Hugo Martinello, who gained 6 places to finish in P15.
Second half of the order, Adam Rahali finished P16, Alphonse Mittinen finished P17. A good recovery from the very back after a problem early on for Louvre and Butler there in 18th, Dante Vinci and Kian Fardin completing the top 20. Not so good results that time around for Joseph Smith, Santino Panetta, Jensen Graham, Bernardo Bernaldi with problems again, and Matteo Giaccardi all in the top 25. Lachlan Latte and Kolovos completing the 27 runners in that one. Kolovos the single retirement. Here we go then for the start. What a start it was for Gabriel Gomez, snipping by Iglesias there, and straight away attacking for the lead of Thibaut Ramicas there. Had to settle for P2 off of turn number 3 and 4, but this was going to be a key moment into the second sector. Ramicas overlooked the shoulder. Gomez looking for the opportunity to get through. It's a difficult start for Davide Bottaro there, losing a number of spots. But this was the move from Gomez, forcing himself down the inside, took the lead, didn't look back for the rest of the race.
Same spot, that's where you would see Dmitry Matviev go for P2, and that would be all she wrote for the top 3. They would stay in that order for some time. Unfortunately for Stylianos Kozlovos there, he would tumble down the order, the Czech Republic driver for Greece, retiring from the race. Big shame for him. Mechanic there clearly saying, yeah, this is no bueno, this is not going. Yeah. So he falls down the order. Well, it would then go all the way to Gabriel Gomez, 150 points, 3 out of 3 for the Brazilian driver. He takes a superb result. Well, the recovery efforts are now underway. There you can see it was into the final sector there for Kozlovos there, which is a big shame. So I thought that was at the top of the circuit, actually. Yeah. Here's a look at what you can expect over the course of today. Really, it's back and forth between the categories. So it's really, you're going to need to keep an eye on your group. C and E, they're coming up next, and it's B and G, then A and D, D and H for the juniors. 3.5 minutes to go, and it will be like this all the way throughout the day. We have our first break after race 29 of the weekend, which is heat 18 for the juniors, which is Group D and G. After that one, there is a short, about 40-minute break, and then we go into the second half of the day, where we will see the rest of the races. There you can see the gaps, and then we go on past around race 37. That's the last of the OK races, and we'll determine who's on pole for the Superheat, and it's all juniors. But yesterday, in qualifying, your man here was an absolutely superb qualifying for him. He did very well, 3rd in total. Christian Kostoyev with 3 race wins. Here's what he had to say after qualifying. Qualifying done for OKJ. Christian Kostoyev, fastest in group of the 3rd session. Our man starting on pole position for this one. Christian Kostoyev, very good day for Christian yesterday. 3 wins out of 3 is one of our drivers who's on the top spot there with 150 intermediate classification points. As you can see, drivers still line themselves up, getting ready for this one. Archie Lovett starts on the front row alongside. Archie Lovett, who's had, well, an interesting day yesterday. He did have a race win in his first, 5th in his second. Unfortunately, though, was disqualified in his 3rd race. And nothing due to the fault of his own, unfortunately. It was due to getting pushed over the white line in the pit lane to start the engine, the safety line that is reported. So unfortunately, he lost out on that result, which is a big shame. Yeah, he had those problems getting out the pit lane, and did great to find its way back into the race, on the circuit at least. But you know, to the effect that it was a disqualification at the end of it. So yeah, effort wasted in a way, which is a shame for him. But the rules are the rules. You know, the line is there. It doesn't move. So it's very clear there on your screen as well. So yeah, it's a clearly understandable issue and problem there that led to that disqualification. I've been impressed with Arthur Huang so far. This weekend. Has been on good form. Starts this race 3rd on the grid. Hasn't quite been able to break through and take a race win yet, but could do so here. Certainly could. He's got that inside row in row number 2. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one then. It's OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E. Christian Kostoyev and Archie Lovett then starting this one on the front row of the grid. Arthur Huang and Drew Waltz going from row number 2. Row number 3 sees Bruno Krieg, who had a penalty in his 2nd race yesterday. He needs a good result today to bump himself up the order. He's got Roman Kamiab alongside Devon Waltz and Mats van Ruin, who's had good results as well. He starts his 1P on the 4th row of the grid. Joel Pokela and Sky Parker go from row 5 on the top 10, from Louis Cochet and Kira Bertigue on row 6. Row number 7 sees Oliver Kinmark and Benjamin Magnac. Row 8, Matt Corby and Joel Tapole go from that one. Scott Lindblom and James Anagnostiadis go from row number 9. Shenzhe Yu and Filippo Donanzan start on the 10th row of the grid, completing the top 20. Matteo Rivals
and Maria Neto start on row number 11. More problems out of the pits for Archie Lovett. This is a repeat of what happened yesterday. Oh, nervous times for the driver meant to be starting P2 on the grid. Let's run through the rest of the order. Alexander Oznim starts on row 12. Remek Samchik alongside on that one. Sun Aze and David Minchuna start on row 13. And then on row 14, it's Xavier Dudkovsky and Alvaro Meyer. There is a look at our hard-at-work team in race control. David Manchester in the centre there, flanked by Joanna Falcao and Sarah Blanco in race control, with their huge array of cameras, information, data out there.
Oh, another
something
one.
they don't miss, as there is a problem as well for the 114.
Alvaro
Alvaro Meyer starting from the back of the grid.
Did his mechanic just push him over that white line?
It looked a bit close from that angle. But, again, there's a camera down there as well to monitor all of that.
Race control can see that line, so they'll have a slow-mo replay of anyone who may go over that line. So, yes, you don't want to get away with that one. Archie Lovett's still in the dummy. Oh, no, he's out on track. He is out on track now, which is good. So it looks like we've got all of our karts on track now, which is good. But hopefully one of them needs to get back to the front row. One of them needs to get to the back of the grid. That will be a little bit easier, I suspect.
Will be indeed. So the grid forming up, of course, once the drivers go through the red line just before the final chicane. That indicates that they cannot change position within the formation anymore. They have to stay where they are. Now, based on what we saw yesterday, I wonder if we'll go around again here. We'll remain to see from race control and from race director Martin Bean what we do here. Are we ready for a go? Yes, we are. Green light. Off we go then for 9 laps. Good start for Costoya at the front of the field. Gets the breakaway with Arthur Huang straight into second place there. They've already got a bit of a gap to the rest of them behind. I think it's been a good start for Bruno Grick there in third place on the Tony Kart machine, racing for Ward Racing here this year in the black and yellow rather. But a good start for Costoya at the front. That's exactly what he wanted.
It's a good start for Kinmark as well. The driver who started this race 13th. He's up several positions in the early stages. Is looking to the inside there. That was a bold move for Sky Parker in the early stages, but not going for it, just thinking against it in those early stages. There is the number 42 getting a good getaway as well. Drew Waltz on the Esprit chassis. As here with your race leaders, Costoya is under pressure from Arthur Hang in these early stages of the race. Arthur putting a lot more pressure on Costoya here.
The good thing for Costoya, he's familiar to this already. These two drivers in Group C have raced each other a lot so far this weekend, but Huang definitely putting more pressure on Costoya than we've seen yesterday. Bit wide through turn number 1, but carried the speed properly, putting the race leader and the points leader at the moment under pressure.
Yeah, you're going to hear me make noises like that all day today, I suspect, when we see incidents like that getting so close and just running that little bit wide as we watch this battle for the race lead unfold. They're up into third place. Good start from Kamyad Pokala, Waltz, Kinmark, Cachet, Waltz, David Waltz as well, and Matt Corby in the top 10 at the moment. Eyes at the moment fixated on this top battle as Costoya is now putting in purple sectors, breaking away now, or trying to break away from Arthur Huang for VDK Racing, as once again they close back in with that slipstream. Look how quick he closes in under braking, nearly into the back of Costoya into that final corner. Down the main straight they go, and look at that, he's looking at something, they're shaking around or anything, and into the corner. Is he going to run wide this time? Little bit, but no, holds on to it as there's absolutely nothing between these two.
Pace at the moment, 56.3s for the top 3. Fastest driver on circuit is going to be Joel Pokolo, isn't it? Yes, Joel Pokolo up 4 places so far into 5th, and a 56.1 last time around. Costoya pulling away from Huang. Huang having another slide there, this time through turn number 8. Putting a lot of stress on those tyres. Costoya once again delivering out there. Good at the moment.
Certainly is. Down that back straight as we see the big pack here. You've got Roman Kamyag, then you've got Devon Volts, Oliver Kinmark, Louis Cochet, Drew Waltz just behind as well. Unfortunately for us on that one, they're both D Waltz on that one. So you've got Devon, who's in the number 40, and Drew, who is in the number 42. So we will try and keep it very close on that one. all the way throughout on those graphics. But yeah, very close stuff. Devon Waltz there in the Forza cut, just pushing away. Has got that close company of Oliver Kinmark, who has still had that lightning start. Poccola, who is fastest, is still closing in.
It's a bit of tyre information.
Down the inside. Sorry, I'm going to cut over you there. Down the inside, and Waltz goes through. Kinmark trying to follow through as well. Kamiab down 2 positions. He's down into 7th place now.
Indeed, but Kamiab's going to fight back there, back down the inside of Kinmark. Lovely stuff from Kamiab. That's what we were saying earlier. If we get overtaken, you've got to strike straight back, especially when you're in a big pack like that. And Kamiab takes the position once again, just behind there in the VDK racing entry. That's number 86 for Matt Corby, who's making progress through the order as well, and already gained 6 places so far in this race. Now make that 7. Lindblom just behind as well there in the 74. Quite a few drivers moving their way up the order here. None of them are the ones with new tyres. There's 2 drivers out there who've used the new half set. Donazan's one of them in the 105 and Dudkovsky in the 107. Not working for either of them. They're both out towards the back.
Yeah, it's a big shame. Big movers all the way throughout this field, though. Keep a close eye on them. Biggest mover, gotta say, Scott Lindblom in the number 74. Up 8 positions in this one in the Tony Kart. So looking good, as there is Scott Lindblom making another position there past Matt Corby, and moves up now into P8. He's on a charge here in that number 74.
Yeah, doing some great work out there is Lindblom. Through the first half of the race then, 5 laps complete. Castoya and Huang still at the front of the order. Poccola though, 3rd place now for the Finn, flying along. Can he keep that pace going to try and reduce the deficit, which at the moment is around 1.7 seconds? Well, it's just gone purple through sector number 1, although that's straight away taken away by Lindblom down there in 8th place. But big lap this, big lap this for Castoya, Huang and Poccola to see if they can keep their momentum going. If the pace for Castoya, and I feel like Castoya's decided, yeah, this is now the time to really start increasing the pace. It's just gone purple through sector number 2 and took half a tenth out of Huang there. Gap's going to be around 3 to 4 tenths probably at the end of this lap.
Certainly so. Castoya in direct competition with Filippo Sala in the intermediate classifications. Both of them 3 for 3 on the race wins. Castoya doing his level best to make it 4 for 4. As we look a little further back the barrel, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Poccola leading that one. Bruno Creek, you can just see behind. Davin Waltz starting to close in on that Forza kart. Castoya, fastest lap of the race. So he still has the pace at the front there, but eyes on this battle here, just holding position. We saw this a lot yesterday, just drivers holding position, keeping it calm, collected, just, I think, maintaining everything, just trying to think, right, again, it's a good result. It's not the end of the world. It's still bad. We're still in a good spot. Remember, there's a lot of juniors here this weekend. There's 120, I think 118 in total junior drivers here this weekend. Remember, that gets whittled down to 36. Oh dear, going very slowly. It's the number 35 Koski. It is Oliver Kinmark, who was doing so well in the early stages of this race, plowed through the field, and that looks to me like mechanical, because he's hitting that throttle and engine will not go.
Yeah, he's not got the momentum, and you can see he's absolutely gutted. Brilliant race up to that point for Kinmark, but will go no further. Back at the front of the order, Huang has responded to Castoya's pace from a lap or so ago, closed the gap back up to less than 0.2 of a second now. They've left Poccola behind. I think Poccola's going to have to be content with 3rd place in this one. We're on lap 8, the penultimate lap of the heat. Castoya trying to keep this unbeaten streak going. There is Kinmark going into the pit lane. A bit of smoke from the right-hand side as well. And it's not going to be a happy driver indeed.
Yeah, not going to be happy at all. Well, race continues though. Castoya and Huang still breaking away from the rest of the field. The gap, 1.9 seconds. Scratch that. Now 2 seconds between themselves and Jor Poccola just behind. Poccola not able to close in as we go on to this final lap. And again, I don't think we're going to see a move from either of these two. I think it's just going to be a case of bring these karts to the end, But for Huang, the incentive of those 6 extra points is there.
Yeah.
Castoya has that in his mind as well, thinking, I'm not going to let him pass. I'm on a perfect score. I'm battling with Filippo Sala here. I need to maintain this spot.
Just got to keep thinking of that bigger picture. And there's so many unknowns here this weekend in Valencia with the changes, the tyres, all of that. You don't want to leave yourself needing to do too much work further down the line as we go through these qualifying heats. For Castoya, has answered those questions yet again. It's going to stay unbeaten here through the final chicane. Another win for Christian Castoya. For Parolin, takes it from Arthur Huang by 3.5 tenths of a second. Joel Pockeler there in 3rd place. Roman Kamiab 4th, and a good finish as well. Again, for Forza Racing. Devin Waltz, rather, there in the top 5.
Note the calm controlness of Castoya across the line there, not celebrating despite the fact that he's 4 for 4. He knows there is still a long way to go in this day of racing and of course this weekend. Castoya though takes the win. Arthur Huang, Joel Pockeler, Roman Kamiab, Devin Waltz, Bruno Greek, Scott Lindblom, Matt Corby, Louis Cachet and James Anagnostiadis. The top 10 will go over the full order in a few moments time. But for Castoya, this is a controlled drive, a controlled weekend from a young driver who's shown, I think, great pace, great commitment, and I think great skill and knowledge of the circuit he's racing on right now.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to give him a lot of confidence for the rest of the day. So groups C and E heading into pit lane. We'll see them both out again later on. Let's have a look at the provisional results then from that last qualifying heat. Castoya from Huang, Pockeler, Kamiab, Devin Waltz. That's your top 5. Bruno Greek finishes there in 6th place. Scott Lindblom was your biggest improver in that race, up 10 spots to 7th. Matt Corby in 8th ahead of Louis Cachet, and James Anagnostiadis in the top 10. Drew Waltz in 11th. Benjamin Maniac 12th. Sky Parker 13th ahead of Chiara Batig and a recovering Archie Lovett, who had more problems again before the start of the race and will not be happy with P15. Joel Tapole in 16th place ahead of Sun Anzi, 17th. Mats van Rooyen having difficulties out there, dropping 10 spots to 18th. Matteo Rivas and Alexander Uznim completing the top 20. Shenzhe Yu, Maria Neto, David Minchuna, Remek Samchik and Xavier Dudkovsky all inside the top 25. Outside that top 25, Filippo Donanzan, Alvaro Meyer, who will not be happy with those results, having put new tyres on. One retirement in the race, which was the fast starting Oliver Kinmark.
Was indeed. Well, Castoya heads into post-race scrutineering. Everything will be checked over, the same with many other drivers as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights in this one. Well, that inside row, Castoya and Huang just breaking away, supergluing each other to themselves and just breaking away from the rest of the field. Bruno Grick with that great start as well, holding that inside line, not backing off from the drivers on the outside, trying to come across, keeping his wagon there. He secured that 3rd place spot and would hold on to that one as well for quite some time in the race. Big moments there for Archie Lovett, who did manage to get further up to the front in that early stages of the race, but would fall back down and actually would receive a black and white flag during the race as well, which is another big shame for him. So drama all the way throughout. Chopping and changing though is down the inside. Drew Waltz getting a good start and getting up to 3rd place in the early stages of the race. Would tumble down the order a little bit later on, as he would fall down well into the top 10, in fact finishing P11. Mechanics there with the various signals to their drivers, saying, you know, think light movements here, there, everywhere and all of that. Devin Waltz now would start to make his way through the field. He would finish this one P5 at the end of the race, 2 places gained in total, as Kamiab would continue to fight back here against the number 35 of Oliver Kinmark, who would later retire from the race with mechanical issues. That, I think, has been the biggest surprise for many of our drivers there, and no more so for this man here.
Yeah, real shame for Kinmark. Was on for at least a top 10. In the end, it's P28. But for Christian Castoya, a perfect run so far here in Valencia. 4 wins from 4 races, and he sits atop of the qualifying heats points at the moment, with only 1 driver able to equal him in this phase, of course being Filippo Sala later on. There is a quick sight at one of our drivers in the next race, our pole sitter Anatoly Kavalkin on pole position for this next race in the OK category. let's have a quick catch-up with Anatoly Kovalkin from yesterday's timed qualifying.
Well, the final qualifying session for the Senior OK category is done. Anatoly Kovalkin, you come out on the top spot. Congratulations. Good time from yourself. So confident you came in one lap early as well.
Yeah, I mean, good start of the season. Like, qualifying was as well as it was in warm-up. I finished P1, P2, was not bad. Like, I'm really happy to be on the top step of the qualifying.
Talk us about the qualifying heats. New challenge for yourself, new tyre, side-by-side rolling starts, all of that. Are we feeling it's going to be a challenge at the start of these?
I don't think so, because the tires started getting worse like after the second lap, and we have to manage to save them, to keep like trying to save them. Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens in those races. You've got many to go throughout this weekend. Are you looking forward to it?
I'm just like want to drive, want to understand what these tires can do. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Best of luck in those races, and we look forward to seeing what you can do. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat to Anatoly Kovalkin, who starts his one on pole position. Had a win yesterday in his first, fourth in the second one, but the driver starting alongside Ian Eichmans. Well, Ian had a good result in the first race, P3 from the front of the grid. Retired in race number 2. Not sure of the issue with the wagon, but he pulled in from P2 as well, I think, at the point.
Yeah, it was almost a bit of
a strange one,
bizarre situation. He just disappeared off the circuit. But if you are going to have a problem in this run of qualifying heats, I think would you rather not have it in the early stages and still have a number of races where you can work your way back in? The pace is quite clearly there for Ian Eichmans this weekend. Was very strong in timed qualifying, and we'll be looking for, again, a solid result here. There is Lewis Werrell on your screen. Starts in a good spot here, P3 on the grid. Champion last year in the juniors, stepping up now into the senior category. And again, showed his form so far this weekend.
He has, but it didn't go his full way in the first race. If you remember, he was squeezed on the start-finish straight. He hit a tyre wall that was close to the start-finish line. And, yeah, he lost his wheel down towards turn number 1. A big dramatic moment for him. He would recover, though, later on. He would finish P3, so still a good result. And he's focusing now ahead of the races. He's still got many races to go. He will have young Noah Wolf starting alongside. Noah Wolf, who's had some good results in this one. He had the inside row yesterday. Now he's on the outside row for this one. Second and a fifth yesterday. What can he do in this one? He's with the VAR by Birrell team this year, and certainly he has edged himself, getting himself ready to go in this one.
Yeah, I really like this effort put together by Van Amersfoort Racing and Birrell. You know, it's a solid package that Noah's racing with this season, and he's delivering the results right now. He's looking like a contender here in OK. There is your driver, 5th on the grid, Elliot Kaczynski. Again, Ward Racing. Well, we've just seen from Bruno Gricker good results for Ward Racing. What can the Swede deliver here in the next race?
Yeah, Rebecca Ward doing a fabulous job with the team. Obviously, direct partnership with Tony Khan, all running on their gear. 17th and an 8th yesterday for the Swede. Let's see if we can maintain that momentum, maybe even better it going into this one. Markus Šilkūnas from Lithuania starts alongside. Now, Šilkūnas, retirement in the first race, a big shame for that one. Put P14 in the second. It's still dropping down a little bit, but a lot better than retirement. So again, shaky start to the weekend, but he is G'd up. He's had a good night's rest.
Yep.
He is back fighting fit for this one. I'm curious to see what he can do from that outside row of row number 3.
Yeah, I think he's going to be attacking this race in the early stages. It's going to be good to see. And there's some drivers here further down the order that you'd be looking to as well. You know, Kyrilla's example down in 13th place on the grid, and others. This has got the ingredients, perhaps, to be the most exciting race of the day so far.
A feisty one ahead of us here, potentially. Qualifying heat C and E, engines fire up. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Anatoly Kovalkin and Ian Eichmans then go from row number 1. Lewis Werrell and Noah Wolf go from row 2. Elliot Kaczynski and Markus Šilkūnas on the 3rd row of the grid, rounding out the top 6 from Alexander Bondarev and Grayson Skulinov on row 4. Lewis Francis and Annie Konsani round out the top 10 on row number 5 from Sebastiano Pavan, who's had some great results this weekend going through the field. He starts on the 6th row alongside his fellow, or the Brazilian driver, Muller de Roca, on row 6. Row 7 sees Kai Rillard and Dominic Simic on that row.
Leon Brunner and Vilma Svan go from the 8th row of the grid. Leo Nilsson and Louis Castellini start on row 9. Jimmy Elias and Jacob Mikulev go from row number 10. Tame Seller and Thomas Kinsey start on the 11th row of the grid. Wojciech Voda and Mies Huben start on row 12. Stefano Padani and Peter Stiller start on row 13, and then it's Oscar Repetto needing to move up through the order from 27th on the grid. Oscar on her own there on row number 14. And the formation lap's underway, so the qualifying heats point standings as things are before this particular race. Gomez on 150, Ramikas 129, Matviev on 129 as well, Iglesias on 108, Bataro, and Drummond and Monza have all broken the 100-point barrier already. Vinci there in 8th on 90, but a lot of that is due to change here. For all of these drivers, this is their 3rd qualifying heat of the weekend so far here in Valencia. Thank you for joining us for live coverage of the first round of this year's Champions of the Future Euro Series. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you throughout the race meeting. And yeah, again, this is going to be a good one, I feel. We've got some great drivers on this grid. Drivers as well needing strong results, which normally results in a lot of overtaking.
Certainly does. This is only these drivers' 3rd heat, so tyres will be in, I think, a lot better form than what the juniors would be at the moment. They've had so many more heats at the moment, so these drivers should be putting in some really good times today, running super quick on these tyres. At the moment, so everything running super well. And it looks like a lot of rubber going down as well in the early stages. So I think track is back up to fighting form right now. There is still the damp patches on the outside of the circuit and on the edges, but right now that racing line absolutely spot on. I think we're back in fighting form here.
Absolutely, and I'd be very surprised to see any karts out there in these qualifying heats. Maybe the finals tomorrow is going to be a different story, but yeah, it's good track conditions for everyone out there. So Anatoly Kavalkin controls the pace at the front of the order. Into the tram lines we go once again for another 11 laps here at Valencia. We are green, we are racing. Good start for those on the odd side of the grid. 1st, 3rd and 5th converting straight away into 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Good start for Werrell. Good start as well for Kaczynski. Bondarev trying to fight through and all of that. Actually thinks he's losing out in positions there. But Ian Eichmann's just got a hold in there. He'll have known that was coming, Anthony, that big attack from down the inside. He's slotted into 4th place, which is not a bad spot to be in at this stage.
No, certainly isn't. Has got the pressure behind, though. Alexander Bondarev also getting through as well. Change for the lead as down the inside goes Lewis Werrell. He takes the lead, I think, for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, really good stuff from Lewis Werrell. New day, new mind, I'd say, for Lewis Werrell after the difficulties of less than 24 hours ago. That is just the tonic for bouncing back and showing that he's got the pace here this weekend in race trim. End of lap number 1. Werrell leads, Kavalkin 2nd, Kaczynski 3rd. Eichmann has held there in 4th. Bondarev did fight through, gains 2 spots, up to 5th place. Noah Wolf in 6th, and Sebastiano Pavan started quickly again here, Anthony, as we saw yesterday from the Tony Kart racer. It's up to 7th place.
Certainly is. Big movers all the way throughout this field, but for Lewis Werrell, doing exactly what he needs to do here. We're still there in P6. He's dropped down a few places on this one, but still no drama for him. Still in that top battle as we watch this one here. Eichmann's down the inside of Kaczynski. Gets it done, moves up into P3. He's on the charge now towards Kavalkin, who is a little further ahead on track. Kavalkin just adjusting there the cover over the radiator, just trying to cool the engine down that little bit more, I can imagine, with that cold air temp that they've got, which is increasing now. It says it's 11 degrees. It certainly doesn't look like it for many of the people out there. Still very cold as we've got super defensive driving in the background there. That looks like possibly Lewis Francis going defensive from Marcus Yilkunas a little further back in the order, but everyone getting through. Eyes on this one, though, as Bondarev has closed into Kaczynski now.
Has indeed. The air temperature's got up to around 16, 17 degrees yesterday. Is there an attack coming in here from Bondarev? Yes, down the inside. Beautiful move for Prema Racing, up to 4th place. Looked pretty routine, that, for Alexander Bondarev. Been quick so far this weekend. Will now try and set about catching up to Ian Eichmann, who's all over the back of Kavalkin for 2nd place. So it's Forza Racing leading, then Parolin, then Birilant, Prema, Ward Racing. Good show of all the strong teams yet again as we come round to complete lap number 3. But Lewis Werrell has really started to increase the pace now. 54.4 last time around, 4/10 quicker than Kavalkin behind. Lead is now 1.1.
Well, here we go then. Eichmann's piling on the pressure now to Kavalkin. The battle for second place is on. Kavalkin still trying to close in on Werrell, but Werrell is breaking away here. He's in his own battle right now, and that's with himself of just trying to maintain that position, keep it clean, and get that wagon to the end. Kavalkin, though, is having to deal with your man Ian Eichmann, who is just piling on that pressure and even more pressure as he sends it to the inside of turn number 12 and gets up into P2. Nicely done, no time wasted, and now he's on that charge back.
But the other thing we've got to remember as well, we touched on it in the second round of heats yesterday, the good side, if there is a good side to be had of having that retirement from the first round, is Werrell's tyres are a lot fresher than everybody else, because it's effectively, he hasn't done 2 races on these tyres, he's done about 1.1 races on these tyres, so using them to good effect at the moment. 1.5 seconds clear now of Eichmann's and Kavalkin. What's Bondarev got at the moment there as well in 4th place? The pace pretty similar to the 2 drivers ahead through the first sector. Who else is on the move? Sebastiano Pavan is up to 5th place, has got past Kaczynski there. Murilo de Roca as well. The Brazilian has just got past Marcus Shilkunas for 11th.
Changes all the way throughout the field as well. Biggest mover in the early stages of this race. We look down to P16. I would give it to Wojciech Woda. Yeah, the driver for Cup Republic. Well, no, the driver for Ricky Flynn, sorry, should say, having a very good run at the moment in that midfield section. Still long trains forming here. Eichmann's leading one of those trains. Kavalkin, Bondarev, Pavan, and Kaczynski. Wolf still just there. In the background, waiting to close in. He's got Francis, Kai Rillarts, and Kansani. The top 10, big curb moment there for Alexander Bondarev. You don't want to hit that curb too heavily. We've seen moments in previous racing weekends where chains have flinged off there. That is engine side of kart on that curb. You do have to be careful here. The Sodi and the CRG going to work here just in the background. Still close battles here. All the way throughout the field. This is Kansani, de Roca, and Shilkunas battling away. This is around 9th, 10th, and 11th. Kansani and de Roca battling away. Eichmann's, though, in control of this second place battle. Not able, though, to close in on Werrell. The gap increasing now, 1.7 seconds.
Lewis Werrell is still quicker in terms of lap times than Eichmann's and Kavalkin behind. Maybe just needs to think, though, I think he's definitely got an advantage with his tyres at the moment. He doesn't want to waste that advantage. There's still another few rounds of heats to go here.
And remember, he's still 1 heat more advantage on his tyres after the retirement at turn 1 in the first heat. So, yeah, he still has that 1 heat advantage on those tyres. I think this is the big curb moment for Bondarev. Yeah, wow. He's very lucky that nothing bad happened to his wagon there. Big moment all by himself.
Yeah, properly hopped up in the air there. Bondarev continues on here. We're on lap number 7 of 11. Said that Pavan's all over the pack of Bondarev down the inside into the chicane. Lovely stuff from Sebastiano Pavan up to 4th place. Very good move there. Gesture between the two of them to say, yep, let's work together. Let's try and catch up to Kavalkin with the laps remaining. 4 of them to go, including the one that they were on.
Yep, certainly so. I think Pavan sensing a little bit of weakness there from the Williams back driver of Alexander Bondarev just after that little mistake out of turn number 4, and would go for the move thinking, I'm losing a little bit of time here behind him. I need to try and close in. And I've got to give it to Sebastiano Pavan. The Italian driver has had some fantastic results over the course of the day. He has been pushing through. He starts this one on the 6th row of the grid, and he's just been fighting his way through. He's down the inside. Noah Wolf is starting to make moves. He's got the move done on Kaczynski. Lewis Francis dives through as well, finds a way to get through and holds on to Wolf as they both get through and down in towards the final chicane. And all is fine and calm now. I can imagine Andy Kansani and Murilo de Roca are starting to sense they could close in on these 3 here.
Yeah, there's going to be opportunities if they keep fighting. It's a very close moment for Lewis Francis going through turn number 12 there. Could have in disaster. Tiniest bit of contact with Noah Wolf, but they continue on. This is for 6th, 7th and 8th places in this heat. They're about a second behind Bondarev there in 5th, possibly more now. As here's a good wind up there from Lewis Francis, checks over his shoulder. Is there going to be an opportunity into turn 11? No, good. Second half of the straight speed for Noah Wolf, holds onto position, takes that wider line, trying to carry as much speed here through turn 14. And it's the long run now, full flat out through 15, on the brakes hard. After 16 into 17, 18, 19 is out of the race. It's Kai Rillas.
Yeah.
Rillas out then. Not a good weekend so far for the Belgian, and that is going to be a DNF.
Yeah, that is a big blow then for the Belgian driver. But the race continues as we're nearing the end of it. We're on lap 10 of 11. Last lap board will be out this time for our race leader, which is this man here on your screen, the 220 Lewis Werrell for Forza Racing. Werrell looking very strong here. That gap still 1.7 seconds. Wolf still under pressure. Francis starting to close in, holding on to that position. They're breaking away from it. Just a big look over the shoulder there for Werrell. Just think, right, what's the situation?
Has everybody gone?
Oh, okay, fair enough. Right, okay, I'll just cruise it home then. No drama whatsoever as we go on to the final lap now. Werrell, his lap increases now. Well, it was 1.9. I think he's backed off a little bit now to himself and Eichmann. Just think, right, okay, we've got a big advantage. No need to push too hard. Yeah,
it's going to put him into the top 8 in the points. And he passed 100 on the tally as well. That less an optimal start yesterday in the first round of heats. This is well and truly a statement from the reigning OK Junior champion that Lewis Werrell has arrived in the OK category on the final lap. Ian Eichmann's looking comfortable there in second place. But for Forza Racing, this is a really good result for Lewis Werrell. Started 3rd place on the grid. Got that good start, the early move on Kavalkin as well. It's been a very assured drive.
Yep, it certainly has. Into the final corner then, and this will be good points on the board for Lewis Werrell as he fights for the chance to become a back-to-back Champions of the Future champion last year in the juniors. Can he do it this year in the seniors? But I've got to say, he's got a lot of work to do and a lot of work ahead of him against so many other talented drivers. Eichmann finishes in 2nd place. Anatoly Kavalkin rounds out the top 3 from Sebastian Pavan. Alexander Bondarev. Noah Wolf finishes in 6th place from Lewis Francis. Kaczynski holds on to a top 10, finishing in P8 from Annie Consani. And Marilla De Rocca rounding out that top 10. But for Lewis Werrell, after 11 laps of racing, he finishes on that top spot, like you say, pushing him up into that top 8. But there are still many more races to go. Very dark racing line on that track right there. Now, so much rubber down on the exit of turn 14, just noticing that as they go through. But you can imagine now, a little bit of pressure coming off the shoulders, I think, starting to think for Lewis Werrell, this is what we need. That's a good result. I think let's continue that momentum throughout this weekend.
Yeah, it shows that what happened in that first race was a fluke. It was nothing to do with
it was an accident.
It was an accident. It wasn't going to be something that we see repeated across the course of the weekend, as you can sometimes have if it's a technical problem or something like that. There is your provisional results for the qualifying heat in Group C and E. Werrell by 1.5 seconds ahead of Eichmann's Kavalkin. 3rd, Pavan and Bondarev completing the top 5. Noah Wolf battling through there to 6th place, holding off Lewis Francis to finish in 7th place. Elliot Kaczynski 8th. Andy Kasani, good drive there from Kasani in 9th. And Murillo De Rocca in 10th. Jimmy Elias up 8 spots to 11th ahead of Marcus Shilkunas. Biggest mover in that race was Wojciech Voda in 13th. Leo Nilsson and Vilma Svan, the 2 Swedes there, finishing both in the top 15. Gerasim Skulanov in 16th place ahead of Stefano Padani. Padani up 8 in that one to 17th. Thomas Kinsey 18th. Tame Seller in 19th place. And Dominic Simek completing the top 20. Oscar Repetto, Peter Stiller, Leon Brunner, Louis Castellini and Jacob Mikulev all in the top 25 ahead of Mishum, the last of the finishers. One retirement in that race, which was Kai Rillas. Let's have a look at the highlights then. Kavalkin took it from P1. Eichmann's on the outside then. Knew he was going to lose some positions through turn 1. Settled for P4. at the end of the first phase. Bondarev attacking as well. The Birol Art there for that 4th place. But Lewis Werrell took the advantage of starting on the inside from row number 2 to be in 2nd place in the early stages. Was already thinking of a move of how to get by Anatoly Kavalkin. Chose turn 11 as the place to pounce, and then used that slightly fresher rubber that he had, having not run a long time in race number 1, to great effect. Built out that lead. Ian Eichmanns came back, as did Bondarev down the inside there of Kaczynski for a place in the top 5. And for Bondarev and Eichmanns, it was key that they get some points back, keep themselves in that top half of the standings.
Yeah, certainly so. Pavan would get past, though, Alexander Bondarev after that small mistake through turn 4 for him. Bondarev says, yep, no worries, you keep going, don't defend, I'll follow you. Yeah, absolutely fine. Last-ditch move here from Noah Wolf from the dying stages of the race. Got it done. Scary moment there for Lewis Francis, nearly collecting into the back of Wolf. But for Lewis Werrell, a first race win for him after a retirement, a 3rd, now a race win. Wind is picking up here at the circuit. It is still roughly a headwind for the drivers down the main straight. It is gusting quite heavily here, but it is changing direction as we go into the latter stages of the day. We are a few races in. There are many more to go in the first half of today. We've got 11 races to start us. We are only 4 races in. And we turn our attention now to the OK Junior qualifying heat B versus G. This, again, an interesting one, because this man here, Filippo Sala, another driver who is absolutely on it in terms of his racing. His new helmet design as well. Oh, it's good. I'm a big fan of it. But we caught up with him after qualifying. Here's what he had to say. Well, the final OK Junior qualifying session is done and dusted. Our man right here, Filippo Sala, fastest in group, but not fastest overall by a thousandth of a second, I think it was, to Drisan Langendonk. So very, very close. How does that make you feel going into the qualifying heats later?
Yeah, it's a good result, P2 overall, P1 in the group. I'm feeling good with the chassis, feeling good with the engine. We can make a very good result this week, and let's see on Saturday and Sunday. Saturday.
Yeah. On Saturday, yes, the one day ahead for us. Don't worry, we get confused as well. But, you know, great results for yourself on this one. Sun is shining. We're looking forward to the heats for today on Friday.
Yeah, I think it will be good.
Thursday. We're Thursday today. There you go.
It's fine. Yeah, I think we can make a great result. Yeah, Dries is very fast, and we will see.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations. Well done. Faster than group.
Thank you.
Look forward to Saturday.
Look for Saturday, yeah.
Saturday. There we go. Great to chat there to our man starting on pole for this one, Filippo Sala. Big smiles on his face. And I suspect those smiles have stayed on his face. After 3 race wins, he is in control with this one alongside Christian Costura, of course. Florentine Hattemer starts this one on the front row of the grid, 2nd place on the grid. Good result for race 1, P4. Has been struggling with penalties in his 2nd and 3rd races. He's been bumping him down the order. Good finishing results, but those post-race penalties being applied 9th and 6th at the end of it. Whistle blowing there showing the 1-minute board going out. Rocco Coronel, though, starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid. There he is on your screen. Very distinctive, the Coronel orange helmet there. Brilliant to see. Good results. 3rd and 2 seconds yesterday. And I think wanting to maintain that momentum, but still looking for his first win.
I've been very impressed with Coronel's starts. He's been getting the business done in the early stages of these races and looking to build upon that. And has got a lot of experience around this circuit. He's been here already in 2024 and has definitely put that amount of laps that he's done to good use to increase the race pace so far this weekend. And useful as well. He's got a teammate up at the front, the pointy end of the grid as well for Victory Lane karting. So we're looking for another good result.
Certainly so. Yeah, everyone getting comfortable and ready to go as the whistle blows and qualifying heat B versus G heads out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup then for our 5th race of the day. It's Filippo Sala and Florentine Hattemer on row number 1, Rocco Coronel and Vladimir Ivanikov on row 2. Andrea Mani and Henry Domain, they go from row number 3, Derek Clark and Bogdan Kozma on row 4. Mativ Duganov and Luke Korda, they go from row 5 from Nikita Nikishov, and Jack Iliff on row 6. Travis Teo and Jesse Phillips rounds out the top 7 rows.
Kara Virhan starts on row 8, is joined by Makar Savalev on that one. Ethan Lennon and Klara Kowalczyk start on row number 9. Ella Hakkinen and Manuel Miguez start on the 10th row of the grid, as there's problems there for the number 50. That is Manuel Miguez due to start on that 10th row of the grid. Kit Bolowski, a lot of positions gained for Kit Bolowski, switching back to Fusion Motorsport this year. Starts on row 11 alongside Amin Kara Osman. Alois Girardet and Apo Timonen start on row 12. Iskender Sulfikari and Marie Barryberg starts on row 13. And then it's Mark Brovko and Amelia Wisniewska starting on the 14th row of the grid. There's due to be 28 karts on track for this race, but at the moment, as we saw there, it's only 27 at the moment. Problems for Manuel Miguez, CRG, getting it started and getting it out onto track.
Yeah, good to see though that other mechanics from other teams joining in the help there to start. You saw CRG mechanic and a Kart Republic mechanic all trying to help out there. Right, field goes past. Attempt number 2 for Miguez. Can he get started? Lift that compression valve up. Oh, it's just not going. That sounds very unhealthy, and he is furious. Careful with your hand there. That's going to be a hard engine you're punching. That is a big, big disaster for him. Fortunately for Manuel Miguez, out of this race.
So we are down to 27 before the race even begins. Formation lap continuing. Sala on the front row with Hattimer for company. Coronel and Ivanikov row 2. Marnie and Domain row 3. Clark and Cosma row 4. Durganov, Korda row 5. Nikishov and Iliff on row number 6. Is there going to be another attempt here for Miguel to get the kart started? Kart number 50. You can see the frustration in the eyes for Manuel Miguez there, because you know, P10 or the 10th row of the grid, you can do something from there, but not if you can't even get out of pits. No,
exactly. Well, the field's going to come round to, well, I say start the race. They're not really in order yet. They're still single file. Right now they're getting in order on track. So there you can see them on your screen as they get going for this racing, and hopefully Manuel Miguez will get going. Green light goes out. We are off and racing, and Filippo Sala, brilliant start. Same with Coronel. They hold on to the lead of that one, already breaking away. Contretemps in the background there as Hattimer, Ivanikov, Domain, Manny all trying to get involved in that one. Big send to the inside there for the number 41 of Jarrett Clark, who I think's up to 3rd already. 2 karts going off, 3, 4, 5 karts going off, and a spin. It's the 119 that's round. It's Travis Teo.
Yeah, that was right in the middle of the pack that a couple of drivers got spat out of the group. I think Bogdan Cosma's been held up, Luke Korda as well. It's a bit of a fight there as Hattimer tried to retake positions there away from Andrea Marni in the number 97. A lot of drivers moving up, a lot of drivers moving down at the start of that one as out of the race. One attempt to get it restarted for Travis Teo. It wasn't successful, and there is a very angry Manuel Miguez walking back to the pre-grid. Also out of this race, didn't even get into this race. There is Teo out of the race as well. So as I say, a lot of drivers moving around in that one. At the end of lap number 1, it's Sala from Coronel, Clark, Manny and Hattimer. That is your top 5. Biggest gainer on that first lap was Iskender Sulfikari, up 12 spots to 13th. Kit Bolowski up 10 as well to 11th. Marie Barryberg, Mark Brovko. So if you're in the very lower reaches of the grid, in the last 3 or 4 rows, there was a lot to be gained there. Drivers in trouble on that first lap. Apart from the ones that we've already seen. Ethan Lennon down 9, Makar Savalev down 8, Ella Hakkinen down 4, Luke Korda down 11 spots, Jesse Phillips and Jack Iliff all involved there, as well as an investigation flag as well for the 110 Florentine Hattimer. There's a lot that's happened there in that first 2 laps.
There is, and I've got to say, for Florentine Hattimer, it's been investigation flag after investigation flag, and they're all for the, I think, for the start of these races. I'm not too sure. I'm going to look back at some other results and see what potentially it was. But certainly for Florentine Hattimer, it's been a really tough weekend.
Scrappy.
It's been scrappy.
Yeah, it's been scrappy so far. There's still time to remedy it, but yeah, that's Yeah, not the greatest of news for the driver in the 110. Right, we're on lap number 3. Salah leads, half a second clear of Coronel. Jarrett Clark with that great start is up to 3rd place. Florentine Hatteman there in 4th, Andrea Marni in 5th. Now the race feels like it's getting into a rhythm here, Anthony Jordan. And drivers know what they've got to do now for the remaining 7 laps.
Certainly so. We're looking at the number 41 here. Jarrett Clark started this race 7th, currently 3rd, gaining those 4 positions for the Forza Racing team. A superb start again. That inside line, I think, working well as down the inside here. Nicely done for Ivanikov. Back up into P5. Andrea Manni dropping down into P6.
Yeah, big opportunity now for Ivanikov with potential investigations going on for drivers around. Started 4th on the grid again. You know, you're on the outside. You're probably going to fall back a little bit. It's about the mid-phase of the race, fighting your way back through. Jack Iliff's also trying to do that. 55.982. The American is the fastest driver on circuit. The trouble, though, is down in 18th place for Forza Racing right now.
Yeah, that is not what you want to see at all. Big changes all the way throughout this field, like you alluded to earlier on. As we are nearing the halfway mark of this race, we are on lap 4, going on to lap 5, and it's still Filippo Sala who leads the way. We've not spoken a lot about him at the moment. That's because, well, he's got a lead, but it's not too much, as Bogdan Kozma is a latest driver to now go under investigation. As back to the inside, here comes Ivanikov again. Manny's going to follow, and unfortunately there for, I think, is that Florentine Hatteman that's gone back? No, this is a little further down the order, isn't it? That's Domain going backwards a little bit. So, yeah, big shame there. It was Nikita Nikishov, sorry, going backwards. Domain and Kozma who made the move. So, there you go. I'm getting all tangled up with my drivers here. But all good then for the overtake, but very close there through turn 1.
Yeah, very close indeed. Good opportunity for taking there by Bogdan Kozma to just get down the inside whilst there was a lane open, triggered by Domain in that case. On your screens, here is the battle for 3rd place. Clark and Hattemer coming down the back straight now and towards the final chicane. Lap 5 about to be completed. And Jarrett Clark's another driver who's impressed me so far this weekend. Another driver stepping up through the ranks, having a good time of things. Very experienced driver in many forms of karting, but showing he's got the speed here in OK Junior.
He is. On the inside in towards turn number 3 and 4. And no changes there. A lot of movement with the steering there, you've just noticed from Florentine Hatteman. Really working that wheel. And I think track temperature still relatively low out there, despite the driver's best efforts of trying to warm it up. The wind is still playing havoc, which I suspect is also putting in motion in that wheel as well. You know, if you get a good kick of wind, it can suddenly throw the kart off line. You've got to work hard to get it back on, and you're seeing that from these drivers here. Onto the back straight. Is Coronel closing in on Sala? The gap says 0.6 of a second, so that is increasing, but it is still short as the sun blesses us with its appearance here through the clouds at Valencia. Back onto the start-finish straight. Here's your race leaders going through shot, but the battle for 3rd is still on as Florentine Hatteman is still piling on that pressure.
The other thing with the weather as well, that the combination of kart and driver, quite a lot of weight there, you know, for the juniors, 140 kilograms combined weight for those two, and there's a lot of momentum there. You know, it's shifting along at a lick of pace, and if you do get that side wind especially, make it very tricky out there for the drivers. 1st and 2nd heading into turn number 11. By the time I've even said that, they're out of it through 12 and into 13. Salah looking strong at the moment as the points would look like this at the end of this race if nothing changes. Salah and Costoya both on 200, Van Langendonk on 194, so that top 3 in a way would be no different to what we saw at the start of the day. Top 2, perfect score, 3rd place, 6 points back, and a bit of a drop then to Kraling and Coronel both on 173. Pradir, Ivanikov and Huang would be your top 8 in the 160s and 150s of the points so far. Another new fastest lap of the race from the race leader. Meanwhile, Clark having to work very hard to hold on to 3rd place here ahead of Hatteman.
Yeah, he got up into this position. Now he's got to fight to hold on to it as Hatteman, like you're saying, is piling on that pressure. Now looks to the inside in towards turn 11, gets it done. No time wasted. Clark didn't fight that one as well. He can see he's got Ivanikov closing in as well. He can see Andrea Mani is closing in also, and the rest of the field. So you don't want to fight it too hard here and lose too much time. He's still in a good spot. This is still P4.
Yep, good points to be had. He's going to go down the inside. Beautifully done by Jarrett Clark. Back into P3, but now the door's going to be opened up here for Ivanikov. Ivanikov trying to come down the inside. Hattemer blocks two at the inside there towards turn one. Round the outside, here comes the 84 of Henry Domain.
Yep.
Henry Domain going for it and getting a position. Brilliantly done by Henry Domain. And all of a sudden, a proper race is broken out here as Jarrett Clark continues to hold on for this third place.
This is risky stuff for Jarrett Clark. His best result has only been P4s throughout this weekend. He is looking for a P3 and is going very slowly there. The 83 out of it now. That's Nikita Nikashov, who didn't get a good getaway out of that corner when he's getting stuck in that pack. He holds on to that one. Now, Clark still holds on to it now as Fatima's having to defend from Domain, but Fatima's got the inside line here as they go onto the back straight. Not enough. It's not enough. Clark holds on to third, but they're going into that final corner. Wide there goes one of the fusions in the background there. That's not gone well at all. But across the line, it's Filippo Sala who takes another 50 points. He's got maximum score. The battle from third, though, is in the background of our screens. It's very close. It's still Jarrett Clark. What a drive for Jarrett Clark. That's his best result so far this weekend.
Really good stuff from Jarrett Clark. Holds on. Big haul of points. Moves himself up the classification for these qualifying heats, but another mega drive from Filippo Sala continues this switch runner form. That is again 4 from 4, like we said with Costoya, remains on a perfect score this time. 200 points for Sala. There's 4 groups of 50, and it's still all to play for, but it's hotting up here between Sala, Costoya and Van Langendonk across those different groups. Good result there for Rocco Coronel as well, holding himself there in the top 5.
Yes, and if they continue this momentum, Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya, both of them on 200 points, we are going to have to wait until the penultimate race of the day, which is starting at 6 tonight, when we see Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya start from the front row against each other.
We haven't planned this, ladies and gentlemen, but that is a beautiful way that things are progressing.
That's going to be a good little race, that one. There's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. It was Sala from Coronel, Clark, Hattemer, Domain, Ivanikov, Kozma from Mani, Fairhand and Bolovsky, the top 10. Alexander Solvkari rounds out 11th place from Duganov. Nikitashov and Ilif Griniade there in 15th place. A very packed grid of drivers, 10 seconds covering less than the top 15 there. Kowalczyk, Phillips not having a good result in that one as well, dropping down the order again to P17. It's been a tough weekend for Jesse Phillips. Luke Corner still there as well. Savalev from Aminkara Osman, Marie Barryberg from Apo Timonen, Ethan Lennon there as well from Mark Grofko, Ella Hakkinen and Amelia Vishomiska. 2 retirements, Travis Teo and Manuel Miguez, unfortunately. But there on your screen, big, whew, that was a race, wasn't it? Filippo Sala gets onto that weigh scale. Let's have a look at the highlights. And again, a good getaway from the front row, or the inside row, got to say. Sala and Coronel just breaking away.
Yeah, they did a perfect start there to leave everybody else fighting for third place. This was a key move. Jarrett Clark down the inside of Andrea Mani there to take third place and would hold on to that third place for the rest of the race. Not a good run for Travis Teo. There was an incident in the middle of the pack that put Travis out of the race. Manuel Miguez didn't even see the start of the race. Problems getting the engine fired out of the pre-grid meant that he did not start on the race record. Lap number 4 down the inside. The number 89 was on the move there through the field. That's a recovering Vladimir Ivanikov, who started P4 on the grid. Liked this move from Bogdan Kozma, sneaking down the inside of the number 83 of Nikita Nikashov there. And heading into the latter stages, it was a great battle for third place. Hattemer trying to wrestle it away from Jarrett Clark, but Jarrett Clark came back with that great move into the chicane, and anybody could have taken that spot on the final lap. 5, 6, 7 carts, all but the way back to Kip Bolovsky. That's what happened to Nikashov. A bit of contact from behind, it would seem, and in the end, Nikashov would finish P13. But for Filippo Sala, another routine victory, another 50 points for his tally. Ricky Flynn Motorsports driver to the top of the standings.
Jarrett Clark, again, very close. Great to see him defending that position for third, his best result of the weekend as well. But for Salah, like I say, some good results there. That's exactly what he needed. Back to the senior category now. We turn to the OK qualifying heat A versus D. And your man here, Zach Drummond from Scotland. A great day so far, great weekend. He's had 2 wins already, pole position as well, outright. He's looking one of the favourites again in the senior category. Can he maintain that momentum? Here's what he said after qualifying.
Well, Zach Drummond, qualifying Group 2 for the senior OK category, is done. Fastest overall out of the 2 groups. There's 2 more sessions to go, but are we still feeling confident?
I'm feeling confident because for me that was the perfect lap because I caught, I forgot who it was already, but I caught him so much and then I got the slipstream down the back straight, which just helped my lap so much, but I really think it was the perfect lap.
Obviously, the 2 slipstream opportunities here, one down in towards turn 1 and the back straight. So, yeah, there is plenty of speed around this track. But for you, it worked out absolutely perfectly. The first time down into the 52-second lap time, so solid time on there. Race is coming up today. The sun's starting to shine. Everything seems to be going your way at the moment.
Yeah, everything's good. Hopefully it stays good for the weekend.
Well, we'll let you congratulate with the team, celebrate with them, get ready for those races today. But from right now in qualifying, it's looking good. But with 2 more sessions to go, we'll see how it ends. But well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. Good stuff from Zach Drummond there. From his own mouth, perfect lap. It went his way. He got the toe where he needed it. He got everything that sorted out, and it was just a good lap. Here's a look then of what you can see coming up for the rest of this morning before we go into the first lunch break. We're about to go into the OK qualifying heat versus A and D. Then it's Group D and H for the juniors. Then it's B and E for the OK category, A and E for junior, and then D and F for the OK categories. That rounds us up to about 1 o'clock. There is a few more races before then the lunch break on that one. In fact, actually, there's only 1 more race before the lunch break on that one. It will be Heat 29, which is the juniors for their qualifying Heat 18, D versus G. Then we have a short break. Back with the juniors again after that one, and then it alternates until we near the end of the day, until we get to around Heat 37 of the day. That's where the OK drivers finish their day for their super heats tomorrow, and then we decide who's going to be starting on pole for that one.
We do indeed. The juniors take us through to the end of the day. There will be another short break after heat number 39, so that'll be around 5:10 here local time. Do stick with us throughout the course of the day. There is our driver starting on the outside of row 1 for this next one, Noah Monteiro. Good results yesterday, a 5th and a 2nd place for the Portuguese pilot, running with the Kart Republic team this year, and was in good spirits yesterday as well. Looking for a strong run through these qualifying heats, which is still very much all to play for here in the OK category in their 3rd round. And that's our next driver. Arguably a better position to start here at Valencia. P3 on the grid for Jindrik Peschel. Had similarly good results today. In fact, the exact same results as Noah Monteiro, 5th and 2nd across the 2 rounds that went on yesterday. 1-minute board going up in the air, telling the drivers that it's almost time to get out on track here in Valencia. Still quite cold here. Air temperature measured around 11 degrees Celsius. Jakub Kamenik there for DCR Motorsport. Has had some good speed so far this weekend, but the difficulty here is starting on the outside of the grid from P4, and also it being a race up against Group A as well. So arguably, on paper, the fastest set of drivers once everything's shaken out across the field here with Group A.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, drivers getting themselves squared up, ready to go on this one. Tension starting to build, and again, it's still a lot of pressure, I think, on Zach Drummond's shoulders on this one. He's had, so far, a perfect weekend. Outright pole in qualifying into those super heats as well, or into those heats as well. 2 wins in that. Let's see if we can maintain that one as the whistle blows, and it's OK qualifying heat A versus D. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Zach Drummond and Noah Monteiro on the front row. Jindrik Peschel and Jakub Kamenik on row 2. David Walter and Luna Flusha go from row 3 from Finn McLaughlin and Marius Barryberg on row 4. Maximilian Rafalek and Kasper Henriksen round out row 5 and the top 10 from Guillaume Bouzard and Joe Turney on row 6. Keep an eye on Joe Turney. He's been making his way through the field in these ones. Selim Hanar and Eliko Visto round out row number 7.
Guy Halbach and Ludovico Busso start on the 8th row of the grid. France's Tom Dussol starts on row 9 alongside Mark Dumnitsky. Michael Ida and Stepan Antonov start on the 10th row of the grid. Marty Rittonen and Mike Pachiala starts on row number 11 and all finish row number 11 there. Kuba Reisky and Len Neisch starts on row number 12. Vegard Clemenson, Hugo Rajamets and Ivo Bastera starts 25th, 26th and 27th on the grid. That is your lineup here for the qualifying heats involving groups A and D after yesterday's timed qualifying in the OK category. Fastest driver in that timed qualifying, Zach Drummond, looking for another victory here.
Certainly so. Well, let's see how it all goes. Luckily, all of our drivers heading out to the circuit. No gremlins with starting. That has been a bit of a cause of concern for many of them. The OK karts obviously needing that assistance to get started. Obviously, driver and mechanic both working hard to make sure all these karts working well and they can start these races. Tension starting to build now as outlap completed. Drivers going on to their formation lap, scrambling to get the temperature into those tyres. And for Drummond and Montero, that front row is going to be a tough one. The inside row, though, has been working so much better, though, this morning. I mean, they're not on the racing line, though, on that inside row, which is the surprising one for me as well.
No, they're not indeed. I'll tell you the other driver that I'm intrigued to see how they get on in this race. David Walter.
Yeah.
Frankly, bizarre race at times yesterday that we saw here from the box. I think it was in the second round of heats where there was an intermittent technical problem, which meant that out of turn 12 in particular, the car just had a momentary loss of power. But then when the power came back, he was absolutely flying.
Yeah, he flew through the field. So, yeah, really interesting one there. There you can see the grandstands, the spectators still braving the conditions here. They're a lot braver than I am. I've got a heater right next to me, and I'm loving it at the moment. I don't want to rub that into anyone in the PA. Sorry. Right, anyway, drivers coming into the tram lines. Here we go then. It's Zach Drummond and Noah Montero as the lights go green down and towards turn number 1. Good start from both rows this time. Keep an eye on Montero, the yellow helmet. Can he get that car back to the inside? He'll have the inside line as they come through turn 3, and he can best third. McLaughlin up into 4th. That's a good start as everyone scrambles to find a spot on the track. But crucially, it's Drummond who leads the way. Jindrich Pessel holds on to 2nd place. As off the track goes the 2:35. That's not gone well at all for Tom Dussol.
Yeah, Tom Dussol started on the 9th row of the grid for CRG. I won't go any further there. It's deep in the sand and in the gravel. Is that out of turn number 2? Not quite sure where that is, but either way, he's going to be out of contention here in this one at the very best. Zach Drummond continues to lead this one round as they go towards the final chicane for lap number 1. What a start that was for McLaughlin. He's had a lot of speed so far as Tom Dussol walks back to one of the marshal posts. That will be his vantage point for the rest of this race. McLaughlin on the attack, down the inside, takes 3rd place away from Montero. Lovely stuff from the Irishman. That's the VDK Racing entry up to 3rd.
Certainly so, making those moves. Another driver who we're going to have to keep an eye on throughout this race is the driver currently in 23rd, who started this one at the back of the grid, Ivo Bestrada, the only driver with a fresh set of boots on the left-hand side of Wagon. So will make their way through the field, I'm sure, as this race progressive. Jay Turney, David Walter, Turney already up to P5, so some great racing already, and you can just see holding that tighter line. David Walter right there again, checking something down at the radiator, just maybe adjusting the cover on the radiator as they go down the back straight. Montero there in 4th. Now hunting down McLaughlin, who just took that position away from him as Turner goes through, clipping those apexes. A little bit wide there from the CRG. That there a little further behind, I think, was Guillaume Bouzard. A little wide there out of that final chicane. At the moment, all is settled down now as drivers now try to eke away at these advantages that these drivers have gained.
They do indeed, but Drummond has got a number of drivers, a number of fast drivers within 2 seconds of his rear bumper at the moment. You see Joe Turney in the 203. Great to have Joe Turney back in racing action after that horrible incident that he had at the World Championships at the back end of 2023. Had a disrupted qualifying, had a problem with around a lap and a half to go, which meant he is starting arguably out of position on that 6th row of the grid. But has been coming through the field a lot so far this weekend, and we have seen this from Turney before as well. When he's had a bad qualifying, he can race his way through. Won here last year in the Champions of the Future for round 1 at Valencia. Looking to do so again. A long, long way to go. Here's the battle for second place. Peschel, McLaughlin, Montero. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, covered by less than half a second front to back. Joe Turney and David Walter not too far behind. Zach Drummond, 54.782, showing again the timed qualifying pace wasn't a one-off. He's got the race pace as well, and he is charging off the front of this field.
Certainly is. Really piling down the power here is Zach Drummond. And again, the young Scotsman who has been racing for many, many years now, stepping up all the way through the likes of cadet, juniors, seniors now, having a very good run. You've got a hand up there, and yes, there is a little bit of coming together. You can see out of the commentary box window, and I'm going to say the two drivers involved in that one are Casper Henriksen and I think Maximilian Rafalik, who have come together on track. It's off camera, we can see it out the commentary box window. It was just at the exit of turn number 13 at the moment, so yellow flags are out, but eyes still fixated on this battle. Montero on that rear bumper of Peschel as they make their way through the chicane. They're still very, very close. There we are seeing some karts here, and that looks like that is Casper Henriksen's kart that's not been able to restart, and it also looks like Maximilian Rafalik's also not started as well, the AKM Motorsport driver, out of this race also.
Yeah, not good news for those two pilots side by side. Here comes David Walter. Well, he had a very fast second half of his second race yesterday. Once everything came to tune, as down the inside goes Joe Turney as well. Takes another position away from his teammate there, Noah Montero. So lots changing there on that lap. Up to 3rd place goes Walter. Up to 5th place goes Turney. Of course, McLaughlin's got through in all of this as well, so up to 2nd place. Now, what kind of pace has McLaughlin got? Has he got enough to close in to Drummond? Does he want to do that, of course, because that would be a big effort to take out there on circuit, take a lot out of his tyres. Still a long way to go. Joe Turney all over the back of Jindrik Peschel now, trying to find a way through into 3rd place. Is there going to be an opportunity into turn 11? Yes, there is. Turney down the inside, on the brakes. Through comes Montero as well. Great work between the teammates there. Both of them gaining a position.
Yep, David Walter, though, breaking away there in 3rd place, getting through. Casper Henriksen getting a warning flag, so that will be for that incident that was just off camera there. So race controller found their culprit for it, which is, yeah, unfortunately, Henriksen. As they go through, back onto the start-finish straight, and it's still Drummond, McLaughlin, Walter, Turney from Montero. Peschel now there in 6th place, battling with Montero. Guillaume Bazar now has been released from the battle further behind, as Luna Flusha is there in P8 as well. She's making her way through the field. Jakub Kamenek still there in 9th from Salim Hana, who rounds out the top 10. So the top 10 still relatively close, so some drivers making their way through the field. But eyes on the man here, 203, Joe Turney. And as he closes in now on... well, no, actually, is that No Montero getting back past? No, it isn't. No, it's Turney in front of No Montero. Montero's closed back in on him.
Yeah, it has indeed, but it's a good place to be, because the two teammates can work together to try and catch up to Walter ahead. Big amount of curb being taken there by Joe Turney through the final chicane. He's on it here, curve through turn 1 as well. Is this going to be an opportunity for Montero to get through? Again, got to think that it's a long way through to those super heats tomorrow. Don't want to take yourself out of contention at this stage. Changes in position further down the order. Dovnitsky up to 15th, Mestera up to 16th. And I think I'm right in saying that's our driver with new tyres on for this race, so good progress from the pole there in the Powerlin Motorsport kart. It's Marty Rittinen who's lost a couple of positions there. No change in position here between the two kart republics. Turney still ahead of Montero, but they don't really seem to be making much impression on David Walter ahead, who's just gone purple through sector 1.
Yeah, he has breaking away. Again, we're seeing that very common thing. Car really comes in the latter stage of the race and gets full waft, does he, on that Tony Kart, does David Walter. So he's still breaking away as these two continue to work together out on track. McLaughlin, though, is still closing in on Drummond, but the gap's 1.4 seconds. I think Walter is closing in on McLaughlin more than McLaughlin's closing in on Drummond, because Walter is matching Drummond's pace at the moment.
Yes, indeed. 54.449 for the Dane last time around. No change behind for fourth and fifth. Stepan Antonov has got past Salim Hanna for 10th place. That was on the last lap. So good moves from Antonov, who I think is not quite our biggest mover in this race. Up 10 spots to 10th, but Becerra has gone further than that, 12 places to 15th. There is your race leader. 2 laps to go for Zach Drummond into turn 1. Lead is just under 1.5 seconds ahead of Finn McLaughlin. He's looking very good this weekend.
Certainly is. Many points up for grabs over the course of this one. Drivers, again, just focusing on this one after shaky qualifyings from so many drivers. And I think one of them was, I think there was a yellow flag in one of them. I think it was Joe Turney who caused the yellow flag, I think, in the qualifying session. That, of course, bumped everyone back. They couldn't put another quick time in. So you're seeing a lot of drivers who are unfortunately suffering with that one, having to fight their way through the field, which does make for exciting racing and exciting points. And certainly exciting racing later on in the weekend when we come to the superheats. But right now, they're all doing what they need to do. Pavan still closing in. Montero still behind Turney. Position still the same. But Turney, you can see there, with those 8 positions gained in P4, looking very, very strong. But Pavan, McLaughlin and Walter still closing in as we go on to this final lap. Is Walter close enough for a charge, though, here?
Not quite at the moment. He's going to need a strong run through sector number 2 to shape something up for either turn 11 or down into the final 3-part chicane. Looks like Kamenek has got past Flusha, as has Antonov. So Flusha still holding there in the top 10, but losing a couple of spots last couple of laps. Finn McLaughlin has a quick check over the shoulder, sees that David Walter is there in the 2.65, but still isn't in range to have a go here. That's turn 11 done, 12, 13, 14, the long turn 14. There is your race leader, Zach Drummond. From pole position is going to be one of 2 drivers remaining. He's slowing it right down here through the final chicane. Simple victory for Zach Drummond, moves to 150 points. Finn McLaughlin holds on to 2nd place ahead of David Walter. Another strong run for the Dane there on the Tony Karts to 3rd. Joe Turney 4th. Noah Montero 5th. Good results for the Kart Republics in the top 5. Jindrik Peschel in 6th place. Well, Zach Drummond, I could tell through that final couple of corners there, Anthony, very relaxed, fully backing it off. And it's him and Gomez out front now at 150 points each.
A simple cruise. Now we have to decide, when are we going to have to wait until we see Gomez and Drummond battle? I'm going to look for that one, because certainly, don't tell me that's going to be like near the last race of the day that we've got for OK. Not too sure, but we'll find that one out. But right now, a very exciting set of races that we've seen all the way throughout today so far. But it's certainly not over yet. There are so many more races that we have got ahead of us here. Yes, it is going to be qualifying heat A versus F at 3:30. 3:30, we see Drummond and Gomez go to battle. Who's going to be the first one on that one? Zach Drummond then takes his 3rd win of the weekend. Finn McLaughlin finishes in his best result with a P2 after 2 third places yesterday. David Walter with his best result of a P3 after a 4th and 28th. Yesterday, Joe Turney with P4 from Noah Montero, Jindrik Peschel from Guillaume Brazin, Jakub Kamenek from Stepan Antonov, Salim Hanna from Luna Flusha, Domenico Visto, Marius Barryberg, Mark Dudnitsky, and Ivo Pastada finishing in 15th place. A brilliant result there, gaining 12 places. The same for Stepan Antonov, 11 places gained.
Second half of the field, Marta Juitinen there in 16th. Ludovico Busso had a bit of a difficult time out there, finishes P17. Len Neisch finishes in 18th place. Michael Ida 19th. Mike Pachihala in 20th place ahead of Cooper Reisky, Guy Albach, Hugo Rajamets, Vegard Clemenson. That was the last of your finishers, 24 of them, 3 retirements in that race. Max Rafalik, Kasper Henriksen, that incident through turn 12 and turn 13, and Tom Dussol didn't see the end of lap 1. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that heat in OK. Good start for Drummond. Good start as well for the outside column there. Montero holding in initially for second place, had to concede that spot to Peschel, but one of the better starts for someone from P2 today, going into third place by the time they got to turns 3 and 4. There was the demise of Tom Dussol early on, the 3-5. I think was off around turn 1, turn 2 kind of area. And yeah, very disappointing result for the Frenchman. On the attack, the 2-7-4 of Finn McLaughlin had some great form so far in 2024. He was one of his best races so far here this weekend at Valencia. Moved himself up to third place and then second with this move on Peschel. Peschel slipping back a bit in the mid stages. That was at the start of lap number 5. In the end, the driver from Czechia would finish 6th. There, out of the race went Rafalik and Henriksen with an incident going into sector number 3.
Montero still making the moves during that one. Peschel just slowly getting squeezed out the way. Turney going through on Montero, getting up in front, and then they would start to close in on Peschel. Turney first with the move. Montero would come second into the next corner. It's a heart-wrenching moment, that, isn't it, for a driver? You think, oh no, I've lost one into this one. I think, oh no, I've lost one into the next one as well. And it's just, yeah, you fall down the order. It's never a nice feeling. But for Drummond, this is a nice feeling. 3 out of 3, he takes the race win. Oh, I've got to say, David Walter there, so close to getting a second place finish.
Yeah, I think one more lap and he would have got out some very good pace from David Walter in that race. Well, there we go. Those drivers we will see later on this afternoon. Next up out on circuit, we go back to OK Junior. It'll be Group D and H heading out on circuit shortly. But we're going to take a short break here on the commentary. Back in a few moments here at Valencia. There is your driver in OK Junior. On the front row of the grid will be Kenzo Craigie starting here in this one on the front row of the grid. And another very competitive grid for this field. All of them looking for points across the course of the next 9 laps. The race due to start in around just under 2.5 minutes time, with everything still to play for across the course of this afternoon. You're watching live coverage of the first round for 2024 Champions of the Future Euro Series live here from Valencia, from Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan here for the entirety of the day. Great to have you with us for a really good run of racing that we've had so far this morning, Anthony. And long way it continue, because we've got another set of drivers coming out shortly in OK Junior. These two groups, D and H, you know, drivers that did good in qualifying, but will be definitely looking to move up the order with this great opportunity to get points. Yeah, certainly. I mean, Kenzo Craigie, who starts this one on the front row, has had, I think, the best of both worlds on this one. He's had good results and a race win. Yeah. 2 second places in his races as well, so he is in a good spot here. This driver here, Nicholas Schaufler, it's been good. I'm going to say, good is what I'm going to describe his weekend as. Race win in his first one. P5 and a P2. Again, he's been in that top 5 all the way around. Good results. Exactly what he needed. He's going to be pushing on this one, sporting new helmet, new livery, everything with his new sponsor there on board. Certainly he stands out on that grid, doesn't he? Beautifully prepared machine, if I may say so, for Nicholas Schaufler, and it's got the speed so far this weekend as well. Sebastian Letimaki will be due to start on the second row of the grid, the Finn so far this weekend. Results consistently in the top 5 across the 3 races competed in so far by Letimaki. There, Sebastian is racing again for Tony Kart. We've just seen a good results for another one of the Tony Kart runners in the previous race. What can Letimaki do here? Certainly so. Starts on that second row of the grid. We'll have Sebastian Mins alongside. Sebastian Mins, again, it's been a shaky one. Good results, so still 3rd and a 5th. Race 2, though, 19th after a penalty. Unfortunately, dropping down the order
yeah, not the result he will have wanted. We'll have Alfie Slater and Casper Radford just behind as well. But certainly a tense moment for our drivers on this one, as Kenzo Craigie, who has had some very good results, he's now with the Prema team, so a big shake-up for him, new team that he's with for this season, really showing that he's got some talent here.
Oh, absolutely. We've seen the speed from Kenzo Craigie many times over the years. And yeah, he'll be looking to continue that form and get those results in, especially here with this great opportunity from pole position. Here we go then, rolling out from the pre-grid, qualifying heats for groups D and H. Here in the OK Junior category, let's have a look through the grid for this one. Kenzo Craigie starts on pole position, Nicholas Schaufler alongside on the front row. Sebastian Letimaki and Sebastian Mintz start on row 2. Alfie Slater has had some good starts from row 3 so far this weekend. He'll need another there alongside Casper Reipold. Scott Marsh, Cole Denham start on the 4th row of the grid. Bosco Arias and Jacopo Martinez start on row 5. William Kalea from Australia starts on row 6 alongside Alex Brunner. Kanish Grau and Boris Lysen start on row number 7.
Jagrat de Troja and Asher Oshton go from row number 8. Theo Bastidi and Meryl Peldis on row 9. Vanessa Shulkanate and Marcel Sebo on row 10. They ran out the top 20 from Nilis Malik and Amir Sabrov on row 11. Paul Astonadis and Philippe Paletta on row number 12, with Augustus Toniolo and Oscar Gallin on row 13. Alexander Dahlstrom and Zhao Zijun round out the 28 runners on this one. You saw briefly on the W grid cam there, Alex Brunner, the number 55, not getting a full getaway on the first attempt of starting it. I think it was started on the second attempt because all cuts are out on track.
Yes, very good for everybody getting out there on circuit for the formation laps. Situation in the points stands as follows: 200 points each for Salah and Costoya. They'll be sitting this one out. Van Langendonk third on 194. Trailing and Coronel fourth, equal fourth on 173. Padir 167, Ivanikov 165, and Huang on 152. But really here, Kenzo Craigie, great opportunity to go back into that top 5 with this heat. Has the heat in hand right now. But sometimes when you're at the end of a rotation, that can put a bit of pressure on when you've seen your other competitors continue their strong form.
Exactly, yeah. It can be a little bit disheartening knowing that, right, I've got to keep this up now. And, you know, but hey, it is the case on this one. You know, each driver has to keep it up. You know, this is still effectively qualifying. It's the longest qualifying these drivers have to deal with. So many races they've got to deal with over the course of this weekend. But right now, yeah, it's all down to what you can do in these. Really put yourself in a good position, ready for those super heats tomorrow. And then, of course, those all-important finals. There you can see the weaving to get the temperature in the tyres. Pretty sure they're not allowed to do that on the track, but I don't know if that's fully in formation on that one. But there's the red line. No overtaking beyond this point. Really, you should be 2x2 rolling start already by that time you get to that line. The drivers have now sorted themselves out into this one. So let's see who's going to start this one. There, the Prema on the left, the DPK on the right. It's Craigie and Schaufler as the lights go green and away they go. And it's a hand up in the background there. It's Casper Rajpol, whose car did not go. And unfortunately, that caused the outside row to really slow down. And it looks like Schaufler has dropped back all the way into about P4 now. He has to the inside there. Latimaki and Slater get through the inside row, working well. Conchiton there in towards turn at number 4, but it's all fine, and it's a clear breakaway for the rest of the field. Down the inside there, the number 31 coming through. That's Bosco Arias there, gaining places as he moves up, as wheel to wheel goes the Sodi of the 118. That's Kanish Grau gaining positions here as he goes defensive from the 96 here of William Callagher.
It is indeed. You've got that feeling that it's the last heat of a rotation for this category. The OK Juniors have come out to play in this one. There was a lot of weaving and back and forth through turn 3 and 4. A couple of carts going across the curb there. But coming round to complete lap number 1 then. Kenzo Craigie leads this race. Second place for Letimaki. Then back up to third. It's Schaufler there in the bright orange number 33 ahead of Alfie Slater. So another good start for Ricky Flynn Motorsports' Alfie Slater. Bosco Arias completing the top 5. Another great start from Bosco Arias. Not the first time we've said that so far this weekend at Valencia. Up 4 spots to 5th place. Also up 4 spots, Asher Oxtein for CRG, the American, up to 12th. as the leaders winded out onto the smaller mid-straight, shall we say, on the approach to turn number 11. Big opportunity here for Craigie and Letimaki to pull off the front, but they've got to work together because Schaufler, Arias now up to 4th place past Slater are not too far behind.
They are not indeed far behind. Letimaki there looking potentially to the inside into the final chicane. No thinks against it last second. Slots back into that one. Schaufler now, like you're saying, is back up to 3rd place now, really starting to reel in these two as Letimaki to the inside takes the lead of this one. Craigie not able to hold on to it. Now Schaufler's closed in. Craigie will go for the move. I suspect he'll try and go for the move as soon as he can, sooner rather than later, as he closes back in now. Not able to get it done, though, through this tight, twisty section. Back onto that infield straight as they wind it up. Schaufler now on that rear bumper of Craigie. And Craigie seems to be in a little bit of bother here as Schaufler looks to the inside, has the momentum, has the move, and gets it done. And now he's having to defend from Bosco Arias there in 4th.
Yeah, Craigie just got a little bit of oversteer and onto the curb, a touch too much out of the final corner. That gave Letimaki the move down the inside. Is he struggling a little bit on tyre grip here on lap number 3 into the chicane once again? Letimaki, that is a mega lap. To get through, push off the front, get yourself a 6/10 lead at the end of lap number 3 is very good work indeed. Who else is on the move? Mins and Marsh have both got past Alfie Slater, so Slater down to 7th place. Here's a replay of the overtake for the lead of the race. Letimaki carrying the speed through, crucially getting enough carryover, just not leaving that room down the outside for Craig to have another go into turn 3. That was a very nice piece of overtaking for the Tony Kart driver.
It certainly was. Can he maintain it, though, as Schaufler is on that charge now towards him. Craigie holding off Bosco Arias just behind. Sebastian Mins is closing in. Scott Marsh as well. We've not said much about Scott Marsh this weekend. He's had some up and down results as well as he's dropped down with some bad starts in some of these races, no fault of his own. But certainly it's not gone his way in the early stage of this weekend. He's fighting back, though, on this second half. Down the start-finish straight they go. Here comes Craigie, back for 2nd place. He's not going to give it up easily as he gets back into that P2 spot. Schaufler now thinking, right, OK, we've got a fight on our hands here.
We have indeed. That was a good bit of learning from Kenzo Craigie. Did the exact same move that Letimaki pulled on him a few laps ago. Fastest driver
Back
on the circuit.
up
Down
Schaufler.
the inside goes Schaufler, retakes 2nd place. Here comes Arias as well, trying to take 3rd. Craigie holds it round the outside. These drivers have got to look out for Martinez as well. You just saw the graphic fly up that he's the fastest driver on the screen. Through comes Sebastian Mins, isn't it? The number 26 in the other Ricky Flynn Motorsport entry at the front end of the order. But that's a good move down the inside. It's the number 4 just at the back of this train. Jacopo Martinez got some good pace out there at the moment. Also, just to note, Casper Reipold has got back into this one after that slow start. He's up to 12th place and is the fastest driver in the middle sector.
Good to see then everyone still running at the moment, albeit there has been some drivers dropping down the order. This is the battle we're watching on our screen. 2nd place here, downwards. It's Letimaki who leads the way. Schaufler, who's leading this train from Craigie, Mins, Bosco Arias. Then it's Scott Marsh, Slater, Jacopo Martinez, Cole Denham in that battle as well. They're all starting to close in as Rajpal sets the fastest lap of the race. Down the inside, moment there, and round goes Scott Marsh. It's another disastrous result for Scott Marsh. He'll have the attempt to restart it. I don't even think he's going to attempt it. He's saying to the start, like, he closed the door on me. What was I supposed to do? There's no point fighting it there. I mean, well, for Scott Marsh, he's out of this race. I'd love to see that one again from another angle if we have it. But right now, he's out of the race. And now, here comes Schaufler on Kenzo Craigie. Craigie closes the door. And now here comes Bosco Arias to the inside. Goes wheel to wheel with Schaufler. How on earth they both got through that, I'll never know.
I just wonder with the situation for Scott Marsh. Craigie was making the move on Schaufler. Schaufler responding back. Craigie shuts the door there. Still side by side. Through goes Schaufler. Schaufler brilliantly getting Craigie off the racing line. Here comes Arias as well down the inside. Takes 3rd place. Just to go back to that moment a lap ago, Craigie went down the inside. I just wonder if that was enough of a distraction for the drivers just behind to make that mistake again. I'd be interested on seeing a replay there. Craigie trying to fight back to retake the position away from Arias, but no way through there. This is all playing into the hands of Letty Mackie right now. 2 seconds is the lead for the Finn right now. Through the final chicane they go to complete lap number 7. 2 to go, and this is a properly fierce heat in OK Junior. Once again, Arias down the inside. For second place, holds it through turn 1 there. Spot on move from the DPK racing driver. The 2 teammates swap position.
And all the meanwhile, Sebastian Letamaki has got no idea this is happening. He's setting fastest lap at the fastest lap, and he's breaking away. 2.2 seconds is the gap now as Craigie goes back down the inside of Schaufler. Schaufler returns the favour, and now here comes Jacopo Martinez, a wheel-to-wheel through the fastest corner on the circuit, and off the track there goes Kenzo Craigie. Now he's going to lose out to Alfie Slater. Slater comes through, and so does Sebastian Mins, who's on the recovery drive here now again.
Yeah, good reading of the situation there by Alfie Slater to just hop through. Knew there was going to be an opportunity. Overlooks his shoulder to Ricky Flynn Motorsports. Kart's line astern there could have an opportunity here to attack Martinez in the last stages of this race. That's 8 laps down. We're on to the final lap then. Letty Mackie leads comfortably by 2.3 seconds. It's stretched out at the front of the order. Arias from 9th on the grid is up there in second place. 2 of the DPK racing entries. Let's have a look again. So this is the demise of Marsh. Cuts to the inside of the 26.
I think it's just too late, yeah.
I don't think Marsh was fully alongside the number 26 there. It was an ambitious one, didn't quite work. Yeah, riding over the rear axle. Tell you what, Sebastian Mins is very, very lucky there to not have more serious damage on the rear of his kart that would have taken him out of this race. There is Letty Mackie, comfortable out front. Quick check over the shoulder. There's nobody there. 2.3 seconds in the lead. This is going to be a very good win for the Finn.
Yep, certainly so. He'll be delighted with this one. His first win then of the weekend as a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and now a win. So he's got all of one of the top 4. So certainly a very good weekend for him. Bosco Arias with his best result as well, a P2 finish. We've not spoken much about the driver on the number 31 for DPK Racing, but now the Spaniard is coming into form after gaining 7 places to finish in that P2. Schaufler holding on to 3rd place, only losing the 1 spot from Jacopo Martinez. Great result for him. P4, 6 places gained from Alfie Slater. Sebastian Mins dropping down to P6 and Boris Lysen. William Kalea finishing in 8th place from Kasper Rajpold. Kenzo Craigie rounding out the top 10. Not the result Craigie would have wanted from pole position. That is his worst result of the weekend. But that is only one race of many that he's completed, and it's still within the top 10. Drivers will head back to Parc Ferme then. We'll chat to a couple of our drivers in a few moments' time. Andrew Mather is on his way down there to chat to some of our drivers. But as the drivers make their way in, we'll go over the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Letamaki, Arias, Schaufler, Martinez from Slater, Mins, Lysen, Kalea, Rajpold and Craigie the top 10. Then it was Cole Denham and Kinish Grau who ran out the top 12 from Jaguar Tatoja and Alex Brunner. Asher Oshton rounding out the top 15 from the USA. Augustus Torniolo from Brazil finishes in 16th place after gaining 9 places. Mero Peldas just finishing behind in 17th from Theo Basiti finishing in 18th place. Paul Antriores there finishing in 19th, all on his own there. Vanessa Chilkanate leading the 20th place group down from Zhao Zijun. Nilas Malik from Marcel Sebu. Alexander Dahlstrom from Amir Sabrov. Philippe Paletta and Oscar Gallen rounding out the 27 finishers. Unfortunately, the one retirement, Scott Marsh. Again, a very tough result for Scott Marsh. Let's have a look then at the highlights from that one. The inside row working well, a bad result and a bad start for Kasper Rajpold. It just wouldn't get away at the start of that one. You can see drivers having to dip left, right to get out of the way of that one. Amazingly, everyone getting through, and all of those drivers actually finishing the race there at that point. So no retirements in the early stages of the race. Still there, Scott Marsh on the outside, Seb Mins going down the inside there as well. As you can see, the 53 just trying to get down. That was Cole Denham trying to get those early places, unable to do so. Schaufler holding on to 3rd, getting past the 27 of Alfie Slater. This was the move for the lead. Sebastian Letomacki taking the lead. He wouldn't hold it for long there. I think Kenzo Craigie would fight back in those early stages. Well, he would try to fight back, but then he'd have to deal with Schaufler. Schaufler coming back through. This is where it started to kick off, and that allowed Johan Letomacki to break away then during that stage. Craigie back to the inside. This was the start of the big battle then, and unfortunately the start of the fall for Kenzo Craigie. He would finish in P10 in that one, which is a bit unfortunate for him. This was the move from Scott Marsh down the inside there, the gap that was closing in towards turn 11. He throws his hands up in protest, so maybe he could see something that we couldn't see from our angle, but clearly he thought that was his corner, did Scott Marsh. The battle here, Craigie going defensive into turn 1. Schaufler then losing out to Bosco Arias. Arias, who was having a really good start, would try to get down the inside there, but Schaufler just closing that door. Then Schaufler got down the inside of Craigie, and then into the next corner, Arias would have the inside line. Then he would get past Craigie, both of them going up into second and third on track. They would battle later on as Bosco Arias would dive to the inside of turn number 1 of Nicolas Schaufler, and he would take second place from the Austrian driver, who could only hold on to third place, as then Craigie came back through. He wouldn't hold on to it though for much longer, as Jacopo Martinese would then send it down the inside. This angle here will give a good show of how tight that gap was. He squeezed him onto that inside curb, but with that one, unfortunately, Craigie would go wide onto the marbles. He would lose the traction, wouldn't be able to get the power down, and unfortunately for him, Slater would then come through. He would drop down to 10th. The checker flag, though, would come out, and it would go to the number 75 for Finland, Sebastian Letomacki, who takes his first win of the weekend. We'll head down to Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather is down there with one of our drivers.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here for our first live interview of the weekend with our latest race winner, Sebastian Letomacki. Sebastian, good victory there, winning by over 2 seconds. It looked simple for you, but tell us a little bit about that race.
Yeah, I had a good start from the inside, and then I felt already in the first lap that I have the speed, so then I went for it in the second lap to the first corner, and then I just keep it calm and drove myself to victory.
There's been a lot of talk about tyres this weekend with this first round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. I'm going to put you on the spot. You're our first driver. We've asked this question. Tyres worn in now. How are they feeling? How are you finding them?
Well, they are, compared to Vega, they are a bit different, of course, but yeah, they are quite slower also than Vega, but yeah, it feels okay. And when you drive a lot with them, then the tire go down, so basically you just, yeah, it just starts sliding a bit in the end. When it's new, it works good, but after it starts to slide a bit, and because it's so many heats, so you have to keep calm with the tire, so you are fast also in the last heats.
The weather's changed today as well. It's a headwind down the pit straight as opposed to yesterday. Has that influenced any setup changes, or is it just one of those cases of get on with it?
Yeah, I just get on with it, like head down in the straight, so no wind to your head, and yeah.
The form's on the rise as well. Is this win giving you the confidence to go deep into the round this week? What would be a good result for you come the end of Saturday, do you think?
Well, I mean, of course we're trying to get top 3, but I don't really have pressure of the position. I will just try to do my best and see what I can do. Of course, also training for the Europeans, and this is a good practice race for it.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations once again, Sebastian. A great win out there, and best of luck for the next set of heats.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. That's Sebastian Letomacki, our latest heat winner here at Valencia. Anthony, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, good to speak to our race winner on that one, Sebastian Letomacki. Clearly very confident about the results he's got on that one. Next race coming up then, it's qualifying heat B versus E for the OK category, and we're seeing the return of Timo Ramikers and Ian Eichmans out on this one. Certainly a very busy race we've got ahead of us for this one, because tyres are the talking point for this one. So many drivers in this next race going for a new set on either side of the wagon. But the driver that I want to point out on this one is the driver on the 6th row of the grid, Vivek Kanthan, who has gone for a chop and change on his tyres. He's gone for a brand new set, one on the front right, And he's gone the rear left as well on his wagon, so he's certainly got that challenge ahead of him here. Many other drivers going for a brand new set, mainly on the left-hand side. The 7th row, Hugo Marti and Dominic Simic, they've gone for brand new set on the right-hand side. So again, there's a big changes all the way throughout this field, but your front 2 rows have stayed with their original tyres out on track. Whistle blows then as the karts make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for qualifying Heat B versus E. Timo Ramekers and Ian Eichmans go from row number 1. Dmitry Matviev and Noah Wolf go from row 2. Davide Bataro and Marcus Shilkunas round out row number 3. There's a bit of a moment going on there in the dummy grid area. One kart not starting, and unfortunately that meant all the other karts behind couldn't start as well. 4th row is Alpak Soy and Grayson Skulinov. Then it's David Kozma and Annie Kutsani on row 5. Vivek Kanthan and Marina Daroca on row 6. Hugo Marti and Dominic Simic round out row number 7. Miguel Costa and Vilma Swan on row 8 from Freddie Lloyd and Louis Castellini. Santino Panetta and Jacob Mikalev, they round out the top 20 on row 10 from Hugo Martinello and Thomas Kinsey. Then it's Matteo Giacardi and Mies Huben from Silias Kolovas and Peter Stiller on row 13. Nicolo Lanalatti round out the 27 karters on this one. Handful of karts that are still not clocked up yet on the screen. 3 to be precise. 2 have just gone through, and it's everyone gone through. So everyone's out on track after those pictures you just saw there of drivers struggling to get started there on the dummy grid. All karts on track. Reminder then, Drummond leading these ones from Gomez. But Gomez, will see him out later on today. Ramekers, who's 3rd, he's joint with Kavalkin at the moment. Both of them 129 points. The same with Dmitry Matviev. Matviev in this race, just behind Ramekers, so he has the chance here to jump Ramekers on the intermediate classification. Certainly during this race, it is going to be a tough one. So, outlap completed, we're on the formation lap. You can see there the marbles getting kicked up there, the rubber going down on the circuit, certainly really putting the traction down on the circuit here. Right now, eyes will be focused on the start of this one. We always see that inside line row work here. So for Ramekers, Matviev and Davide Bataro on that inside line, certainly for them, this is a great opportunity for them to try and break away. Eichmans, again, needs another good result on this one. Had a good result earlier on, did Eichmans, after a retirement earlier on in the weekend. Does not want a repeat of that one. Noah Wolf as well, starting on that 2nd row of the outside row, has been struggling from that position. Just got to make sure that Eichmans gets that good getaway. Now, we're very slow at the front here. We've still got some karts gridding up at the back as they come into fray. So, nice and bunched up, keeping it all nice and calm. And, well, Ramekers has gone for it. And we are going round again. It is a false start. It was a very early jump there for Ramekers. I think he was just thinking, right, nice and steady, nice and steady. Now I'll go. But I don't think anyone else was ready for that one. And unfortunately, they get sent round one more time, which means they do get a little bit more time to get some temperature into those tyres, which I'm sure the drivers will be graciously appreciating, despite the fact that it's still very cold out there. Still 11 degrees. Track is still damp in some places, but it's looking good. Still a cloudy day. The wind still blowing, still a headwind down that main straight. Andrew Mather back in the commentary box. You've been outside now. You've been chatting to our race winner from that previous race. Tell us, do pray tell, what is the weather like?
Brisk is the word I'm going to use. Yeah, that wind, especially rolling in off the hills to the left of us out beyond turn 1. Yeah, there's a chill in the air, which, yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's I say with the wind blowing through, I think that is a solace in a way, because there's no rain forecast today, and that wind's going to help blow any moisture in the air over the circuit and down towards Valencia city itself.
Exactly that. So rain for Valencia, but not for us. There we go. There we go. Right then, take 2. Let's try it again. Ramekers and Eichmans on that front row. This time, a little bit nicer on the start of this one as they get into the tram lines. Lights go green. Here we go then, down and towards turn number 1. And already so many drivers going to the inside row, but one card almost getting scrabbled there. I think that's possibly Davide Bataro, or maybe, no, in fact, I think that was Davide Bataro, got squeezed a little bit there. To the inside then, down they go in towards turn number 4. It's still Ramekers who leads from Matviev. Bataro who's trying to hold on to that one. Yeah, he's still there in P3 as they get a good getaway. Eichmann's still there in 4th as now they start to break away. They winded up the gears as they go through, down in towards that infield straight in towards turn 11, a pinch point on the circuit, and here comes Matviev in the inside. He gets it. He moves up into the lead of this one.
Quick check from Ramikas trying to get into a P2, hold that P2. He has done. There was a chance for one of the CRGs on the inside there to take his second place away. It's the top 2 already breaking off the front of the order. Job to Davide Bataro now is to keep with him. Ian Eichmann is right there as well in 4th place. End of lap number 1. Noah Wolf is down to 5th. Here comes Eichmann's down the inside. Takes 3rd place away from Bataro. As it was a bit of a moment there for Ramikas off the corner. He seems to have lost a lot of pace. He's having to go defensive into turn 3 and then turn 4. It's all bottling up behind us. Skulanov's also in there. Ramikas having a bit of a weak moment. Through goes Eichmann's and Noah Wolf. That is not what we come to expect from Thibaut Ramikas.
No, it certainly isn't, and he's well, struggling on this one, but again, he's still on the same tyres he's been using all the way through qualifying and all the qualifying heats, the same as a couple of other drivers. Maybe he's pushed his just that little bit harder than the rest of the field trying to fight for these positions. Well, onto the back straight they go then. It's Eichmann who's there in 2nd place and Wolf up into 3rd. This is a good start for Noah Wolf this time around. He's got himself in a good fighting position here as they go through that final chicane back onto the start-finish straight. Keep an eye, here comes Ramikas. He has that slipstream down the inside and a late move here from Skulinov. He's going to try and follow as well, but Wolf is going to hold it round the outside and he only loses that one spot.
Good positioning there from Wolf on the exit of the corner to not open the line up too much for the drivers behind. Loses one, but only one. Keeps himself in play.
Oh.
Down the inside goes Skulinov. That's a nice move. Gets past Noah Wolf. Now Noah Wolf is in a bit of trouble because past comes a couple of the power lines there. That's going to be Kanthan and Aksoy. Remember Aksoy with that new rubber on his kart on the left-hand side. Very interested to see how Aksoy gets along in this race. This is when you've got to dig deep now if you know Wolf, losing those positions, and again, getting that initiative back.
Crucially with Vivek Kanthan as well. Remember, he's got a brand new tyre on the front right, brand new tyre on his rear left as well, and that's working out for him here as he sends it down the inside of Skulinov, and he's going to go for that position. Wolf defensive in the background, and late dive there from Alpak Soy. He sends it down the inside as well. Both of them getting past Gerasim Skulinov as they try to chase now the Belgian of Thibaut Ramikas.
New fastest lap of the race, Freddie Lloyd, 54.378 is down the inside, fighting there, the two Powellins. Nearly coming to blows there, the two teammates. It's Aksoy moving down the inside, getting past Kanthan. That's a very interesting move.
Certainly is. Interesting enough from them, just thinking, right, I think I'm faster than you. I want to have a go at trying to catch him now. You've had all the glory going for the first moves. Well, here we go then. Well, the race leader, there he is, Dmitry Matviev, breaking away. He's clear by 1.3 seconds. Ramikas, I think he's found some rhythm again here now. He's closing back in on Eichmann's.
Yeah, he really has closed in on his compatriot there in the Birolates. Oh no, he's just going to hold there for now. Ramikas, he had a thought about it. Down the inside, the two Powellins swapping positions again, it would seem. Kanthan and Aksoy.
I think the teammates here need to get some words to each other. Just say, right, let's stop battling. Let's work together now, close in. You know, that's 2 overtakes they've had now in 1 lap. Let's stop doing that. Let's see if we can close into Ramikas. But I think both of them think that they are the faster driver and wanted to close in.
I think if you're Vivek Kanthan as well, you're looking at the situation and going, well, hang on a minute, I came from 2 rows further back. My setup's perhaps a bit better at this stage of the race. We're on lap number 5. Matviev leads by a second and a half or thereabouts. He's just gone fastest of anyone through sector number 2. Who's making good progress? Freddie Lloyd is mentioned. Fastest driver earlier on in this race is up 10 spots so far to 7th. Hugo Marti and Miguel Costa have also improved. Remember, Miguel Costa put some new tyres on in the last round of heats. And more changes further down. Noah Wolf having a tough time out there. It's down to P10 now.
That is such a shame for the young Brit because he was doing well in the early stages of this one. He was up into P3. Now falling down. Big lunge there for Vivek Kanthan on Ramikas. Ramikas had no idea that was coming at that point. The gap was there, though. And the American takes that spot away from the Belgian as they head down in towards turn 11. Now Alpak Soy is going to try and take that move away from him as well. But But right now, Ramicus is holding on to it. He splits the two Paralyn drivers apart.
A super run from Canthan there. He's backed himself with a move back on his teammate and showed, well, look, I have got the pace. I have got the speed. Now is the time to take advantage of those new tyres. He's cruising up to the back of Ian Eichmann's. Eichmann's nose is there. He's not going to be close enough to go for a move into turn 1. You imagine maybe a move through turn 7 is the best opportunity for Canthan in the near future. Aksoy not able to find a way past Ramicus at this stage. Into the middle of the field there. There we go, down the inside. Canthan using that extra grip. I like that he's gone for the diagonal. I think especially through that part of the course where you need that grip, you need that response from the tyres. Canthan is showing strong pace here. This is going to be very telling, I feel, for the rest of the field as to where and how they use those two new tyres, because right now Vivek Canthan is showing the way.
Certainly is, because he is the first driver to do that so far this weekend, going for that split strategy, one on the front, one on the rear, in terms of brand new ones on the opposing sides. Right, here we go then. We're on lap number 8. Matviev still leads by 1.8 seconds. Bomb this man here, Vivek Canthan, who's closing in. There's the replay of that dive on Ramicus. And again, super late. Just let his foot off the brake there for a brief moment and then just got that cut down the inside. Superb overtake.
Yeah, and fair play by Ramicus to see him coming, and then he repeated exactly the same move again, didn't he, Canthan? And Ramicus read it also, being able to get past Eichmann's in all of that. Oh, they're a bit deep, though, into there. That was a strange moment for Canthan and Ramicus. Both of them went wide on drivers right through turn number 11. I wonder what that was all about. Gap is 2.1 seconds to Matviev, and the key now, Canthan, can he close that one down? As out of the race is Mithu Ben. The Viral Arts will not see the end of this race, the 2:17. Not a good weekend so far for the Dutchman.
No, certainly is. And Alpak Soy is all over the back of Thibaut Ramicus here. Fresh tyres working so well for the two Paralyn drivers here in the latter stages of this weekend. Not able to get the cut down the inside there, but he can through this one here, and he gets it done through turn at number 7. And he moves up another position there. Ramicus down into P4 now as he tries to fight back. He's on that slipstream. He's immediately going to fight back. He's not going to allow Aksoy to break away. This brings back Eichmann's into the battle, but straight down the inside once more as they go wheel to wheel. Aksoy to the inside, can't hold it. Slots back. Ramicus really pushing hard now.
And the key is for Ramicus against all of these different drivers, if you can beat one of those drivers on newer rubber, you take the advantage, because when it comes to your turn to use the new rubber, they'll have slightly older tyres. Out of the race is Kolovos. What a terrible day that Kolovos is having here today, as was that round the outside. Holding round the outside there was Aksoy, as Eichmann's had another go. 2 laps to go. Is the gap coming down at the very front? It is, but not at a rate that's going to worry the race leader.
I'm going to shout out our man just behind Eichmann's here in the 2:27, Freddie Lloyd on it. We've not spoken about him much this weekend. He didn't have a great qualifying, but look at him here. He's up 11 positions. Scratch that, make that 12 down the inside of Eichmann's, but outbreaks himself slightly. Eichmann's back through and can hold off that inside line. And now down the inside, Hugo Matti is going to go through, and Matti gets up into P6.
Left-hand side tyres have been changed for Freddie Lloyd, so he's using some of the new rubber in this one to great effect. End of lap number 10 then. Here we go. Matviev, 1.7 seconds out front. We are on the final lap. It looks like it's going to be a comfortable victory for Matviev. Canthan, I think you're going to be pretty pleased if you're Vivek Canthan with that strategy. 11th to 2nd with a new set of tyres. That's a good conversion of points.
That is, and if I was Vivek Canthan right now, I'd be thinking, right, okay, I've got an advantage here on the last lap. Let's start to bring it back. Let's save these tyres. Let's cool them down. Let's not push them too hard. And let's use them in the next race that we've got coming up and see if we can do the same. But for this man here, Dmitry Matviev, it was no new tyres for him. He's still on his original. That's why that gap is coming down quite substantially right now. But he continues to maintain his tyre compound as he makes his way into the final corner, and he holds on to it. This would be Matviev, I think it's his first win of the weekend out of the final corner, and he takes that checkered flag for Dmitry Matviev across the line from Vivek Canthan. His best result of the weekend from Ramicus. Aksoy finishing in 4th place from Eichmanns. Freddie Lloyd finishing in 6th from Yugar Matti. David Kozma from Gerasim Skulinov. And it is Miguel Costa who rounds out the top 10. But for Dmitry Matviev, that is a nice result. Started P3, gaining those 2 places, taking that race win.
Plenty of reasons to be happy. Puts Matviev to the top of the points standings. 79 scored, 9 ahead of Ramakas. Should remember though that Drummond and Gomez still to run in this this rotation. They're still perfect so far, 150 points from a possible 150. So if they could score something in that same range of 40s plus, they're going to have a good lead over Matviev. But Matviev takes the race win, does what he needs to do to continue a strong weekend, and into the pits and Parc Ferme the drivers will come. Let's have a look through the provisional result then from that qualifying heats for groups B and E. Matviev takes the win by just under a second and a half ahead of Vivek Kanthan, using those new tyres on the Power Integrate effect. Thibaut Ramakas can be pleased there with 3rd. That is a strong run in the VDK Racing entry. Alpak Soy similarly using those new tyres on the left-hand side only, takes P4 in Eichmanns 5th. Freddie Lloyd, another new rubber user, in 6th place. Hugo Marti, David Kozma, Gerasim Skulinov and Miguel Costa inside the top 10. Noah Wolf, Louis Castellini, good run for Louis Castellini there. Louis Castellini needed that after a weaker morning, gained 6 up to 12th. Marilla De Rocca, Andy Cassani and Hugo Martiniello complete the top 15. Rest of the order, Davide Bottaro, Santina Panetta, Matteo Giaccardi, Thomas Kinsey and Vilma Svan all inside the top 20. Here, Anthony Jordan, what's some of the highlights?
There were many highlights on this one as well. Initially, good getaway for Ramakas and Matviev. They would hold out inside line. Same for Davide Bottaro. The CRG that was having issues further back in the order, I think, was Marcus Shilkunas, who got squeezed a little bit there as he tried to dive to the inside, and then I think he got squeezed by another doing the same thing. So it was initially a good getaway for everyone. The same for Eichmanns. He would get up into 3rd place, or he'd try to get down the inside. Here you can just see that slight little glimpse of hope for Eichmanns in that early stage. It was a good start, though, for Noah Wolf. He managed to gain positions. There was the change for the lead. Matviev down the inside. And then it was a chance of maybe the drivers behind to try and gain positions for Davide Bottaro. He wasn't able to, as he would lose positions to this man here, Eichmanns, who has sent it. Bit of a moment there, actually, for Thibaut Ramakas. Collected the back of Matviev, and that ran him wide, and that's what put him into this predicament here. That allowed Eichmanns, that allowed Noah Wolf to get through. And then, Ramakas would fight back, get back past Wolf. Wolf would then start to fall down the order just that little bit. Unfortunately, he'd finished that one in P11, so not the result he would have wanted. Again, now you started to see the moves coming in thick and fast down the inside. You could see the DPK of Gerasim Skulinov coming through. He would have a good start in this one, piling his way through, but then the Paralin double act would come through. Vivek Kanthan and Alpak Soy, as they would both go down the inside of Gerasim Skulinov, and then they themselves would start battling against each other, and that was a peculiar thing I think we were seeing from these two.
It was entertaining.
It was entertaining.
It wasn't the optimal strategy, I think, for two drivers using their fresh half set for the first time. Kanthan re-established himself as the lead power and then went on the attack, getting past Ramakas, and then likewise on the other Belgian at the front of the field, past Ian Eichmanns for 2nd place, would run to 2nd place. Yeah, you just question that 1.5 second gap at the end of the race. How much of that was worked up between the two Powerlands fighting amongst each other? Very impressed again with Thibaut Ramakas on that older maxi set of tyres, getting past Alpak Soy back into 3rd place. In Eichmanns went on the attack late on as well, trying that switchback. Aksoy defending around the outside, was able to hold on to 4th place. But for Dmitry Matviev, a very good victory for Kart Republic once again. Elevates himself into the provisional lead in the qualifying heats points, but we immediately turn our attention back across the categories to this man, Dries van Langendonk in OK Junior. What a weekend he's had so far, and let's hear from him yesterday after time qualifying.
Qualifying Group 2 done for the OK Junior category. Dries van Langendonk, congratulations, fastest in group and fastest overall at the moment, with 2 more sessions to go. A lot of pressure on your shoulders. Obviously, great results for you last year in the World Championships, and now coming here, Champions of the Future, second in this last year. How are you feeling at the start of the season here?
Well, yeah, I'm feeling really good, really comfortable. I'm feeling with the speed also, really good speed. Just pressure's always going to be high. I mean, coming from world champion into this, so we'll try to get the best results. And obviously, starting out with a group pole and maybe pole overall is a good way to start. Yeah.
Obviously, the Forza team have done a fantastic job with you, getting yourself ready for this season, and everything well with the team, and all looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, with the team, we've done an amazing job also in the testing, and yeah, this year's just been amazing towards all the results we've already booked. So yeah, it's just a great start with the team as well. Really good team behind me, so yeah, very good.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the time. We'll see what you can do. I'm sure you'll be watching the next qualifying sessions eagerly from the sidelines to see if you secure it. But well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to chat there to Dries Van Langentonk. Engines are fired up. Karts have already made their way out into the circuit. So let's quickly take you through the starting lineup for this one. Van Langentonk starting on pole. Archie Lovett alongside. He needs a good start. Hopefully his engine fired up first time this time and out into the track. Francois Kerdel and Drew Volz, they go from row number 2. Illy Christian and Roman Kamiab on row 3. Noah Baglin and Mats van Ruin on row 4 from Daniel Kelleher and Sky Parker on row 5. Dean Hugendorn and Chiara Batigue on row 6 from Theodor Tobal and Benjamin Magnac on row 7.
Gian Matteo Rousseau and Joel Tapale go from row number 8. Alex Malotta and James Anagnostiadis go from row number 9. Gustavo Silva and Filippo Donazan complete the top 20 on row 10 there. Enzo Ruggiero and Maria Neto start on row number 11. Gilles Herman and Remek Samchik start on row 12. Felipe Pancotti and David Mintunis start on row 13. Mariano Lopez and Alvaro Meyer complete the grid of 28 drivers in this one. Tyre information fantastically fed to us here in the commentary box from down on the pre-grid. The highest runner with new tyres in this one, Roman Kamiab. Left-hand side only, starting on the outside there of row number 3. Dean Hugendorn has also taken 2 new tyres, again on the left-hand side. Joel Tapale as well. Left-hand side, Remek Samchik, Alvaro Meyer have all taken tyres. The one breaking the trend with the new tyres is Gilles Herman, who has taken 2 on the right-hand side. So, interesting strategy call there.
Interesting, but yeah, Roman Kamiab, I think, looking for a potential race win in this one then, with those tyres that high up at this stage of the weekend. Well, let's see what happens in this one, because, well, as we can remember, Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya are the drivers that drivers are wanting to beat on this one. They have got a perfect score, 200 points apiece. We will see them racing in the penultimate race of the day. Later on, I think about 6:10 this evening, we see those two go to battle against each other. See who can break that winning streak compared to themselves. Well then, here we go then into the final sector, and to the red line they go. Drivers no longer permitted to overtake from this point, as they get themselves lined up side by side. Round that final corner and into the tram lines. Looks like we're good. Big gaps there forming. Green light goes out. We are away in racing, and it is a good start then from the 2 drivers there on the inside row. Van Langentonk and Kerdel, they break away. Illy Christian not getting the jump they would have wanted at all. Love it on the outside from Drew Waltz. They slot back into position. Looks like Drew Waltz has gained those few places now. The Esprit chassis working well as they all go through that chicane. Loads of drivers taken to that inside curve, but it's a good getaway. There you can see a brief moment of Roman Kamiab on those brand new tyres on the left-hand side. He's still in a good position, and he is battling away with the 62 of Daniel Kelleher right behind.
Yeah, Archie Lovett with a bit of a disrupted start for him, but saved by the fact that it wasn't a great one for Illy Christian either, so he was able to slot there in to 3rd place on the attack early stages. Number 63 of Noah Baglin going down the inside and gaining a spot for Dries Van Langentonk. This is what we've seen so far this weekend from last year's runner-up in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. Fast starts, breaking off the front. He has got a bit of attention this time around in the shape of Francois Kerdel. Good to see the 2 Forza Racing drivers line astern there. They can work together. It's down the inside there. That's Kelleher working with one of the Tony Kart drivers to move up a position. I think it was Christian going through there as well, so they've both got past Roman Kamiab, I think, there. Now, if that is Roman Kamiab, that's not the start that the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver would have wanted on that new rubber. He wants to be going forward in this race, not backwards.
No, exactly that. Well, here we go then. We've got the two Forza Racing drivers here of Lovett and Waltz, who have latched onto each other and I believe are going to work together. No, they're not going to work together. Drew Waltz thinks, I want to lead this one, and Archie Lovett will concede the spot. No, we won't. He'll fight back almost immediately. This is not what you want to hope for two teammates, because now they've got caught up by the man behind. Noah Backlin on that Cut Republic chassis is closed right in, as I thought that was another move there from Drew Waltz. On Archie Lovett. No, he thought against it, but now watch them in towards turn number one. Well, Noah Backlin there is saying, right, go, 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 go. And then I think Drew Waltz has taken that as go for a move. And then he did go for a move, and Backlin couldn't follow him.
Yeah, this is good news for Kerdal and Van Langendonk, because this organisation is allowing the gap to stretch out. Roman Kamiab has responded back down the inside. I think into the last chicane there. It's back up to 6th place. Is here. Through comes Lovett again. Going with him is Backlin. So down 2 spots goes Waltz. And here again, Noah Backlin. No, Backlin's in a racy mood in this race. Down another inside and takes another position up to 3rd place.
Well, that's just clear as day on that one. Noah Baglin's just said, thank you, boys. Thank you for battling with each other. I'm now going to go ahead. And now he's saying to them behind, right, let's go. Don't fight. Don't do this. And Lovett is going to follow those instructions from Noah Baglin. They're going to make their way back onto the start-finish straight. Is that instruction going to stay the same going in towards turn number 1? Ooh, he thought against it at that last second there. But yeah, just slotted back in. So now they're going to try and have to work together now to close up to Kerdal, who's broken away by, well, it's quite some way, actually. But Dries Van Langendonk clear now by 2 seconds. Oh, that's not gone well at all. The 81, this is David Mentuna out there. Looks a bit of a discomfort, and it looks to me like that could be James Anagnostiidis out as well. Both of them stuck to each other. They're trying to get it going. But, oh dear, that's a bit of a messy one.
That is a bit of a messy one. Now they separate, but that's going to be both of them out of contention in this one. Back towards the front of the order. This is the 63 of Noah Baglin. Now into 2nd place. Has found a way past Francois Caudal there in the CRG. Yellow flags will be out there through the final chicane. End of lap number 4 then. Here comes the number 44 of Lovett down the inside. Sweeps through into 3rd place. Bold move there from Archie Lovett. Francois Caudal did everything he could to fend that one off, but inevitably Lovett down the inside into 3rd.
Yep, big stuff here. Let's have a look at a replay then of what happened. Oh, big over the curb moment. I thought he stuck there, and then through comes the rest of the field. And oh,
unsighted.
Dear me, and completely unsighted there for David Mentuna, straight to the side of James Anagnostiidis. That's a big and scary moment there.
Yeah, and there's nothing that Mentuna could have done there. That'll have been a parting of the ways, and all of a sudden Anagnostiidis is sat there in the middle of the circuit. It's just an unfortunate series of events, really, for both of them, taking them out of this race. End of lap number 5. Lead for Van Langendonk, 2.6 seconds ahead of Baglin, Lovett, Waltz and Kamiab. Interested to see how Kamiab goes in this next 4 laps on that fresher rubber. There he goes, down the inside of Waltz, Drew Waltz in this case, through into 4th place. It's going to be an opportunity now for Caudal to respond, and Hugendorn as well. Remember, Hugendorn's got fresh tyres on in this race as well. This is where they start to hopefully gain positions and turn that strategy into some good points.
Yeah, indeed. I'm seeing a hard driver there being returned to the pit lane. This, I believe, is David Mentuna being escorted back to Parc Fermé, where I'm sure he'll be seen by some of the medical teams there, because that was a heavy hit that he had there in towards that final corner.
And you see he was holding his wrist. I would be concerned that a jolt of the steering wheel has hurt him there. I hope he is okay. There is your race leader, Dries Van Langendonk. He's starting to get into a run of form here. I know he's not perfect through the competition so far, Anthony, but this is a pattern that's forming now, that Dries Van Langendonk comes out on circuit and wins by 2 seconds or possibly more.
Yeah, again, he's pushed hard, but again, it doesn't seem like he's off the pace or anything like that. He's not struggling with anything. He's maintained everything so well. He's not used any tyres here. As down the inside, there's a late lunge, and I think a slightly forced lunge there for the number 42 of Drew Volts on Curdle. Curdle instantly takes it back on the exit, so showing that it wasn't, I think, actually, I didn't mean to do that, but I'm doing it anyway.
Yeah, Waltz was having a real fight with the steering there. Curdle did well to hold his open, allow Waltz down the inside, and then switch back. Sliding around on the rear axle there is Curdle. Is going to be under pressure here towards turn 1, you would think, and Kelleher's going to come into this as well, and Van Rooyen having a stronger run in this one up to 9th place. Sky Parker as well completing the top 10. I think we're definitely getting into that stage now where those who've stuck with their original set of tyres are starting to struggle out there.
Yeah, because, I mean, look at the amount of times that Drew Volts is using that steering wheel. He's just losing time, and straight through goes Daniel Kelleher, who, if you look how little he's moving the steering wheel, and straight back down the inside, wasting no time. Drew Volts is going to get back into that position now, and now everyone's closing up behind. Van Rooyen's closing in, Sky Parker's closing in. It's all kicking off. It's all kicking off here as well as down the inside. Now there's a little further back. This is Christian on the move with Sky Parker and Maniac all there as well. So it's all kicking off. We're going on to the last lap now. Van Langendonk has seen that last lap board, and straight on there is Mats Van Rooyen, and that's unfortunately his fighting that battle over.
Yes, that's exited 2 drivers left pretty promptly there. Final lap then for all of our drivers here in OK Junior. Dries van Langendonk leads by 2.5, just needs to bring it home. Another really good performance from the Belgian as through. That's the number 93 of Benjamin Maniac. He's been on great form in recent weeks. We've seen him be brave in overtakes, and that was another one.
Wow, that was a tough move on that one. I mean, came out of nowhere, caught me off guard, and that's probably why you hear all the funny noises out my mouth when they go through. When you're talking and I see a move like that, all I can do is wince. So there you go. Here, the race leader, Dries van Langendonk, into the final corner. Again, another superb result for him. Out of that final corner, he will see the checkered flag, and it's all plain sailing for the Belgian, and another race win for him. Baglin, great result, P2 from Lovett. Mats Van Rooyen sees a warning flag on that last lap after that incident into the final corner. Kamyab finishes in 4th place from Hugendorn. Curdle from Kelleher. Volts finishes in 8th from Maniac. Sky Parker rounds out the top 10 after that very exciting battle around that top 10 area. But for this man here, Dries van Langendonk, it's looking like a good one. He retakes the lead of the intermediate classification. He has had win after win after win, but still, that 1 second place has caused him to be down by just 6 points from the other 2 of Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya.
It is indeed, but Dries van Langendonk will work his way back to pit lane. Job done for this particular race, and we'll be able to go into the break knowing that he's had a very good morning and early parts of the afternoon. We'll be back out again. Just looking down the list, when we next see Group A back out on circuit in the juniors, it'll be later on in the afternoon, isn't it? So a bit of a wait for Dries van Langendonk before we see him again. But there we go, 2.1 seconds was the gap for Van Langendonk ahead of Noah Bagden. I'm going to say it, I think that's Noah Bagden's best race of the weekend so far. Top result to take P2. Archie Lovett, P3, Roman Kamyab, a good return with the use of the new tyres, P4. Same for Dean Hugendorn in P5. Francois Curdal seems to be back on the right track now after a difficult day yesterday. That's 2 strong results so far here in Valencia on the Friday. 6th place for him. Daniel Kelleher, 7th ahead of Drew Waltz, Benjamin Maniac, and Sky Parker all inside the top 10. Ili Christian 11th, Mats Van Rooyen in 12th place, Chiara Batig, Joel Taipale, and Theodore Tobal in the top 15. Gianmatteo Russo, Maria Neto, Gilles Herman, Gustavo Silva and Mariana Lopez, your top 20. Enzo Ruggiero, Alex Molotta, Remix Samchik and Alvaro Moya are all in the top 25. Here are some of the highlights from the race. Very quick start for those at the front of the field, Anthony. Van Langendonk and Curdal breaking away from the rest.
Yeah, indeed. Certainly an interesting start, though. The big pack here, all trying to file them way through. Big hits on that inside curb of the exit of turn number 4, but everyone getting away relatively well. You can see right on the outside there, the number 11 of Mats van Ruin, who would later get that warning flag, just trying to hold on to any positions he could to the inside here. It was a nice move from Baglin, early stages of the race, getting back past Ili Christian, who didn't get the best getaway in the early stages, would fight back though at this point down the inside, and it would allow the Cut Republic driver as well of Daniel Kelleher to come back through the field. So they would all gain those positions to the inside here. Drew Roltz and Archie Lovett would battle away, and this would just allow Noah Baglin to close in and just, well, take 1 and 2 just in strategic points of the racetrack. Would not get them both here. Again, the other overtake straight down the inside there for Drew Roltz and Archie Lovett. Lovett would fight back, though, a couple of corners later, send it back down the inside. This is when Baglin struck. He then split the two for the drivers in half, and then going into the next section of the racetrack, not 2 corners later, he then got both of them down the inside. Baglin then would move up back post both Fusion drivers as he would charge up towards Van Langendonk and towards Francois Kördel. Kördel had a good command on this one. Scary moment here. And unfortunately for our drivers, David Minchuna and James Anagnostiadis out of the race, and discomfort for Minchuna.
Yeah, a real shame there for Anagnostiadis, just losing it on the curb. Race continuing on lap number 4. Archie Lovett came back strong down the inside here, going for 3rd place on Francois Kördel. After that quick start for Kördel, he would fade a bit, finished in 6th place, losing a spot to the number 42 of Drew Roltz along the way, who similarly had some testing times across the course of that one. Roman Kamiab, all eyes were on Roman Kamiab in that race, because the Freaky Flynn driver had taken new tyres in this one. And a good return, 4th place in the end for Kamiab. This just showed how much the drivers were struggling. That was Waltz down the inside, fighting the steering wheel under braking into turn 11, finding grip at a premium out there. Kelleher moved through as well, continuing the strong results that he's had at Valencia so far in 2024. Finished P7 in this one after that good scrap. Oh, curious situation here. The number 11 of for Mats van Ruin going off track and going through the tyre cut through there would see a warning flag by the end of the race. And it was still carrying on in the final lap as well. Benjamin Magnac has won a number of races so far this year, fighting his way past Sky Parker there for 9th place in this one. It could still be a factor at later stages of this weekend. But Dries van Langendonk continuing the winning streak here today, moves to 244 points, top of the qualifying heats point standings at this stage, 44 points ahead of Salah and Costoya, who are still to race. Here is his schedule for the rest of today here at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero in Valencia. We're a couple of minutes away from the next race, which will be the qualifying heat for groups D and F in OK. Then the last race before the short lunch break, the juniors, it'll be groups D and G. Will be away for probably around 20 minutes or so before we then return before 13:50 for the next run of races, switching back and forth once again between the juniors and the OK category. For now, though, let's go back to the OK category. Groups D and F about to head out on track.
Certainly are, yeah. And for Noah Montero, who was fastest in qualifying in his group, he qualified on that top spot. There he is on your screen. He was certainly happy with his result. He is a happy driver as well, and he's had some decent results as well this weekend, but he needs to maintain them as he goes through with that inside line. We caught up with him at the end of qualifying. Here's what he had to say.
Well, OK, qualifying Group 3 is done. Our fastest driver from session, Noah Montero. Noah, fantastic time from yourself. Really, really quick. You just pipped Dmitry Matviev on that top spot in that session. How are you feeling? Great time, great cut?
Yeah, the car felt very good. I was trying to put the best time as possible, and when I finished the lap, I was like, okay, that was good. I was not sure it was going to be first, but I knew it was fast.
Certainly a quick time. Obviously, the track looking absolutely fabulous out there. How's it feeling from your point of view? Is it feeling quick, or is it feeling a bit sluggish out there?
It's feeling quick compared to like the other days, like yesterday. It's feeling much quicker for sure, and much freer, and it's not as stuck. So it's quite good.
So all around, everything's looking good for the qualifying heats later on, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent. Well, we'll see how they get on. Congratulations with the fastest time in group, and we'll see you out on track.
Thank you.
Nice quick on there with Noah Montero, who starts this one on pole position. Alongside him, though, Luis Iglesias. Again, Luis having some good results, but again, just finding his feet on this one. Can he do a good job from that inside row? It's just a case of timing those starts to perfection. It is a tough one, isn't it? We always talk about it, and a lot of people at home are probably sitting down on their sofas, our keyboard warriors out there as well, just saying, you know, oh, I could do the start of these races. They look easy. Be like, trust me, they're really not.
No,
they're very difficult.
It's you know, a little bit of a direct driving, but nowhere near at this level. Yeah, it's all the mental side of it, of picking when to go, trying to be as close to the kart ahead as you set off as well. There's so many different aspects that can go wrong in a split second that can have a huge impact on your race.
Certainly so for this one. Gabriel Gomez in this race, though. He starts this one on the second row of the grid. You can see him there on the right-hand side of your screen, still standing up, not seated in his kart. Whistle blows, and he's going to help his mechanic get that one going just at the start. I suppose that's good practice as well, just in case you need to restart out track as well. Yep. Whistle blows, though. Let's take you through the full starting lineup on this one. Noah Montero, Luis Iglesias starting this one on the front row of the grid. Jakub Kamenek and Gabriel Gomez. Can he make it another race win in this one on row number 2? Luna Flusha and Tiziana Monza on row 3 from Matthias Barryberg and Javier Ramírez on row number 4. Casper Henriksen and Dante Vinci round out row 5 of the top 10 from Joe Turney and Bernardo Benoldi alongside on row number 6. Milico Visto and Adam Rahali round out row number 7.
On row number 8, Ludovico Busso and Sun Xiaoyu on row number 8. Mark Dumnitsky and Joseph Smith on row 9. Stepan Antonov had a good run last time around and starts this one from row 10. Alphonse Mittinen alongside, completing the top 20. Mark Pahiala starts on row 11 alongside Ludwig Sam Budler. Len Neisch and Kian Fodan start on row 12. And then the last of the rows, row 13, Hugo Rajamets and Jensen Graham.
Busy one, and well, a fair few tyre changes out there at the moment. The highest driver has gone for a tyre change. You look to the 3rd row and the 5th grid. Luna Flusha going for a brand new set on the right-hand side of the kart. So again, interesting one there. Our race director, Martin Bean, sending our drivers around one more time to start their formation lap. But again, from that point of view, you can see it's cold out there. He's fully wrapped up. But you have to remember that our man race director, Martin Bean, comes from the UAE when it comes to these race weekends. So he's dropped considerable temperature degrees to join us here in Spain.
Yes, indeed. So formation laps continuing. You're watching live coverage of the first round for 2024 of Champions of the Future Euro Series. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you throughout the day. This is our penultimate race of what's been a busy morning and early afternoon session. And a short break after the next race, so this race and then the juniors come back out, and then there'll be a short break before we then continue with this stacked programme of races here today at Lucas Guerrero Cartodromo. 25 races in all, and we're just about at the halfway stage of another crucial one here for the OK seniors. How are we looking for the forming of the grids?
A little bit scrappy, but I think they've got themselves sorted out now. Past that red line, no overtaking, do remember that one. Into the tram lines we go then. Montero and Iglesias on this front row. Gabriel Gomez watching from that second row. Can he get a lightning start this time around? No, he can't. Can't get that kart down the inside. It's a lightning start from both sides of the grid. Right to the outside, a little bit wide there. I think that may have been, not sure who that was.
Joseph Smith.
Possibly so, who's run wide out of turn number 1. But they've all gone through a bit of concertina effect right there in the midfield. And, well, there's a bit of a gap that's been caused. I think maybe one of the carts gone off. No, they've all stayed on track, which is good to see. Good breakaway, though, and Montero leads it from Iglesias, and Gomez is there in 3rd.
Problem for Mark Dumnitsky. I don't think Dumnitsky has taken the start here. He's showing us in the pits on our timing and scoring. In fact, there he is. No, he's not in the pits. He's sat in marshal post 6. So that is the Estonian out of this race, really, before it's even begun.
Yeah, I can see his kart stranded out there on circuit, so big shame in that one. He's out of this race. Eyes on the top 3, though, as they make their way out of the final corner, then back onto the start-finish straight. It's Montero from Iglesias, Gomez, Luna Flusha, there in P4, as here goes Gomez on his teammate, and moves up in towards P number 2.
Yeah, really good stuff from Gomez. Little thumbs up there to say thank you very much to his teammate. Iglesias didn't make that one too hard for him, but an opportunity now for the CRGs to close in on the race leader. But Luna Flusha on those new tyres, fastest of anyone through sector number 1. I feel like Luna has taken a real step forward this weekend in terms of form through so far in 2024. Been very impressed with the drivers. Now, I like this call of going for the new tyres when on the inside for the grid. I think for Roman Kamiab in the last race, starting from row 6, you're already in a compromised position out there in the outside column. The other way, I think this is a good, solid call for Prema Racing, and a good opportunity for strong points.
Yep, certainly so. Back down the start, finish straight they go then. The gap's increasing. Kamenek still there for Tiziano Monza. Here comes Joe Turney, though, to go down the inside of Monza and gets that move done. And again, making positions. Joe Turney on a real charge here this weekend after a bad qualifying. Very similar situation to what he had last year when we were at this very same event. Flusha all over that rear bumper of Luis Iglesias. Iglesias not giving up the position easy, though, really fighting to hold on to that P3 right now as Gomez is still closing in on Noah Montero down the infield straight. Here comes Flusha, though, to the inside, finds the gap, sends it down the inside and moves up into P3. Confirmation there on your screen. Gap and position completed.
Good work of the good use of the rubber on the brakes. You could see there Flusha's car was so solid and balanced in the braking phase, whereas Iglesias was having to fight that one. That is where you can use these tyres as well. End of lap number 3 then. Montero from Gomez. Flusha covered by a second. Iglesias there in 4th. Kamenek now having to deal with Joe Turney to hold on to 5th place. Who else is going along quite nicely? Louvre-Son Budler is up 8 spots to 14th place. Emilio Castillo Coivisto is also gaining spots. As down the inside, Gomez for the lead of the race and takes it comfortably through turn 7 there. Montero down to 2nd.
I suspect Zach Drummond's watching this as another point leader at the moment and thinking, oh, now he's taken the lead. So now it's the ball's back in my court right now. I've got to make sure I can perform just as well in our next race as well. So Gomez really on a charge here. Here's how Flusha got past. This was down the inside in towards turn number 11. This was for P3 on Luis Iglesias, and just nicely controlled, nicely timed in, good on the brakes, as you pointed out there.
And you can see the angle of attack that Iglesias had to use with the steering there to kind of just drive over that understeer, that wear on the front tyres, whereas Flusha very smooth on the wheel, using these new tyres to great effect. The question is, can she close in on Montero and Gomez ahead? Gains even more points is where she's sat at the moment. Change for 7th place to report on. Adam Rahali has got past Emily Covisto, and it's a real gaggle as well. We just saw it on the other part of the circuit go through the passing shot there. I think it was from about Rahali backwards. A huge, I think, goes all the way back to Paviahalo, 25th place.
Yeah, it was the entire back of the pack tripping over each other into the final quarter, but we're focusing on the battle at the front here. 4th to 1st, Gomez and Iglesias. 1 second is the gap, and there's 2 victims of that huge gaggle there, unfortunately. Tumbling down the order, this looks like Jensen Graham and maybe Bernardo Benoldi, the other driver. Actually, no, that's a DPK, so who's that's gone off?
It is Benoldi.
It is Benoldi, yeah.
And that's I think at least the 3rd time that Enrique and Benoldi does not finish a race. The youngster, Italian, Brazilian, is having a rotten weekend, and quite clearly see from his body language, not happy at all.
Yeah, remember there are still many senior drivers in this category. Only 36 go through, but they do all make the superheats. That's the main thing, but it's where you start in those superheats.
Indeed. Back at the front of the order then. Gomez leads, Montero 2nd. At the moment, they're keeping the advances of Luna Flusha on those new tyres at bay, but that was a good run through the chicane for Flusha. What is the pace like? 54.7. Out of the race is Len Neisch. 2 Kart Republics out of this one now. Not good news. I think we've lost Casper Henriksen as well out there for Ward Racing. Is not circulating on timing and scoring. Hopefully that's just a transponder error or something like that, but given that we saw that huge pack of carts in the middle of the field, my hunch tells me that he has also had to retire.
How big was it?
Huge.
It was huge.
It was huge.
There you go. It was a big group. Right, back here with the race lead. Gomez, Montero and Flusha line astern. Flusha looking the quickest.
Yes.
With the help of those tyres, of course, out there. Really starting to pile the pressure now on Montero. Gomez has not been able to break away quickly. Montero's managed to hold on to that gap. All of them using their tyres here. Glacier's still there in 4th place now. Joe Turney's not been able to close in on these drivers here. They've had pace, and I think Turney, who's used his tyres quite substantially as well, he's made his way through the field. He's really pushed his over the course of this first half of the weekend. I think now is starting to struggle with his, but he's still made good places, but he's not been able to match the pace of these drivers in this session.
Well, no, he's been having to make it from the 6th row of the grid every single race.
Yeah.
I think the curious thing here for Flusha now, this is a good return of points, but you could lose it all if you try and go for 2nd place. And Montero and Gomez aren't going to jump out of the way here. They've got their own situations to deal with. Gomez going to the top of the standings. Montero at the moment sitting in 4th place. What do you do if you're Luna Flusha here? Do you try and go for as many points in this race as possible, or again, do you play that long game?
Well, I think at this point you've got to think of what races you've already had, I think, for some of these drivers. If the results are not what you're expecting, getting just that extra place can mean the difference again. But knowing that the fact that all of these drivers do go through the superheats, to the superheats, I think just holding position and I think thinking of the long game is better.
Indeed. We're on lap 9 then. 3 to go, including the one run. There's Joe Turney on your screens. 2:03 has gained 6 places so far in this race. Another good run. Has established a gap ahead of Jakob Kamenik by probably about a second now after the first sector there. A bit more time in the direction of Joe Turney. Is 1.1 seconds behind Iglesias, though. Iglesias having the benefit of the tow behind Luna Flusha at the moment. So things steady. The pattern that we've seen so far this weekend would lead us to suggest that this top 4 will run in this order to the end of the race.
Yes, I think it's at that point now where I think everyone's just, right, let's look after everything, let's keep it there, and yeah, absolutely fine. But we'll keep an eye on it as they go through. The gap still there, and you can see that Luna Flusha still chasing Montero for 2nd place. But right now, I've got to say, Louis Iglesias is looking a little bit more threatening now in that P4 for Luna Flusha, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. I'm going to give a shout out to driver of the 260, Love Away, Sam Budler. 12 positions gained, is in that top 10. What a drive.
And Sam Budler needs this because there's been some unfortunate results so far in the round, so needs some good scores to get back up the point standings. About to go into the last lap though, Gabriel Gomez, 1.4 kilometres away from continuing his winning streak. Can he make it 4 from 4?
Certainly so. Well, let's see. As that last lap board has shown, as you said, Gomez controlling it. Montero, I think this would be a nice result for Montero. He's had some struggles. He's gone down a little bit. He's gone up a little bit. He's always been in and around there. But getting a solid P2 here, I think he could be happy with that result. It's been a good race for both of them, but you've got to give it to Gomez. He just knows how to pedal his way around this track. He has just had the good starts all the way throughout from that 2nd row of the grid, and crucially, from the outside row as well.
Yeah, I think that's been what the most impressive thing about all of these runs for Gomez so far. He hasn't looked troubled. Calm little look over the shoulder, down the backstretch, just the chicane to go. Gabriel Gomez is going to make it 4 wins from 4, put the rest of the OK category under real pressure. There is the checkered flag. Gomez wins it from Montero. Super run for Luna Flusha. 3rd place, using the strategy of the tyres to great effect and taking 41 qualifying points that you never know could convert into championship points later on in the day. 4th for Louis Iglesias, 7th for Joe Turney. Another good run from the 6th row of the grid. Kamenik 6th, and Adam Rahali holding on to 7th place. Good drive there for Adam Rahali. He needed that for fixture lane karting after difficult races earlier in the weekend.
Yes, certainly so. Well then, there it is. That is the last time we see the seniors out before the first half of the day. Obviously, we go into the lunch break after the next race. Juniors out next for their final race before the lunch break. But certainly a very interesting morning a lot of these drivers have had all the way throughout. But certainly for Gomez, continuing that streak. Maximum points. The ball is back in towards Zach Drummond's side of the court when he comes back out later on today to see if he can match those points. Drivers head back in. Let's take you through the intermediate classification, or not the provisional classification at the end of that one. Gomez from Montero, Flusha from Iglesias, Turney from Kamenek, Rahali from Avromides. Then it's Covisto and Sam Budler who ran at the top 10. Tiziano Monza from San Jiao Yu, from Marius Barryberg and Dante Vinci. Ludovico Busso rounds out the top 15. Some good results in that one, but again, love away Sam Budler with the biggest charge in that one, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Joseph Smith finished in 16th place, had a difficult start and gained 2 in that one. Mike Pahuhala in 17th place. Alphonse Mirtanen 18th, 19th Stepan Antonov. Completing the top 20 there was Hugo Rajamet's 6 retirements in that race. Kieran Fardan, Kasper Henriksen, Len Neisch, Jensen Graham, Bernardo Bernaldi and Mark Dubnitsky all did not see the checkered flag, and a bit of work to do out there for retrieving all those carts back to Parc Ferret.
Exactly, our hard-working marshals out there on the circuit have got their work against them on this one. Many carts out there that need to be collected, and it looks like the 2 recovery vehicles out there at the moment with the trailers to sort out our drivers. Let's take you through some of the highlights on that one. As you can see, the drivers getting their carts on the trolleys and ready into scrutineering. Good start from Montero, good start from Iglesias, though. This has probably been the best start for Iglesias in one of his racing heats.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Joseph Smith getting spat out of the pack and was able to recover. Early retirement for Mark Dubnitsky. The CRG not taking the start of the race, in fact, and was left there in Marshall Post 6 to think what might have been across the course of what was a very competitive race in the midfield. Lap number 3, Joe Turney, as we've seen a lot so far this weekend after his difficult qualifying, on the move down the inside of the 266 there to take position away from Tiziano Monza. Very good race for Luna Flusha, playing the card of using the 2 spare tyres and gaining a number of positions. It's a very nice move down the inside of the 234 of Luis Iglesias. In the end, Flusha would run through to 3rd place. Gabriel Gomez, is he going to be beaten in these qualifying heats? Well, not so far after 4 of them. That was another move down the inside. Bernaldi was out of the race in the middle of the race. That was on lap number 6. The son of the former F1 driver.
Check that out in the background there.
Says, "Ooh, what's happening here on the replay?" Going wide. That was Luna
Iglesias.
Flusha.
Yeah.
And Iglesias fighting over 3rd place on the very last couple of corners. But for Gabriel Gomez, a win ahead of Noah Montero. Luna Flusha across the line on the road in 3rd, ahead of Luis Iglesias. But yeah, very close between 2 drivers there on the last lap.
Very, very dramatic indeed. Well, clean-up job happens. There you can see the 3-minute board then on the dummy grid then ready for our next race. This is the last race we go into before our first break of the day. It is OK Junior qualifying Heat D versus G. And for Kenzo Craigie, qualifying for him was very good. Fastest in group. It's what he wanted there. You can see him focusing, ready to get going for this race. He's had some good results, had some shaky ones, but this is what he had to say after qualifying, where he certainly had a very good result.
Well, first qualifying session of 2024 for Champions of the Future in the OKJ category. Kenzo Craigie, top spot in Group 1. Fantastic time from yourself. How was it feeling out there? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, well, we had a good starting position, had a good gap to the person in front. At first I didn't think I'd get it because on my last lap I got held up a little bit, but obviously our lap before that was good enough to do it. But yeah, I'm just really happy. It's my first race in OKJ, and to be on pole is really amazing.
How are the tyres feeling? Because of course now with the maxi tyres, different compound, it's been a bit of a challenge to get used to them?
Yeah, obviously compared to the Vegas, I say they got the same amount of grip, but the tyre life is a bit different between them. So it's quite a hard challenge to adjust, but yeah, we did it anyway.
Well, it's certainly going to be a different challenge for you indeed, but a great way to start the weekend. Congratulations, pole position in Group 1.
Thank you.
Well then, great to chat to Kenzo Craigie in that one, sporting his lovely new race suit there that you can see. adorned with his Mercedes-Benz sponsorship out there as well. Florentin Hattemer alongside on that front row again. Keep an eye on Florentin, the Swiss driver, certainly pushing through this field, but again, just getting those starts down to a T. Driver that we always see, it's just that little investigation flag, but certainly a very quick driver out there.
Absolutely. It'll be one of the winners from the last round of heats on the second row of the grid on the inside, Sebastian Lehtimäki. We spoke to Lehtimäki earlier on in the morning, who seemed quite happy. Well, a solid set of a resolve for Lehtimäki, and we'll be looking to repeat that result here in this one there in the Tony Kart on the inside, with Ivanikov for company on the opposite side of the grid there on row number 2.
Yep, again, just like in the world of Formula One, it's always nice to race. I think it seems every driver's dream to race for Ferrari. It's like in karting, every driver's dream to race with Tony Kart. So it's one of those things. They are the Ferrari of the karting world, I'll say, are the Tony Kart team. So yeah, for Sebastian Lehtimäki, peddling that wagon so well around this track has had a good result. Vladimir Ivanikov starting on the outside line. The Energy Course team, they've had some really good results here. Energy Course very strong out in Europe. They've got a small showing in the UK scene at the moment, but again, really strong showing in the European scene. Well, the whistle will blow very, very soon as we get ready to go for our last race before the lunch break here at Valencia. This is round 1 of Champions of the Future in 2024 here at the International Cartodrome Lucas Guerrero. As we get ready to go racing here, it is Craigie and Hattemer on that front row. And again, just got to point down to these two drivers. The whistle blows as we get going for this race. So let's take you through the full starting lineup. It's Kenzo Craigie and Florentin Hattemer on row number 1, Sebastian Lehtimäki and Vladimir Ivanikov on row 2. Alfie Slater and Henry Domain on row 3 from Scott Marsh, and Bogdan Kozma on row 4. Bosco Arias, who had a great result earlier on, starts alongside Luke Cornder on row 5. William Callagher and Jack Iliff on row 6. Kanish Grau and Jesse Phillips round out the top 14 on row 7.
Jagrat Detroja and Makar Savalev start on row number 8. On row number 9, we find Theo Battisti and Clara Kovalchik. Row 10, Vanessa Shilkanate and Manuel Miguez. Hopefully the number 50 will be able to get going and into the race this time, as there's a problem there for the 117.
Nilas Malik.
On row 11, Nilas Malik and Amin Kara Osman should be alongside on that 11th row of the grid if the 117 rather can get going. The 115 is on the next row, row 12, which is formed up of Paul Andriotis and Arpo Timonen in that 115. Row 13 contains Augustus Toniolo and Mari Baraberg. Alexander Dahlström and Emilia Rosmierska start on row 14. 28 karts in the field for the last race of this this segment, this morning and early afternoon session. What a set of races it's been so far.
Certainly has. Up and downs. Right, second attempt here. Debris won't help, but remember to get it done. Oh, it's heavy to push him. Mechanic doing his level best. It's not going to go. They are heavy karts, and when that compression valve is just not going, it's a real just try and get it going. They just choke up, and it's really difficult. We'll have another attempt. It was way before the line. Got to put 100% effort into this one. His mechanic tries so hard to get that Kart Republic kart going, but at the moment for Nilas Malik, it's just not gonna happen right now. Well then, for Craigie and Hattemer, front row awaits as they head down the back straight now. Track completely dry. Sun starting to come out. It's actually becoming a rather nice day. 14 degrees out there now. The temperature is rising, but trust me, that wind is still bitterly cold, I think.
Yeah, it's still quite brisk out there, as we mentioned earlier. 9 laps ahead of these OK Juniors groups D and G from the timed qualifying yesterday. Kenzo Craigie settles things down into the tram lines. We go then, eyes on those lights. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Good start for Kenzo Craigie. Hattemer gets it right this time by the looks of things into turn number 1. It's going to be a good chance for Lehtimäki to take second place on the inside, and does so. But Kenzo Craigie heads towards turn number 3 and 4. This kart's off in the background. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in trouble. We'll count them through at the moment. In the moments, I think Nilas Malik is known, hasn't made the start. Augustus Toniolo's in there. I think Jack Iliff has also not come through turn number 2. So a bit of actually, I think that's the first time we've seen that this weekend here at Valencia. The expected bunch up at the exit of turn number 1 has caught some of our drivers out there.
Yeah, and for a couple of them there, it's all gone wrong. Jack Iliff, like you say, one of them, and Augustus Toniolo, the other. They were the only two that couldn't get away. There were so many more involved, and I think it actually started all the way at the top, nearer the grid. Bogdan Kosmowitz, I think, was the first driver who unfortunately went slightly sideways, and that just concertinaed up into everything else. Change for the lead to the inside. Here comes Sebastian Letamaki to the lead. Carbon copy what we saw earlier on. Can he maintain that one over the course of this race? To the inside, here comes Slater now on Craigie. Craigie does not want a repeat of what happened earlier on. He wants to retake that lead, but he can't quite do it here.
Similar for Alfie Slater, who's been in 3rd place in the early stages of a number of the races so far, but needs to stay there and go forward if possible. Down the inside goes Craigie, retakes the lead of the race away from Letamaki, but Letamaki fights back through turn number 12. This is going to open the door for Alfie Slater. Slater to the front. What another brilliant bit of reading the road by Alfie Slater. Not the first time he's done that today. Little adjustment on the radiator flap, and it's the Ricky Flynn Motorsports entry to the front of the order. Down the inside goes the 84 of Henry Domain. So Domain's on the move once again on the Energy Corsa. Change of things big time at the end of lap 2. It's Slater from Letamaki, Domain, Craigie, Hattemer, your top 5.
I don't think Craigie was expecting to go back down to P4 after retaking the lead of that one halfway around the lap. So that's probably a big shock to the system on this one, but he's going to try and fight back in this one. Here comes Domain down the inside. Huge lunge there for Henry Domain. Gets past Letamaki. That brings Craigie back into it, but Florentin Hattemer also closing in once more down the inside, and Letamaki retakes it. Craigie goes through as well. Domain back down into P4.
Properly good race so far from Groups D and G in OK Junior. But all this fighting for 2nd place is giving Alfie Slater a bit of breathing room in the 27 at the front of the order. Domain looking perhaps for a move, but settles just to follow Craigie there. Craigie getting the line right out of the final corner, but here comes Henry Domain. Great amount of power down the pit straight.
Nice.
That's enough to get down the inside and take P3. Super stuff from Henry Domain. So it's Slater by half a second, then Letamaki. Domain in 3rd, Craigie back down to 4th. Hattemer, Arias, Kowalczyk. What a start for Clara Kowalczyk. Up 11 spots as down the inside comes Bosco Arias on Florentine Hattemer. That's for 5th place, but Clara Kowalczyk for Ricky Flynn Motorsport has gained a huge number of positions. Is one of the new tyre users. There's quite a few of them in this one. So she's overtaken several of those and is now starting to get into those still using original rubber. Oh, it was out wide. It's Letamaki. Letamaki wide. That's going to lose 2nd place. Through goes Domain. Through goes Craigie. What happened there?
You know what? I'm going to put that down to it was possibly a big gust of wind.
Yeah.
The building shook there at that very moment as they go wheel to wheel once more. Here comes Bosco Arias down the inside as they all try and go through, and on the outside, unfortunately, going to lose out there. Henry Domain is going to tumble down a few positions to the inside here. Here comes Hattemer back down the inside, and it's off the road again for Letamaki. Phillips has come through as well. And now it's all starting to kick off here. So this is a load of drivers now who have all got that fresh rubber on the left-hand side of the car, with drivers who have not chosen to go for them. And now you're just starting to see bottlenecking going on here. You've got drivers scrambling to try and hold on to their positions with these same tyres, and drivers with new ones trying to push themselves through. This is excellent racing so far.
Yeah, Jesse Phillips is one of those drivers with new boots on the Fusion Motorsport kart there. Onto the back straight they go. Slater looking good at the moment, 0.9 of a second out front. Is Phillips going to go down the inside of Hattemer? Yes, he is. Good move from Jesse Phillips through and into 6th place. 4 laps to go in what could be a very pivotal heat in the point standings for this round of Champions of the Future Euro Series. Let's have a look at a replay. This was Letamaki. I think you're right. We got a load of oversteer as well, out beyond the curb, opened the door for Domain and Craigie. That is a very lucky escape for Letamaki, and deep into the chicane as well was Henry Domain. So some strange things going on out there.
Certainly so, but Sebastian Letomacki certainly being absolutely beaten up out there in this one after a race win earlier on. They certainly don't want him to keep that momentum up, so he's going to have to fight back really hard in this one. Slater leads then by 0.3 of a second from Kenzo Craigie, who's held on to second place. Bosco Arias there in third, so it's all become very interesting right now.
But Craigie, that was a huge lap from Craigie, took half a second as here comes Jesse Phillips down the inside. Goes past Henry Domain for fourth place. I think 0.5 of a second have been taken out of Slater's lead in the last lap and a half. So Kenzo Craigie, new personal best. There is a new fastest lap of the race of the heat so far for Jesse Phillips on a 55.855. But we just wondered, we have seen it before here at Valencia, as there's a yellow flag out at Marshall Post 3 that will, I think something's happened to William Kalea, because Kalea has not come through sector number 1 last time around. Has Slater got enough in the tank to just keep away from Kenzo Craigie as Kenzo Craigie attacks? The gap is continuing to close in here. There it is. That is a lot less than 3/4 of a second now. Coming round to complete lap number 7. Alfie Slater's got a fight on here if he wants to win this race.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's going to go for the move early here. No, thinks against it last second. Big moment there, but Slater looked over his shoulder and could see that Craigie was going for it, so he knows he's right there. He can hear that engine whining in the background behind him as they just try and focus him up here. Again, look to the inside here, not going to be able to do it through turn number 7. And Bosco Arias is starting to close in now. This could get interesting. Craigie needs to get past Slater before Arias closes in, before they have a three-way battle for the race lead here. There is not much time left to go in this race, but Slater is doing a brilliant job holding on to the race lead here.
Is indeed, but this is going to be a good run for Kenzo Craigie onto the back straight. Bosco Arias checking over the shoulder there as well. That would be a big send from back there for Kenzo Craigie. Alfie Slater just subtly goes to the inside and holds position. Is there going to be an opportunity now for Craigie? On to the final lap we go then. Alfie Slater goes defensive into turn 1, and rightly so. Continues to hold the lead, but Jesse Phillips, Henry Domain and all the others are closing in now as well. Alfie Slater leads this. Kenzo Craigie, I think, has got a lot more to gain. Oh, there's contact between the two of them. Craigie is ahead. Through goes Bosco Arias as well. Alfie Slater down to third. He's now under attack from Jesse Phillips.
Wow, that was very close. Both drivers so lucky to be still in this race, but Craigie now leads it. Slater having to defend from, I think that's Jesse Phillips behind in P4 now. Phillips has had a fantastic race in this one with those new tyres. He's really come through the field on this one. It's just the checker flag that waits, but can Craigie hold it from Bosco Arias into this final corner? It's too far back. He's not going to be able to send it. It's going to be out of the final corner. Kenzo Craigie back on top then here for Prema Racing. He heads across the start-finish line and takes another qualifying heat win here from Bosco Arias. Another superb result for Bosco Arias from Slater. Phillips with P4 from Domain. Florentin Haftimer finishing in P6 from Letomacki down to 7th after leading in the early stage of this race.
Oh, that just shows you how quickly things can change here in the Champions of the Future Euro Series. I'd say still decent points for Letomacki. Take that, 32 of them will be added to the score. How does that leave things in the classification on those points standings? Well, it leaves us with Van Langendonk on 244 at the top, Craigie on 215, Letomacki on 205. But remember, those three have all done one more race than both Sala and Kostoya. They're both equal fourth on 200 points at the moment. Ivanikov 6th on 185. Alfie Slater now into the top 8 with that result on 184, and at top 8 completed by Noah Backlund.
Certainly so. Well, there's a look then at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. Good results then for OK Junior. Gone over the top 10. Koralchik then with a good result, finishing in P11 from Mark Savalev. Kanishk Rao and Alexander Dahlstrom from Luke Kornda, who round out the top 15. Got to give it to Paul Andreatis there with a 13 places gained, finishing in P10. Same with Alexander Dahlstrom, 13 places gained. Luke Kornda, like we were saying, just finishing in P15. Jadra Tijoja rounding out the top 16 from Bogdan Kozma. Theo Battisti finishing in 18th place from Apo Timonen, 5 places gained from Marie Barryberg as well, rounding out the top 20, 6 places gained from Vanessa Shilkanate. Armin Carrier Osman from Emilia Vishamirska finishing in 23rd, 5 places gained, 5 retirements. William Calaria there, Manuel Maguez, another retirement for him. He did not start earlier on as well. Jack Iliff, Nicholas Malik, and Augustus Toniolos. Here's some of the highlights from that one. Good start this time around from Florentine Hatton on that outside row.
Yeah, that was more like it. Kept it in the tram lines and had a good run through to the first corner. Again, you're always going to lose positions from P2 here with that long right-hander to start the race. But yeah, good to see Hattemer get it right. Not a good moment at the start of the race for Augustus Toniolo. Nilas Malik didn't make it through very long as well, and Jack Iliff, as we saw there in the number 10, all not making it round the first lap. On the attack, Kenzo Craigie retaking the lead of the race from Sebastian Letimaki. Letimaki fought back, and this was a key point. Alfie Slater reading the road down the inside, getting both of them on the run through and into turn number 14, and led this race for a long time, did the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver, with all the rest of them fighting behind. Bosco Arias, another good race from the Spaniard racing for DPK Racing. Huge moment for Letimaki, running wide out of turn 14. Lost track position to both Henry Domain and Kenzo Craigie there. Very lucky, though, that it wasn't a more serious loss of position. In the end, he would finish in 7th place.
Certainly so, yeah. Very strange one there. And then from that point on, it would just fall down the order. And again, not a nice thing you want to see. And a very strange place for it to happen as well, because they're going so far. It's a flat out of that corner, and so he's just keep it on the racing line. My point down, I did think it was a gust of wind on that one. Jesse Phillips came through. What a drive here from Jesse Phillips. His best result of the weekend so far. 10 places gained for him, siding his way through the field. Managed to get past Henry Domain and just continued to chase up. That scary moment there for Kenzo Craigie down the inside of Slater. The door was closing, but his nose was there. But I'm sure they'll have a discussion after that one. That allowed Bosco Arias to get into 2nd place on that final lap, and it would stay like that all the way to the checkered flag. Craigie would take the win from Bosco Arias, Alfie Slater from Jesse Phillips and Henry Domain. Certainly a very, very tense end to that race, and a tense end to the morning races that we've had so far today. We are going to be taking a short break. We're going to be back in around 25 minutes or so for the next round of qualifying heats, and that'll be kickstarting with groups B and F, A and C, C and H, D and E, and B and D. But we'll be back in 23 minutes. We'll see you in a few moments' time for round 1 of Champions of the Future. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fresh after the lunch break, we are back for the second half of the day, kickstarting very, very soon with our next bout of juniors and senior races. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box for you all the way throughout this weekend. We've had a very exciting first half of the day, but where have they been racing? They've been racing here at the Cataroma International Lucas Guerrero, opening in 2014. Lap record being set by Zach Drummond in qualifying this weekend, 52.991, at least about a second and a half faster than what they were doing last year. 210 metres the main straight, 135 metres the back straight, total track length 1,428 metres, the track being 9 metres wide, very wide circuit with only 2 metres of elevation, i.e. it's a flat circuit here. It's also a very fast circuit out on this track with 19 turns, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, the one hairpin. There are several overtaking opportunities around this track. Mainly one being through turn 1 in towards turn 3, around 6 and 7, down in towards 11, 12 and 13, all the way down into the final chicane where we see the last-ditch lunges from many of our drivers through 17, 18 and 19. Top speed around this circuit, very, very quick in the OK category. 132 kilometers an hour, drivers reaching into the braking zone, into the final corner and in towards turn number 1. Average speed around 97 kilometers an hour. Very, very fast circuit for our drivers to negotiate here at Valencia. Andrew, first half of the day, very exciting, some interesting races. A lot of drivers going for the new tyres early on in this weekend. We are nearing, we're going into the second half of the day, but there's still so many more races these drivers have got left to do.
Yeah, I think some of them have thrown the dice almost a bit exploratory to go, well, we're a bit further back in the order. Let's throw them on and see what we can find out. Maybe a bit of information being transferred between teammates as well. There is a driver that I'm very interested to see what he does for the remainder of the afternoon. Filippo Sala has been on fantastic form so far this weekend. He's unbeaten across the qualifying heats that Sala has competed in so far and starts this next one from pole position, of course.
Certainly does. Well, you can see him there sitting down, controlling his emotions, I can imagine, with that very stylish new helmet. I've got to say, last year it was with the gold out there. Now it's with kind of like a purpley, bluey, silvery, iridescent style paint job there with the carbon fiber trim. Got to say, big fan. If he does leave that helmet lying around anywhere, I will nab it. But I've said that publicly now, so I won't be able to get away with it. But there you go. Starting alongside, though, on this grid, you can see there just on the right-hand side of your screen, the number 59 there, Arjun Kraling. Again, looking forward to seeing what Arjun can do on this one. Had some very good results earlier on, and ooh, look at that. Fresh, new maxi tyres on board. Arjun Kraling there on the, looks to be like the left-hand side of the kart there, getting ready for this one. So on the outside row for turn number 1. Super quick run for that one. But can he maintain that momentum? Can he? Nikita Nikishov and Makar Gast round out row 6. Travis Teo and Michael McGow round out row number 7.
Kara Fairhand and Danir Islamov go from row number 8. Ethan Lennon and Zhang Halseis go from row number 9. Ella Hakkinen and Jensen Burnett start on the 10th row of the grid. Kit Bolowski and Oliver Rasmussen start on row 11. Alois Girardet and Felipe Rice start on row 12. Iskender Sultakari and Georgi Sazov start on row 13. Mark Brovko and Alexander Kortunov complete the 28 kart field there on lap on row number 14. 9 laps ahead of our OK Juniors here in Valencia. The wind has picked up again, Anthony, and it's turned again. It's now directly going down into the faces of the drivers down the pit straight. You can see the flags there on the right-hand side of your screen fluttering. So it's a tailwind on the back straight. So it's angled back again to how it was pretty much at the start of the morning.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, let's see what happens then in this race as we end the outlap and we go on to our formation lap here for our drivers. Got to say, for Arjun Kraling now, this is going to be a critical one here. Can come away with a good result, but not have to worry about fighting with those new tyres on board.
Yeah, indeed. It's a good opportunity. Drivers looping their way through the infield, through sector number 2. Pace being slowed at the front by Sala, and in anticipation of forming up the grid for this one. Good conditions here at Valencia. We had a damp start to the morning. If you're just joining us, wherever you're watching from around the world, slippery conditions for the drivers, not needing the wet tyres this morning. When it's now sunny, a few clouds in the sky, quite brisk wind across the circuit as mentioned, but dry, air temperature around 14 degrees. Good conditions for kart racing at this time of year.
Certainly so. Right then. Well, Filippo Sala with his uncontested maximum points as well with Castoya before we even start this one is under threat right now. Arjun Kraling on that front row of the grid with the brand new set of tyres on that left-hand side could really throw a spanner in the works for the driver who starts this one on pole position. Lights go green. Here we go. Down towards turn 1. Good start from the inside row. Sala gets the whole shot and through goes Rocco Coronel as well. To the outside, Kraling slots into 3rd. It's a good start with those fresh tyres. He's still got an opportunity here to take the race lead of this one as the race progresses. Down the inside, a little further back in the order. All the karts just sweeping through there. It's a nice clean getaway. There you can see up into 4th place. It's a good start still for Thomas Pradir in the treble 1, trying to latch on to his teammate who's just ahead.
Yeah, really good start for Pradir considering he started P4. You normally lose out from there. And has held position. Kraling through past Coronel into 2nd place there on your screens. I think he would have taken P3 if he'd been offered it at the start of this one. Now he can start to put that new rubber to good use. Through into the chicane for the first time in this one. Salah will lead, Crailing behind. Then it's third and fourth, the two victory lanes of Coronel and Pradir. Manny there in fifth, who's had a good start out there. Zhang Hussein's had a good start out there, up 6 places to 12th place for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Jensen Burnett is also on the move, as is Kit Malofsky.
I can imagine that Filippo Sala is just screaming for this race to end already.
Yeah.
I know it's only just started, but he's got such a good points lead at the moment, and he's battling with Christian Costoya. Costoya will be out later on. Those two will be battling against each other, but they want to go into that race joint on points, so they know who's going to come out on top. But with Arjen Crailing, with those brand new tyres on board, is closing in, and there's nothing Filippo Sala can do right now. He is just hoping he can get this cut to the end in first place. Through the chicane they go. Here comes Crailing with that slipstream. Has he got enough to send it to the inside here? Is he close enough to go for the move? Not this time. Stays there in P2. Coronel and Pradir still right behind as well. The two teammates will work together, I think, at this point, because they know that Crailing, is going to go for the move.
He's got to pick his right moments as well as Crailing. It can be very easy to throw away a potential win by being a bit too eager out there, particularly with those two victory lanes just behind as well. Is there going to be an opportunity here into turn 11? No, well, there may have been, but Crailing elects to just stay there for now, bide his time. The top 4 are pushing off the front. There's a bit of a gap back to Marnie behind there in 5th place. Cara Fearhand and Kit Malofsky continuing progress through the field, 13th and 14th places for them respectively. Ethan Lennon has gained a spot as well past Jensen Burnett, two drivers who know each other very well, of course. Round the final corner, end of lap number 3 then for Salah. Still in the lead of the race, change between the victory lanes down the inside. Goes Thomas Pradir on his teammate Rocker Coronel. Sweet move there for 3rd place.
Yeah, I think Pradir just thinking, Coronel, you're good, but you're dropping off these two, and we know they're going to battle, so I'm just going to try and lead them, see if I can hold on to them. Crucially, Crailing's not going to go for the move here. I think, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to. I think he's toying a little bit with Salah here. Yeah. I think he's just waiting to the last lap. He's going to put Salah into a false sense of security, saying he can't get past, he can't find a way past, and then he's going to send it. Salah will be thinking this as well, I'm sure. So both of them are going to be playing mind games at this point now. I'm sure Salah knows that Crailing is on those fresh set of boots on the left-hand side of his wagon. As he pushes him along, he's just giving those incentives. Oh, still here, still here. He's throwing those mind games in.
He is indeed. I think there's been a problem for Felipe Rice. Rice not circulating anymore in the 1-1-3. So 2 laps off the lead now. Assume that Rice has stopped out there or come into the pits. There is the 1-1-3. That's going nowhere in a hurry. And fortunately for Rice, out of the race.
Certainly so. Big DNF for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Unfortunately, not the result he would have wanted. Action changing here, and it's all kicked off here right now. Well, Filippo Sala is down to 3rd place, just off camera. So Crailing now takes the lead, and now Sala under pressure from Coronel as well. Coronel through. So tyres now are starting, I think, to begin at their limit now. This is at the end of their tether. They're just not going to be working anymore now. And the drivers who have gone for the fresher set are just sweeping away here now. Crailing and Pradir. Now, Pradir's not gone for a fresh set. He's still got his original set. He is still managing to break away. So I think this is just Sala needing to focus now. But right now, this is the first chink in the armoury for Filippo Sala.
Good lap there for Marnie. Nearly part of this group now to make it a 5-way scrap for the lead of the race. And this is very good news for Dries van Langendonk, not in this race. Watching this from the sidelines, and there's 2 drivers out there with a perfect record so far, and at the moment one of those drivers is in 4th place. So this would be Dries van Langendonk moving up at least 1 position in the points at the end of this rotation. Let's have another look at it again. It's down into turn 7. Not much, if anything at all, that Salah could have done there. Great reading by Pradir of what was going on ahead of him. Just nips through there into 2nd place, and I've got to say, Pradir is not being dropped by Crailing. However, is this a bit of tactical play by the Kart Republic driver, knowing, well, I've got the fresh tyres, I've got the ability to push on when I want to, but I don't want to push on. I don't want to take out the least amount of time out of these tyres. And down the inside goes Pradea. Well, that wasn't part of the plan for Kraling. Pradea down the inside. I was just thinking, was Kraling trying to do the classic win this race as slowly as possible? Well, he's not winning it now. Down the inside went Pradea. Another confident move. Return there from Kraling. Through comes Coronel back into second place. And well, that is going to give Kraling a lot to think about now, that maybe he will have to use a bit more of his new tyres in this race, because those two victory lane karting efforts from Coronel and Pradea will go for the move if the opportunity presents itself.
They certainly will. Back on that back straight they go. Kraling checks over the shoulder, so does Coronel. No changes there as they dip down into that final chicane. Possible lunge attempt there for Pradea, not going for it. He stays behind as they make their way down in towards turn one once more. Here comes Coronel for the race lead, and well, Arjun Kraling under big pressure here, and through goes Filippo Sala. This is exactly what Sala wants, because the two drivers ahead of him have both not got fresh set of tyres on. This is back in the race for Filippo Sala and his undefeated streak so far.
Indeed, and for Kraling, the strategy of going for those new tyres at this moment has not paid off. He's got 2 laps, including the one that we're on, to find a way back to the front of the order. He's going to go down the inside of Salah here for third place through turn 11. Salah's done brilliant there to hold around the outside. Will have the advantage for 12, but now loses it for 13. Through goes Kraling. So that's Kraling up to third spot. But here come the victory lane karting boys. Coronel and Pradea working together right now, knowing they've got to go. They've got to go now if either of them are going to win this race and get that gap to the fast Card Republic behind in the hands of Kraling. To the inside goes Pradea. Sala's going for the P3 as well. What a race from Sala. Well, it doesn't look like he's going to win this race at the moment, but this is a fantastic effort to hold on to third. Holding around the outside of Kraling, but he's going to be open on the inside now for the next couple of corners. Still scrapping at the two victory lanes ahead. Sala still fights back. What a brilliant response here, but is he going to lose position now to Kraling again? Yes, he is, and Marnie's down the inside, now into fourth.
Well, this is interesting stuff. I mean, Sala, fair play to him, but he's lost all hope of winning this race now. It's between these two here, Pradea and Coronel. Coronel with the inside line, much tighter on the exit. Retakes the lead of this one. Pradea's going to send it to the inside, both of them wanting to get a good result in this one. But who is going to get those 50 points down in towards the final chicane? Coronel goes defensive. Pradea will have the run here to the line if he gets the exit. He does get the exit. Side by side, the two teammates. It's Coronel by 0.010 across the line. It is Rocco Coronel who takes the win here in the qualifying heat here. B&F, what a result. What a drive from both the teammates here. A 1-2 finish for Victory Lane. That's good points. Kraling finishing in third place despite having those brand new tyres, was not able to put them to good use. Did lead, did his level best, but the resilience of Coronel, Sala and Thomas Pradea refusing Arjun Kraling that top spot. Well, Coronel takes it from Thomas Pradea, Arjun Kraling from Filippo Sala, Andrea Mane from Nikita Nikashov, Erim Dufanov and Jarek Clark, the top 8 from Karaha Fairhand. Belovsky, 11 positions gained, finishing in the top 10. Let's take you through the full classifications of that one, the top 10 we've been through. Tamas Gender from Travis Teo, Michael Magawi and Ethan Lennon, Zhang Jose rounding out the top 15 on track. All of those gaining positions there. Brilliant runs half the field with the brand new set of tyres on as well, pushing themselves up through that field. 16th place goes to Jensen Burnett, Matvey Durinov from Alexander Zulkafari. In 18th place, 7 positions gained from Zilier, finishing in 19th, 4 places gained. Martinez from Gast, Islamov from Rasmussen, Zazov from Heikkinen, Kotanov from Brovko, rounding out the 27 finishes. Only the one retirement, Felipe Rice, and there on your screen is Rocco Coronel, your race winner here at Valencia in qualifying heats. Here's a look at some of the highlights from that one. There were many. Filippo Sala with that good getaway. Kraling into third. at the start of that. Coronel holding on to second place. Bit of a gap formed behind them, but Thomas Perrier would close in. No really dramas all the way throughout the field. You can see there everyone getting through. Georgi Zazov there on the energy course, just trying to get involved in the battle. No changes on the opening stages apart from that one there. It'd be a change for second place. Through would go Kraling. He would then try to battle with Sala, as then Thomas Perrier would close in on Coronel. Both of those would swap positions. Then the move here. This is where it all started to go downhill a little bit for Filippo Sala. Kraling through, Thomas Perrier through. Then Coronel would get through. Sala would drop down to fourth. But then two teammates would start to battle a little bit later on. Not after this one though. Perrier down the inside, Coronel trying to follow. Not able to get that cut down the inside. Then Kraling would fight back. Coronel would go through. Sala tried to follow through as well, not able to do so. All the meanwhile, Andrea Mani was just slowly creeping in the background there, unsighted. Coronel back to the inside for the race lead. Perrier followed. So did Sala. And then from first to fourth, Arjen Kraling went. Sala communicating there, not to go defensive with Kraling. He does. So Sala sends it down the inside, and a change of the front as well. Perrier back down the inside of Coronel. They continue again to battle the two teammates, as Sala would refuse to give up that third place spot. Would have to concede it though later on in the lap, as Coronel took the race lead out of 13 and through 14 and onto the back straight. Defended it into the final chicane as the train formed in the background. It was a run to the line, but it would go the way of Rocco Coronel. Thomas Perrier would have to settle for second, but both of them gaining 2 positions in that race. So Martin Kraling and Filippo Sala, his first non-win of the weekend, takes his first P4, and that promotes Dries van Langendonk to the top of the intermediate classifications, provisionally of course. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. We'll head down to Andrew Mather, who's with one of our drivers. Looks like we're having a little bit of audio troubles down there in Parc Ferme. Wind howling there in the downside. We'll try and get back to our race winner down there very, very soon. But for Rocco Coronel, a brilliant result for that one. So close across the line. The 0.010 second of a gap between himself and his teammate, Thomas Perrier, to finish that race. Super, super close. Next race coming up soon, though, will be qualifying heat A versus C. Some of our fastest drivers out there in the session. That is the next race coming up. Before that, we will hopefully head back down to Parc Ferme with one of our drivers there. There you can see on your screen 11 laps of racing ahead of us for Groups A versus C. Zach Drummond and Anatoly Kavalkin starting on the front row for that race. Jindřich Peschel and Lewis Werrell starting on row 2. So again, some big moves up there, and I'm sure there'll be some developments with tyres, and I can confirm a little bit later on when we get the picture if there is any changes with tyres, because certainly you can imagine after seeing these races there is issues. It looks like we're ready. Let's head down to Parc Ferme with Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We're down here in Parc Ferme with our winner from the last race, Rocco Coronel. Rocco, key race, that great to see a win out there for you.
Yeah, it was a nice one. A bit difficult with overtaking. Sometimes I overpush and then I just crossed them back. But for the rest, it was all okay. Good race, speed was there, and I had a bit of a bite I had in there. And then eventually it was just over the finish, and then it was okay.
How important was it having Thomas Perrier with you, having a teammate particularly to fend off Kraling on those new tyres?
It was better because then we can make teamwork together and just go help each other. And it helped, so we get the 1-2 for the team.
You've done a lot of laps of this circuit so far in 2024. How are you feeling at this point of the season?
It's getting better and better. I know the track a bit more. Some corners I'm really good at. I can brake really late and then just go really good and then have a good exit as well. But for the rest, I like the track, and for now, it's in this weather, it's okay.
Victory Lane Karting as a team, you've been knocking on that door of getting a really big victory so far in this year's competitions. Do you think you can do it this weekend?
I hope so. I think I will.
Oh, well done once again, Rocco. ever entertaining out there. Great win, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
There we go, Rocco Coronel, our latest winner for Victory Lane Karting. For now, though, Anthony Jordan, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Looking like it's getting nice and sunny down there as well. Right then, I have got confirmation there is some tyres at play in this one, but not for the front 3 rows. You have to go back to row number 4, and Alexander Bondarev is the top runner out there, who has gone for a fresh set of boots on the right-hand side of wagon. Lewis Francis, right behind him, has done the same. Fresh set of boots on the right-hand side. A little further back in the grid, another of the chop and change with tyres as well. Go to Michael Adair, who's gone for a new set on either side. So you've got a brand new tyre on the front left, brand new on the rear right for Michael Adair, further down there in the grid. So again, some big changes with those tyres. There's a look at the intermediate classifications then. Gomez leads though at the moment with the 200, but with the 150, Zach Drummond, can he maintain that one? It's qualifying heat A versus C. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Zach Drummond and Anatoly Kavalkin go from row number 1. Jindřich Peschel and Lewis Werrell on row 2. David Walter and Elliot Kaczynski, they round out row number 3 with Finn McLaughlin and Alexander Bondarev, the first of the new tyres, on row 4. Maximilian Rafalek and Lewis Francis, also with a fresh set of boots on the right-hand side, go from row 5. Guillaume Bazar and Sebastiano Pavan on row 6. Row 7 sees Salim Hanar and Kai Rilart, with row 8 being Guy Albagino and Leon Brunner on that row. Tom Dussel, who had a retirement earlier on, he starts on row number 9. He's got Leo Nilsson alongside from Sweden, with Michael Adair and Jimmy Helias on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Matti Rittanen and Tame Soleil on row 11, with Jakob Raski and Wojciech Voda on row 12. Vigard Clemeston and Stefano Padani on row 13, with Ivo Pastrada and Oscar Repetto on row 14. A very packed grid as we get ready to go for this one. 28 drivers and more drivers going with fresh set of tyres as well. Guy Albag, the Albagino himself, has gone for a fresh set on the right-hand side. Leon Brunner alongside him has gone for a fresh set of left-hand side tyres. We've spoken about Michael Adair on row 10, but then further back in row 12, Jakob Raschke and Wojciech Voda both going for a brand new set on the left-hand side, and then Stefano Padani and Oscar Repetto also going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. So fair few drivers in this one. We'll have to keep an eye on all of them to see how they do through this race with brand new tyres on board. But as you saw in that last one, it didn't work out for all of our drivers. There, confirmation graphic, Alexander Bondarev, brand new set of tyres. Bremen Racing Team on that right-hand side of the kart. And again, interesting to see that we've seen these different strategies from drivers, haven't we? Some go for the right, some go for the left, and some going for the alternative cross-pattern one. Yeah, I think that's what we'll call it.
I think it's because this circuit has got so many different elements to it. It's a track that's very much stylized by its 3 distinct sectors. So that's going to mean compromise depending on which way you go. What I will say, which you probably picked up on whilst we were doing the interview there with Rocco, the wind has really turned up the speed. It's not quite as fast as we've experienced at other circuits here in Spain. I mean, you can see from the exhaust, it's just blowing straight across. It's a much stiffer. It's not a breeze anymore. It's properly challenging out there for some drivers. So that moment that we saw earlier in the race, here we go for the next 11 laps. Green lights. Drummond takes it from pole position into turn 1. Peschel looking for the room down the inside as well. Kavalkin holding in round the outside. That's a great effort from Kavalkin. He's held P2. We don't often see that here at Valencia. Good starts for both drivers on the front row.
A little bit shaky in the background there. Dust getting kicked up. I think 1 or 2 drivers having to take to the escape road there, but everyone getting round the first few corners relatively unscathed. Yeah, you bang up right there. Drummond with the start from the inside low, predictable for that one, but Kavalkin, yeah, brilliant stuff for him on that outside row. Down the inside there, not sure who that is. I think Peschel was still there in 3rd place. That is Finn McLaughlin. Again, a brilliant stuff for him from 7th.
Yeah, but Finn McLaughlin has really got himself in tune with the circuit here in Valencia. Moved down the inside as well. Oh, that was a mighty close moment going through turn number 15 into the tram lines once again to the end of lap number 1. Drummond from Kavalkin, McLaughlin, Werrell, Peschel. It's not a great first lap for Peschel there. Normally you see a driver from P3 on the grid move forward. In the end, the Czech driver's down in 5th.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, Drummond's still holding on to the lead of this one, but remember, Lewis Werrell coming through the field as well has had a good start as well. You can see him there in P4. Just going through back in his original starting spot. Just starting to hunt down these three at the front. Where is Alexander Bondarev? He is the driver. Well, he's not had a good start this one. He's dropped down to 10th on my screen here. I think he's back up to 9th now, so he's only down 1 position. He's a little further down in the field here with that brand new set on board. Still a handful of drivers who have gone for those new tyres, so we'll keep an eye on all of them as they make their way through. Back on the start-finish straight, still Drummond, Kavalkin, McLaughlin, Werrell, Peschel, Volta, Pavan up to 7th from Kaczynski, Bondarev and Buzar, your top 10.
Qualifying heats points situation. Drummond back to the top of the order. Kavalkin with this result would be sat in 4th place on 173. McLaughlin would be 6th on 167. So it's a strong field out here at the moment. Who else is on the move? Sebastiano Pavan's gaining again. He's up to 7th place. Just got past Kaczynski. Bondarev, as you mentioned, past Boozer for 9th. Kai Rilletz really needs a good result in this one for Sodi Karts. Retired from the previous race. He's up to 11th place.
Certainly so. Again, adjustments to the radiators there. Quite a lot of cover there for Kavalkin, not so much for McLaughlin. So Kavalkin keeping the heat in the engine, whereas McLaughlin trying to cool it down as much as he possibly can at this stage. You can imagine there with the dirty air, he's not getting much air in there, which would make sense, being stuck behind everyone, despite the fact that he's got the headwind down that main straight. But McLaughlin still closing in here, and now piling on the pressure to Kavalkin, sends it, but Kavalkin's got the inside line. Here comes Werrell once more. McLaughlin under pressure. It was a good attempt, but he's going to have to give it another go, and he tries it again, and Werrell follows as well. That secures that one a little bit, but he runs deep, he runs wide. Now comes David Volta. David Volta down the inside. He gets past Kavalkin. Kavalkin's dropped several places. The biggest winner for that one is Lewis Werrell, who's up into P2 now and on the charge towards Zach Drummond.
I was going to say, Lewis Werrell is probably thanking Finn McLaughlin right now for that big move down the inside. I think McLaughlin was half in attack, half in defence at the same time as he overshot the breaking point there. But Werrell up into 2nd place, 3rd place for David Walter, and now we see, well, none of the problems that we saw yesterday for David Walter in the 265. And we've seen that David can finish these races strong as defending now. Here comes Peschel down the inside of Kavalkin. Kavalkin loses out, I think, is that Bondarev coming through? Yes, it is. You can see the Williams Formula 1 team logos on the side of his Prema Racing kart. That's a good bit of progress by Bondarev, and he's going to go for more progress down the inside of Peschel. That's another position gained for Bondarev, up to P5.
Cool, calm, collected again, wheel to wheel. Peschel under pressure again from Kavalkin. Kavalkin just trying to hold on to that position. I think he's, yeah, he did hold on to it. Now Sebastiano Pavan has closed in as well. We've seen Pavan make good moves all the way throughout this weekend. Now he's latched onto the back of this one. I'm sure he will make some more here. Back across the line they go. Still Drummond who leads by 0.8 of a second. We'll keep an eye on that gap. We'll keep an eye on the second times as well, because they're looking relatively similar. I think Drummond is securing that start at the moment as Bondarev now sets the fastest lap of the race. Those tyres are coming in now. These first couple of laps, it took a while to get the temperature into them, but now they've got them, and now they're working. Now we can start to push through. Pavan past Peschel, and he's up into P7.
So Drummond leads by 0.8 of a second as, out of the race is Stefano Padani. Cali Kart's kart out of the race there. It's been a tough weekend for Padani so far, and it gets no better there. A retirement and 28th place. End of lap number 6 then. Drummond still leads, but the gap is coming down. Lewis Werrell took about 1/10 out of Zach Drummond's lead there. It's down to 0.7. David Walter not too far behind as well for Tony Karts. Finn McLaughlin 4th, Bondarev 5th, Kavalkin, Pavan, Peschel, Kaczynski and Leon Brunner. Leon Brunner's having a good race here. He's up to P10 as a little closer look there at the kart of Stefano Padani out of this race. But yeah, Brunner, 6 places gained so far. One of the biggest movers, if not the biggest mover in the race so far.
So, eyes on this battle here. Lewis Werrell and David Walter. This is the battle for second place on your screen. Both drivers have gained position on this one, both of them up 2 places. McLaughlin and Bondarev both gaining 3 places. They are once again starting to close in. The gap has come down a little bit between Werrell and Drummond, but not by much. I'm talking tenths here across the line, or sorry, hundredths of a second, not tenths across the line. It's yeah, down to 0.6 of a second now. There's a look at the intermediate classifications. Drummond, with this position, would still match Gabriel Gomez 200 points apiece. Both of them still on an unbroken streak, but there's still a long way to go in this race. Now, am I seeing something flapping around on the back of Kaczynski's kart there? I am. Now, that is the overflow to his radiator that is starting to blow around in the wind on Kaczynski's kart.
That's it's not a good situation at all.
It's a distraction with it banging around.
For everybody else out there. And yeah, we'll keep monitoring that situation. Down the inside there, lovely move by the 2.57 of Francis. So Lewis Francis gaining another position out there for KR Motorsports. Now to complete lap number 8 then are the leaders. Drummond leads still by 0.6 of a second, but that gap is coming down between himself and Lewis Werrell. Here down the inside goes the 2.54 for a move. That's Guy Albach. We have not seen too much of Guy Albach so far today, but that was a nice move. Gets him past the 2.37 of Brunner and into the top 10.
Another runner on those brand new set of tyres. Guy Albagino pushing hard here, and he's trying to gain as many positions as he can, running on the Kart Republic chassis here at Valencia, looking mighty in his nice clean new race suit for 2024. But Drummond leading the way. Replay here of Silvano Badani. What is he unhappy with? Oh, front tyre. It looks like that's a failure there. It's popped on track, and that's why he's pulled it in. Well, couldn't see completely of that one. Maybe it's just a puncture he's picked up from the track. Couldn't see any tread there or anything like completely delaminated or anything.
So there either. I think that is
it's just a puncture.
Yeah.
Not what he will have wanted there at all. Well, Zach Drummond continues to lead the way, but the gap is coming down. Lewis Werrell, it's closing. Half a second now is that gap as Werrell continues to pile on that pressure. Drummond's now just thinking, this is probably my last race on these tyres now. I think my next race, I'm going for a brand new set.
He's done a brilliant job to get those tyres through this far. And I was talking to people at the start of the week, you know, people saying, no way are you going to be able to take a set of tyres this far, or like talking about the superheats, and no one's going to have new tyres for the superheats. Well, Zach Drummond's not going to be too far off. That I agree with you. I would probably put some new set on for that next race, particularly as it'll be against Gomez. There'll be championship points on the line in that one.
Exactly, and you have to remember Gomez on his last one with his set of tyres, he also had the smallest gap he's ever had in a race. So I think we've reached the limit for, I think, our drivers who've been running at the front of this one. But everyone's just going to try and keep them going as we're on the final lap here. Elliot Kaczynski a little further down the order, still trying to get through this field. I think he's actually tumbled down the order. Yeah, he has, 19th place. But this man here, David Walter on your screen, the 265, in second place, has really latched onto the rear bumper of Lewis Werrell here now. So Werrell, despite his best efforts trying to close in, is now on the defensive on this last lap. And I can imagine David Walter's going to go for a full send here if he can into the final corner. Werrell strategically plants that kart in the middle of the road, but Drummond takes another win, and he secures maximum points again, matching Gabriel Gomez. The next time we see those two, they'll be racing each other, and I suspect on brand new tyres as well on one side or the other. That's going to be the curious one. Zach Drummond then for Parallel Motorsport takes the win. Unbeaten at this moment in time. And so far, a perfect weekend. Outright pole. And now 4 wins out of 4 for Zach Drummond. Werrell with a good result. Still finishing P2. Managed to hold off David Walter. Superb defensive drive there into that final chicane. Planting that kart right in the middle of the road to secure that P2. David Walter from Finn McLaughlin, Alexander Bondarev from Anatoly Kavalkin, still securing a top 6 spot on that intermediate classification. Pavan finishing in 7th place after gaining 5 from Jindřich Peschel. Lewis Francis from Guy Alberghino finishing in the top 10 for that one. Leon Brunner finishing in 11th place from Guillaume Bouzard. Tom Dussel, good result. It's P13. It's not a retirement for the Frenchman. Salim Hanna and Kai Rillarts then round out the top 15. 16th place down sees Leo Nilsson gaining 2 places from Jimmy Helias's 3 places gained in 17th. Matti Rittinen finishing in 18th, also 3 places gained. Kaczynski unfortunately dropping down to 19th at the end of that one from Michael Adair. Wojciech Woda finishing in 21st place after gaining 3 places from Tame Soleil. Jakub Braszki from Oscar Repetto. And it is Ivo Bestrada, Maximilian Rafalik, Vanguard Clemison, and Stefano Pedani. Unfortunately, the only retirement in that race. Let's take you through some of the highlights in that one. Again, good getaway for Drummond, but it was a good getaway for Anatoly Kavalkin. He managed to hold on to P2. Watch him all the way around the outside there, right at the front. Just gets ahead of Jindřich Peschel, who tried to get into 2nd place, but was denied it. Werrell there in 4th place with a good start, and then again, McLaughlin with a good start. The driver who started this one, P7, up to P5, then up into P4 very, very quickly. So up to P3 very, very quickly. Kaczynski, you can just see him there in the background, who was up a very high position, battling away, but unfortunately would then just tumble down the order later on. This brave, brave move down the inside for Werrell, who would then fully commit to it into the final chicane. Absolutely nowhere he could get that one wrong. McLaughlin down the inside. This was his first move to try and get up into 2nd place. This one wouldn't work. Werrell would be behind. This was the 2nd attempt. Again, outbraking himself, working those tyres that just weren't finding the traction he needed. And Werrell managed to get through. So completely outbraked himself there, did McLaughlin. And Walter would get through as well. Peschel then became under pressure. Kavalkin tumbling down. Bondarev would come through on that fresher set of tyres. Took a couple of laps to get up to temperature, but they certainly did, and they certainly proved vital for him to gain those positions. He most definitely needed. Pavan just squeezing down the inside of Jindřich Peschel to secure that spot. The retirement for Pedani here. And another look at that tyre again. Just looks like that was possibly just a puncture. It's a big shame there for Pedani, but for Zach Drummond, winning by 9/10 of a second, securing another 50 points and matching Gabriel Gomez. The two of them will go into their final race a little bit later on, battling each other. Who will come out on top and who will come out with the most championship points? We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Andrew Mather, it is over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan, here with our latest heat winner, Zach Drummond. Zach, another win. That's 4 from 4 so far. Form continuing to be strong here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm definitely in my best form. This is the best I've been in probably my whole racing career, so I'm liking it, and hopefully it can stay the same for the whole year.
What's made the difference so far this weekend? Is there a couple of things that you put down to the pace you've had this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, GFR engines in parallel have always been good, but I think since it's like the big stuff's starting to come, I've definitely put myself, give myself a much harder time, and then it's paid off. So, yeah, it's good.
As the competition, as the rounds going on as well, the stakes get even higher. How are the tyres feeling? We've been wondering in the comments box whether they're pretty much done, or is there a bit more life still in them?
Yeah, I've been managing the tyres pretty good, but in that last one there, I was getting pushed on quite a bit. I pushed the tyres a little bit more, but I was still very clean with them, and they're looking very good right now for the last heat.
Yourself and Gomez undefeated at the moment. What are your thoughts on that race later on? Because it's the sad thing of this format, both of you can stay undefeated.
Yeah, it's going to be a very hard race, but I'm sure I'll just push as much as he will, so we'll see who comes out on top.
Well done again, Zach. Great to see you in great form this weekend, and best of luck for the next race.
Thank you.
There we go, Zach Drummond for Parolin, having a superb weekend so far here in Valencia. Anthony, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Don't be too long. That wind is getting rather heavy out there. Right, so yeah, very interesting stuff then for the senior category. They're racing nearing the end. They've only got a couple of races left to go. And like we were saying, for the OK category, the next time we see Zach Drummond, he will be racing with Gabriel Gomez. But we will turn our attention now to the junior category, because now it's time for Christian Costoya to have a go. He's just watched earlier on that Filippo Sala dropped down a few positions. Now he has a chance here to take the lead of the intermediate classifications uncontested. But himself and others around are on original tyres, but drivers behind, such as Sebastian Mins and Kasper Rajpold, have gone for brand new tyres on the left-hand side of their kart. Sebastian Mins starting on the second row, Kasper Rajpold starting on the third row. So he's got pressure ahead of him here from drivers behind that could possibly put him in a bit of a predicament here. We'll see what happens then as drivers will get themselves primed and ready for this one. OK Junior qualifying heat C versus H. Costoya with the maximum points will have Nicholas Schaufler alongside here. You can see him there getting ready to go on the Kart Republic chassis as they come through. But still a brilliant result. As engines fire up, here we go then for this qualifying heat C versus H. As mechanics dive out of the way as the drivers leach out into the sunshine. Let's take you through the full starting lineup. Costoya then from Schaufler, Arthur Huang and Sebastian Mins, Bruno Grick and Kasper Rajpold. Devon Waltz and Cole Denham go from row 4. Noel Pocula and Jacopo Martinez on row 5 from Louis Cochet and Alex Brunner. Oliver Kinmark from Boris Leisen on row 7. Max Corby and Asher Osten on row 8. Scott Lindblom and Merrill Peldis on row 9. Shen Zhayu and Marcel Sebo on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Matteo Rivals and Amir Sabrov on row 11. Alexander Uznim and Philippe Baletta on row 12. Sunazi and Oscar Gallin, they round out row 13 with Javier Dudovsky and Zhao Zizun rounding out the 28 drivers in this race. Reminder, Dries van Langendonk is leading the intermediate classifications after Filippo Sala was only able to best a P4 in his race, now sits with 241. So basically, the ball is in Christian Costoya's court here. He doesn't want to finish any less than first, obviously. He wants to maintain his maximum points. If he does finish second, he'll be joint with Dries van Langendonk, and then they'll have to worry about fighting each other later on. But then you've also got, if he finishes in P3, he still beats Sala, who has been his main rival so far throughout this one.
Yeah, it does indeed. It's I think for Costoya, it's just stay focused on the win, not try and worry too much about the points at this stage, because there's still a good bit of racing to go. But for the OK Juniors, further down the order, another opportunity to get points on the board. Wind situation, I'd say it's died down a little bit. It's not as gusty as it was, say, 30 minutes ago, but it's still pretty tricky out there for the drivers. That's a shot of the final chicane there. See any moves into that region. Arthur Huang just getting back into position there, and so a bit to sort out before the red line. Into the formation we go then. Group C and H. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Costoya on the right-hand side, good for a green light, and away we go. Costoya gets a good start. Huang follows through again, round the outside. Look at Mins going for it there, trying to get P3. Schaufler holds it in there, so Schaufler holds onto P3 from grid 2. That's not a bad return. In through turns 3 and 4 we go. Clean start, but a fast start as down the inside of Huang goes Schaufler.
Spinners in the background there. Unfortunately, the VDK driver for Switzerland, Matt Corby, is out of this race. He's trying to get it restarted now. He's given a good run. I'm looking out the window here as battle's still happening on your screen. Looks like he's actually got it going again, which is good to see. So for Matt Corby, he's still in this race. Eyes on this battle as down the inside there. You can see the number 12 trying to get through. That is Bruno Grick again. Just a reminder, Sebastian Mins and Kasper Rashbold, they have the new tyres on the left-hand side of Wagon, so keep a very close eye on them in this race.
Absolutely, they're the ones we don't expect to have good pace. Through and across to finish lap number 1. On the attack, there's number 4 of Jacopo Martinezzi, but being attacked himself. Poccola down the inside. Good move by Jod Poccola there. Gets up to 8th place. Back comes Martinezzi down the inside. Retakes that spot. I think Louis Cochet is trying to get involved as well. Louis Cochet's had a decent day so far. Difficulties yesterday, but he's fighting back here for one of those spots in the superheats.
Certainly is. Again, action happening here as Arthur Huang dives down the inside, I think, of Sebastian Mins. So remember, Seb Mins, who's on that fresher set of tyres, needs to get them to work. He's getting them to work now. Back down the inside. Oh, he squeezes Arthur Huang off the track. And now through goes Bruno Grick. And now Jacopo Martinezzi and Rajpold, they will have a time and a chance to close in now and get that change done. There is Jacopo Martinezzi. He's under pressure from Rajpold just behind on that fresh set of tyres. Bad exit then for Arthur Huang, and now he goes wheel to wheel with Jacopo Martinezzi and Rajpold. They both go through, and Arthur Huang now starting to fall down the order here. He'll not like this one bit as Poccola now starts to close in. The driver on the 76, Louis Cochet there as well, Oliver Kinmark rounding out the top 10. But no change yet. Late lunch there, wheel banging between the drivers. That was an oops moment there, I think, for Arthur Huang, trying to get it down the inside. And unfortunately, Poccola getting caught out there. Now he's going to send it down the inside, thinking, right, I don't want a part of this. I'm going to go for the move. And Arthur Huang, unfortunately, here is just fading right now. He is tumbling down the order. He's had such good results in the early start of this race, but I think he's pushed those tyres just a little bit too hard for a little bit too long.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that's the thing to the rest of the pack. He's looking weak at the moment. He's looking vulnerable, and that normally just leads to more and more overtakes. Yeah, the back end of the car just doesn't seem to want to sit down at the moment. End of lap number 3. Costoya leading by 0.3 of a second from Schaufler. Mins 3rd, Grick 4th, Martinezzi 5th. Huang now down to 9th place. Cole Denham looking for a way through. There's a new fastest lap of the race. Let's have a look at the moment again for Arthur Huang.
Oh, it's just a little bit of contact there, wasn't there?
There's a tiny piece there with Sebastian Mins. Schaufler, the fastest driver on circuit at the moment. Plenty of laps to go.
Certainly so. Big dive down the inside here as Alexander Uznim gets a warning flag. We're seeing changes thick and fast through the field. There, that looked like CL, that looks like Cole Denham making a move, the number 53, now trying to push his way through the field. Again, there's a handful of other drivers who have also got brand new tyres on. This was Arthur Huang trying to go down the inside here of Louis Cochet, I believe that was a little further down, or maybe it was a little higher up. But yeah, certainly a very tough one. Now, this is interesting. Costoya and Schaufler, both, I don't think have gone for new tyres at all. They're both in their original sets, and they are closing in on each other. So, has Schaufler babysitted those tyres a little bit more than what Costoya has, or is Costoya just nursing them a little bit too much right now? That's the question.
Maybe so. The pace through the first sector comparable between the two of them, 14.5 each. Arthur Huang's coming back here. He's just gone purple through sector number 1 as the number 57 car. So that's a good sign for VDK Racing. Good gap for the two leaders. Back to 3rd place there. Martinezzi, I think we still need to keep an eye on as well. Fastest of anyone through sector number 2. 5 laps down, 4 to go. Costoya looking good for a 5th victory here. It would mean Costoya is out there on his own in the points. 6 ahead of Van Langendonk, 9 ahead of Salah. Still with more races to come across the course of the afternoon. There's a new fastest lap of the race from Arthur Huang. It's 0.3 of a second behind Louis Cochet now. Let's see if Huang can hopefully get back up to the top 5. That's kind of the pace that he's had throughout the weekend so far.
Yeah, certainly so. It'll be a lot of work to do that, though. Currently sits P9 at the moment behind Louis Cochet. Jacopo Martinezzi, who is a little further down in the order, currently P5, started this one P10, gaining those 5 positions, but we are currently watching your race leader here, Christian Costoya, in the 101, leading from Schaufler. There is Jacopo Martinezzi, who has gained some really good places in this one. Over the course of this one, did he go for a fresh set of tyres on his? I don't think he did. No, he didn't. So again, he's still working really hard. on that original set, or did he go for a new set earlier on? That's the question. We're at that stage of the weekend now, where some drivers may have deployed their tyres really early on in the weekend, which is why they're not using them right now. We did see drivers using their brand new set of tyres actually yesterday, so some really big shake-ups then, and some early use of the tyres. This battle here, though, still starting to heat up here. You're seeing Casper Ranchhold and Bruno Grich battling away. Now, Sebastian Mintz is back up into third place now. He's got the fresh set. Rajpold's there in fifth. He has the fresh set as well. So two of the highest running drivers started to get some into points. But I've got to say, Sebastian Mintz, he just lost 3/10 on that last lap alone, or in that sector. So Seb Mintz is not able to close up on these battles right now, and everyone's just concertinaing back up again. This is starting to get a little bit interesting here now with strategy. But we have noted, it just takes that little bit of time to get everything to get up to temperature and warmed up. Here we go, through turn one. Closing in now is Boccola on Bruno Grich. Are we going to see a move here between the two drivers? One for Tony Kart Racing, one for Ward Racing. The only difference you can tell is that just little hint of yellow on the side. There's the move, and through goes Tony Kart Racing team driver Viola Boccola up into P6.
Good move there on Bruno Grich. From the information I think we've got, that number 4 of Martinez is still on the original set of tyres. Or they're 2 races old at this stage. But I don't think Martinez applied the tyres very early on. I don't remember him being one of the early changers. Costoya looking comfortable though. Round to complete another lap onto the final lap. This is going to be a strong position now. He's going to have a lead in the points for these qualifying heats ahead of everybody else heading towards the next crucial round. Get closer to deciding who's going to be on pole position for those super heats tomorrow. We'll be able to follow here with the live coverage. 1.1 seconds ahead of Schaufler, who's content now for second place.
Certainly is. Final lap board out as we go into the infield straight here. Our drivers looking very strong in the latter half of this weekend. And for Costoya, it's a flag to flag. He's certainly responded to what Filippo Sala did earlier on. Best he could do was a P4, losing his winning streak, but Christian Costoya is not going to do such a thing. He will go flag to flag, and it is 5 out of 5, I will say, for Christian Costoya across the line. Maximum points, 250. Costoya takes it from Schaufler, who bumps himself up into 6th in the intermediate classifications. 215 points from the rest of the field out there. Rajpold with 3rd, a good result, managing to get past Sebastian Mintz on that last lap. So Mintz could only best P4. So Rajpold getting through. Mintz not gaining or losing any place on that one. Jacopo Martinez, 5 places gained, finishing in P5 from Viola Boccola, Bruno Grich from Louis Cochet, Arthur Wang from Cole Denham, rounding out the top 10. The wind itself, again, still just keeping us at bay. And there a look at the qualifying heats, intermediate classification. Costoya leading it now. 250 points uncontested from Dries van Langendonk with his 244. So it's Costoya from Schaufler, Rajpold from Mintz, Martinez, Boccola, Grich from Cochet, Wang and Denham, the top 10. It was Devon Waltz and Asher Osteen on row 12, or on the 12th place. Scott Lindblom and Oliver Kinmark, Shenzhou Yu rounding out the top 15 of our drivers. Some big moves gained for driver of the 95, 4 places gained. Merrill Pelders from Boris Lysen, Sanozi rounding out 18th place after getting 17 places. Alexander Uznin finishing in 19th, did have that warning flag, so we'll drop down a few. Amir Sabrov finishing in 20th place. Alex Brunner finishing in 21st from Mateo Rivals. Oscar Gallin finishing in 23rd place from Philip Paletta, finishing in 24th. Marcel Sebo and Zhao Zijun rounding out the top 26. Zavare Dudovsky finishing in 27th from Matt Corby in 28th. Big moves then for a lot of our drivers. Positions gained left, right and centre. But for this man here, Christian Costoya, he maintains that top spot right now. And he's looking very strong going into the second half of this weekend. Let's have a look then at some of the highlights from that race. There were many. But down the inside, initially, a good getaway for Costoya. He would have no contest from the rest of the field, despite still running on that same set of tyres, the gap opening up to 1.3 seconds. There was a spin on the opening lap. Unfortunately, it was Matt Corby who went around. He would continue going, though, in the early stages of the race. Battles happened, still thick and fast. Schaufler back up into second place, would get back past Arthur Huang. And would just start to fall back here as Sebastian Mins would go wheel to wheel with him as they would go into this section here. There you can see Arthur Huang going defensive. Sebastian Mins will get the run here and will go down the inside, will force the move down the inside. Just squeeze past. There you can see everyone just trying to follow through there, but not able to get it done. So big moves early stages of this race. Jacopo Martinez then started to close in on the rest of the field. You could see everyone going in. Louis Cochet just in the middle of a sandwich there, was very lucky to get out of that one. There was that little bit of contact between Sebastian Mins and Arthur Huang. Unfortunately, that bumped it down a little bit. Bruno Greek would go through as well. This was then Jacopo Martinez on Arthur Huang as well. Ratchpole would follow as he gets everything up to temperature as well. The drivers behind, though, all started to close back in. Jori Pokela also trying to get involved as he went wheel to wheel with Louis Cochet. In the latter stages then, Huang started to fight back. It was a late move on Cochet, didn't really work out for him, as then Cole Denham started to work his way through the field, would later drop back, finishing in 10th place. Pokela getting the move done on the Ward Racing driver of Bruno Greek. But the checker flag would come out, and again, a near-perfect weekend. Costoya, maximum points, 5 out of 5. 250 intermediate classification points at the end of his race here. Qualifying heat C versus H. Hopefully we'll be chatting to our driver down there, and it looks like we're ready. We'll head down to Parc Fermé with our man down there. It's Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much. Anthony here with our latest winner, Christian Costoya. Christian, 5 wins from 5 now. The winning streak continues. You must be very pleased.
Yeah, at the moment is everything going good, trying to be the most constantly as possible with the points. There is 2 hits more, so I will try to do my best, and at the moment is very good, all.
So this is when things get really difficult now. You know, a lot of drivers are finding the track conditions combined with the findings of the worn tyres. You know, it's all out to play there. How are you finding it?
Yeah, now it's getting more difficult to manage the tires because it's getting old, and some people is putting new tires, so more difficult. But we always are being there in the top, so let's be always in the top 3.
Who are you looking at in particular in those next 2 heats that you've got? Who do you think has got a good opportunity to take the fight to you with the rest of today?
Yeah, always the top in the standings are like always Salah and Andries, so try to do my best against them, and that's it.
Anything that you and the team are going to be working on in the little break you've got now before the next race, or is it just keep it as it is and rotate those tyres around?
We always are working to try to do the best. Always thank you to Marco Parolin and Parolin Motorsport.
Well, very good. Another win. Just keep going from strength to strength this weekend, Christian. Best of luck for the next set of races.
Thank you.
There we go. Christian Costoya, 5 wins from 5. Anthony's looking very good so far this weekend, but plenty of races still to come here at Valencia for this afternoon. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Still very windy down there, as you can see. Next race coming up is qualifying heat D versus E for the OK category. And I've got to say, I hope our graphics department has been fed well, because they're about to be very busy in this one. So many drivers, nearly the entire grid has gone for a brand new set of tyres, and if anything, that kind of makes it nearly null and void for everyone who's thought they're going to go for it. There's still a handful of drivers, though, who haven't gone for a fresh set in this one, only because they've probably already used it. Mainly Luna Flusha, who sits on the third row of the grid, who did use hers earlier on, hasn't got a fresh set, but everyone around her now has. Noah Montero and Ian Eichmans have gone for a fresh set. Jakub Kamenek and Noah Wolf have gone for a fresh set. Marcus Shilkunas on the third row alongside Luna Flusha has gone for a fresh set. There you can see the graphics coming up there. Noah Montero has gone for a brand new set. There on your screen, though, is the 216 of Ian Eichmans, also with a brand new set on the left-hand side. Crucially, though, everyone in the top 8 rows has gone for brand new tyres on the left-hand side. You go back to the 10th row, and Stepan Antonov and Jakub Mikulev have gone for brand new tyres on the right-hand side. There you can see Noah Wolf with his brand new set as well. He's gone for a new set. He sits on that second row of the grid. And then the drivers at the back, Peter Stiller and Mies Huben, also going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. So, like we said, nearly the entire grid there, but I suspect everyone who hasn't changed on this one has probably gone for a fresher set earlier on in the weekend. So everyone, I think, now deploying them as we reach the end of their qualifying heats. Remember, these tyres are still going to be the tyres that they're going to be using in the super heats tomorrow. So there is a little bit of doubt in the back of the mind for some of these drivers. If they can, their confirmation Luna Flusha on the 2 used set of tyres, but that's only because she deployed her brand new set earlier on. Right then, let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. It's going to be a busy one. Noah Montero and Ian Eichmans starting this one on the front row of the grid. Jakub Kamenek and Noah Wolf on row 2. Luna Flusha and Marcus Shilkunas on row number 3. Marius Barryberg and Grayson Skulinov on row 4. Kasper Henriksen and Annie Kutsani on row 5, giving us our top 10. Joe Turney and Marilla De Rocca go from row number 6. Turney is another driver who's deployed a new set. Dominic Simic and Emili Koivisto ran out row 7 from Vilma Svan, and Ludovico Busso on row 8. Louis Castellini and Mark Domnitsky on row 9, with Jakub Mikulev and Stepan Antonov on row 10. Mike Pahalia and Thomas Kinsey on row 11. Then Naish and Mies Huben on row 12. Hugo Razmijets and Peter Stiller running out the 26 kart grid on this one. A reminder there of the intermediate classification. It's Drummond versus Gomez at the top from Matveev, Ramikers, McLaughlin and Kavalkin. Will change at the end of this. But who is going to be the top on there? And that's a big moment there. That is Vilma Svan in the 252. Engine will not go. And for Vilma Svan, was that brand new tyres on there as well? For Vilma Svan, yes, it was. So they won't be wasted.
They'll still be new.
They'll still be new, but that's still a DNF and or a DNS, I will say, not even started. So that's going to be the downside to that. It's still no points. So that's the biggest shock that Vilma Svan's going to take from that.
Yeah, it's been a testing weekend so far for the Swedish driver. As you say, plenty of drivers in this race taking those new tyres, those 2 new boots on the left-hand side of the kart, apart from those 2 runners on the 10th row of the grid, Mikulev and Antonov. They're the ones breaking the trend, going for ones on the right-hand side. But it might be that they've rotated their whole stock around, of course.
Yeah, exactly that. So let's see what happens at the end of this one, as the wind still continuing to blow there. And another view, you can see the direction of the wind. It's still a tailwind down that back straight, the headwind down the main straight. And of course, for everyone who's sitting in that grandstand, they've got a lovely face full of wind and now a face full of exhaust smoke as they go in. But they're racing fans. I'm sure they're loving the smell of that. Right then, out of the final corner we go. And it is Montero and Eichmans, half the grid, or nearly the entire grid, on a fresh set of tyres. Here we go, in towards turn 1, as they all sweep through, nice and steady. Eichmans on the outside. Everyone gets around nice and cleanly to start with, as the rubber is planted down on the circuit here. Down in towards turn number 3 for the first time. Through the pinch point, everyone gets through. A lot of drivers taking to the curb, but crucially, everyone facing the same way. It's a good start then.
Yeah, really good start from this group of OK runners. Montero at the front of the order. See this kart of Vilma Svan in the background there as they came through turn number 7, sadly out of this race. But going with Montero in the early stages, almost a breakaway you could consider here with Kamenik. Kamenik using that inside line from row 2 very well indeed. In Eichmanns has fought back up to third place, has passed the test of starting on the outside of row number 1. Some change of position going on further back. Joe Turney coming through the field. Great move there by Turney up the inside. That's 6th place ahead of Flusha and Henriksen. Kasper Henriksen needing a strong result, I feel, in this one. Anthony, having had a retirement in the last race.
Yep, certainly so. Well, keep it up. It's early stages of this race right now, but Montero and Kamenik breaking away then from the rest of the field. Eichmanns, Wolf, Barryberg still there. Barryberg not sending it down the inside of No Wolf this time around, but I've got to say, Barryberg's probably looking the strongest here on this fresh set of tyres, looking very, very comfortable.
Yeah, indeed. It's looking pretty good for the runners at the front of the field. Who's making good progress? Well, Turney, as mentioned, up 5. Emily Cavisto up 4 places so far. Mies Huben, another driver who needs a good result here, has started well, up 8 positions to 16th.
Well, I'm thinking at this point, nearly with the whole grid going for those fresh tyres, kind of makes it a bit null and void a little bit,
yeah,
for some of them. And, you know, when I mentioned it, that said, oh, well, nearly the entire grid, I was looking at the drivers, and I'm pretty sure I could see Eichmanns. As soon as I said it, he went, oh, he shook his head. He went,
yeah.
oh, no. so, okay, the whole grid's gone for him. So we've deployed them at probably the right time, but because everyone's gone for it, we're not going to really benefit from this because everyone's going to have the same advantage.
Indeed. The 2 leaders breaking away at the front of the field, Montero and Kamenik. Nothing spectacular happening in behind their wheels, but very solid pace for them right now. Noah Wolf, fastest of anyone through sector number 1. Kasper Henriksen, as mentioned, needs a strong one here. He's continuing to do so. He's up to 7th place now, past Luna Flusha. Cavisto has followed through as well. Montero, cross start finish. What's the pace like? 54.2 for Montero. Likewise for Kamenik and Eichmanns, 54.1 for Noah Wolf behind. Noah Wolf looking to rebound after a difficult last round where he slipped to the bottom of the top 10. We know the pace is there for Noah Wolf. And yeah, a top 4 would do him well in the points. It would stick him in 7th place at the moment, but there's some opportunities up ahead if you can get a few more positions. Matviev is only 1 point ahead. Kamenik is only 2 points ahead. It's going to be a big race for Noah Wolf.
Certainly is. Eyes on this, though. Montero and Kamenik still 1-2. Both of them with the fresh set on the left-hand side. Both of them looking on point here. Montero looking for a race win here as he controls and maintains this pace. Eichmann still there in 3rd, a little further behind now. It's all really down to these 2. Bit of a change further back there. Looked like Kasper Henriksen going for a move maybe on Marius Barryberg for P7, and I think that is correct. So Henriksen up to P6 now, but eyes on this battle here. Still no change, and you can imagine now at this point, well, we're really back to really the start of the weekend, I think, for a lot of these drivers in this. Just that fresh set on one side, and they're just thinking, oh, I guess just get it to the end now, because we've all gone for it. Nothing's going to happen. We're not going to have that dramatic race that we were hoping for, because everyone's in the same boat. Still seeing Joe Turney making the moves, though. He's there in P5. He still had that good start from P11. He's just always there.
I think you've either got to swing it one of 2 ways. You've either really got to use them to take the advantage over everybody else, or really save them and go, okay, I'll try again next time round.
Yes. Yeah, but again, remember that Luna Flusha only used her tyres last race.
True, yeah.
And now, with those, and she had a really good result, she's dropped down 4 places. She's down in P9. So, again, so it just shows that, yeah, okay, they do go quickly, but there, down the inside, here comes Turney, making those moves. He gets past Noah Wolf. Now he's up into P4. Joe Turney, he can just get this kart working, can't he? He always works that Kart Republic chassis well. Just pushes it so hard, and he's just closing up to Eichmanns now. I don't know what it is that Turney does, but it always comes together in these qualifying heats after a bad qualifying that he gets at the first day. Well, oh dear, that's not gone well for Simic. Dominic Simic out of this one as he's tumbled down the order, the 221. has not gone well for Dominic Simic in the 2:21. He's got it re-going again, but he's all the way at the back of the field now. That'll be not the result he would have wanted, I suspect.
No, pushes him down to 25th place. Not good news at all for Forza Racing. Not able to get more points on the board for Simic there. Meanwhile, towards the front of the order, that's a move down the inside. That's Noah Wolf going for an overtake on the 285. So Casper Henriksen and Wolf fighting here over this position, trying to get onto the back of Ian Eichmann's. Joe Turney, what a race this has been for Joe Turney. He is ramping it up. We've seen it before when Joe Turney doesn't have the best qualifyings. He just keeps going on that crescendo through the weekend, and it's a superlative to say. I'd say this is Turney's best race so far this weekend.
Certainly, I would agree with you on that one. Looking very, very strong in this one. Turney started this one 11th, currently 3rd. 8 positions gained as Wolf now piling on the pressure to Eichmann's. Big move over the curb there. Don't think he expected that one. Wolf trying to get that move down the inside, wheel-to-wheel contact with Eichmann's. That puts them both under pressure now. Wolf going to go for it again. This time gets it to work, parks it on the apex. Eichmann's retaliates, now to the inside. Here comes Henriksen. Down the inside, Casper Henriksen gets that job done, moves past. Eichmann's says to Eichmann's, right, let's go, let's try and close up to him, but despite that, still defends a little bit into that final chicane, not taking the optimal line. Barryberg there, Koivisto there, just behind, but now Wolf is starting to break away here.
Yeah, really good stuff from Noah Wolf. This is much more like it. So get the confidence back and get him running again after a difficult race. Barryberg coming through as well. We've not seen Barryberg too much so far today, but we know he's quick round this place. Trying to get himself up the order. Would be great to see Barryberg high up the order in the finals, in that top 36, if he can make it through to the finals.
Well, Wolf broke away initially. I don't think he's breaking away as quick as I think he wants to here. Gap coming down. There you go, visually a 10th out of it just in one sector alone. And now Casper Henriksen is reeling Noah Wolf back in here. The battle for 4th place is still on as Turney's broken away. He's trying to close up a 2-second gap, but with only a couple of laps left to go, I think he's going to have to concede and hold on to 3rd place. But the battle for 4th is far from over. Noah Wolf, Casper Henriksen, Marius Barryberg, then Emili Koivisto, still there as they go through into the infield straight now. This is where Wolf got the move done on Eichmann's. And Henriksen can't get it done this time around. Stays behind, but it's certainly closing in. And I suspect we're going to see a change here between these 3 drivers.
I think you're absolutely right. Just a note on Dominic Simic, did get back into the race, has started circulating again, but is down in 25th place. Leaders coming through to complete lap number 10 then. You're going to see the last lap board now. There is your race leader, Noah Montero. Comfortable out front, will move him to the top of the standings. It'll move into 210, but it'll only have a 10-point advantage over Drummond and Gomez. And they've still got their next set of races to go, but it's going to be a good position, I think, for Noah Montero. Can be pleased with the work that he's done throughout the course of yesterday and today's races. Just needs to bring this one home now ahead of Kamenik, Joe Turney as well. Both of those 2 drivers are going to be sitting in the top 5 in the intermediate classification as things stand. No changes further down the order or in the top 10 at all. The highest position change was Antonov ahead of who went for 14th place. But Noah Montero coming into the final chicane now. It's going to be a win. It's going to advance him to 210 points, a solid total for Noah Montero. Takes the win from Jakub Kamenik. Joe Turney in 3rd, Noah Wolf 4th, Casper Henriksen 5th. Great drive from Marius Barryberg to finish in 6th, ahead of Emili Koivisto, Ian Eichmann's, Luna Flusha, and Andy Kasani. Strong top 10 there.
Very strong top 10 indeed. But for Noah Montero, that is exactly what he needed. Flag to flag. That fresh set of tyres certainly helped him out in that one. Same with everyone else. Kemek, Turney, Wolf, Henriksen, Barryberg, Koivisto and Eichmanns. Flusha and Konsani, the top 10. Superb result, and you've got to imagine now, kind of reset button, everyone focus. Let's see what we can do tomorrow. That's where they finish at the moment, but certainly it's not over for the senior category. They still have a couple of races left to go.
They do indeed, and those will be the deciders, of course, for the championship points. So in come the drivers. Let's have a look at the provisional result from that last race. Noah Montero takes the win. Jakub Kamenik in second place. Joe Turney, great drive up to third place. Noah Wolf back on form there, P4. Kasper Henriksen, Marius Barryberg, Emily Koivisto, Ian Eichmanns, Luna Flusha and Andy Konsani, as mentioned, all in the top 10. Good drive from Marulo Daroca in 11th place. Marcus Shilkunas in 12th. Peter Stiller, I think, was your biggest mover in that race. Yes, Peter was, up 13 spots to 13th place. Very good run for the Italian. Stepan Antonov and Mies Huben finished in the top 15. Outside the top 15, Mark Dubnitsky, Thomas Kinsey, Gerasim Skulanov. Not a great race for Skulanov, down 10 in that one. Len Nish in 19th place. Louis Castellini completing the top 20. Ludovic Bosso, Jakub Mikulev, Mark Pachiala, Hugo Rajamets, Dominic Simek, the last of the finishers in the top 25, one retirement being Vilma Svan.
Look at the highlights then for this one. It wasn't too bad of a start, was it, from the entire field? Crucially, though, everyone on those fresh set of boots, it was all just a bit, right, okay, this is probably going to be a relatively normal race from what we've seen earlier on in this weekend. And that's pretty much what it turned out being. It was, yeah, a great start from Montero and Kamenik. They held on to that lead from that inside row and just drove away from the rest of the field. Spot on with what we've seen earlier on in the weekend. But Eichmanns, who started on the front row, unfortunately, that's not the result you will want, dropping back to P8.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a loss of points there for Ian Eichmanns in the Birrell Arts, but the race continuing at the end of lap number 1. Through came Joe Turney. I know we've been saying it a lot so far this weekend. Joe Turney on his return after injury last year. This was his most impressive race so far for me, moving up to third place. Great move here on the 216 of Ian Eichmanns at the start of lap number 7. Going from strength to strength, it would seem. Eichmanns, as we mentioned, having a tough race. Noah Wolf would be next up to try and make a move past. A good send down the inside from Kasper Henriksen, who needed a big result and got a big result. Top 5 for the Dane. For the Norwegian, of course. Absolutely what the doctor ordered on that one. Noah Wolf responded back, though. Emerged on top in this big battle just off the outside the top 3. Ian Eichmanns defending around the outside on Wolf on lap number 8. Then for Noah Montero, another win in the Kart Republic machine there, winning by just under a second ahead of Jakub Kamenik. Good points, takes the provisional lead in the qualifying heats point standings, but only just, and there are drivers closely behind still to race.
Certainly so. We are going to take a very short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with our next race very shortly, which will be OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus D. We'll see you in a few.
Racing Spirit was born out of the need to create a clothing line that could embody the passion and the experience that OMP gathered and cultivated working alongside the most successful racing teams of the last 50 years. Racing Spirit garments are made by enthusiasts for enthusiasts. They can be worn every day in leisure time, but especially on race venues, from the paddock of the hottest Formula One races to the service parks of winter rallies in all weather conditions. Racing Spirit offers a complete range of clothing and accessories for men and women, designed and developed in Italy, combining aesthetics, comfort, and functionality. Because of these features, it is the brand of choice of several prestigious motorsport outfits and organizations. Racing Spirit is the meeting point between high quality and Italian style, as well as the introduction of sustainable materials and innovations, such as the use of graphene. Racing Spirit offering comes with 4 options: cutting-edge designs and customization techniques. Lifestyle is a line of garments ideal for everyday and leisure wear, with refined style and innovative materials. Crew are custom garments of the highest quality that strengthen the visual identity of the team or organization. For instance, the choice of Skoda Motorsport and Dallara. Corporate is a full custom-designed clothing line for sizable organizations, such as Toyota Racing Development. Finally, the teamwear line for maximum creative freedom uses sublimation printing technology derived from OMP's racing experience. Similarly to the other Racing Force Group brands, Racing Spirit shares the same DNA of competing to be the first and ultimately become the reference in the market.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Champions of the Future 2024. It's round one here at Valencia, and we're here at the Cartodrome International Lucas Guerrero in Spain. The next race is due to head out very, very shortly. OK Junior qualifying Heat B versus D is the next one that's heading out into the circuit. And, well, this is going to be an interesting one. We just saw earlier on Christian Costoya matching and taking 5 out of 5 race wins for him. Filippo Sala, who starts this one on the front row, unfortunately finished a P4 earlier on, but that is not to say that his weekend is over. He's still very high up there in the intermediate classifications, and I think he agreed with us on that one. Fresh set of boots time for this one, and again, I hope our graphics man is ready, because there are many of them. Filippo Sala, brand new set on the left-hand side. The same for Kenzo Craigie. He's gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side. Rocco Coronel also, and the same as Sebastian Lettamaki. Nearly the entire front 10 have gone for it. Here we go then. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. There are many of them. It is Filippo Sala and Kenzo Craig on row 1, Rocco Coronel and Sebastian Lettamaki on row 2, Andrea Mani and Alfie Slater on row 3 from Jarrett Clark and Scott Marsh on row 4. You've got Matviev Durganov on row number 5 with Bosco Alias alongside. This time is on the outside row. How can he deal with that one? Nikita Nikishov and William Carrier, they go from row number 6 from Travis Teo, and Kanish Grau on row 7. The rest of the field is as follows. Cara Fairhand and Jagrat Detroja go from row number 8. Ethan Lennon and Theo Battisti start on row number 9. Ella Hakkinen goes from row 10 in this one, is joined by Vanessa Shilkanate. Kit Bolowski and Nilas Malik start on row 11. Alois Girardet and Paul Andriotis start on row 12. Iskender Sulfikari and Augustus Toniolo start on row 13. Last but not least, on row 14, it's Mark Brovko and Alexander Dahlstrom. Well, busy one on this one. You've continued to see those graphics pop up on your screen with all the drivers going for a brand new set. Some on the left, some on the right. But to put it into context, they go nearly through the entire field on this one. Hard work by our team down there on the dummy grid to give us this information. But yeah, certainly it's going to be a busy one. Mark Brovko is the only driver right at the back of the field that has gone for a brand new set. Everyone around, I think, has already deployed them earlier on in the day. There you can see on top of the that's on top of the cafe here at the Ricardo the circuit here at Valencia. But there you can see grandstand starting to fill up with everyone poised and ready to watch this. They're bracing the windy conditions out there. And I would say it's probably hat weather, and I'm seeing many woolly hats out there, which is good to see. Right then, drivers getting themselves lined up ready in this one. Sala and Craigie on the front row, now both deploying those brand new set of tyres. I'm amazed we're seeing shorts out there right now. That's something. We're seeing people with big coats, woolly hats and everything. There's always someone wearing shorts. It's sunny out there. I think you've got to get your vitamin D, haven't you? It's particularly after the long winter. There's how the points stand at the moment. So Costoya and Van Langendonk don't race here, but will have one eye on this next 9 laps, because for Sala, this is the opportunity to retake the lead. Coronel as well, so 3rd and 4th in the points, both in this race. 1st and 3rd on the grid. Certainly so. Right, as we get ready to go for this one, See family and friends of Kenzo Craigie in the grandstand there, getting ready to go. Here we go, into the tram lines, and it is lights go green. Here we go, down towards turn 1, and it's a great start from Salah this time around. Coronel holds on to P2, the outside row, everyone's sweeping onto that dirty part of the track. You've got to be careful, though. You don't want to run too wide there. Down in towards the chicane they go. You can see Craigie up into 3rd place, so he's holding on to 3rd place there, as Sebastian Letamaki, who won earlier on, is there in P4. This is a much better start from this time around as they all concertina their way through. There's a little bit of coming together in the background there. One cut running a little bit wide, just off screen, but it's a good start. As to the inside and defensive goes Sebastian Letamaki from the driver behind.
Yeah, that was Salah taking the move to just sit to the inside to stop Coronel going down the inside. I just wonder for Salah in this situation, Coronel having taken a race win last time out, whether more karts around in that big group are a friend perhaps to force the likes of Coronel and Craigie further back the order as long as he can hold P1. It's a risky strategy, but we have seen it work before. Down the inside looks Coronel, but no, not this time. Salah has to take a wide line, defensive around the outside, but the eagerness of the young Dutch driver showing through straight away, wants to take this lead. But look at them all lining up here. Salah, Coronel, Craigie. Slater's had another good start.
There's a move.
And down the inside goes Coronel. It's been coming the last lap. He's into the lead.
That is straight down the inside. Now Rocco Coronel taking control of this race. Here comes Kenzo Craigie down the inside. There you can see the move, and it's up into P2. A nice change there. Here comes the Ricky Flynn motorsport driver of Alfie Slater as well. He's starting to come through as he battles with Filippo Sala, his teammate. Both of them now need to think about the bigger picture here, and that is catching up to Craigie and Coronel, who are starting to break away.
Indeed, through the chicane they go for the 2nd time in this one. Out wide is the number 73 of Scott Marsh, who needs to rebound from a difficult result last time around in these qualifying heats. But it's Coronel from Craigie, Salah, Slater, the top 4 have broken away. I think they'll work together for the next lap or so to drop the likes of Bosco Arias and Sebastian Letamaki. Down the inside goes Craigie for the lead of the race, opens the door for Salah and for Slater as well. And just like that, Coronel is suddenly down to 4th.
This is what I was talking about with Salah and Slater. They well, they were working together. They've suddenly decided they don't want to anymore. And now down the inside, Slater goes for the move. And now they just both gain those positions on Coronel. They both just lose those positions from Coronel as soon as they started attacking each other. So again, they're back to square one here as they try and go on the attack. Down the inside, here comes the number 31. It's Bosco Arias. He splits the 2 Ricky Flynn motorsport drivers up, and he's brought Sebastian Letamaki for company as well. Big
lap this down the inside. Oh, contact there between Slater and Coronel. Coronel hooks it all up, manages to save it. Big lap of field this for Kenzo Craigie. Whilst everybody else is fighting behind, he's got to go. He's got to get up the road and get probably a 2-second lead, and then he can go into race management mode. But a bold move by Slater there down the inside. Coronel still in 3rd place. It's Arias again. Bosco Arias has had a really strong day so far. He's got a good opportunity here from 4th. Fight going on behind between Letamaki and Salah as well for 5th place. Slater holding on, it would seem. This again is all playing into the hands, nearly 3 wide as they go through turn 13. Down the inside goes Coronel, emerges at the front of all of this. Arias up to 3rd place. Again, this is all playing into the hands of Kenzo Craigie.
It certainly is. He's now got a 2-second advantage from the rest of the field, and now Bosco Arias is up into P2. Coronel there in 3rd from Slater, Letamaki. As they all dive to the inside, you can see everyone coming through. Scott Marsh is there now as well. Remember what happened to him earlier on in this race. He's certainly wanting a good result here. He is fighting back fiercely here as Kenzo Craigie now extends that lead to nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, really good stuff from Kenzo Craigie. He's got his head down, got on with it, and has got himself in a strong position now. Just needs to bring it in, you would think, with 4.5 laps to go. Bosco Arias there has gained 8 places so far in this race from the 5th row of the grid, the outside of the 5th row of the grid as well, and is starting to stretch away from Coronel bit by bit. New personal best through sector number 2. It's Kenzo Craigie going purple through sectors 1 and 2. There he is. Look at the size of lead that he's got here. That's another new fastest lap of the race of 55.762. Is down the inside comes Coronel for second place. Sweeps through, takes it brilliantly.
Yep, nicely done. Another change for second place as Craigie continues to extend that lead. Another fastest lap of the race. You got to think right now, okay, good job. Now conserve those tyres. Use them later on in the weekend. This is the first time you're deploying them. You're getting used to them. And I think you just, well, maybe you're stretching them a little bit too hard right now. But there, the battle for second place still on. Coronel, Arias, Slater, Letamaki, Sala, Marsh, Fearhand still there. One big train, and Filippo Sala now, even with these new tyres, has not been able to match his pace that he had earlier on in this weekend, has he?
No, not in this particular race, but he's just got to stay calm right now. A lot can happen in the remaining 4 laps of this race, including this. Alfie Slater looking down the inside of Bosco Arias into turn 1. Well, Bosco Arias didn't want to let him through, but Slater found a way to get past and into 3rd place. Letimaki's going to have an opportunity here down the inside of Arias to 4th. Side by side as they go through the sweepers here. It's going to be advantage Arias now on the inside. He's got to control the corner exit. Letimaki's going to be on the inside of contact. Off goes Arias. Others go off behind as well. I think Cara Fearhand and Salah was involved there as well. In fact, yes, Cara Fearhand is off. Salah is off. A big moment in this race.
Oh, and that's 3 drivers out of it. That's a huge disaster. Bosco Arias out of it. Filippo Sala out of it. Cara Fearhand out of it as well. 3 drivers who are looking so quick. Well, fair play to Bosco Arias. He's going to try and get a restart. It's not going to happen.
No.
He's not one of the tallest drivers out there, and these karts are big. They are heavy. It's not going to happen. Well, drama there. And just, well, we're going to have to see a replay of that, because what happened there? It just, the back stepped out. Was there too much contact? Was it just it got loose? We don't know. We'll have to watch that one back, and we're going to watch that back now. Right, so this is the first chance here. Sebastian Letamaki down the inside, but Bosco Arias held it around the outside. Then here, trying to get the switchback was Letamaki. Tried to get down the inside, wasn't alongside, and round it goes. And a scary moment there. Well avoided, I've got to say, from the drivers. Obviously, unfortunately, they did have to take to the grass, and they lost out in that race. But here's another angle of it to the inside there. Yeah, it just didn't have the gap wasn't there. But
wow.
There, that's a scary moment there. Another angle of it. We've got 3 different angles here. Round and bosh, big moment there for Filippo Sala. And that's going to be a lot of damage. And Cara Fearhand there is just hands up in the air, just like, what was that? No fault of their own.
A real shame for Cara Fearhand. Was up from 15th place on the grid, having one of the strongest races so far for the 100 this weekend. Well, this is going to give some opportunities to drivers who started further down the order, including Kit Bolofsky down the inside of the number 41 of Jarrett Clark there. That's going to be Bolofsky up, I think, 14 places so far in this race to P7. A great run for Kit Bolofsky here. We are on the final lap. Kenzo Craigie, that key lap in the early stages where he hit the hammer, got away from the rest of the field. It's down the inside of Bolofsky goes Jarrett Clark there to retake the position. But Kenzo Craigie, this is a very big win for Kenzo Craigie. He takes it by 3 seconds ahead of Rocco Coronel and goes up into 2nd place in the points as things stand. Is that a tipping point of the OK Junior story here this weekend?
Well, it certainly seems to be. Filippo Sala now, with that retirement, will tumble down the points, but not by much. He's still there with 251. But remember, he was leading with Christian Costoya, both of them on maximum points. And with Costoya, with races to go, he's only 1 point ahead of him. So big changes there. But for Kenzo Craigie, this is a big step up. Up into P2 in the intermediate classifications, down by just 2 points from Rocco Coronel. But remember, Costoya is still on a charge in this one. There's a look then at the intermediate classifications for your drivers. Filippo Sala now down to 3rd in those intermediate classifications. Costoya from Van Langendonk, Letamaki up into 6th in that intermediate classifications. There's a look then at the provisional race results at the end of that one. Craigie from Coronel, Slater from Letamaki, Lennon from Teo, Clark from Bolofsky, Nikita Nikshov
from Matviev Duganov, finishing in the top 10. Andrea Mani from Paul Andrearis finishing in 12th place. Jagrat Troja and William Callagher finishing in the top 14. Scott Marsh rounding out the top 15 in that one. All of these drivers luckily able to avoid that incident. Alexander Zulfikari finishing in 16th place from Kanish Rao. Gustas Toniolo from Vanessa Shilkanate. Alexander Dahlstrom from Ola Gunye. Ella Hakkinen from Mark Brovko, Theo Bassetti and Nilas Malik. Brovko Arias and Filippo Sala and Kia Farhand, unfortunately all retirements in that race. The only 3 retirements in that race due to that incident. So clean-up job happening, and I can imagine there's drivers still chatting to each other there. But obviously all no fault of their own of that one. But there, your race winner, Kenzo Craigie. A superb result. I do hope that Andrew Mather is having a good look at those tyres, see how they are handling out there. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from this one. The start was good for Filippo Sala, hold on to the race lead in the early stages of that race, but the change early on. Coronel on the second lap would get through. Kenzo Craigie as well trying to follow through, but not able to do so on that same corner that came to the demise of Filippo Sala later on in the race. Coronel a little wide there as down the inside would go Alfie Slater, who would finish P3 in that race at the end. Another good result. Both of them going for the move now on Sala. Craigie who had taken the lead on lap number 3 at this point, and now he was just starting to drive away from the rest of the field here. There were nearly 3 wide going on to the back straight here. Coronel just keeping his nose down the inside, securing that second place spot, and he would drive off with that spot there. Then Slater would get back in front. Again, 3 wide here, so close once more. Coronel very brave to hold it down the inside, and the same with Bosco Arias. Arias at this point just scything his way through the field. He got up into second place, but then it was around this point of the race where it all started to really kick off now, because Coronel got the clean there with Bosco Arias. Then it was Slater, led to Markey. Sala behind there as well. The change for second place. Coronel to the inside of turn number 1 at that stage of the race. Arias then would have to go on the defensive from Slater here. Slater would go down the inside. It was a nice move into turn 1. This would put Bosco Arias now on the back foot, and now having to deal with Sebastian Lettermark, who would then look to the inside here. This first initial bit, absolutely fine. No drama between the two of them, giving racing room nice and clean. Exit of this one, though, and just trying to get that nose back down the inside, but it was too late for the corner. Contact was made. Round would go Bosco Arias. Big hit for Filippo Sala, and Kia Ferrand, unfortunately, absolutely nowhere to go. He was a complete passenger in all of that. Nowhere he could go to avoid it. And you can imagine having a very good race and gaining those positions. Another angle of it there, just sending it round, and just all of them going off. And actually, it was Scott Marsh going off as well. Scott Marsh has just not been able to catch a break here this weekend. Again, no fault of his own on that one, but just had to take avoiding action. Amazingly, did manage to avoid it. But no one could avoid this. Kenzo Craigie taking the win by 2.9 seconds and certainly helping himself out in that intermediate classification. He then sits second from Rocco Coronel with that, but we are ready down in Parc Ferme. Let's head down to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with our latest race winner, Kenzo Craigie. It's a qualifying heat, Kenzo, but that feels like a really important win for yourself, not just for yourself, but also the context of the competition. The timesheets will make it look like it was relatively easy, but that start of the race, those early few laps, talk me through it.
Yeah, well, we needed a good race here because we didn't have the best one in our first heat this morning. And yeah, we did. At the start, we had a good start, got into third from second, and then just took our way one by one, second and first, and then obviously I think there was a few coming together behind me, and then we obviously had that big gap, and then it's just about managing the tyres for the rest of the way, because obviously these maxis, they wear down quite a lot, so yeah, you have to manage them quite a bit.
There was a point in that race where you seemed to turn it up a notch and did it at exactly the right time, got you that 2+ second gap. Is that something that you you work on with the team? Do you communicate on the sidelines, or is it just a bit of a racing driver's instinct of when to push?
Well, yeah, really, if you wanna build a gap, you gotta do it early, because otherwise everybody behind you was always coming at you. So yeah, we just did that, got some good times in, and then we had the big gap, and then we just managed from there to the end.
You're showing this year that the experience that you got in 2023, that you've built upon that. What was it over the winter that you probably worked on most?
I think really, because last year we were really fast the whole year, but we just lacked a little bit in the racing. So it's just learning a little bit about the racing, which is helpful when you're racing a lot. And then also the tyres. Last year we were quite aggressive and we didn't have much tyres for the final, so we weren't able to show our true potential. But I think now we just have to be a little smoother, and then we'll be able to get there.
Last set of races later on this afternoon. How are you feeling for those?
Yeah, really excited. Obviously, we've jumped a few places in the intermediate classification, so yeah, should be good.
Well done once again, Kenzo. Very impressive win, and we'll see you later on this afternoon.
Thank you.
Kenzo Craigie there, our latest winner, goes up to second place at the moment in the intermediate classification. But more races to come, of course. Anthony, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much there, Andrew Mather, with our race winner for that one, Kenzo Craigie. Yes, back with the senior races now. And we go on to qualifying Heat A versus F. This is the penultimate senior race then for our OK category. Only one more to go after this one. So we'll finally decide who is going to be where. And this is the one we've all been looking for. Looking forward to, I should say, in this one. This is Zach Drummond versus Gabriel Gomez. Both drivers on maximum points right now. It's all down to who is going to take it in this one. And we'll see, because I'm seeing a lot of fresh tyres out there as those drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through then the starting lineup as confirmation. Nearly the entire grid has gone for a fresh set of boots. Let's go on to the grid. It's Zach Drummond and Luis Iglesias. It's Jindrich Peschel and Gabriel Gomez on row number 2. Who is going to take those maximum points between those two, if any of them can take it? David Volta and Tiziano Monza on row 3 from Finn McLaughlin and Javier Ramirez on row 4, Maximilian Rafalek and Dante Vinci on row 5, Guillaume Broussard and Bernardo Bonaldi on row number 6, Salim Hanar and Adam Rahali on row 7 with Guy Alberghino and Sun Xiaoyu on row number 8. Tom Dussel and Joseph Smith on row 9, Michael Adair and Alphonse Mittenen round out the top 20 on row 10, Marty Rittinen and Luvawe Sambudla on row 11 with Jakob Raschke and Kian Farden on row 12. Vengar Clemencine and Jensen Graham on row 13 with Ivo Pastrada rounding out the entire field. A lot of drivers are going through this one on the new set of tyres, but again, a reminder, Zach Drummond and Gabriel Gomez, this is the one we've been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Both of them 200 points. They're looking for 250, but one of them's going to get it, one of them isn't, or both of them won't get it. We just don't know.
We just don't know indeed. This could be the first 25 championship points of the season decided in this this race, of course, potentially. But a lot could happen in these 11 laps, and they probably will happen across the course of this one. I know it's obvious, but the start is so important to feel here for both Drummond, Gomez, and everybody else around. We've seen some amazing starts so far this weekend from Gabriel Gomez. From P4, he will no doubt be looking for that cut to the inside, get underneath Luis Iglesias on the run to turn 1. That's what he's been so good at so far this weekend. Hasn't been able to pull it off every time though, and at the same time he's got to remember there are potential championship points at play here. It is very early in the season, but you don't want to make a mistake now and rue it for the rest of the weekend, possibly the season.
Yeah, no, exactly that. So well, right now, I suspect tension there in P4, and he's losing ground on the drivers ahead.
He is indeed. I think Luis Iglesias has lost some positions in the early stages of this one as well. Very much had the feel of a last chance saloon that start. A number of drivers going a bit too fiercely into turns 3 and 4, but at the end of lap number 1, it's Drummond from Peschel, Monza, Gomez, Peschel defending into turn number 1 there from Monza, holds on to P2. This is good for Zach Drummond. An opportunity now to break away at the front of the order. Finn McLaughlin's had a good start again, is up to P5. Who made the most progress on that first lap? It's wrestling down the inside. That's Gomez trying to find his way through. He can see that chance to be P1 in the points disappearing up the road. That's what he needs. Down the inside of Monza, takes P3.
Here comes Gomez. McLaughlin's coming down the inside as well. He gets through down the inside of Tiziano Monza, and he's up another place in this one as well. We've got a race on our hands here as drivers all scrabble to try and find some traction on these new tyres in the early stages while they get those temperature up. They find the temperature, and now they're flying around these lap times now. So much rubber going down on the circuit. The track's nearly blacked out in some places through turn 1 especially. Here is down into the braking zone here. Defensive goes McLaughlin, and here comes Luis Iglesias. He's coming back now. He's on that rear bumper of Iglesias off the track. It's the 282. That's not gone well at all. Who's that? That's Jensen Graham. Oh, Jensen Graham out of this race as Jakub Raschke under investigation at the moment. But, well, you can see the frustration there on Jensen Graham, knowing that, well, it's just gone from bad to worse. And these superheats are going to be a challenge.
Yeah, not a good day at all for Jensen Graham. The investigation for Kuba. Oh, it's out there. That's the 272 of Max Rafalik. So Max Rafalik out of the race, another driver who's had a really tough day, and the pole for AKM Motorsport will go no further than lap number 3, was up in 11th place. So that is a big loss of points. I just note as well, I don't think it's necessarily a problem, but the breather pipe, the overflow breather pipe for Finn McLaughlin is being probably a bit of a distraction to the drivers behind, but a few people who've noted probably trackside what's going on there. That's something that we have seen earlier on today without any ill effects. Down the inside, bold move from Iglesias going through there. I think that was on Monza. Monza tried to turn in and found a CLG in his path and lost position. That's an opportunity for Avramidis down the inside. Good work there from Xavier Avramidis up into, that'll be 5th place now because he's got past Monza on this lap, and now Iglesias.
Certainly some big shake-ups then all the way through this field. It's, well, like you said earlier on in this one, it seems like this, you can tell it's the last time these drivers are racing before their superheats tomorrow. It's all guns are blazing here. The fists are up as everyone goes fighting here. And Valencia and Drummond continues to lead the way, but Gomez is closing in. That gap is 0.7 of a second now. And it's a purple sector 1 for Gabriel Gomez as well. He is continuing to close that battle as Loveway Sam Budler now sets the fastest lap of the race as we watch here the battle between McLaughlin and Peschel battle away. Here's Drummond. Here's Gabriel Gomez. There's the intermediate classifications. There is Drummond leading it from Gomez. Oh, but this isn't over yet. This is going to be a fight on our hands. I can tell you that, ladies and gentlemen, because the first round of championship points are coming up very soon for our drivers here.
This is going to become one of those intermediate split boxing matches of Drummond will hit one, Gomez will hit one back. At the moment, it's advantage to the CRG driver behind. 54.148 last time around, 54.377 for Drummond. And if Gomez keeps that pace up, he's going to be right in the slipstream of the parallel in the not too distant future. Change for 3rd place. McLaughlin has got through past Peschel there. This was the move into turn 11. Another great move by the Irishman. Also Avramidis there in 5th place. Iglesias closing in at the back of this quartet. But Finn McLaughlin showing that he's got that pace again. He's got so much experience around this Cartodrome International, Lucas Scalero. He knows exactly when to make the moves, and that was a good one. He's now starting to pull away from Peschel behind.
Certainly is. Gap down to half a second now between Drummond and Gomez. Oh, here we go. Suleiman sees a warning flag. That's not gone too well at all. So the 288 not going to be seeing a good high spot in this one. But Drummond and Gomez, this is the fight. This is the fight now. Oh, I just don't know, because Drummond knows how to defend, Drummond knows how to attack, but so does Gomez. These are two very talented drivers about to go to battle here.
Are indeed. Another tenth of a second for Gomez last time around, but Drummond now starting to respond quicker through sector number 1. I just wonder for Drummond, has he almost coaxed Gomez into this perhaps, that Gomez has had to push quite a bit to close that gap up to Drummond? Has Drummond got something in response? He can defend round here at Valencia, but massively on the brakes there. That is superb from Gomez. Closes in, the battle's on now.
I think that Drummond hasn't been using his tyres in this early. I think he's been saving them for this battle. However, Gomez has been pushing those tyres to catch up to him. So now we've got someone who I think was holding off from pushing to someone who has been pushing. And now we're going to see the first move. And look at that. Drummond saw that coming from a mile away, puts it back down the inside. Contact between the two of them. Drummond wasn't able to get it done. Now he sits in second place. That's not over yet. That is far from over yet. Drummond, I'm sure, will fight back, but Gomez now has control of this one as he tries to pull away.
And I know we've been talking about tyres a lot today, but I think track position is the one you'd favour right now. Gomez is hitting them hard. This is a good lap from Gomez. He's got the position on the road. Now it's over to Zach Drummond. No point trying to save tyres for those championship points anymore. He's got to go. And Finn McLaughlin's closing in as well. Avramidis and Iglesias, the top 5 covered by 1.6 seconds now. This doesn't feel anything like a qualifying heat. It feels much more than that, and that's because we've got these championship points, the first points of 2024 in the Champions of the Future, right on the line here. Zach Drummond, what has he got? He's good through sector number 1, but it's through this sector 2 that Gomez is supreme at the moment.
Yeah, he's flying through it. I'm looking at the pace, but on that last one, sector 1, Drummond was faster. He was faster by only about 100th of a second, but it was still faster. Sector 2, they're just around the same pace, but like you were saying there, Gomez was just so much faster in that middle sector. He has got something about that middle sector that he enjoys, and he continues to break away. The gap now over 0.4 of a second. So Drummond and his chance of leading the intermediate classifications is just slowly fading away. The talent from the previous world champion is just eking through now as he starts to open up the gap to nearly half a second.
He does indeed. Very evenly matched through the first sector again. It's hundredths in the benefits of Gabriel Gomez, and that's all that he needs right now. He's just making the job harder and harder and harder now for Zach Drummond at the front of the order. We're focusing now on the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th in this race. McLaughlin just holding himself off the front here ahead of Avramidis. Iglesias, has he got a chance here to close in and take 4th place? It would be a big, brave move through that part of the course. Avramidis goes to the inside as they approach the chicane. Good defence from the Australian in the Tony Kart. Final lap. Gomez leads 0.7 of a second ahead of Drummond. Has he got it in the bag to take the P1 at this stage in the qualifying heats? 5 rounds of these qualifying heats. It was always going to build up to this face-off between Gomez and Drummond. Half a lap to go. He's quicker again through the first sector. Let's have a look at a replay here. That's a close-up of Finn McLaughlin with that overflow, having a little dance in the air. But I don't think it's been getting particularly worse for the last few laps.
No, they're pretty sturdy, those ones. It's just a little clip that holds that on, and sometimes it goes away. But on this final lap, well, you've got to give it Gabriel Gomez, the Brazilian driver, a superb drive this weekend so far. He sees that checkered flag. He gets those maximum points. He gets those championship points. And he can take that one home with him tonight, but he'll have to work hard tomorrow as all of our drivers have used those tyres. The weekend is not far from done. That is only the first step for our drivers, the qualifying heats for the senior category. There is still one more to go later on for our drivers in the OK category. But for now, that is it for groups A versus F. For the senior category, it's just groups B and C that is left to go. And there, confirmation, Gomez, 250 points. He cannot be beaten. That is it. Maximum points for the Brazilian driver. A superb effort all the way throughout this weekend.
Yeah, and you've got to give it to Zach Drummond as well. You can't take anything away from Zach Drummond. Also, a superb weekend. Outright pole position in qualifying. Nearly all the maximum points, just missing out by that 1 second place in this race. So hats off to Zach Drummond. He holds on to that second place spot. Here's a look then at the classifications at the end of that one. Gomez from Drummond, McLaughlin from Avramidis, Louis Iglesias from Volta, Peschel from Buzar, Dussault from Sun, Zhao Yu, and then Loveaway Sam Butler finishing in 11th place. From Tiziano Monza and Marti Rittinen, Guy Alberghino up into 14th. Dante Vinci rounding out the top 15 for KR Motorsport. Car Republic doing a brilliant job this weekend. Joseph Smith and Bernardo Bonaldi go from the 16th and 17th spots on that one. From Michael Adair and Venga Clemison, from Alphonse Mitten and Ivo Bastrada, Adam Rahali, Salim Hanna, Maximilian Rafalik, and Jensen Graham. Unfortunately, those three drivers all retirements from that race. Big shames. Adam Rahali finishing the last of the finishers there in 22nd place. Jakub Raschke and Kian Farden also retirements in that one. 27 drivers in total. Fortunately, those two crashed out at the very start of the race. There, though, on your screen is your qualifying heats winner for senior. It is Gabriel Gomez. What a drive. What a weekend so far. Smiles on his face as he can rest easy tonight, but it all starts again tomorrow. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And Drummond initially with the getaway. The outside row did get a good start, but Louis Iglesias all the way around the outside there would try to gain, I think, a little bit too many positions in one. He would then stumble backwards a little bit here as down the inside would go Gomez. And Iglesias would go wheel to wheel with McLaughlin. There was the moment there for Kian Farden and Jakub Raschke. And unfortunately, both of them out. Raschke with the hand clap there, but in fairness to him, it looked like it was Raschke who hit the curb there, but I'm thinking he thinks you closed the door on me. There was the spin a little later on. That was the 289 of Adam Rahali, who did manage to get that one restarted. And it always pays to see if you can get it restarted as well, because he would finish 22nd, obviously, after the rest of the retirements that happened out on circuit. This was the first time we saw Gomez going wheel to wheel with drivers then in this one, as he went wheel to wheel with the 266 of Tiziano Monza, who would fall back a little later on in the race. Another angle of it there, holding the inside, getting that switch back, sending it back down the inside here, straight through. Tiziano Monza not defending it. Then McLaughlin would close in a little bit later on. Later, Louis Iglesias would fight back, a little bump and barging there. That would push Tiziano Monza down a little bit again. He would lose out to the 268 of Javier Avramidis, who would send it through. Peschel would get caught by McLaughlin. McLaughlin would get up into third. That would stay like that for the rest of the race. But then eyes were fully focused then on our top two, Zach Drummond and Gomez. But this was the moment here. Drummond defending it very tight there, would try and get it back down the inside, but Gomez was not going to give that place up at all. He stayed there, and on that last lap, we just saw there McLaughlin with that little overflow pipe there just getting in the way. But Gomez would take the win, the maximum points. He cannot be beaten, and he takes those championship points at the end of the qualifying heats here. We are ready down in Parc Fermé, and I'm sure we'll be chatting to our man on that top spot, Gabriel Gomez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Indeed, Gabriel Gomez here with me in Parc Fermé. A happy Gabriel Gomez, but a big sigh of relief. 5 wins from 5. It was a qualifying heat, but it's given you the maximum number of championship points right at the start of the season. You must be delighted, but that was hard work.
I think it's the best start of the season we can imagine. Still a long way to go until the end of the week, but we're going really well far. I think we need to manage tomorrow with the weather, because it will be different weather tomorrow, more wind, maybe a bit of rain to the final, and we need to study a little bit, but to the moment we're going really well, and I'm so happy with the package. The performance is really well. With this new brand of tires is difficult. We need to do a lot of tests, but it's going really good for us until the moment.
How important have the previous heats been in preparation for that race and the practice of the starts from the 4th place on the grid?
I think it's really difficult because we start every hit on the outside line, and the outside line here is really difficult with the 4th corner so long. But I managed to do really, really good starts. I don't know how, to be honest, but we do quite good starts this week. And now this hit was really difficult because Zach get a lot of space in the first laps. He get a lot of difference for me, but we managed to get in there and overtake him to get the win in every hit.
And that fight with Zach Drummond, knowing that P1 in the intermediate classification was on the line, what was going through your mind there?
Yeah, before the hit, we just know who win will be P1 in the intermediate overall. And then was 1 versus 1. Who win will be P1, and tomorrow is important to be in the pole, and let's see what happens.
What's the focus between now and the super heats for you in CRG? Are there any further changes? You mentioned the weather tomorrow. What are you thinking going into super heats tomorrow?
I think now we need to study only a little bit for the wind tomorrow, because here the wind change a lot. We go in one hit with not wind, and then you go with a lot of wind. That can change or maybe not. And now we study with the team everything, and let's see what we do for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations, Gabriel. A stunning performance here in Valencia. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's Gabriel Gomez there, our top driver in the intermediate classification. 5 wins from 5. You can't ask much more for that. Anthony, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, great to chat to Gabriel Gomez there. Lots to say. Really looking forward to tomorrow, see what's going to happen in that one. But right now, we're back to the juniors. It's qualifying heat F versus G. Let's take you through the starting lineup. Arjen Kraling and Florentin Hattemer go from row 1. Thomas Tollier and Vladimir Ivanikov go from row 2. Alex Martinez and Henry Domain round out row 3. Efim Duranov and Bogdan Kozma go from row 4. Then it's Tamas Gender and Luke Corner from Marco Gast and Jack Iliff. Michael Magau and Jesse Phillips. Then it's Dinia Islamov and Makir Savalev. Then it's Zhang Jose and Clara Kowalczyk, Jensen Burnett and Manuel Miguez, Oliver Rasmussen and Armin Karrier Osman. Then it's Felipe Rice, Apo Timonen, Zazov, Marie Barryberg, Alexander Kortanov and Amelia Vishomirska, rounding out the 28 drivers in this one. A reminder, intermediate classification, it's Rocco Coronel who leads it. From Kenzo Craigie, Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya. Costoya not out in this one. We will see him out later on. But again, he is still on the maximum points right now, is Costoya, with those 250. Don't get confused with Filippo Sala's 250. He has already been out. He was not able to score any points after retirement in that race, so he didn't gain as many as I think he would have liked. So for this one, as we end the out lap, we go on to the formation lap. There are new tyres out on there. Florentin Hattemer has gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side. Row number 2 is interesting because Thomas Pereira has gone for the left-hand side, but Vladimir Ivanikov has gone for the right-hand side. So 2 different ones on that second row. Hopefully that doesn't mean they meet each other out on track through turn 1. With the different tyre compounds there. Alex Martinez has gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side. Henry Domain used his earliers. Bogdan Kozma used his earliers, I believe. Efim Duranov has gone for a brand new set as well. Luke Corner and Thomas Gender, who did use theirs earlier, have gone there. Iliff and Gast, they've gone for new, but they've done exactly the same. Right-hand side for Iliff, left-hand side for Gast. That should make it nice and interesting. Andrew Mather back in the commentary box. Good to hear from Gabriel Gomez there. Seems primed, ready to go. So are these juniors.
Yeah, cool and collected. Was our P1 driver in the OK category. As you say, turn of the juniors then to come to the 4. See what they've got over the across the course of the next 9 laps. Arjen Kraling will take this one from pole position. Hattemer alongside on the front row. Are we good to go? Yes, we are. Good start for those on the pole side of the grid. It's going to be Kraling into P1 first. Ooh. Into turn 1 first. There's a bit of shoving there, and there's 2 drivers shoved off, 3 drivers, 2 drivers left. One of them is the 68 there. I think it's that Dinia Islamov off through turn 1. Ivanikov's not had a good start either, and Luke Corner also delayed. It's Henry Domain. It's Henry Domain, one of the big runners so far this weekend. It's the 89 of Vladimir Ivanikov. So that's high runners in this one from the grid. 4th and 6th on the grid don't even make it round turn 1.
I think I'm going to eat my words and commentators curse on that one about the second row and drivers getting tangled up at turn 1 with those different tyres. I didn't think it would actually happen, but that is a big, big shame for some of our drivers. Rest of the field has gone through, though. The train starting to form. Lovely shot that is down the backstraight as they all whiz through into the final chicane. And it's a nice clear breakaway then for Kraling and Pradier. Dropping down the order. Florentine Hattemann did not get a good start. It's down in towards P10. Yellow flag still out there as they go through turn 1 and a change for the lead. Thomas Pradier takes the lead of this one. Kraling down to 2nd.
Indeed. So Pradier to the front of the order then. Alex Martinez has had a good start. Is up there to 3rd place for DPK Racing on the Alonso chassis. Through the midfield, through the infield they go. Who's gained out of that one? I think Zhang Huze's up to 8th place, has gained 9 so far in this race. Apologies earlier mentioning that thought Danir Islamov was in a bit of trouble. Very much the opposite. Up 6 places now to 9th. Oliver Rasmussen has also had a good start, up 9 places to 12th. Coming through to complete lap number 2 then. Pradier at the front of the order for victory lane. Round the final corner they sweep. The gap is 0.2 of a second ahead of Kraling through turn 1. So the 2 stranded carts there of Ivanikov and Domain on drivers left. So how does this leave things in the points? As things stand, Coronel and Craigie not in this race. 267 and 265. Pradier would be moving up to 3rd place, but not anymore, because down the inside, beautiful stuff there from Ian Kraling. Retakes the lead of the race, looking to move himself up from 7th place in the points right now. And that's the right way of doing it, down the inside through turn 8.
Certainly is, but he's left himself vulnerable here at the exit of turn 13 and 12 as he tries to go through. Warning flag's gone out to Henry Domain. Now he's stranded at turn 1. Let's see why that warning flag's come out. Let's keep a close eye on him there. You can see slightly sideways there. And again, looked like he may have had an issue there. It's gone wide. And well, round they've gone. And straight down the inside there. Yeah, that is Henry Domain that's gone off the track in the 84. He just came in like a, well, he came in like a rocket there. And unfortunately, I don't know if that was fully there, but certainly a big, big moment there. Yeah,
not a good moment for the Energy Corsa team. Both of their carts at the front of the order out before this race had really even got begun. 56.042, fastest lap of the race so far for Florentine Hattemer. Started P2 on the grid, has slipped down to 9th. It's been a difficult spot for Hattemer starting on the outside there. He's only had the one opportunity of starting on the inside. That was in the G versus H qualifying heat yesterday. That was the very first one that we had for his teammates at the front of the order. And we're seeing a replay here of down the inside. Pradier going through. As Martinez also following through past Kraling. Kraling responded immediately back into 2nd place. And Kraling has also responded in real time as well. Down the inside of Pradier, overtaking and taking the lead.
Yep, certainly so. And Martinez has followed as well. So they're back up 1-2 now. And it just continues to chop and change. That's bringing Duranov into play. It's bringing the American Michael McGow into this as well. So we've not spoken a lot about Michael McGow. He's always been around there, but he's up 8 places right now. This is a very, very strong performance at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is I think, one of the strongest performances we've seen from a Coxey Motorsport entry so far as well. That McGoy started 13th in this race. As you say, is up to 5th now, and could be more, because this is a proper scrap at the front of the order. Kraling feels the need to go to the inside. Martinez is looking for the route down the inside. Kraling shuts the door into turn 1. No way through there for Martinez. Stays in 2nd place. This is all good news for the likes of Derenov, McGoy, Gast, who's side behind as well. All of them closing in. Hattemer's going to be back in play soon as well if this goes on much longer. 4 laps to go, including the one that we're on. Anyone could take the 50 points here.
He certainly could, but right now it's just going to be a waiting game as the race nears its conclusion. Michael McGow there on your screen for Koski Motorsport. Started 13th, currently 5th. He's up 8 places. This is a superb drive from the young American.
It is indeed. He's full of confidence here. I should also say it's another good run for another North American. This case Canada's Jensen Burnett is up 8 places so far in this race. He's just gone purple through sector number 1, and sector number 2 is flying in 11th place. Another big defence from Kraling into turn 1. And once again, Martinez just has to sit there and be patient in P2, but he's got a lot of top-end speed, has Martinez. Has he got the pace in the twisty stuff to go down the inside? No, not this time. Stays behind Kraling and will go again up through the revs onto the infield straight. Still there in third is Thomas Pradier. Kraling, we saw him go for those new tyres last time around. Down the inside goes Martinez. Is the door going to be open for Kraling on the switchback? Yes, it is. There's going to be a lane as well for Pradier. Pradier steps through into second place. Derenov's also going for it up to third. Well, it was a big move for Martinez, but it didn't pay off.
There you go. That is the risk that you have if you play those type of cards with the group so close. You risk losing more than just what you gain. Well, down the inside again, and defensive goes Kraling. Pradier not able to follow through the move down the inside. Duranov still there. This is a great run for the 98F, and Duranov, who has gained so many positions in this one as well. 4 places gained. And this is, I think, the highest he's ever been so far this weekend. Into the pit lane. Emilia Waszymerska from Poland, unfortunately, out of the race. Big shame.
Yeah, a tough weekend for Waszymerska. And for the hopes of qualifying through to the superheats, that's a bitter blow to the AKM Motorsport drivers' hopes in that one. 2 laps to go, including the one we're on, so it's more like 1 1/4 laps for Kraling to hold on here ahead of Pradier, Duranov, Martinez and McGoy. They're all there, the top 5 coming round. They'll see the last lap board this time around. Kraling needs to defend again into turn 1 and does so. Blocks off the move from Pradier. Pradier's going to have to find another way through. Perhaps turn number 3, perhaps turn number 7. The gap from 4th to 1st is less than half a second at the moment. Martinez looking down the inside for 3rd place. That's a lovely move on Derenov for 3rd spot. Is there going to be a move here from Pradier? He's looking for it, but Kraling, his positioning is superb out there.
It certainly is, and I think, you know what, from Martinez, that's a vital move, because I think he knows that these drivers are going to go for it, but I think that Duranov knows they're going to go for it as well, and he sends it down the inside. And now who's come out on top of that one? It is the Paralin of Duranov, so yeah, he retakes that one, but they've now lost a chance of attacking these two here. There's only one more corner to go as they go down into it now, the final chicane. Krailing's going to put it in the middle of the road. He's not going to need to defend because he knows that Pradier is not close enough for an attack. Across the line, it's Arjun Kraling for another qualifying heat win. He puts it on that top spot. He gets those 50 intermediate classification points. It puts him 6th in the intermediate classifications. That is in good line, but there are still many junior races to go today. Thomas Pradier, a fabulous result. 1 place gained to finish P2. Efrem Duranov, 4 places gained to finish in P3. From Martinez in P4. Michael Magau finishing in P5. 8 places gained. A superb end for the Koski Motorsport driver from the USA. Marco Garsk from Zhang Jose, who gained 10 places in that one, finishes in 7th place. Jensen Burnett gaining 11 places to finish in P8. Florentin Atema finishing in P9 from Bogdan Kozma, rounding out the top 10. There were big winners in that one. There were bigger losers in that one as well. But the entire grid makes its way back in towards Parc Ferme. Take you through the full classifications now. We've gone over the top 10. Tamas Gender finishes in 11th place from Jack Iliff. Jesse Phillips from Marcus Savalev. Oliver Rasmussen rounds out the top 15. All of them gaining positions there. Phillips only the 1. Savalev 2. Rasmussen 6 positions gained there. Manuel Maguez, who finished in P16, gained 4 positions in that race. A superb drive for him in that one. Good results. Dinia Islamov finishing in P17 from Aminkara Osman, who finishes in P18, 4 position gain. Felipe Rice gaining 4 as well, finishing in P19. Klara Kowalczyk running out the top 20. Georgi Zazov finishes in 21st place, 4 places gained. Luke Kornder, not the result would have wanted, dropping down several positions in that one to P22. Apo Timonen gaining the 1 place from Marie Barryberg, 2 places gained from Alexander Kotanov, the last finisher out there. 25 cuts finished that race, also gaining 2 places. Emilia Wismiska gained 2, but unfortunately retired from that race. Vladimir Ivanikov and Henry Domain crash at turn 1, and this is how it happened. The highlights of that race. Now, where is Domain in all of that? He's right there behind, and yet just comes through that pack and just straight up and over, and just drives over, I think, his teammate in that one. So, yeah, really bad time for the Energy Course drivers. Both of them out of this race for Vladimir Ivanikov and Henry Domain. Rule number 1 of racing is don't hit your teammate, especially at turn 1. Well, the race would continue down the inside. Thomas Pradier would go for the lead of the race. It would change, though, thick and fast, as back down the inside, Arjen Kraling would go through. The same with Alex Martinez in the early stages of this race. Would fall back, though, to finish P4, as Dudanov would slowly close in. These 3 scrapping all the way throughout that very last second dive down the inside for Martinez, just to try and secure 2nd place. He would lose it later than in the same lap. Duranov closing in once more, as again, all of them trying to dive to the inside. Arjen Kraling, though, getting into that lead. Martinez managing to follow, Pradier down to 3rd place. That did allow then the Paralin of Efim Duranov to close in. Then it became a group of 4 as defensive went Martinez, who was leading for a very brief moment, but he wouldn't just lose 1, he would lose 3. As he would try to fight back on that final lap, he would get back up into 3rd place, but Duranov would retaliate a few corners later. But Arjen Kraling for Kart Republic would take the win from Thomas Pradier for Victory Lane Karting. A superb result again, and they bumped them up in the points. Pradier now 3rd in the intermediate classifications behind Rocco Coronel and Kenzo Craigie. We're ready down in Parc Fermé. Let's head to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much. Anthony here with Arjen Kraling, our latest winner here at Valencia. Arjen, that's a good win. That's a good response after a difficult race the round before, holding off those competitors. It's a tough race, but a good one.
Yeah, I'm super happy now. The speed is really good, and big thanks for the team that we work really hard. We will see tomorrow where we finish, but the heats are really good. We finish all times in the front. Yeah.
You tried something a little bit different with the tyres earlier on in the rounds. What did that teach you that served you well, gave you good information for this last race?
Yeah, the last heat we put new tyres, and now we had old tyres. It's good strategy from the team, really good. Again, I have nothing to say, really.
Good stuff. Going forward, you've got 1 more race to go. That win gets you in a good position in the points. Do you think you can carry that on? Do you think a top 5, maybe even a top 3 is possible with the races still to go?
Yeah, I hope that we finish next heat also in the front. And for me, when we finish the heat, good. The next one, we stand in the front for the pre-final.
The wind keeps changing here a lot. Is that a concern for the last race of the day?
Yeah, and the slipstream is really important here. The guys behind you catch you a lot on the straight. It's really difficult. You have to block, and the whole group stays together all the time.
Good stuff. Well done, Arjen. A superb victory. I know you really enjoyed that one, and best of luck for later today.
Thank you.
Arjen Kraling there, our winner in this latest heat for the juniors. Really interesting situation. It continues to hot up here at Valencia. Anthony, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much there, Andrew. Yes, indeed. Well, more races coming up. We're now going to the final senior race of the weekend in the qualifying heats. This will be the last time we see our drivers out until tomorrow for the super heats, and of course the finals on Saturday. This is race 37 of the weekend. This is groups B and C coming up next for the OK category. And for Thibaut Ramekers and Anatoly Kavalkin, it's all down to them really on this one. They know they can't get the maximum points. They've all had difficult events throughout this weekend. No one in this race has had the maximum points at the moment. So it's all really a fight to who can finish where in the intermediate classifications and who can get what championship points. But we'll certainly find out at the end of these next 11 laps. You're struggling to see the drivers there. The sun is shining here once more. They're all tucked away under the shade there, so all you can see is just the front nose cones there of Ramikas and Kavalkin. Matviev out in this one just behind Ramikas, also looking for a good start here. Lewis Werrell just behind. But again, there will be a moment here with tyres, because the top 6 in this one have gone for some fresh tyres out there. A look at what you can expect for the rest of the day. This is the last OK race. We then have a junior race, or 2 junior races before we go into another short break, and then we end the day with our last 4 junior qualifying heats, and that will round out our day before tomorrow for the super heats and finals tomorrow. There is a look at the end of the day. The last race going out on track at 6:30 today, qualifying Heat A versus D. With those tyres, we were talking about it. Ramikas has gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side. So has Kavalkin. Matviev has gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side, but Werrell's gone for the right-hand side. So that's an interesting one then for those front 2. Davide Bottaro's gone for brand new on the left-hand side, the same as Elliot Kaczynski. Then you miss a couple of rows. Sebastiano Pavan has gone for a brand new set. That I'm looking forward to, because Sebastiano Pavan has had some really good races all the way throughout this and has shone through the field. And now with a brand new set of tyres on board, hopefully he can match, maybe even better, what he's done earlier on. Engines fire up then, as you see the graphics continuing there, showing who is on those new tyres. But let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. It's Thibaut Ramikas and Anatoly Kavalkin who start this one on the front row from Dimitri Matviev and Lewis Werrell. Then it's Davide Bottaro and Elliot Kaczynski from Alpec Soyn, Alexander Bondarev, David Kozma and Lewis Francis. Then it's Vivek Kanthan, Sebastiano Pavan, Hugo Marti and Kai Rielart, Miguel Costa and Leon Brunner on the next row.
Moving down through the order, so Miguel Costa and Leon Brunner on row number 8, Freddie Lloyd and Leo Nielsen on row 9, Santino Panetta and Jimmy Elias go from row number 10, that is your top 20, Hugo Martiniello and Tame Salah go from row number 11. Matteo Giaccardi and Wojciech Woda start on the 12th row of the grid. Stylianos Kolovos has had a really tough day. Starts this one from row 13, is alongside Stefano Padani, who had a mechanical failure in his previous race. And on the last row of the grid, 28 of them out there on track. On row 14, it's Nico Lachnelate and Oscar Repetto. There are your qualifying heat points as they stand. And the key piece of information here is that it's all decided. Gomez, 250 points, has completed his racing, as has Drummond, as has Montero, as has McLaughlin. So it's all about now who of these drivers, this last group in the OK category, can push themselves up, get more championship points than they're currently sat on. Remember, it's 25 for being P1 in the classification after this race, 22 for P2, 19, 17, 15, 13, 11, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's the top 15 who score points of some description.
So it does pay to be up there within that, but it's been some really tough racing all the way throughout this weekend. So many drivers finding it hard to get to grips with everything, but right now everyone is having a pretty decent day today. Sebastiano Pavan, another look there, brand new set of tyres, left-hand side for the Tony Kart Racing driver from Italy. Italian driver with an Italian team. We're not racing in Italy. Like when we're racing in Italy,
that's the trifecta there.
That's the trifecta there.
But yes, no, I think you're absolutely right. Sebastiano Pavan has not needed new tyres to force his way through the field today and do some great overtaking. Let's see how he can do now that he has got some new rubber on his kart. Here we go then. Last heat for the OK category. Ramikas and Kavalkin into the tram lines. Away we go. Green light and racing. Good defensive move straight away from Ramikas. Kavalkin trying to go around the outside. He held on to P2 last time round. It nearly took the lead. That time in the end has to concede it back to Ramikas. But Anatoly Kavalkin has got the starts on the even side of the grid. Absolutely sorted this afternoon. The rest of them running through. It's all very tight in the midfield there, going through turn number 7 and towards turn number 8, already spreading out at the front of the order. But Thibaut Ramekes did well there to resist the attacks from Kavalkin. It's now Lewis Werrell on the attack, going for second place, side by side with Kavalkin. Werrell's going to be on the outside as they go through turn number 14. Kavalkin has the advantage on the inside, and here comes Matviev again. Matviev down the inside takes third place. Werrell's gone from attacking for second place to now defending for fourth, as he's got the 222 of Davide Bottaro all over his rear axle. What a first lap. Loads going on there, but for Thibaut Ramekes, it's a 3/4 of a second lead.
Yep, this is a fantastic start for Ramekes. You saw him at the start of this one, as again, Werrell getting caught out a little bit here. Oh, everyone going through, losing 3 into 1. That was Bottaro going through. Bondarev went through as well, as Sebastiano Pavan also went through. So that is 3 people just sliding through the field. And for Lewis Werrell, he's not getting on with this one too well here. He's going to look back down the inside of Bondarev here. Did he make that move complete? I think he did, just in the background as we cut back to your race leaders here. Matviev and Kavalkin just trying to close in now to Thibaut Ramekes, who's broken away.
Yeah, they've got to work together, these 2 drivers at the moment, because Thibaut Ramekes has had some very strong performances when he's been in this position across the course of 2024. But 0.8 of a second is his lead now. Fastest driver on the circuit is Matviev, 54.617 for the 244 there, who's made good progress in the early stage as well. Jimmy Elias has made decent moves up the order, up 6 places from 20th to 14th. Sebastiano Pavan, you're absolutely spot on, Anthony. Those new tyres down the inside. Matviev down the inside of Kavalkin for second place. That looks fairly routine. Matviev backing himself here to close the race leader in. But you made the call before the start of the race, Anthony, about Pavan. There he is in the Tony Kart, 4th place. He's gained 8 places so far in this one.
Certainly has there. The handy-dandy graphics that the team have been working so hard on creating over the course of the winter. Now on display here. Superb look at the tyres, the gaps, the positions they've gained. But there, those new tyres on the left-hand side, they are working hard now for Sebastiano Pavan, who's currently in P4. Ramekes in the lead of this race, though, still with that fastest lap of the race, is breaking away from the rest of the field. Matviev is doing his level best to close in. He is breaking away from Kavalkin here, but it is going to be a tough old race for them, because Ramekes, he's tough to close in on, but it is just a little bit of a difficult one for these drivers.
It is indeed, but still a good amount of time, good amount of laps to go. 7 of them to catch the winner in the junior category here last year, stepping up into the full OK class. 54.220 last time around for Ramekes, 54.120 for Dmitry Matviev. So it's 1 second for the 244 to close in right now. Pavan still going along nicely. New personal best last time around of 54.233. So he's pretty much got the same pace as the race leader. Jimmy Elias continuing to gain positions out there. He's up to 12th place now. Has got past Miguel Costa on that last lap. Hugo Marti and Leo Nielsen have also gained spots. They've disposed of Santino Panetta on that last tour of the circuit.
They have indeed. That gap's come down 0.2 of a second. Matviev is closing in, and there's plenty of time to close down that 0.9 of a second gap. Matviev is piling on the pressure now to Thibaut Ramekes in the lead of this race. There is Thibaut Ramekes, your race leader, dancing through. There's the next group of drivers and the mechanics just watching this race. Oh, there's a car being dragged off in the background there. Now, who's that? Who's tumbling down the order? And I think that's Wojciech Woda. I think that's the Ricky Flynn card of Wojciech Woda, who is out of this race. And we just saw for a brief moment there. Now, where is that? Is that at the chicane, or is that at the top end of the circuit?
I think that's turn 1. In sector number 1. Yeah, there is the 225. Drivers left of turn number 1. And not a good moment for the Polish driver. That's going to move him down the order.
Yeah, that is a big, big shame. There he is standing. Well, it's not changed. It's still 0.9 of a second as Wojciech Woda again. Never a nice feeling to watch the race from the sidelines here. But yeah, keeping an eye on that gap. Again, it's not changing. It's still 1 second at the moment. In fact, it's increasing again. So Ramakas is responding. Dmitry Matviev there is chasing Ramakas for first. The gap, 9/7 of a second. Again, it's just fluctuated between that. They're on exactly the same pace right now.
They are indeed. Very good pace at the front. The points situation, if you're just joining us, this is the last race in OK today and of this part of the round. Gomez has already got the qualifying heats segment wrapped up and confirmed. 250 points from a possible 250. Zach Drummond 244 in second place. Dmitry Matviev up to third place now on 223. Ramakas 220. So if Ramakas wants to take that third place, he needs this driver here, Anatoly Kavalkin, to get back on the pace of the 244, overtake and drop Matviev back down to, well, what would it be? 41 points from the current 44 that he's scoring. Montero and McLaughlin are going to be 5th and 6th with this result if it stays this way. Kavalkin right now would be up to 7th, and Joe Turney would be completing the top 8. Not a bad run for Turney, considering he had a not great qualifying. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't a shining one. A technical issue, of course, holding him up on that one. There is the graphic on your screen confirming. But for Gomez and Drummond, their work is done. It's just a question of can Matviev hold on here to this third place. Ramakas is doing everything he can to put him under pressure.
Certainly is. But right now, let's see what we can do. Ramakas holding on to it. The gap still 1.1. No change then. Matviev not closing in. Kavalkin staying there. We're at a lull at the moment. Pavan's there in 4th place. He's not been able to close in either, so everyone is just, I think, at a stalemate. The battle just behind Sebastiano Pavan, though, Bottaro and Lewis Werrell, is an interesting one. They are very, very close as we watch a replay here of the overtakes earlier on. So this is Bottaro going down the inside of Lewis Werrell earlier on. That's Pavan then going around the outside, and then Bondarev going down the inside there. Werrell losing not 1, not 2, 3 places. He fought back though, as he's now just got past Bottaro on our timing tower there. So Lewis Werrell up into P5 as Ramakas, our race leader, continues to now break away from Matviev. That gap opening now to 1.3 seconds. Now is Matviev backing off, or is Ramakas pushing hard here on that brand new set?
I would tend to believe, I think it's Matviev rolling off. I think he's known that the situation is going to be, it's one of those where with the point situation, if he's being communicated it from the sidelines, there's actually nothing to gain from getting past Ramakas. You know, he's still going to be sitting there in 3rd place, even if he got that extra 6 points. So right now, think long game, super heats tomorrow. At the moment, he's going to be on the outside. He's going to be P2 for the first of those super heats. You're going to want every little bit of performance from those Maxxis tyres that you can get.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's going to be a long old day tomorrow, but I suspect these last couple of laps will be even longer as you just, fingers crossed for all of our drivers getting to the end of this one. Ramakas, Matviev, Kavalkin, 1, 2, 3 on this final lap. Pavan's closing in, but it's not going to be enough. Matviev is also dropping back from this man here. Tibor Ramakas, who continues to impress in the senior categories over the course of the 2024 season. A junior last year, stepping up into the world of senior racing, has shone in the light in many different classes as well and categories. For Tibor Ramakas, on this final lap, it's just bring it to the end for Matviev. He's done exactly what he's needed to do. He's done well as well. He's bumped himself up 3rd in the intermediate classifications. He's kept Ramakas at bay, kept him 4th in the intermediate classifications as well as Kavalkin there in 3rd. But for Ramakas, it's the checker flag, and that's it. It's 4th in the intermediate classifications. That's all he can muster, but it's a superb result. He will start then on that front row for the superheat alongside Zach Drummond going into that one. Superheat 2 tomorrow for them. It would be Gomez and Matviev on the front row for Superheat 1 tomorrow in the senior category. And crucially, those championship points.
Indeed, and opportunities, more opportunities tomorrow to push up through. Another impressive performance from Thibaut Ramakas for VDK Racing. Strong start to the season they are having. Drivers will come into Parc Fermé. That will be the last time they race here at Valencia today. The next time we will see them will, of course, be tomorrow for the Super Heats. Let's have a look at the provisional results from that qualifying heats for Groups B and C. Thibaut Ramakas, P1, takes the win by 1.1 seconds ahead of Dmitry Matveyev, and it's Anatoly Kavalkin there in third place, a result that pushes Kavalkin up to 7th place in the intermediates classification. Sebastiano Pavan delivered with those new tyres, up 8 places to 4th. Lewis Werrell, P5, Davide Botaro, Vivek Kantham, Luis Francis Kyrilas and Jimmy Elias in the top 10. Elias, the biggest mover, was he not? Yes, he was. Biggest move, the only driver to get into double figures of the number of places gained in that one. Leo Nilsson had a good run to 11th from 18th on the grid. Miguel Costa 12th. Alexander Bondarev in 13th place. Might be a bit disappointed with that one. Elliot Kaczynski struggling for race pace, it would seem, so far today. That's bright qualifying, not being able to be converted in that one. Qualifier ended up in 14th place ahead of Santino Panetta, completing the top 15. Hugo Marti, Hugo Martinello, Lujan Brunner and David Cosma in a top 20 completed by Stefano Padani. Good drive there from Padani, up 6 spots. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last heat in OK. Unconventional start, I thought, Anthony, from Ramakas. He got the run, moved across, and I wonder, with that the opportunity for Kavalkin to go around the outside. Another very strong start from Kavalkin on grid 2.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, shaky moments here. That was Bondarev trying to dive to the inside. And this is, yeah, Bondarev not having the greatest race in this one. It was strong at the start, good position for all the drivers. But again, just faded away. And it was the same story for many other drivers. So many just trickling down that order. Kaczynski was another one who was up high in the order at the start and then fell back. Same with Werrell here as he dove to the inside. He would get up into 2nd place, and it looked like he was going to be one that we could keep an eye on this one, starting to fight through the field. But it wasn't going to be his way, as back down the inside went Kavalkin, and then Lewis Werrell would then come under pressure from Matveyev, who would send it down the inside, and then it would be Botaro on this moment here. David Botaro down the inside. Then would come Sebastiano Pavan, and then Bondarev would come through. All of them getting past. Werrell would fight back later on. But yeah, at that moment there, it's just, you know, you're thinking, oh, what's happened?
I think one of those races for Lewis Werrell that you take what you've learned from it and you move on. The pace is there. It's just some of the cutthroat nature of senior racing. But for Thibaut Ramakas, a race win, 1.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field. More reasons to be very pleased than the VDK Racing tent.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, again, we're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. There are 2 more junior races to go before we go into our last break of the day. Then we end the day with 4 more qualifying heats for juniors, and then it's all down to the Super Heats and Finals tomorrow. We'll see you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back, ladies and gents. After that short ad break, great to see so many people watching on the live streams at home. If you are watching, make sure you hit that like button, hit subscribe as well. Welcome to everyone joining us from around the world and here at the circuit as well, for many spectators here as well from around the local area and from around the world as well. To everyone here, we are going into the next race. It is Junior Qualifying Heat 23. It is E versus H. That is coming up next, and Archie Lovett is starting this one on pole position. Nicholas Schaufler alongside as the engines fire up, hopefully for Archie Lovett. It does fire up, first time of asking. Can confirm, yes it did. I just wanted to check that one out the commentary box window because he was struggling with that one. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. There are many new tyres, but we'll start with the grid. It's Lovett from Schaufler. Waltz from Mins on the first 2 rows. Then it's Roman Cami, Abin Kasper Ranchbold on row number 3. Mats Van Ruin and Cole Denham on row 4 from Sky Parker and Jacopo Martinese on row 5. It's Chiara Batig and Alex Brunner on row 6 with Benjamin Manak and Boris Lyson on row 7.
The old Type has had a good day so far today. Starts this one from row 8. Is joined by the American Asher Oxtein. James Anagnostiadis has had a very up and down qualifying heats program so far. Starts this one from row 9. He's joined by Meryl Peldes. We've got a did not start, or does not start, from row 10. Filippo Donazan was not present on the pre-grid, so it'll just be Marcel Szebo on that one, the Hungarian in the number 37. Maria Neto and Amir Sabirov start on row 11. Remek Samcik and Philips Planeta start on row number 12. David Minchuna is due to start on row 13 alongside Oscar Gallen, and Alvaro Meyer and Xiao Xiyong start on row number 14. 27 karts in the field. Particularly good to see there, Anthony. David Minchuna back out on circuit. Had that incident in the last round of heats, did he not, with Anagnostiadis through the final corner, was holding his wrist. We had a bit of a worry whether he was able to continue. He is out on circuit there in the 81.
Good to see there for our drivers. Tyres then. Dmitry Nurmiev has gone for a brand new set of boots. Left-hand side, I think that was the last group that is out there on that one. For this one, though, Archie Lovett has gone for a new set, same as Nicholas Schaufler. Drew Volz has gone for one. Not for Rajpal or Kamyab. They deployed theirs earlier on. Mats van Ruin has. I believe Cole Denham has as well. Confirmation there, Drew Volz has gone for a brand new set of tyres there as well. So, interesting to see here. Again, nearly the whole group going for them. This is the last time. I think it's the last rotation, actually, I think, for some of them now as well, isn't it? E versus H. No, we do see them out later on as well. So this is the final 2 races then, I think each class has got for our drivers. It's very quick. It's very spread out. Are we going round again? Yes, we are. That's a false start. Bit eager to get away then at the front of that grid. So a little bit more time, again, to get those new tyres up to temperature and spread in. And that's actually it's what worked out quite well for them.
It has for the drivers. I understand why the tyres are being changed now. It's like, you know, from a different perspective, you might want to go, well, why would you not want to hold them for the last set of heats, for the super heats as well? You know, there's no point losing that performance in the penultimate round and giving yourself too much to do in the last round of heats and the super heats, which are going to be hard races anyway, whatever the tyre situation is. There's also the defensive aspect of it. If you know that there's going to be people further down the grid probably playing their new sets into play, and you're on really worn tyres at that point, you're going to be very vulnerable to an attack, and you don't want to lose too many positions because of that. So yeah, I can see the tactics flowing out here and why we've got so many drivers going for that new rubber at this point.
You have to remember as well that we're looking at this as this is a race. Remember, everyone in this race is in their own race as well, aren't they? You know, everyone's thinking, right, I need to make sure that I beat them. I need to beat them. But this time, it's all around that. Green flag goes out, a little bit shaky, but it's a good start as everyone goes through in towards turn 1. The 2 teammates there nearly colliding. Drew Waltz and Lovett wheel to wheel with each other into turn 1. Amazingly, they both get through. Round the outside, late on the brakes there is Schaufler. He did not time that one too well, and that's allowed, I think, Lovett to break away now from the rest of the field. Schaufler still there in second place, up into third place there. That looks like that is Sebastian Mins, who's had a good getaway. The top 3 still spread out, but it's a nice getaway for our drivers.
Maria Neto. Problem for Martinez. Martinez has come to a stop. He's got his one opportunity to get the kart going again. If he doesn't do so, he's going to be out of the race. He's still in the race. Well done, Jacopo Martinez. He's down to the bottom of the order. I think there's been a problem as well for Maria Neto in the Tony kart out there, because I've not seen the number 77 come through sector number 1. Hopefully it's just a data error. Has crossed the that was one of the DPKs, I think. It was Alex Brunner taking to the runoff through the final chicane. So I think it was the number 55. So Martinez down to the bottom of the order, is still running. I think there is a data issue for Maria Neto, but not a mechanical going around the circuit issue, because the number 77 has just hopped back up to 19th place in the order, which is good news.
Going very slowly there is the number 11. That's Mats van Ruin. Not sure what's up there, but looks like back up to speed now. Maybe just a bit of a moment there out of the infield section through turns number 7 and 8. Back with the front. Schaufler now leads. Yeah, so Schaufler leads. Min's there in second. Lovett down to third. Still, all action on this one. Lovett trying to look for the inside there as Mins is looking down, not paying attention. Might have an opportunity here as to the inside. It's getting a little bit feisty here between Volts, Denham, Kamyab, Rajpal, all in this area here as they all try and fight down the inside there. Goes Roman Kamyab, holds on to that place of P4. Denham, Rajpal, Volts, and Ruin all there wanting to get involved, and still we watch this battle here. Lovett and Mins. No action between the two drivers just yet.
Really getting close in the points as well. If the results was to finish this way, if Schaufler will come back to that, let's have a look at a replay. Is this going to be the course of Martinez's problem? Ooh, yes, yeah. Going round there. Was it one of the victory lanes involved?
No.
From behind or in different carts?
I think it was a Koski.
Ah, good point. Very good point. But for Martinez, good work to get the engine fired again. He's in 27th place, but you never know. He's 16 seconds off the back of the field, but if there is a bit more drama, he could gain at some point. And Anagnostiadis, whenever we see James Anagnostiadis on screen, we're seeing drama so far today. Here's another replay. This looks to be the move of the 53 down the inside of the 42. That's Cole Denham fighting with Drew Waltz. That looked like a good move for 7th place. Oh, that was such a good moment. That was Kamyab running into with the 11 of Van Rooyen. That'll be why Van Rooyen was slow.
Yes, exactly. So nicely timed replay there from our production team. Another one here of the same incident, but a different angle. And yeah, really big moment there. And there's another big moment off the track. It's the 37 off the track. And that's a disaster for Marcel Servo, who's out of this race. That's a big one as well, because he's gone well off the circuit. He doesn't even know where to go. Marshall's quickly on the scene, though, as down the inside, and Ruin on Kamyab is up another position here.
Yeah, that's good for 4th place now for Van Rooyen. And that's a long way off for Jabo in turn number 11.
Yeah.
But it's before the corner, it looks like. It's like he's had an incident on the braking zone and then gone off to driver's right. I don't think we've seen an incident like that so far this week. Fastest driver on the circuit. And I think we can really see the tyres are struggling now as Kamyab goes down the inside, retakes 4th place away from Van Rooyen. There's a bit of contact there from behind. I think that was the number 34. Yes, it was. And the number 53, Cole Denham's tripping over things as well. Getting very close. I think the tyres are really struggling now. The pace isn't particularly high. Cole Denham is the fastest driver on the road, but they haven't even broken into the 55s yet. Down the inside goes Denham for another position. Here is Mins, and that's going to be contact with Lovett. Both of them off into the wall, out of the race. 2nd and 3rd gone for Mins and Lovett. Like that, a crazy moment, not giving each other enough room, and that is a big loss of points.
Well, Sebastian Mins there, devastated, but I'm sure just as devastated as Archie Lovett. And I think Lovett there is just saying, why on earth did you keep squeezing me there? I was on the inside. That's what I think Lovett's just saying there, and Mins looking just deflated. Both of them out of this one on their penultimate race of the day. Here's what happened. Well, Lovett well alongside, and just Mins just keeps closing the door. There was nothing that Lovett could do.
Yeah, that's not a great moment for Sebastian Mins there. I think he'll review that later on and go, yeah, that wasn't the best decision that he's made this weekend. But the result is that Schaufler now has a 3.6 second lead, and it's Roman Kamyab now up to 2nd place. Kasper Reipold for Koksky Motorsport, another good run for Koksky Motorsport here, is up to 3rd place. Boris Lizen's up to 4th as well, so good run for the Polish drivers so far in this one. And Cole Denham into the top 5. Warning flag out there for the 56 of Amir Sabirov. Where is Sabirov at the moment? I think he's a little bit lower down the order. Yes, he's in 15th place at the moment. But what a mistake. What a mistake from Sebastian Mins down in 25th place. And I was saying that it's really closing up in the order, in the points classification. That is another flashpoint. We've seen a couple of them already here in the juniors. Things are turning and drivers perhaps, cracking under the pressure.
Well, this is now the new battle for second place now. Kamyab from Rajpal. Rajpal trying to look to the inside there at turn 1, but not having it. Kamyab going defensive. This has given Schaufler a 3.5 second lead now from the rest of the field. Cole Denham looking quick. There's more goings on. It's the 56 and 29 out on track. That is Amir Sabrov and Merel Peldis off the circuit. We just saw a black and white warning flag going out Sabrov, as now there's been a change for second place. Kasper Rajpal up into second place now. Kamyab down to third as they go onto the back straight. Denham still closing in. Lysen still closing in as well. As we go on to the final lap of racing, Nicholas Schaufler takes that final lap board, and now it's all kicking off here. Rajpal goes defensive. Kamyab trying to go to the inside, switch to the outside now. We'll have to get the switch back. Keep an eye. Denham and Lysen, they're closing in as well. The battle for seconds heating up here.
It really is, and these are strong results for all of these drivers, possibly the strongest they've all had so far this weekend. Half a lap to go. Rajpal holding on there in the number 34, ahead of Kamyab, Denham and Lysen, but this is the key moment now, down into turn 11, checks to the inside, blocks the line for Kamyab. Good defence there from Rajpal, made the move nice and early, made it clear that it was going to be an outside move, it was going to be successful on him, and there was simply not enough overspeed for Kamyab to make that work. Schaufler is away and gone through the final couple of corners. He's going to elevate himself to third place in the points. A very good run indeed for Niklas Schaufler, who is going to take second place, though. It's going to be Rajpal ahead of Kamyab, Denham and Lysen. That's your top 5 in a fairly attritional OK Junior heat. Only 21 finishers.
Yep, that is a busy, busy race in that one. But for Niklas Schaufler, it is a race win and 50 points, pushing him third in the intermediate classifications, joint on points with Kenzo Craigie. With Kenzo Craigie with those more wins, will hold on to that second place spot. There are still more races to go for the junior category. 5 in total left as we near the end of Friday here at Valencia. But Niklas Schaufler for Austria takes the win. The Austrian Mouse doing his level best to secure as many points as he can, ready for tomorrow. Drivers will head back in towards Parc Ferme then, but not all of them. So many drivers out of this race. A big, big shock. But for Niklas Schaufler, it is a win. For Kasper Rajpal, it is a second place for Roman Kamyab. It's third from Cole Denham and Boris Lysen. Drew Waltz from Mats van Rooyen, Benjamin Manak and Asher Ostin in 9th place. Chiara Batigue rounds out the top 10 from James Anagnostianis. Maria Neto, Devin Minchuna from Zhao Ziyun, and Yoel Tapole finishing in 15th place. Busy, busy race for our top 3. Minchuna and Zhao gaining 14 places out there. A brilliant result. Philippe Paletta finishes in 16th place from Rasmus Schamek in 17th. 8 and 6 places apiece. Brunner finishing in 18th from Gallin. Meyer in 20th. Martinez, who got going again, finished 21st, but 11 places down from his original finishing spot. Sky Parker, a retirement. Amir Sabrov, a retirement. Merel Peldis, Sebastian Mins, Archie Lovett, Sebo, and Donanzan, who didn't start the race. Here's the start of it, though. Big, scary moment there between Lovett and his teammate there, Drew Volts, who went wheel to wheel through turn 1. Lovett, though, would hold on to the lead as round the outside there. Big moment as well for Schaufler, who went straight to the rear bumper there of Archie Lovett, but that would push Lovett out the way. You saw just in the background there the spin from Jacopo Martinez, unfortunately for him, out of the race at that point. He did get it restarted. He was able to get going. Marshall's promptly on hand to get ready to collect the kart if it didn't restart, but no drama there for Jacopo Martinez. Race continues as more action happening here as down the inside, Drew Volt's getting through past Roman Kamyab. Kamiab would finish, though, P3 at the end of that one. As the battle's happened thick and fast here, you can see there Denham coming through the field, getting tangled with Mats van Ruin as well. Kamiab still there, the contact, which meant Mats van Ruin went slowly. Another angle of it as they came through, which was very close between them. Just that little moment where he tried to get back down the inside of Roman Kamiab, front to wheel, rear wheel contact between the two of them, and out they went. The retirement there for Marcel Servo. Unfortunately, a big moment off the track. Not sure how that happened, but certainly his race was done. The inside here in towards turn number 1. This was Mats van Ruin trying to get the job done on Kamiab. Successfully did so. Kamiab would fight back though. Later on in the lap, he would hold on to that position, and that again, a little bit of contact there between himself and I think Kasper Rajpol just trying to get through. Would certainly shake up this order. Then this dramatic moment, Sebastian Mins and Archie Lovett, second and third place, crashing out at turn number 1. Dramatic moment there, and for Archie Lovett, not happy at all with Sebastian Mins after that one, just saying, why on earth did you close the door there? Well, the race continued at that point. Now with this new battle for second place, it was Kasper Rajbold and Roman Kamiab. Rajbold just getting the move there on Kamiab. It would end, though, with Nicholas Schaufler leading by nearly 4 seconds across the line from Kasper Rajbold, Roman Kamiab and Cole Denham. Boris Lysen rounded out the top 5 after gaining 9 positions in that race. We're ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with Nicholas Schaufler. Becoming a bit of a theme this afternoon of chaotic races with one driver who breaks away, and Nicholas, that was yourself in this one, winning comfortably in the end. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, it really is a good feeling, but we still have one heat to go, and I think that the results are going to change for the pre-final then, or for the super heats. Until now, the team has done a really good job, and we see how the last heat will go.
The pace has been there from the very start of the meeting in timed qualifying. What do you think is giving you the performance edge so far this weekend here in Valencia?
I think, of course, that the team is making a really good job with the chassis also, and also with the engines, of course. And now we still have to improve a bit in driving, but the rest is okay.
What bits of those driving is it you're going to be working on before the next set of heats and tomorrow, do you think?
I think it's just that we need maybe a bit more front, but we will solve that for sure.
We're having a brief chat as well about the weather. You're fairly relaxed about what could potentially come for the rest of today and tomorrow. You're fairly cool about it?
Yeah, of course. Always to stay calm for sure. And we see. If it rains, it rains. I can't do anything about it, so we will see what happens.
Well done, Nicholas. A really assured victory yet again here at Valencia, and I know you're going to be at the front once again for the next set of races. But best of luck for later this afternoon.
Thank you.
That's Nicholas Schaufler there, very confident going in towards the last round of heats will be later on this afternoon. It will be the deciders for who has pole position in the super heats tomorrow in OK Junior. For now, though, Anthony, back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Andrew Mather down in Parc Ferme chatting to our drivers. We have got one more race to go before a short break. Then we come back with the last 4 races of the day. But the next one coming up is the OK Junior Qualifying Heat A versus C. Dusan Langendonk and Christian Costoya back out on track. Now, Costoya, at the moment, is he's your points leader in theory. He does sit 6th in the intermediate classifications, but he's got maximum points at the moment, 250 out of all of his 5 qualifying heats he has done. This one, if he wins it, would bump him up to 300 points. But can he maintain that? And that would instantly put him straight to the top by some way. He starts on the outside row this time, though, with Van Langendonk on the inside. There is report of tyres once again, though, for our drivers. And, well, again, to be expected, it's a fair few of them who have gone for it. The top 3 rows have all gone for brand new sets on the left-hand side of the kart. And then the 4th, 5th, 6th row on the even side of the grid, they've all gone for the left-hand side. Then 7th, 8th and 9th, both rows have gone for a brand new set on the left-hand side. The 10th row, it's the odd side with Gustavo da Silva. He's gone left-hand side. And Pancotti and Lopez also brand new tyres on the left-hand side. So there is a big group of drivers in this one. But crucially, they've all gone for brand new tyres on the left-hand side, I think is what we can take away from that. So they're all going for it. There is Drisan Langendonk, number 2, starting this one on pole position, getting himself primed and ready for this one. But like I say, his main rival in this is the driver who starts alongside him, Christian Costoya. He is the driver they need to worry about here in this one. But with the battles that we've seen throughout this, it is this man here, Costoya, who is leading the intermediate classifications. You've got to give it to him because no matter what result he gets in this one, he'll probably be at the top of it. He's on maximum points. If he finishes this one on pole and wins it, he's 300 and he's straight to the top.
He is, but I hate to be the harbinger of potential bad news. You only need to look at the standings as they are at this very moment to see how quickly things can go wrong, because earlier this afternoon we were talking about Costoya, we were talking about Salah being tied on points and racing all the way to the end. Well, all of a sudden Salah had, was it a 3rd or a 4th in a previous race and then the retirement to the next one. He's done one more race and he's on the same number of points as Costoya. That just shows you how quickly it can go wrong. I think getting through this first race, getting through this next race for Costoya, it would be lovely to win it and get that break over Van Langendonk. That would be a huge point in the story of his round. But it's not absolutely essential at this stage, and he doesn't want to risk too much out there, particularly because he's starting on the outside, the difficult spot there, P2.
Exactly that. You saw a brief glimpse there of Arthur Huang starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid in P4. Again, another driver has gone for the brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. The same as this driver here, Tristan, or Illy Christian there, who is starting on the number 72, the Canadian driver. Brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side as well of kart. Driver behind, though, Noah Baglin, all on a used set, deployed them earlier. The same with Daniel Kelleher and Vadine Hugendorn, also deploying those earlier on in the weekend as well. Devon Waltz, though, on that row. And for Bruno Grich, who starts alongside Illy Christian, is also on a brand new set. The Lithuanian there, you can see by the graphic, brand new set on that left-hand side, the driver for the Ward Racing team. Certainly has had some good results in there. He's always been up in that sharp end, battling away.
It has been. I spoke to Bruno this morning during the warm-up. He was very relaxed. He was looking forward to his day's racing, and I think he's applied himself fantastically so far today, as is this young man, Noah Baglin. Fully used tyres on his number 63 Kart Republic. But he's been quick, and the race pace has been very strong for Noah. He'll like starting from the inside as well, P7. Look out for Noah potentially moving up through the order in the early stages. Not long now before we get the green light. There is a couple of karts being recovered, so actually it'll be a couple more than a few moments whilst things are being tended to out on the circuit after a bit of an attritional last race. Great work by the marshals and track workers here at Valencia, at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. There's Devon Waltz on your screens with, again, new tyres on one side of the kart. Starts P8, and Forza Racing continuing to have a good weekend here in Valencia.
Certainly are. Curious to see how they can remedy stuff at the end of today and going into tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow, the big day, Saturday, superheats and finals. But certainly for the Forza team, they've done a good job. Daniel Kelleher, though, starts on the road just behind. P9 out there has not deployed a new set, because again, I think they were deployed earlier on in the day. I'll check my notes on that one. In fact, I think you could probably check the notes on that one. You could check the notes on that one, but you're not going to.
Not at this the moment when we're about to go. Daniel Kelleher is about. I don't think it's quite pulled the pin yet.
No.
On the pace that he's got, but again, that's not necessarily a problem with him in a good position, solid points so far. more than likely to be through into the Superheats tomorrow. And yeah, I'd keep an eye on Kello. He's I think the very definition of a bookie's dark horse right now at this stage for the round.
He's an experienced pilot. He knows what he needs to do. He has won many European events. He's been a champion in Europe and overseas, so he knows what he needs to do. At the same as the rest of the field, they certainly do. Great work from our marshalling team out there to help out and get everything sorted out for getting our races underway. That's been a very long day for them. Of course, we couldn't go racing without the marshals out there on circuits. They are doing an absolutely superb job. Speaking of superb jobs, this driver here has also done that. Joel Pokela, brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Again, the driver starting 10th place on this one. Has always had some good starts and gone up through that order. There you can see, well, the big motions there trying to clear the track, but brilliant stuff from our track staff. We can't appreciate them enough, I don't think.
Indeed. Just looking through for that information for Daniel Kelleher about the tyres. Yeah, I think you're right. He did employ some new boots earlier on in the rounds. Waiting for the whistle to blow and the instructions that this race will begin shortly, of course, and I think we are. By the way, that Martin Bean's walking towards the gantry means we're not too far away from the start in this one. Andrew Mather and Anthony Jordan on commentary duties for you here today at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. We'll be here tomorrow for a shorter programme of races, not as many as the bumper amount that we've had today, but the key ones, the Superheats and the finals. So if you can join us, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Away we go then for the qualifying heats, last one before the second break. Groups A and C heading out on circuit. Here is your starting grid. Dries van Langendonk starts on pole position. Alongside is Christian Costoya, who currently is unbeaten in this round. Francois Cadal and Arthur Huang start on row 2. Ile Christian and Bruno Grick start on row 3. Noah Bagdin and Devin Waltz on row 4. Daniel Kelleher and Joel Pokela on row 5. Dean Hugendorn and Louis Cochet start on row 6. And then on row 7 in the midfield, it's Theodore Tobal and Oliver Kinmark.
Row number 18 is Gilberto Rousset and Matt Corby on that row. Then it is Alex Malota and Scott Lindblom on row 9. Gustavo da Silva and Shenze Yu on row 10, rounding out the top 20. Then you see Enzo Ruggiero and Matteo Rivals on row 11. Jules Herman and Alexander Uznim. And it's Filippo Pancotti and Son Aziz on row 13. Mariano Lopez and Javier Darovsky round out the 28 drivers in this race, 14 rows. Going into the last few races of the day, our race director, Martin Bean, sending our drivers round one more time as that shot there makes it look like an absolutely beautiful day, blue sky. In fact, so does that shot. And you know what?
It is.
It is. It is a lovely day out there.
It's just very cold.
It's just really cold, yeah. It's well, the air temp's apparently up to 16 degrees now. Those in the UK would probably say, God, that's a hot summer's day, that is. But, well, here in Spain, it's actually quite cold. But right here, right now, all of our drivers just getting to the end. You can see everyone's still wrapped up there. The wind is still blowing out there. It's been playing havoc with us all the way. It's been really heavy wind, actually. Really strong gusts, hasn't it, all the way throughout. In fact, I think it's been so much that it's affected some drivers.
Yeah, I mean, the drivers, I think, increasingly are aware of it as they go through. A few of them needing to work on setup with regard to that, to maybe make the kart a bit more compliant, because we've seen a couple of twitchy moments when those gusts really have kicked in for drivers. That, you know, could push you off the circuit. There's not much margin for error. It's a wide circuit, but it's one of those that, apart from the last corner, there aren't great swathes of tarmac runoffs around this track. So let's get ready then. The last heat before the mid-afternoon break. 9 laps for the juniors. We're green light in racing. Good start for Dries van Langendonk and Francois Cadal straight into second place. Cadal going for the lead of the race. Ducks back out of it. A worrying moment there for van Langendonk. They're all through the first couple of corners, which is good. Christian Costoya has had a decent start, as has Arthur Huang from P4. Challenge coming in straight away there from the 101. Costoya on the move, knowing he needs to beat a big rival in Dries van Langendonk if he wants to keep this unbeaten streak going.
He certainly does. Back down the infield straight they go. Karts moving out of the slipstream into the braking zone, but no positions changing hands. They stay the same as they negotiate their way out of turns 11, 12, through 13 and 14 onto the back straight. It is still Van Langendonk who leads from Costoya. Remember, Costoya has not lost a race yet. He will want to close in to Van Langendonk, but Van Langendonk has been on it. He's only lost one race, and with that, he would take the lead of this weekend because he qualified higher. So what's going to happen in this one as they go through into this race? It is still Van Langendonk Costoya, but it's still battling here. It's down the inside. Big changes here.
Indeed, it was a good attack there from Hilly Christian on Francois Cadal, but Cadal was able to hold it round the outside, keep P3. Movers on that first lap. Daniel Kelleher up 2 spots to 7th place. Hugendorn and Cochet both gain. Scott Lindblom also on the move has gained 3 spots up to 15th. So that is your main ones. Not a massive amount of movement. No one charging through the order from far back. As down the inside, Christian on Cadal. That's opened the door for the number 63 of Noah Baglin. We said to look out for him. He starts fast and has got through there into 3rd place. However, Costoya is clear in 2nd place. Dries van Langendonk doing everything he can. Lead is nearly a second for Van Langendonk, but once again, it's the big question. Tired, is he taking too much out of them?
Yeah, that is the ultimate question now that these drivers are going to have to deal with. It's at that stage, but remember, these drivers have deployed these the latest, which means these tyres will be the freshest going into tomorrow as well. But they've still got another race to go on them a little bit later on after the short break we've got after this one. But again, eyes focused all the way throughout the field on this one. Big check over the shoulder and down the inside. Here comes Arthur Huang to the inside of Francois Curdle. Gets that move done, and he's up now into P number 4. The battle behind, though, Daniel Kelleher and Christian also changing. Kelleher up into 6th place.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Arthur Huang. Confidence on the brakes. That seems to be a new driver this weekend. A lot of progress made for him and PDK Racing here in Valencia. Noah Baglin as out of the race is the number 61 of Enzo Ruggiero, and had a tough qualifying. He's had some good races through the field, but it won't be a good one here. Out of the race, P28. That is not what the South African would have wanted.
No, that is a big shame. Jules Herman under investigation as well, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Now, changes here again. The field all bunching back up again. Van Langendonk's broken away by 1.2 seconds. Costoya, though, is clear by another 1.2 seconds or so. As down the inside, Arthur Huang again down the inside. Big hit of that curb on the outside here. Now the 32 getting involved. It's all kicking off. Is that Matteo Russo there? No, he's not that high up. That's another cut that's going off and onto the gravel there on the exit. And that's not gone well. And I think it was Chrisen there in the 72 that was trying to go for the move, but it did not work out at all, which is a big, big shame. Trio here as they cross the line. Kelleher going defensive, but has Waltz and Cochet in tow.
Yeah, I think that was another one of those moments of a bit of battling off the racing line, combined with a gust of wind. We felt it here in the commentary box, and Christen did very well indeed to keep hold of that one. Lead is growing for Van Langendonk. We're looking here at the battle involving Daniel Kelleher there in the number 62, Waltz in the number 40, Louis Cochet. I've been impressed with Louis Cochet. You know, lesser drivers would have thrown the towel in earlier than Louis Cochet, but he is fighting back after a difficult start yesterday. That's a good move past Kelleher. Waltz also going past, so Waltz up to 6th place. Cochet now 7th, Kelleher down to 8th.
Let's see what's going to happen in the rest of this race. There's still plenty of time left in it as the sun continues to shine on our drivers here. But for Van Langendonk is down the inside there. Late move from Cochet on Waltz. Nicely done on that inside line through turn 1, and he gains another position here. But again, they lose pace, and I think he's lost it again. As soon as he gained it, he loses it one more, and now that brings Scott Lindblom into the battle, and a bit of contact between the two of them there, because now Kelleher goes through, and through goes the 72 of Christen, who's on a recovery drive here now.
Yeah, Christen fighting back into the top 10. getting past his teammates in that exchange. We're on lap number 6. So the points as they stand would look like this. We'd have a tie on 294, which would be broken by the timed qualifying result from earlier in the weekend. It would give Dries van Langendonk the lead as Daniel Kelleher feels the need to go defensive into the chicane ahead of Christian. And the number 74 of Lindblom, he's got Tony Karts all over the back of him. 3 of them heading towards turn number 1. 4 of them, in fact. I can't count, there's so many of them sweeping in. Because there's one of the Ward Racing Tony Karts on Kelleher's rear axle there. But the points at the moment, Van Langendonk, Costoy both 294. Coronel would sit in 3rd as down the inside goes Lindblom there for a move on his teammate. Through is Grick there in the Ward Racing Tony Kart, number 72. No, apologies, not 72, number 12. Coxie Motorsport also getting involved out there. That's going to be Kinmark. Kinmark, who had that disappointment earlier with a retirement, fighting back, trying to get into the top 10. There are your points. You can read them on your screen. But Langendonk taking advantage, but it's still very close, especially that run from 3rd down to 6th.
Certainly so. Back with our racing, and I've got to say, this is much nicer to watch this. It's so much calmer on our screen. A lot easier to follow. Just Van Langendonk in the number 2 leading the way. Yeah, like you say, with this position, he is now beating only because he out-qualified him on Thursday. Yeah. That's the reason why he sits above, even though he's still on the same points. So we're still seeing moves here down the inside there. That was Matt Corby going for the move. Greek down now, a couple of positions now into P14. Jill Herman there. Malota's there. Oliver Kinmark is there. Oh, it's one big group here. Wheel to wheel here. Malota down the inside, and he goes through. This is Lindblom down the inside into the final corner, and off the track there would go Daniel Kelleher. So Kelleher not able to take it. Well, Lindblom's happy with it. He'll go, yep, full send. Oh, that's a late lunge there as well in the background, straight down the inside there for Dean Hugendorn. And, well, the whole field's kicking off there into that final corner. Last lap board is out, though, and Van Langendonk clear by 1.5 seconds. It's not going on well here, though. It's down the inside, making his way through, and that's Louis Cochet.
Cochet past Curdle for 6th place then. Fighting back is the Frenchman. Matt Corby also continuing to improve. He's up 3 spots in this one. Curdle's not given this spot up yet, especially here on the final lap, sweeping out through turn number 8, through the double apex 9, then 10, heading down the infield straight into the hairpin. But Cochet looks to have the measure of Curdle at this stage. Dries van Langendonk, though, round the final couple of corners. This has been a very comfortable win and a dangerous win again for the rest of the competition in terms of how much speed this man has. Dries van Langendonk takes victory once again in OK Junior. 2nd place to Costoya. The winning streak is broken. That ties the top 2 in this race on points in the top 2 of the point standings as well. Noah Baglin performs brilliantly through to 3rd, and it was Huang and Waltz completed the top 5. But that's well, not mission accomplished yet for Dries van Langendonk, but that is a big step to taking pole position in one of those 2 super heats tomorrow.
Certainly so. We are going to see all of these groups back out again after the short break we're going to. So trust me, that intermediate classification is not finished yet. We do not know who's taking those championship points home in the OK Junior category. But for Dries van Langendonk, in his penultimate race of the day, he now takes the lead.
He does indeed, and that's from that aspect, that's exactly what he wants to do in that race. And we shouldn't mind as well that Dries van Langendonk will have a bit of a wait now. He next goes out and took in the very last race of the day, so I don't think we're going to know who is on pole position in those super heats until all races are completed. There is your provisional result. Dries van Langendonk, after 9 laps, wins by just over 1.5 seconds ahead of Christian Costoya. Noah Baglin, Arthur Huang and Devin Waltz, who mentioned in the top 5. Louis Cochet fights through to 6th spot there ahead of Francois Curdle. Biggest mover in that race was the Swede in 8th place. Scott Lindblom up 10 places there. Daniel Kelleher 9th. Joel Pokela in 10th. Dean Hugendorn, Ili Christian, Bruno Grick, Matt Corby and Gilles Herman all inside the top 15. Good drive there from Herman, up 8 spots in that last one. Oliver Kinmark in 16th place ahead of Alex Maloto, Gustavo Silva, Filippo Pancotti and Sunan Zaid. They are all in the top 20. Gianmatteo Rousseau, Theodore Tobal, Shenze Yu, Matteo Radels, and Alexander Usnin in the top 25. 2 more finishers in that one, Marino Lopez and Xavier Dudkovsky. One retirement being Enzo Ruggiero.
Not sure how he retired from that race either, which is a shame. But the highlights here, I've got to say, the start of that one, was that ever close between Kerdal and Van Langendonk. Kerdal just trying to send it down the inside there for the race lead at turn 1. It nearly went to the demise of Van Langendonk. Down the inside, though, the 72 of Ili Christen gaining those early positions, but then would tumble down the order and would have to fight back, would only finish P12 in that race. Arthur Huang going for the moves down the inside here and there, but he would, as soon as he'd gain one, he'd lose them a little bit later on. There, further on, he would gain that one position, but then on the outside, he'd be under pressure. Then it would all fall to pieces because everyone down the inside and everyone would try to fight through. He did do a good job, though, did Arthur Huang, because he held on to P4 at the end of that one. A very good result, but he certainly had to work for it. That scary moment there for Ili Christen in the number 72, nearly going right off the track on the back straight.
Yeah, kicking up a good amount of dirt and a high attack angle to save there for Ili Christen, and would recover to 12th place. Daniel Kelleher had to cut across the chicane at that point in this battle with seemingly every Tony kart in Spain right now, as they all swarmed in, 4 or 5 of them attacking. Louis Cachet, I think this was Louis Cachet's best race of the weekend so far, forcing his way through there, bold on the brakes, down the inside into turn 1, eventually would finish P6. Number 72 of Ili Christen fighting back once more, fighting with Scott Lindblom, who made the most progress out of anyone in that race, up 10 positions for the Swede to an eventual 8th place. Moment there for Kinmark running out and through the cut through in that battle around the top 10. This was another move for Cachet, this time the India. That was the one down the inside of Kerdal that eventually gave him 6th place, right there on the final lap. But for Dries van Langendonk, a very good victory indeed. 1.6 seconds to the nearest 10th, out in front of Christian Costoya. Not just to take the points lead, but also, mentally as well, taking that win and knowing that he wins his last race, taking those 25 championship points.
Certainly is. Well, there is a look at the last 4 remaining races we have. One more rotation for the junior category as we go through them: F and H, E and G, B and C, and then A and D to end our day. We are going to be back in around 16 minutes of time. Do not go anywhere. Champions of the future, we are going to determine who is going to be starting where tomorrow for the Super Heats, who is taking the first round of championship points at the end of the qualifying heats. We'll be back in 16 minutes. Stay with us. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The next race coming up very, very soon. Champions of the Future, round number 1 in 2024. Brought to you by RGMMC here from the international circuit of Lucas Guerrero in Spain. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, today has been a roller coaster. The seniors are done. We know who's starting where for the seniors, but the juniors, we have 4 more races to go.
We have, and you talk about the roller coaster. I think we're about to do a full loop-de-loop. This is when it gets really exciting out there. We've seen elements of the spice of the sharp end of these qualifying heats getting going in the previous round of heats, but now all these drivers know this is their last opportunity to qualify through to the super heats tomorrow, gain those points in the intermediate classification, and also those points in the championship as well, the first haul of championship points for this 2024 season of Champions of the Future will be decided in the next 4 races. Groups F and H will head out on circuit first. I think we're around 3 minutes away from the green light time. In fact, there is the 3-minute board. Arjen Kraling is going to be on pole position and will be buoyed by having that win in the last round just before we had the break.
Yes, indeed. We'll have Nicholas Schaufler alongside for this one, but Kraling getting the last few words there of encouragement to get ready for this one. Right, well, I've had my feed come through of information about tyres, and, well, put it this way, everyone deployed them earlier on, bar one driver. That one driver was Jacopo Martinez.
Interesting. And Jacopo Martinez will have had a bit of a cruise round in the previous race as well, so even his used tyres won't quite have as much wear on them as others out there on track. There's Nicholas Schaufler. So we've got 2 winners from the previous round of heats sharing the front row. Now that's a recipe for some tasty racing out there.
That is, isn't it? Certainly so. And both of them who had to put in the work to get to those positions as well. So, you know, real big shake-up, I think, for our grid on this one. But for both of them, it's going to be an interesting one. Kraling and Schaufler on that front row. The second row, though, is another 2 drivers. Well, Pradir and Sebastian Mins. I suspect Sebastian Mins' last race is a race that he'd quite like to forget, I think.
Yeah, and it's ended down at turn 1 on driver's left. Contact with Archie Lovett on that one, but in a way, it's a good opportunity to, you know, put that race behind him. Fresh race, fresh opportunity to score some points. Thomas Pradir there on your screens, focused as ever. Very consistent year so far for Thomas Pradir. Whenever we've seen him race, you know, consistently in the top 5s. Just maybe lacking that bit of luck to take heat wins and super heat wins that eludes him, but he keeps knocking on the door.
He certainly does. He's always in and around the thick part of the action, so keep a close eye on him on that inside row of row number 2. That is probably the best starting spot. So all you need to do is just stick behind the race leader, and you know you got that inside line, and you know you're coming out possibly second or holding on to your track position. It's very difficult to lose track position from there. 1 minute board goes up then. The third row of the grid, though, Alex Martinez and Kasper Rajpold. They are your drivers on that third row. Again, all of them having a good one. Rajpold earlier on. How was his race? He was caught up in a lot of incidents, I think, wasn't he, Kasper Rajpold, in his last one?
Yeah, he's been in and amongst it throughout the course of the day so far, but another chance for him to gain some points here. And I've got to say as well that the team, the Coxkey Motorsport team, have had a very strong afternoon. They had a very quiet first day and a half racing wise, but they're really coming to the fore now. So for Rajpold there, could he deliver potentially their first win of the weekend so far? It's going to be hard to do so because I say Alex Martinez alongside him on that third row and drivers behind, including the aforementioned Martinez. The only driver on the grid with new tyres. I think we're not too far away. In fact, we're not too far away at all. There is the whistle. Green lights for the drivers to roll out for their final qualifying heat of the weekend for round 1 of Champions of the Future 2024. Let's have a look through the grid. Arjen Kraling has pole position. Alongside him, Nicholas Schaufler on the front row. Row 2, Thomas Pradir and Sebastian Mins, Alex Martinez and Kasper Rajpold on row 3, Efim Durinov and Cole Denham on row number 4, Tamas Gender and Jacopo Martinez on new tyres as well on the left-hand side, start on row number 5. Marco Gast and Alex Brunner starts on the row number 6, and it's Michael Bogoy and Boris Lysen on row number 7.
Row number 8 is Dina Islamov and Asher Oshton on that row. Then it's Zhang Jose and Meryl Peldis on row 9. That's Burnett and Marcel Sebo. After that nasty incident he had in his previous race, he's back on the 10th row of the grid in P20. Oliver Rasmussen and Amir Sabroff on row 11. And Felipe Rice and Filip Polenta on row 12. Georgi Zazov and Oscar Gallin. Then it's Alexander Kortanov and Zhao Zijun rounding out the 28 kart grid.
All 28 karts out on circuit. Everyone's made it out there onto the track. 1.4 kilometres, just over 1.4 kilometres in length here in Valencia. There is Martin Bean, who has officiated all the races, all the sessions, all the warm-ups so far this weekend. 4 more of them to go today, with the instruction there to send the drivers around again for their formation lap. There's the data on your screen showing that Jacopo Martinez, the number 4, is a driver to look out for in this one. Has new tyres on the left-hand side of the kart. But again, needs to think going forward, is in a good position in the points. Not the ideal position, that's at 28th place earlier on today, not helping the Italian, but doesn't want to take too much out of these tyres ahead of those superheats tomorrow. There are your live points. 294 apiece for Van Langendonk and Costoya. They don't sit in this race. Coronel's 267, Craigie, Schaufler and Pradier behind. So for Schaufler, great opportunity here to put the rest of the runners under pressure. Could be the leader in the points at the end of this one.
Certainly could be. Well, we've got a long way to find out. Just 4 races to go for our drivers. The last time we see groups F and H out today until we get the cutoff for tomorrow. Who makes it into those superheats? Who does not? Remember, only 72 go through to the superheats. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Lights go green. We're off and racing down in towards turn number 1. Great start from Schaufler on the outside road, but he's not going to be able to take the lead on this one. But he's certainly going to try it all the way around the outside. He's going to have to concede it. He drops down to 3rd. It's a good getaway, though, for Krailing. He holds on to the lead, and Thomas Pradier holds on to P2. Good getaway. Everyone through the first chicane. Several cuts taken to that inside curve, but now it's not gone well. Round goes a couple, but crucially out and stalling the 68 and the 48. That's Oliver Rasmussen, one of them in the 48. The 68 is Dinia Islamov. Unfortunately, both of them out of this one.
Through into the lead of the race, Thomas Pradier gets his nose ahead, but immediately replying back there is Krailing. Schaufler to the front then, beautifully positioned there through turn 13. Gets himself to the front. Well, we said if he can win this race, he'll elevate himself up above Van Langendonk, Costoya and Coronel, but back comes Krailing again, takes the lead of the race, and down into 3rd place goes Schaufler. Everybody queuing in behind. Look at the train coming into turn 1 now. Mins to the inside, defending and attacking at the same time. It's Krailing from Pradier, Schaufler, Mins, Reipol, Martinez, Denham, Martinez, Idonov and Garst. The top 12 are covered by 2 seconds.
Yeah, not a pretty sight if you're a fan of one of these drivers, because they have got some big work ahead of them here. Can confirm it was 4 drivers that went off. Islamov, Sebo, Rasmussen and Sabarov out of the race after that incident at turn number 5 and 6. But the race league goes on. Schaufler now up into 3rd place, getting past Pradier, and it looks like Pradier is now trying to battle his way past Sebastian Mins, who got up in 3rd place, but now he's back to 4th.
So Krailing and Schaufler return to their positions of 1st and 2nd. That's where they started this race. Pradier back into 3rd. In fact, it's the top 4 are all back to exactly where they started right now. Reipol is up to 5th place. Here comes Mins with a bit of help from behind. Down the inside of Pradier. Takes 3rd place. Pradier loses out to Reipol as well. Martinez is trying to get involved on those new tyres on the number 4. But it's the top 2 breaking away now. Schaufler down the inside. Schaufler's found a way through. Back into the lead ahead of Krailing. Well, a bit of an unexpected move there. You normally see a move be completed later around turn number 7, but through went Schaufler in turn 6.
That was nicely done there for Schaufler, just sending it to the inside there. And now he's got to maintain it, though. That's the question, because Krailing knows how to attack. We were talking about this at the start. We said both of these 2 drivers won their previous races. We're showing them out together now. How are they going to deal with it? Well, this is how they are. Down the inside now. Big dive there for Jacopo Martinez. Over the curve then goes the number 26 there. Big change there for Sebastian Mins, who's going to have to try and fight back now. They go 3 wide in towards turn number 1. How on earth they all found a piece of track to themselves, I'll never know. But they all got round turn 1 safely, albeit now a slightly different to how they went into it.
It just shows the quality of driver here this weekend in the Champions of the Future. First round of the year in Valencia Super Racing. Martinez, he started to wind things up now. He's got to get past Reipol as quickly as possible to be able to use those tyres. Has a gesture, goes to the inside, takes that 3rd place. He's now got to go and go hard. Got to use those tyres to break away from the pack behind, because he's got an opportunity here. Time is on his side to close in. Schaufler and Krailing ahead. There they are, rolling onto the back straight then. Who's making progress? Jensen Burnett is making progress, up 7 places to 11th at the end of the last lap. It's now 8 places as he's up to 11th. End of lap number 4, then the gap is 1.2 seconds between Krailing and Martinez. This, I feel, is the key lap for the Italian.
It certainly is. He is geeing himself along in this one. You can see it by the body language he's showing out there. He's being so forceful with his kart motions there. He's just pushing as hard as he can as down the inside goes Pradir and Martinez on Rajpal as he tumbles down the order just that little bit now. But eyes on the entire group here. Super defensive into the corner there for Kasper Rajpal. He does not want to give up that position from the drivers behind. Martinez trying to go for it. Durinov still there. Denham still there as well, as they've all managed to get through past him. So backwards then is going Alex Martinez. And there's the gap. He's no longer third. But Jacopo Martinez is closing in. The gap came down 0.2 of a second there as he's closing in on Kraling and Schaufler. Still watching this battle here as the kart's raging through turn number 1.
Top two cannot afford to fight with one another. Not doing the holding that formation right now because Martinez closed in around 2.5 tenths on them last time around. Down the inside there goes the 53 of Denham. Gets past Rajpal into 5th place. Opportunity for Denham to break away from this group now because it's one of those where you could finish at the front of it, get great points, or slip all the way back to Martinez and Burnett there in 9th and 10th place at the moment. There are your leaders heading round onto the back straight now on lap number 6. What are the sector times looking like? The Italians closing in. Martinez took another 10th or more out of them in the first sector, again in sector number 2. This is going to be a tight finish here. 3 laps to go. Schaufler knowing that if he can take this win, he beats everybody else out on circuit. It'd only be the likes of Van Langendonk and Castoya, maybe Coronel and Craigie who could beat him. Could be a very strong spot on the grid for tomorrow's Superheats.
I'm going to say it. I think Jacopo Martinez is going to win this race. I
agree.
think he is. He's fastest out on track. He's got that fresh rubber on his kart. He is closing in on these two, and they're not even fighting right now. We know they're going to start fighting in these last aim rages because they need to gain these extra points, these positions. They will risk it.
The key for Martinez in that right now, even though he is on the fresh rubber, is not pushing too hard too early. And even with 2 laps to go, we've seen from the drivers this weekend, them commenting on the tyres and how you've got to nurse these tyres even when they're absolutely brand new. We saw that in qualifying, in timed qualifying yesterday. 2 more laps to go then. Schaufler, Kraling, Martinez, 1, 2, 3, covered by less than 0.7 of a second. How does Martinez challenge this? Because I think there's just enough of a gap between Schaufler and Kraling that he could go for a big one on Kraling, but he doesn't want to lose too much time whilst doing that and allow Schaufler to get away.
No, exactly that. I just have no idea what's going to happen here. You just don't know. You can't call it. You try your best to work your way through all these races. It's been a long, old weekend. It was a long day yesterday on Thursday. It was a long day today on Friday. Saturday, finals day, is going to be an even longer day for, I'm sure, all 3 of these drivers here. Schaufler, Kraling, and Martinez, who's going to have a tough fight tomorrow after the bad results earlier on, but right now he's looking strongest as they go onto the final lap. He's closed in. His body language says everything. He's definitely at least going for second, I can tell you that. He might not have enough to get for first, but right now he has launched right onto the back of Arjen Kraling's bumper. If Kraling goes to the move, I reckon Martinez's got this race.
Schaufler's dug really deep down the inside goes Martinez. He takes second place. Key move there. Is that going to be enough of a gap for Schaufler to defend against the time remaining? There's going to be a defence from Martinez into turn number 11. That should be good now for Schaufler. This is going to be a big result for the Austrian as Martinez continues to try and hold Kraling back. This is going to be influential in the points as well in the intermediate classification, but Niklas Schaufler is going to win the last 2 of his heats at the end of Friday. What a performance. Niklas Schaufler takes the lead for now in OK Junior with a win there in the last qualifying heat. Second to Martinez, third to Kraling.
Well, what a drive that was. Niklas Schaufler then, he's on top now. It will change when the next races happen, of course, but that's all he can do. 315 points to his name. That is all he can do at the end of his qualifying heats for Niklas Schaufler. The Austrian doing his level best to try and hold on to these top spots. But with the next races coming up, just 3 more to go, it will tell us the full picture here. But for Nicolas Schaufler for Austria, DPK Racing, it is another #1 spot. Jacopo Martinez, a brilliant drive for him, 8 places gained. A superb test of commitment and dedication, the Italian finishing in P2. From Arjen Kraling finishing in P3. Thomas Pradier rounds out the top 4 from Kasper Rajbold. Alex Martinez from Jensen Burnett. Cole Denham, Sebastian Mins from Durinov rounding out the top 10. Alex Brunner then goes from P11. Asher Osteen rounds out the next row, the position 12. Thomas Gender finishes in 13th, and Marco Gas. Michael McGow rounds out the top 15. There, the intermediate classifications there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Schaufler at the top of that, 215, but with Van Langendonk, Costoya, Kraling Pradier already out there, but Rocco Coronel, Kenzo Craigie, Filippo Sala, all yet to go out. That score will change. Boris Leisen in 16th from Peldis. Then it's Zhao Zijun from Zhang Jose. Georgi Zazov from Alexander Kotonov. Philippe Planeta finishing in 22nd place from Felipe Rice. Oscar Gallin from Oliver Rasmussen. The 25 finishes in that one. Gene Islamov, Marcel Sebo, and Amir Sabrov. All retirements in that race. But there, Nicolas Schaufler, a superb drive. And at the moment is on top of the intermediate classification. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. There was a fair few of them. The start pretty clean at the front. The concertina effect kicking in. Schaufler with his best attempt at trying to hold on to P2 would have to settle for 3rd, as Thomas Pradier would get up into 2nd place. Early stages, little bit of a moment here as just absolutely sandwiched. Nothing, absolutely nothing that Oliver Rasmussen could do there. The number 48 out of the race. He would tumble down. I think he would get it restarted though. He was out of the car because he did take the checker flag, albeit right at the back of the field. But yeah, certainly a very tough one for all of our drivers. Rest of the field would close in though. The changes at the front, and again Kraling would take the lead of this one. Pradier would get through into 2nd place as Schaufler would try to fight back. Would have to then deal with the likes of Sebastian Mins though, who would try to look down the inside in the latter stages. That would all get sorted out in their own, because then later on it would be Schaufler who would take the lead of the race, who would get past Arjen Kraling, and those two would start to break away. Mins would have to take to the outside there as through would go Jacopo Martinez on that fantastic drive all the way throughout this one. He would catch up, close up, and get past everyone, including this man here, Kasper Rajpold, who would get up into 3rd place. And from this point here, it was really just a long way to the end of the race. The battle for 4th place then raged on behind Jacopo Martinez. You had Thomas Pradier, Rajpold, Martinez, Burnett, and Denham all in that battle, all scrabbling for position, but it would finish in the way of Pradier, Rajpold, Martinez, Burnett, and Denham in that order. Burnett gaining 12 places in that race. That is a superb drive for Jensen Burnett, the Canadian driver for Fusion Motorsport. That was the overtake for 2nd place after closing and closing. Jacopo Martinez closed that gap and got into 2nd place, but Nicolas Schaufler would take the win and now take the lead of the intermediate classification. With 3 races to go, he can feel and grasp a top spot right now. Well, we'll be ready down in Parc Ferme in a few moments' time. Do stick with us. There's just 3 more races to go for the junior category. Next up will be Groups E versus G. But before that, we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Andrew Mather, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Here again with Nicolas Schaufler. It's the 2nd time today. Nicolas, that is a really strong end to the day, finishing with 2 heat wins in your last 2 races. Just talk me through that race.
So in the first laps, we were fighting a bit in the front with Arjen Kraling and Pradier. Then after the 3rd lap, we were leading the race. We created a bit of a gap. Then I made a little mistake, but we recovered it during the race. And of course, the last 2 heats and 2 wins were good for the results. And we see how the other groups will perform now.
Was there any concern for regards Martinez? He had the new tyres on. He was the only one on the grid with a spare set. Was going along pretty quickly there. How deep did you have to dig to make sure that you stayed in the lead?
I mean, we've put the new tires 1 heat before, so I was pretty relaxed in the front because I knew that I have some pace left.
And as you say, it puts you in the lead of the intermediate classification right now. There are still races to go at 315 points from a possible 350. I'm guessing that's a very useful total. You're very pleased with that.
Yeah, I think that it will be hard to still be in the lead after the last 3 heats now, but we will see where we end up.
Well, and once again, Nicholas, some really good performances, and I'm sure you're looking forward to those super heats tomorrow.
Thank you.
Nicholas Schaufler there, I say, in winning form now. That's the last 2 heats that we've seen Schaufler win when he's been out there on track. We'll see Schaufler again tomorrow in these super heats. For now, though, Anthony, back up to you for the next race here in OK Junior.
Thank you very much, Andrew, down there bracing the weather conditions. Yes, the next race upon us, Groups E versus G for the OK Junior category. There you can see your pole sitter just with the sun shining on him there. Archie Lovett in the number 44, starting this one on pole position, I'm sure, as well as wanting to forget his last race after that contact with Sebastian Mins in towards turn number 1. Florentin Hattemer starting alongside. Can confirm no new tyres on this one. Everyone here, I think, has deployed them. The only news, Filippo Donanzan, unfortunately not on the grid. The driver who would have been starting on the 10th row in P19, unfortunately not there. So we do hope that Filippo is okay. And we see him out hopefully tomorrow maybe, if not at the next round in France. So the grid getting ready to go for this one as the sun begins to set. It is still shining on the circuit. It's not dipped below the hills in the local area here at Valencia. The International Karting Dromo Lucas Guerrero has been a fantastic venue to go racing at multiple times so far in these modern seasons. As we get ready to go racing in a few moments' time, the yellow light will be on down there, indicating there's probably around 30 seconds or so before the green light gets shown and the drivers head out onto the circuit. They're going in towards the sunlight, in towards turn 1. It will certainly make things very, very difficult for overtaking as the whistle blows and we get ready to go racing. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for this one. It's qualifying heat E versus G for the OK Junior category. It's Archie Lovett and Florentin Hattemer who go from the front row of the grid. Drew Oltz and Vladimir Ivanikov on row number 2. Roman Kamyab and Henry Domain go from row 3 from Max van Ruin, and Bogdan Kozma on row 4. Sky Parker and Luke Kornder go from row 5. Chiara Batig and Jack Iliff go from row number 6. Benjamin Magnac and Jesse Phillips round out row number 7 with your Tapale and Maka Savalev on row number 8. James Enostiadis and Clara Kowalczyk go from row 9 with a lonely Manuel Miguez on row 10. No Filippo Donanzan on the grid. Maria Neto and Armin Kara Osman on row 11 with Remy Samchek and Apo Timonen on row 12. Debbie Minchuna and Marie Barryberg, Alvaro Mayo and Amelia Veshomiska round out the 28 kart grid. Andrew Mather, you're back. Is it still windy out there? Judging by those flags, it looks to have died down a bit.
It has, yeah. It's a lovely evening here in Valencia. It's a nice temperature for the drivers and some good racing conditions for them. Should be steady to the end of the day. Air temperature currently 15 degrees is what's been reported to us here in the box. So for all of these drivers, last opportunity to score points. 9 laps between them and the end of the qualifying heats phase of competition. They've raced 6 times so far. This is the 7th. Archie Lovett wanted to strike back after the previous race not ending the way that he would have wanted. It's going to be a little bit lower down the order now in terms of those points. but still in a decent position for the rest of the weekend. Those points, just to recap, Schaufler in the clubhouse, as it were. 315 points for the Austrian. Van Langendonk still to go, 294. Same for Kostoya. Pradia 293, Kraling 288, Coronel 267, Craigie 265, and Salah 250. So I think I'm right in saying that actually none of our top 8 as things stand are sitting in this race. This is a good opportunity for lots of those drivers to push their way through from lower positions in the order.
Yeah, this race is merely, I think, to secure, I think, some drivers who are a little bit further down who need to get into that top 72. That cut-off is the important one. Into the tram lines, lights go green, we are away and down towards turn 1. Good start for Lovett, Waltz and Kamiab on that inside row. They break away well. The outside row, Florentine Hatteman not getting away as quick as I think they'd like. Dropping down to P4 now as they all go in towards turn number 3. All very slow on the brakes there. Very early was Drew Waltz as they go through. And really Constantine is the group up, but they all get around the first 2 corners unscathed. And it's a nice getaway for the top 3. Lovett, Waltz and Kamiab breaking away.
Absolutely. Very good start for them at the front of the order. 27 karts making their way through the infield now. Move for the lead of the race. Beautiful stuff there from Roman Kamiab. He's been threatening that so far today. He's had a good Friday and racing through now into the lead of this race past Archie Lovett. What has Archie Lovett got in response? Drew Waltz not too far behind there. That could be a useful combination. The 2 Forza Racing karts 2nd and 3rd at the end of the first lap. Kamiab leads, Lovett 2nd, but it's not going to be for long because Lovett's immediately back down the inside at the start of lap 2, back into first position.
Nicely done. Not sure if he's getting flashbacks with him going wheel to wheel with a Ricky Flynn in towards turn 1, but down the inside, Kamiab retakes the lead. And now this is going to bring the whole pack into it. This is where it starts to get a little bit interesting now, because now Drew Waltz has closed back in. Florentine Hattemer has, Domain has, Ivanikov, Van Ruin, Batig, Cosma. They've all closed back in. It's one big group, essentially, at the front of this one. There's action a little further back. I think Ivanikov getting moves done just in the background there as well. Maybe Matt Van Ruin as well, also getting the job done. But Kamiab leading the way from Archie Lovett. Both of them having a very good start to their race.
Absolutely. This is what they would have planned. This is what they would have wanted. End of lap number 2 then, who's gaining positions up through the order. Agnostiadis is on the move, up of 6 positions now into 11th spot. As further down the order, Henry Domain is also on the attack. Another driver who finished the race earlier than he would have expected and planned earlier on this afternoon. So looking for good points once again. Knows that the race pace, when things have been going well, has been present. On lap number 3 now. Down the infield straight they go. Seemingly getting into a rhythm now, these 5 drivers at the front of the field. No one's made a move yet.
No, not yet. The top 7 still the same. And the only drivers who have lost out, I think, of Sky Parker and Karabatig. Unfortunately, they've dropped down to 12th and 13th on that last lap. Eilif and Agnostiadis going through. Same as Benjamin Maniak up into P8. Across the line they go. Domain up into 4th place, got past Hattemer. So Domain on the charge there, you can see in the energy course. Speaking of energy course, that's another driver out. That, I believe, well, Filipe Donato is a non-starter. The energy course, that is Maka Savalev. Unfortunately, out of this, the driver of the 88, no longer in this race. Warning flag going out to David Minchuna as well, the driver of the number 81. That will not be well received.
No, it will not be good news in that helmet at all. Meanwhile, front of the field, Roman Kamiab continuing to lead. This would elevate Kamiab to 8th place in the points right now for these qualifying heats. Archie Lovett is keen to get by. You can see that with the body language. There's out of 2 drivers there. One of them is the 116. That is going to be old Type He's had a good weekend so far up to that point. The other is the 77 of Maria Neto. So another non-finish, unfortunately, for Neto there. They will tumble down the order outside of the top 25 and go no further.
That is a big shame because they were 14th and 15th. Maria Neto was up 6 places in that race, so that is a really big shame for the young female. Right, back here at the front,
Kamyab not breaking away. Love it on that rear bumper. In fact, all 4 of them are. Domain there and Drew Waltz. They are all one big group as they go into the top section of the circuit, in towards 11, 12 and 13. Again, no positions changing for the top 3. Domain, though, getting up into P3 now, still having a very good race.
Yeah, up to keeping that pace up as they go through the middle part of this one. Remek Samchek's having a good race, just a bit further down the order to note. Up 8 spots so far to 15th, as here comes the move from Lovett down the inside. Contact with Kamyab. Kamyab puts his hand up to go, well, what happened there? Goes down the order. It's going to be, I think, around an 8th, 9th, possibly even lower. But Lovett went for the move. He will argue that he was on the inside there, but Kamyab down to 7th.
Forza and Ricky Flynn Motorsport colliding at turn 1 again in another race. This is not what they want at all, but this time both of them get out of it, still in the race. But Lovett here, well, I mean, the move was on. It went to the inside. I wonder if we can see a replay of that, because be curious to see just how it all unfolded a little bit slower than in real time. But right now, it's Domain now who leads the way. Not for much longer. Lovett back down the inside into that final chicane as they all go down in towards turn number 1 once more.
He's going to have to defend, though, was down a bit on speed. Out of that final corner, has done so. So this top 3, will they work together now? Because Ivanikov is not too far behind. About 1.2 seconds is the deficit for the energy course driver down the road. Van Rooyen also having a strong one. Here's the replay of the last overtake. That was Lovett on Domain there for the lead through the final couple of corners.
Certainly was down the main straight, and then we thought they'd have to defend it again. We're still watching that battle on our screen. Lovett's still holding on to that one, but Domain sends it down the inside, and so does Drew Waltz as they both go through. Lovett back down to 3rd now as they try to continue their battle away. Now Ivanikov is starting to close in. Mats Van Rooyen is closing in as well. So is Benjamin Manak as they all go defensive one more. Can you tell this is their last qualifying heat of the day, Andrew? I can tell you, I certainly can. As they go out the final corner. Now Ivanikov has closed in. Now it's a 4-kart battle here. In fact, scratch, that's a 6-kart battle as they go in towards turn 1. On the outside there goes Ivanikov, not able to get the run through it. And now it's a long old train of karts here as they go down to turn 3.
And I tell you who's at the back of this group that I would keep an eye on, Benjamin Maniak. Right, this is the key one. Lovett cuts to the inside. Good overlap there into turn 1. Contact initiated. Now, what we can't quite see is how much space there is to the right of Archie Lovett from that angle, which is no blame of the camera position, of course. But, well, I think Archie Lovett will argue that Kamyab turned in. I think Kamyab will argue, like, well, no way, that was a huge lunge down the inside, and you're carrying too much speed. That's a classic one to be decided, I think, by the stewards.
Yes, makes me glad I'm a commentator. Down the inside, here comes Lovett, and he moves back up into P2 now. And we go on to the final lap of this one. It's certainly going to kick off here as Drew Roltz is going to try and defend a top 3 finish here as they go through turn number 1. He's got a long train. Ivanikov, Maniak, Van Rooyen, he's got Kamyab there again on that recovery drive. Eilif is there as well as they all go through, but it's still Domain who leads this one. Domain's not won a race this weekend so far yet, so this would be a first, and it would be his last one of the weekend as well before they go into the Superheats tomorrow. So Domain certainly, I'm sure, is on cloud 9 right now as he makes his way into the final few corners of this lap. Still no change, though, between Lovett, Waltz, Ivanikov and Maniak. They've stayed the same. But for Henry Domain, for the Energy Course team, the British driver, he's only got one more flag he wants to see, and that would be the checker flag. Sideways under braking there. Thought he was going to clip a wheel on the grass, but he's going to take it. It's Henry Domain across the line. He takes his first win of the weekend, and it happened to be in this last race in the qualifying heats. 5 places gained. He takes from Archie Lovett and Drew Roltz, who finishes 2nd and 3rd on track. Superb effort for our top 3 drivers on that one. As expected, that did not affect the top 8 in the intermediate classifications. Unfortunately for us in the commentary box, that is all we can see up to. Is the top 8. At the end of all of these races today, we will get the qualifying heat results and that will tell you exactly who has made it through in the intermediate classifications into those super heats. Remember, in the junior category, there was 118 entries into this one. Only 72 go through to the super heats. Only 36 go into that all-important final tomorrow. For Henry Domain, though, that's 50 well-deserved intermediate classification points that goes his way. And he bumps himself up, I suspect, a fair few places in that order. Archie Lovett and Drew Waltz then finished second and third from Vladimir Ivanikov in fourth place. Roman Kamyab from Mats van Rooyen, Jack Iliff from Bogdan Kozma in the top 8. And it's James Agnosiadis and Chiara Batigue rounding out the top 10. Florentine Hattemer and Jesse Phillips then go from 11th and 12th. And Sky Park, who finished in 13th, from Kara Kowalczyk, who finishes in 14th place. Benjamin Manak rounds out the top 15. Remy Samchek finishes in 16th place from Luke Kornda. Manuel Miguez finishes in 18th place from Apo Timonen. In 19th, the top 20 rounded out by David Minchuna from Marie Barryberg, Armin Kari Osman, Alvaro Mea, Emilia Vizhemiska, Joel Tipole. Then it was Maria Neto and Makat Savalev, unfortunately, for retirement. Sapale, Neto, Savalev, and the non-starter Donanzen for AKM Motorsport. That is the 4 results then at the end of qualifying heats E versus G. And you can see Henry Domain down there, and he looks calm collected out there. No drama for himself. It's a race win, superb effort. And hopefully we'll have a quick chat with Henry Domain at the end of that one. Certainly, it would be nice to see his opinion on this one after starting this one from the third row of the grid. Let's have a look at the highlights on that one. A bold start from everyone, straight down the inside there for all of our drivers. Roman Kamyab getting a lightning start from the third row of the grid in P5. I think it was up into second place very early doors before even they got towards turn number 3. Defensive then was Drew Roltz in the early stages, really backed everyone up into each other going in towards turn number 3. It's already done by its own, as it is the pinch point on the circuit. Kamyab took the lead of the race then in the early stages of that one. Would not hold on to it, though, for too long, as back down the inside would go Archie Lovett. And then from this point onwards, it was literally these 3 battling for nearly the entire race. The retirement there for Makar Savalev for Energy Course, unfortunately. Then we saw Maria Neto and Joel Tapale, unfortunately, out of the race. This moment here, heart and mouth for Roman Kamyab. Amazingly, he would recover to finish in an impressive P5, equaling his starting spot, so no harm, no foul there in terms of his race position. Race would continue, though, and still, Domain would dive down the inside. Waltz would follow. Lovett would go down to third place. They would continue to fight again all the way to the end. Chopping and changing as back to the inside. Drew Waltz. Lovett would have to concede and go to third. And then Ivanikov closed in. Everyone closed in. Battles happened thick and fast. You can see there Mats van Rooyen getting caught up with Iliff, and actually a spin there for the 93. That was Benjamin Manak, unfortunately, spinning on that last lap. But the checker flag would go out, and it would go to Henry Domain, his first win of the weekend. I'm sure absolutely delighted with that one, especially after the retirement he saw earlier on in today's racing. The sun beginning to set then as we go on to the final 2 races of the day. After this one, B and C is coming up next. Before that, though, let's head down to Parc Fermé with Andrew Mather.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Anthony, here with Henry Domain after that race win. First one of the weekend, Henry, and a big result as well for Energy Course. So good to see the team at the front. Talk me through that one.
Yeah, it was a good race. Got a good start, was into 4th by like the 2nd lap, I think. Just worked my way up, and then got P1 in the end, so it was good.
It's been a busy day for you out there, starting from the 3rd row of the grid. You've been putting lots of overtakes in. Do you think that's going to serve you well tomorrow? Because with the unfortunate result you had before, you know, you're going to be working through the super heats a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll start like mid-pack in the super heat because of the 3rd heat, but it's all okay. Just got to keep on doing what I done in that last heat and see how it pays off.
Does it build the confidence as well? Obviously, you didn't have the best of results in the previous round of heats to bounce back with a win.
I mean, yeah, it's good to have the winners. It's given me a lot of confidence for the super heat and final, so just have to wait and see how it goes.
Looking towards tomorrow, you know, we've had a big change of weather in terms of the wind from yesterday to today. Is that something that you're going to be keeping an eye on and working on tomorrow when we all wake up and see what's going on with the weather?
Yeah, I think it's going to rain tomorrow, so just have to wait and see how that's going to plan out, because obviously I haven't driven the Maxi's tyres on the rain before, so it's going to be different.
Indeed, it's not a lot of running that's been done on that new tyre. Is there anything that you can learn between now and then, or things that you can pick up on of how the compound's working?
I mean, it's just going to be like for the warm-up, we'll have to see how it goes. So.
Well, fair enough. Well done once again, Henry. Great to see you P1, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
There we go, Henry Domain taking a race victory there for Energy Corsa. 2 more heats to go then here at Valencia. The penultimate race coming right up. Anthony, back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, the penultimate race is upon us, and it is the OK Junior qualifying heat B versus C. 9 laps upon us, 15.291 kilometers of racing. And it is Filippo Sala who starts this one on pole position. Now, a reminder of the points of drivers who are in this race. Costoya is third in the intermediate classification. He starts on the front row and the outside row. Filippo Sala, who is 8th in the points, he starts this one on pole position. You have Rocco Coronel, who is 6th in the intermediate classification. He starts this one on the second row of the grid in P3. There are many drivers in this race who are in that top section, but that last race will definitely confirm who is starting where, because Dries van Langendonk and Kenzo Craigie are in that list as well, and they are also 2nd and 7th on that list. We've only had a couple of drivers out in that one. Schaufler, who just led it. Pradier and Kraling, they've been out. We're down to the last couple of drivers in this top section to determine where they are going to finish. It's all down to this one. For Costoya, well, if he wins this race and finishes anywhere within the top, 23 or so, he's all good. He's at the top of the board on that one, and he should be fine. But it's all down to what happens in this one. But the maths will be sorted out. The last races are complete. For Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya, they were the best runners and the top drivers at the start of the weekend, with maximum points after win after win after win for all of them. But then later on in today's racing, it all started to go a little bit south for both of our drivers, not having the solid results they will have wanted, having to concede those top spots and falling down the order just that little bit. But the racing continues, and they start this one on the front row. Let's see who will be the best out of the 2 of them, or out of the 28 of them out on track. Let's take you through the starting lineup for qualifying heat B versus C for the OK Junior category. It's Filippo Sala and Christian Costoya who start this one on the front row, and there's drama in the tunnel there as they head out. One kart's not started, and they're trying to push it back. It's a parallel. Is that Christian Costoya? Is that your pole sitter that's being pushed back into the dummy grid area? I think it is. Well, that is drama at its finest. Well, Christian Costoya was starting on the front row. I can't quite see the number. But it is. It's the 101. It is. It's Christian Costoya. Well, this is drama. Potential. Your person who's supposed to be, well, leading this championship at the moment in the intermediate classifications, he's third. This could spell disaster for him. Can he get this started? Oh, no, the mechanic gets in the way. Oh, and, well, Christian Costoya is furious about that. Understandably, the team are going to have another attempt to get it going. I think there's other karts there that haven't gone as well. I think Mateo Rivals for Sodi Kart is out there. That's the mechanics that you can see there. So there's pandemonium going on. They're going to try and start, I think, Mateo Rivals' kart first, because he's in front. We've got sound down there now. We're going to try and listen in. But they've got to wait for the field to go past. This is a disaster. Right, well, hopefully they don't crash into each other now if they both try and send them at the same time. Oh, dear me. Well, the main one here, Christian Costoya, he's going to get the first attempt going. Good push. Don't push him beyond that white line. Oh, the Sodi kart did. That's the safety line. I know there's no karts there, but you've gone way past the safety line there for Matera Rivals.
That's not well. It looked like Costoya got started there. That's the most important one, but he's nowhere near his starting spot.
And we've seen already this weekend when drivers have been in this position, particularly when you're at the very front of the grid, they've struggled to get back into position. So there is a precedent for it. So, as you say, drama already before the race has even begun. This is what pressure can do sometimes in karting. What can seem like the most routine of things can go wrong. The field filing through onto the back straight now. The shadows have fallen over the circuits. Temperatures are going to drop as well. Is that going to be a challenge as well on these worn tyres? How much grip is going to be out there? It's dry, no threat of rain. There is Costoya. So Costoya is, well, coming through the back straight now. Let's see, are we good to go? The lights are red. The lights are green. We're going for 9 laps. So Costoya, already before the race has started, has had a disaster. Will not start from P2. Salah into the lead. And there's a mess on drivers left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts. All off. Kinmark's in there having another problem. The number 76 and the 40 as well. That was Devin Valls. That's all around 10th place. So, yeah, and Arthur Huang was in there as well. Matteo Rivals. There's Huang. Huang's out of the race. Huang does not even get round turn 1, so once again, a driver on good form is taken victim in the first corner of one of these heats. It's very much got that feeling of last chance saloon, as we say, for all of these drivers. This is going to be about, I think, surviving for the first couple of laps.
I think you are absolutely bang on with that one. Report on tyres. Only one driver, Nikita Nikishov, going for a brand new set on the left-hand side. We'll keep an eye on how he progresses throughout this race. Their confirmation with the graphic. Drivers across the line. Sala in the lead from Coronel. Nikishov, who's into 3rd place already. 8 places gained. Those tyres working well.
They are working very well indeed. So, for Rocco Coronel, chance ahead to take the lead in an investigation flag for the 101 of Christian Costoya. Now, I would imagine, Anthony, that is going to be looking at whether there was any contact between the mechanic and probably the kart as it crossed the white line. Doesn't mean that there's necessarily going to be a jurisdiction. The 122 is also under investigation. Those were the 2 karts that initially didn't get going. This, I think, is pretty clear.
This one's pretty clear.
Well, that's the initial move from the 122 over the line. That's the 101 coming back. This is the interesting one for me.
Oh,
no, that's the second one that was aborted with the mechanic. Not quite.
It was this one.
This is the one. Is there any contact?
Well, he's not touching the cart when it crosses the line.
Yeah.
He just crossed the line, but he's technically not pushing it across the line. That's my text. That's very much pushing it across the line. That's where... and swan dives as well at the end of it. Well, there you go. That's dedication from the mechanic. But you broke a big old rule in that one.
It did indeed. Right, so the situation stands at the moment with the points. Nicholas Schaufler, who we just talked down to a couple of weeks ago, think it's going to be very difficult to stay top of the points. Well, at the moment, he is doing, because Costoya is tied now on 3:15. But if there is a potential bit of, post-race jurisdiction coming the way, you never know. 3:15 could be enough here. Coronel is on 3:11. So if Coronel can find a way past Salah here, that would give Coronel the lead in the points with 1 race to go. Here he goes for that lead. Down the inside of Salah. We saw this for one of the RFMs earlier. Results in a problem, but Salah this time relieves the steering, just holds that line, resigns to 2nd place, which I think is quite a wise move at this point.
And that position change will bump Coronel up into 2nd place as well in the intermediate classifications. Remember, there's 6 points between 1st and 2nd, so getting him into 1st, that bumps him ahead of Schaufler and Christian Costoya as well, I would think.
Costoya is improving through the order, has just got past Iskender Sulfikari. Kit Belovsky's followed through as well. So Costoya in 15th place. Every time he goes up another position, that's some more points in the qualifying heats classification. Nikishov still closing in as well. Pace is good, particularly through sector number 1 for Nikishov. Has got good drive off the slower corners. End of lap number 4. Coronel confirmed to the top of the order in the standings, 317 points. But that changes immediately as Costoya's gained another position up there. that time getting past Sun, and is now also on to 3:17 and has the tiebreaker scenario in his favour.
Yep, certainly does. Well, here we go then. It is certainly heating up then in this one. We told you had to wait until the end of the day. We told you that the penultimate race of the day was going to be an exciting one. We didn't think it'd be this exciting, but it certainly is proven to be a fantastic one. Coronel leads then from Sulla. Nikita Nikishov is there on that brand new set of tyres on his left-hand side of his wagon. He is pushing through this one. I reckon he's going to be going for second place very, very soon here. Sulla tucks in. He pushes his head forward. He's saying, come on, come on. He tries to close up to Rocco Coronel, but it's just not going to happen as they go down in towards the final chicane. Back on the start-finish straight they go. Are we going to see a move here for second place? No, we're not, but we might see a move for first place. I wasn't expecting that one. That gap closed up really quickly. That slipstream working well.
Yeah, the wind coming into effect as well. Here goes Nikishov down the inside.
Yeah.
Not seen too many overtakes through turn 3 today. That was a good one. Takes him into second place, 55.550. Not good for Sulla. Loses Sulla 3 points in the intermediate classification. It's very close, by the way. That region around with Sulla and Pradir and Kraling and Craigie as well. That could be a deciding factor, that move by Nikishov to put Sulla down to third place. Now, what can Nikishov do about Coronel up ahead there in the lead of the race? Kostoya is gaining positions as well, so Kostoya in the live points goes back into the lead. It's now up to 13th place. That was Scott Lindblom that is just disposed of on the last lap on 318. Critical now for Rocco Coronel to hold on to the lead for this race, for his position there in the points. There is Kostoya in the 101, fighting with the 74 of Lindblom, the number 100 of Kara Fearhand falling down there. Nothing that Fearhand could do as 3, 4, 5 carts down the inside, including Kinmark. It's all going on there in the middle of the pack.
It certainly is. This is superb racing here right now. It's still going well at the front as well. Back here, Nikita Nikishov closing in on Rocco Coronel for the front of this one. How would this affect things? I think it will certainly help out Kostoya if Nikishov got to the lead of this one, because Coronel will go down a bit. Does it help out Schaufler a little bit?
Yeah,
I think it certainly does.
It would drop Coronel 4 points behind Schaufler. Schaufler with those two, it just shows the difference a win can make. If you think about it, the 2 wins for Schaufler, which could have been 2 seconds on another day, that's a 12-point difference for the Austrian. On to lap number 8 then. Has Nikishov got enough freshness in the tyres remaining to make a move on the Dutch driver ahead?
Kostoya continuing to move up the order, up into 13th place now, is behind Scott Lindblom in the middle of that pack, but eyes focused on this one. There's a look at the provisional intermediate classifications, of course. Kostoya leading them, 318 from Coronel's 317, from Schaufler's 315. I can tell you right now, I think Schaufler's going, that's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. But remember, there's still one more race to go. You've still got Van Langendonk and Kenzo Craigie are in that top 8 as well, also battling for position here. Into the final corner we go. The last lap board will be shown to the drivers this time. Can Nikita Nikishov get in front of Rocco Coronel, or can Coronel hold on to second in the intermediate classifications? We're about to find out as Coronel goes defensive. Last-ditch attempt to the inside. Front to rear wheel contact between the two of them. Amazingly, they both stay in the straight line, and it's Nikita Nikishov who takes the lead of the race on the final lap.
You got to give it to Nikishov. He did not give that one up. He was committed down the inside, found a way through, blocks it, holds it down on the apex of turn number 7 there through turn number 8. This is where his tyres should be good versus the 2 carts behind, but Coronel's surely going to have another go here. Sala's looking to the outside as they go through turn number 11. Durganov's not too far behind as well.
He's backing them up.
Nikishov's trying to back them up there and trying to get that blast off of the corner. Use that grip. Durganov is there now. Coronel knows if he can get ahead in the last couple of corners, it's going to mean championship points here at Valencia. Into the last couple of corners. Has Nikishov done enough to get it over the line? I think he has. It's going to be side by side, and Nikishov takes it by less than half a tenth. Coronel second, Sala in third.
That is superb. Very close racing there. And half a second separates the top 6. Nikita Nikishov then takes the win of that one for VDK Racing. A absolutely superb one, actually. But for Rocco Coronel, he puts himself
third in the intermediate classifications with that second place. Kostoya leads it, 319 points now in the intermediate classification from Nicholas Schaufler. And I think Schaufler even himself is surprised that he's still there in P2. But there is one more race to go for the OK Junior category. There's a look at the provisional classifications at the end of that one. The intermediate classification, certainly a superb race for our drivers. Let's take you through the finishing lineup then. Nikita Nikishov from Rocket Coronel, Filippo Sala from Matvey Durganov in 4th place, Bruno Grick from Travesteo, Lewis Cochet and Matt Corby, Ethan Lennon and Olay Grinier round out row the top 10 out there. Scott Lindblom and Christian Kostoya from Alexander Zulkafari rounding out 13th place. Derek Clark and Kerr Fairhand amazingly managing to finish that one after his retirement earlier on. Anzi Sun and Devon Volts go from the 16th to the 17th spot. Then you have Oliver Kinmark and Shen Ziyu rounding out the top 19. Joel Pokola rounding out the top 20. Kibolowski from Ella Hakkinen, Claire Manny from Alexander Uznim, Brovko from Fabio Godowski. And then it was Mateo Rivals who ran out at 27 finishes. Arthur Huang retiring after crashing out at turn 1. Big smiles, thumbs up for Nikita Nikishov. He takes a win this weekend out on track for VDK. Certainly a brilliant run in that one. Tough fight. And you can imagine arms floppy. The highlights on this one, well, the start was one big one. There's Kostoya pushing his kart back over the line. Then the failed attempt at starting it for the Sodi for Mateo Rivals. Then that moment there, temperature starting to rise. They've tried to start the kart. Didn't go well. This was the full attempt. Mechanic lets go of the kart before the line. Your man there for Mateo Rivals, not letting go of the kart, continues to push way beyond the safety line. Let's go, and then swan dives on the floor. Hopefully he's okay, but yeah, that's certainly not the one he will have wanted. The race started, though, with Kostoya right in the back of the shot there. He would have to fight his way all the way throughout the field, but this was a bit of relief, I think, for him. He would gain 5 positions at the start of that one. 4 of the karts going off the track, but only 1 retiring, which would be the 57 of Arthur Huang. Unfortunately, he was left at the scene there, unfortunately, out of the race at turn number 1 at the start. Filippo Sala and Rocco Coronel would break away, but we'd have to wait until lap 4 until we saw a change of the lead. Coronel down the inside would take the lead of this race, and he would fight all the way. Then Nikita Nikishov would come through into 2nd place. Remember, he got up into 3rd in the early stages of that race, but he had those fresher tyres. This move here, we thought it was going to be the end for possibly even the whole top 3 of them, but it was to be. Nikita Nikishov across the line. He would take the win, only just from Rocco Coronel. Very, very close, but Filippo Sala would finish in 3rd, and that would put Christian Kostoya in the top as he finished down in P12 on that one, only down 10 positions from his starting spot after that terrible, terrible start to his race. Schaufler 2nd from Coronel. Then it's Van Langendonk who's 4th, and Proder from Sala, Krailing and Craigie. But it's Dries Van Langendonk and Kenzo Craigie who start this next one on the front row of the grid. It's all down to them then. Who starts on pole position tomorrow for the Superheats and who gets the championship points at the end of today. OK Junior qualifying heat A and D. It's the last race of the weekend, and it is about to get underway here at Valencia for Champions of the Future, round 1 in 2024. It's been an absolutely superb first couple of days, Thursday and today, Friday. Finals day tomorrow on Saturday. We are 1 day ahead in Champions of the Future compared to the rest of the series that you would know and watch for RGMMC. But for the Champions of the Future, it is the 1 day ahead, meaning that if your alarms are set for an early start on Sunday, you might need to change them to Saturday, as that's when our finals will be taking place. There you can see the drivers just getting ready for our last race of the day. And like we were saying, Dries Van Langendonk and Kenzo Craigie, who are in that top 8, we will be talking about those a little bit later on. But right now, let's head down to Parc Ferme. We're ready with an interview with Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Christian Kostoya had to just dash off, understandably, a little bit a little bit upset after how that race went. So we've got Rocco Coronel with us. Rocco, another strong result, a very good day, capped off there, a good position in the intermediate classification, a good day's work.
Yes, a nice day. P2, P2, P3, and now P2 again. So not a bad result, but yeah, not too bad. And for the rest, went all okay. Speed was there. Now we have a bit problem in the straight, but like in the exit, it's all okay. For the rest of the day, it's perfect. Gone like how it should have been. Sometime a mistake, but for the rest, a good day for me.
Immediate thinking to those super heats tomorrow. It's a good amount of time for you to fix the issues that may be out there at the moment. How are you feeling ahead of those? You know you're going to have a good position, points to be won out there on the basis of what you've done today?
Yes, I think tomorrow will be a good day for us because today was good as well. So I think tomorrow will give some trouble as well.
The battle with Nikashov there, obviously Nikashov having fresher tyres in that particular race. Is there anything that you would have, if you had another chance, you would have done differently, or was there no keeping him behind?
No, I could have gone more to the inside in the first corner, and then I would have just keep him by me, because then I would have done. But for the rest, I just make a more mistake, just leaving like this of a gap until the grass, and then it just came past.
Well, a good effort, some great results there, and the form's definitely there. Best of luck for tomorrow, Rocco.
Yes, thank you.
Rocco Coronel there, as I say, sat very, very well in the intermediate classification, but it's not decided yet. One more race to go here at Valencia. And just to note as well, Anthony Jordan, I can feel rain falling from the sky.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that to us, Andrew Mather. He said it first, not me, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm going to agree with him. I'm seeing spots of rain on my windscreen here. Honestly, I don't know where it's coming from. It's clear sky above us at the moment, so I've got no idea where this mysterious rain is falling. But certainly, I don't think it's going to affect our drivers out there. The track's completely bone dry, and it's only a gentle spot here over the circuit. But certainly, that would certainly put a bit of fear into some of our drivers. Bit of news then for the grid on this one. Only 2 drivers going for a brand new set of tyres out on track. Noah Baglin and Daniel Kelleher, confirmation of those 2. They did not use their new tyres earlier on. They have saved them for the very last qualifying heat of the day, which may put them in good stead tomorrow with a fresher set than the rest of them. Graphic there on your screen confirming that. Oh, that shot there is definitely showing that it is raining a little bit more than what I think we were alluding to. Again, I'm still not sure where it's coming from, because I'm looking out the commentary box window and, well, it's blue sky, but there is a rainbow above the track, which does mean one thing, that it is definitely raining. Even the rain radar says there's no rain. So we have no idea where this water's coming from. Maybe it's a sign. We just don't know. But there we go. It says the closest rain to us is currently in Portugal. So that's quite a few hundred miles away. Well, there we go. Whistle blows as we get going racing. Phantom rain in the air.
It's the lightest of rain in very high clouds, but it's definitely there. It's probably dissipated on the walk back from Parc Ferme.
Here we go then. Let's take you through the final race of the day and the full starting lineup. Dries van Lang and Duncan Kenzo Craigie, the last 2 drivers in that top 8 to do battle, and they will determine who's going to be starting where for the finals and who gets what championship points. Francois Kerdel and Sebastian Letamaki go from row number 2. Ili Christian and Alfie Slater on row 3 from Noah Baglin and Scott Marsh. Then you have Daniel Kelleher and Bosco Arias on row 5. Dean Horgendorn and William Calliot, they go from row 6 with Theodore Tobel and Kanish Ground, row 7.
Gianmatteo Russo goes from row 8, is joined by Jagrat de Troyer, Alex Malota and Theo Battisti start on row 9. Gustavo Silva and Vanessa Shilkanate starts on row number 10. Enzo Ruggiero has an opportunity to strike back a difficult race earlier on. Starts on row 11 alongside Nilas Malik. Gilles Herman and Paul Andriotis start on row number 12 ahead of Filippo Pancotti and Augustus Toniolo. They're on row 13. Mariano Lopez and Alexander Dahlstrom start on row 14. 28 runners in the field. As I say, it is the lightest of rain. I think you're absolutely right, Anthony. It's not going to be anywhere near enough for the drivers to maybe feel it at the speeds that they're doing around this circuit. but it's just a little bit more drama, isn't it, on what's been a very eventful day here in Valencia.
Do you know what? I loved the way you announced it as well, over the PA. Everyone, I could hear the, oh no, in the background as well when you said it, but I alluded that it was definitely Andrew Mather that stated that one, not me. So there we go. But yeah, like you say, Rain Radar saying that there's nothing in the air around us, and already the water on our commentary box windows here has gone as well. So yeah, we're all fine. It's completely dry, no drama whatsoever. Lovely lens flares there as the sun is just starting to dip below the mountains and the clouds there in the distance. A very busy day of racing, but with this race starting bang on time here this evening. We are ready to start the final race of the day, the final qualifying heat of the weekend, and the super heats and finals tomorrow.
Absolutely, but the most important thing I think right now is for Dries van Langendonk, he's got out.
Yes.
That's not what his rival achieved.
No.
I completely understand that Costoya was not in the correct frame of mind to have an interview, but could still hold on to the lead. Depends on how this race goes for Van Langendonk. He'll just want a nice, calm one through to the end. Kenzo Craigie has things to be won here as well. Starts in 8th place in the intermediate classification. Here we go. Last race of the day. 9 laps ahead of the OK Juniors. Into turn 1 we go. Another good start for Van Langendonk. Craigie's fighting there for P2. He's probably going to have to resign into P3, make that P4. Good start for Illy Christian as well. Up a couple of spots. And Craigie's fought in there to keep P4. All the rest of them have made their way through the first few corners. But for Dries van Langendonk, that is a perfect start. Away and gone. He's doing what he's been doing all weekend. These very fast starts. Already looking at a second lead there in first.
If you want to know who's going to be your points leader at the end of today, I think all you got to do is look to first place right now. Dries van Langendonk in that number 2. As you alluded to, has just steamed away from the rest of the field in that Forza Racing cut. They are still squabbling there. Curdle still there in second place as he battles away. Down the inside there goes the Kart Republic. That is Noah Baglin, who is on that fresh set of tyres, has gone up into 4th place now. So with that in mind, it is Dries van Langendonk who leads the intermediate classifications by 344 points from Christian Costoy's 319.
Good scrap going on here. 2 Tony Karts versus 2 Kart Republics there, and Daniel Kelleher able to gain a position ahead of Christian for 6th place. I think it's going to be this top, well, obviously Van Langendonk disappearing off the front, as we've seen so far in a few races this weekend. It's all going to be about 2nd place, and can Kenzo Craigie fight through? Well, at the moment he's going backwards. That's a good move by Noah Baglin, just getting himself on the inside and alongside enough to mean that Craigie's never going to turn in at that point. He's not going to fight that too hard. He's got too much to lose at this stage. He's up to 5th place in the intermediate classification now, has a 13 points advantage over Pradir in 6th place. Is down the inside for 2nd on the road goes Noah Baglin. Noah Baglin, what a finish he's having. Was great in the previous round of heats before the afternoon break, and is now up to 3rd in this one and streaking away. Sorry, 2nd place, of course, for Baglin, pulling away from Curdle there in the 49.
Yep, certainly so. It'll be curious to see if Baglin can close up to Dries van Langendonk. Remember, Van Langendonk is on used tyres, but they're only 1 heat used, as down the inside goes Craigie, who himself is also on a full set of used, but only 1 session used. He's closing in off the track. It's the 75. It's not gone well.
It's Letty Markin.
It is the driver who started on the 2nd row of the grid, who won a qualifying heat earlier on in this last race of the day, is out.
Not good. Not good news there for Letty Markin. He's absolutely furious. It's not, well, since that race win, it's been downhill for him. So there are your points. Van Langendonk on 344. I wonder with Van Langendonk, does he dare to think about a bit of a 4D chess at nearly 95 kilometres an hour around this circuit on average lap? Because he doesn't need to win this race. He's got a huge margin over the rest of them. So he doesn't want to use his tyres, obviously, for the super final, but there's a whole swarm of them there, about 2 seconds back. How does he manage the rest of this race?
That is a very good question. You know, I think just get it to the end. I think just cruise it back. don't push too hard, don't fight too hard. You know, it's all those sort of things. This is the moment. Oh, is that by himself there for Sebastian Vettermark? Oh, and he just clipped a KR cart there. Who was that? I think that may have been... Was that Kelleher as well?
Yeah.
Because he was on a fresh set of tyres as well.
Yeah, Daniel Kelleher's fallen down the order. They were in the same region of the circuit down the inside. That's Christian on Kördel for 4th place. That's a good move. Moves Christian up the order in both race and points. Kenzo Craigie next ahead in 3rd place on the road. So Kenzo Craigie's situation, 13-point advantage over Pradir behind in those points. 5 points ahead is Coronel. So if Craigie can somehow get back up to Baglin, get a move done as out of the race, there is another one of the Kart Republics. This time it's Ruggiero. Oh, Enzo Ruggiero has had a rotten afternoon. Terrible luck for the South African. And yeah, that's going to be another low point scoring race.
That might put him out of contention for this final later on this weekend. So that is a huge shame for Enzo Ruggiero out of this race. Colonel's gone down the order. Another retirement. It's Nilis Malik, unfortunately, who's had to retire. Visor down and holding the helmet. That tells you as well that's another driver who feels like his chances of getting into the final are slipping and slipping away.
Easy fight for 4th place then. Scott Marsh has got to the front of this group as there's a warning flag out there for the number 60 of Augustus Toniolo. Augustus Toniolo started towards the back of this field. He was gained 10 positions, he's up to 16th, but is not going to be smiling too much at the sight of that warning flag next time he comes over start-finish. The number 31 of Arias to the inside, lovely stuff. Down the inside of Christian, that's good for 5th place.
I want to give a shout out to your man who's leading this train here, the number 73, Scott Marsh. He has had a dismal day today with so many retirements. Finds himself in a really good spot here now, P4. This will be a nice chunk of points going to him as they continue to battle behind. So Ilya Christian they're trying to defend slightly from Slater. Hugendorn there as well. Slater gone backwards. Looks like the 72 of Christian holding on to that one and through has gone Bosco Arias as well. So all of them just scrapping away. It's allowing Scott Marsh to break away. He's up 4 places in this one and he's pushing forward towards Kenzo Craigie. But right now it's good that he's got a bit of clean air because I think for Scott Marsh, I think he deserves it.
Yeah, it gives us the opportunity to see what Scott Marsh can do here. And we know how fast he is, of course. Big member of the Tony Kart team. And this could be the kind of result that just drags him back in. Even if it's just into the superheats, it's going to be hard to get into the top 36, I think, given the torrid time he's had in some of the races today. But it's also stuff to build on for later in the season as well.
Certainly so. Out of the final corner they go then. We go on to lap number 8 now, the penultimate lap for our drivers. No change at the moment for the top 8. It's only when you go down to P9 you see William Kelleher getting past Francois Kördel for that position. I heard tyre squeals there. I'm looking, but I'm not seeing anything. But yeah, I definitely heard a big scratch of tyres there. Here's your race leader though, Dries van Langendonk leading the way. The gap's 1.1 seconds. Baglin's closed in because he's closed in by 0.6 of a second. But at the rate, it's not been enough. And I think he'll have to settle for 2nd place.
The number 64 of Alexander Dahlstrom is running around there with a very awry Nassau panel. So I reckon that might have been down at turn 1 that Dahlstrom has had that problem. Not a good race for the Kart Republics at all. End of the 8th lap, final lap then for Dries van Langendonk, who just needs to bring it home now. Doesn't need to win this race, doesn't even need to finish 2nd in this race. He's got a huge lead in the points, but it's been very impressive today. If he can come round to finish this one in 1st place, it'll be 7 races, 6 wins, and a 2nd place. Fantastic results for the Belgian.
It certainly was. We thought at the start of this weekend it wasn't going to go his way when you saw the dominant performance from Christian Costoya and Filippo Sala. Maximum points for them at the end of yesterday and at the start of today as well. But for Dries van Langendonk, he came through. Consistency is key, and he leads that intermediate classification by quite some way. Out of the final corner, it's checkered flag, it's pole for the superheat tomorrow, and it is the maximum championship points at the end of the qualifying heats.
Dries van Langendonk for Belgium is on top spot here right now here in Spain. Tomorrow tells a different story though. It is finals day tomorrow on Saturday. But for Dries van Langendonk, he starts on pole position. He will start alongside Nicolas Schaufler for Superheat 1. Christian Costoya and Rocco Coronel will start on the front row for Superheat 2 tomorrow. All of this is provisional, of course, pending any post-race scrutineering or any results. But at the moment, for Dries van Langendonk, it is all good. And he goes ahead into the final day on top here in Spain. Back into Parc Fermé they go then. That is the end of the qualifying heats, but don't go anywhere. We will have the post-race interview with our points leader, Dries van Langendonk, in a few moments' time. We'll also have the highlights from this race and, of course, the full race results that we'll go through right now. Dries van Langendonk and Noah Baglin from Kenzo Craigie and Scott Marsh, the top four. Bosco Arias and Ili Christian go from the 6th spot of the grid. Then it's Alfie Slater from Dean Hugendorn, William Callier and Francois Kerdel. The top 10, Kanish Grau from Jean-Moto Rousseau in 12th place. Alexander Malota in 13th from Gilles Herman. And Augustus Toniolo rounding out the top 15 on track. 16th place downward C, Theo Battisti and Filippo Pancotti in 16th and 17th. Mariano Lopez and Vanessa Schilkenate on the 18th and 19th spot. Jagrat Titroja rounds out the top 20. The driver from India in the number 36 had Theodore Tobal just behind. In, in 21st place, Gustavo da Silva in 22nd from Alexander Dahlstrom from Paul Antrobus. Enzo Ruggiero, unfortunately, a retirement. The same as Paul Angelis there as well. Nilis Malik, Sebastian Letamaki and Daniel Kelleher, unfortunately out of that one. There is Dries van Langendonk, who I think has just been spoken to by Andrew Mather, told, get your helmet in your car, don't worry about that, don't stress, come back to us when you're ready. As we look at the highlights from this race then, down in towards turn 1, a very dramatic start, but for Dries van Langendonk, it was no worry. He was able to just sweep away from the rest of the field already with a cart's length before they even get to the braking zone of turn number 1. And by that time, he'd driven away. Down the inside, though, in the early stages, you saw Kerdel get into 2nd place. Craigie, who we didn't really speak about much in that one, did finish P3. He would hold on to it, but only just that very dramatic moment there with Noah Bagler sending it down the inside, nearly collected the back of Kenzo Craigie. He would get up into 4th place. He would later then battle and get through into 2nd place after gaining 5 places. The battle behind, though, this is where we see Sebastian Letamaki and Daniel Kelleher, I think, later on in the race have a coming together at this point. That was the moment that Baglin got past Kenzo Craigie. That's the moment there. Round went Letamaki, and unfortunately, nowhere for Daniel Kelleher to go. He got collected in that battle. He had his hands up there, did Sebastian Letamaki, indicating that someone was at fault for that one. But from that angle that we could see, it didn't look like anyone was there. Change here as down the inside would go the 72 of Ili Christian, battling away further down in that order with the rest of the field. You can see there just battling away with Francois Kerdel, who continued to send it down the inside. Then you see Scott Marsh coming through. Marsh got up into 4th place after gaining 4 places. He would then drive away. He would continue to hold on to that 4th place spot. It was a superb drive for Marsh, and certainly a drive that he needed. Straight down the inside there, huge lunge for Bosco Arias. He would get up into that spot of P5, but it would go the way of Dries van Langendonk, who would get those 50 intermediate classification points. He would bump himself up into the lead with 344. As we head down to Parc Fermé, Andrew Mather, for the final time today, it's over to you.
Anthony, Jordan, yes, for the last time today here in Parc Fermé with Dries van Langendonk, our race winner in that last race, but more importantly, Dries, P1 in the qualifying heats, 6 heat wins and a 2nd place. I mean, apart from that 7th win, you can't ask for much more better than that.
Obviously, it's been going amazing. I mean, space has just absolutely been outrageously good, and yeah, for tomorrow pole position, I'm feeling very, very, very confident. And yeah, let's hope for the best tomorrow. Let's repeat it maybe.
And a big haul of championship points as well to start your season. How does that feel?
Yeah, definitely a very strong start going into the season. Gives a lot of confidence going into the rest of the season. And yeah, like I said, the pace is just very strong. Lots of confidence going into tomorrow, and a great start to the championship already.
Let's talk a little bit about the race. We saw some drama with Costoya in the previous race and him not being able to initially get out from the grid, and then for yourselves a very light rain shower just before that last heat. So what were you thinking at that point?
Well, when I saw the rain, it was a bit of a shit in my pants moment. I mean, obviously I'm very good in this condition, but yeah, it's obviously not a good feeling when you are in the pits and you see rain falling when you're on slicks. But obviously I love that condition, and it wouldn't have really affected me, and at the end it didn't really affect the track either. So yeah, just a bit nervous, but didn't really matter anyway.
Indeed, going through the course of that race, you're just taking it easy and making sure that everything on the kart is good for tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely also a big factor is saving the tyres a lot. Just all about smoothness in this tyre, and yeah, just taking it easy, trying to bring it home for tomorrow.
Could be a bit more rain tomorrow, depending on how the forecast goes. I mean, the shower that we had there, as light as it was, wasn't even forecast. So what are the thoughts on that for tomorrow?
I'm ready for it. I don't mind, I'm ready for it.
Oh, very good. Well done, Dries. A fantastic start to the year, to the rounds, to the season. We'll see you tomorrow, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Dries van Langendonk there, P1 in OK Junior here today after 7 grueling rounds of qualifying heats at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. That's it for racing for today, but for one last time, back up to the box, and Anthony Jordan, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, great to hear from Rocco Coronel, all of his fruity language out there as well, so we do apologise for that one. But we'll look forward to watching that interview tomorrow. What can you expect tomorrow? Junior Superheat 1 will kickstart the day. That will be starting at 10 to 10 tomorrow morning, so make sure you set your alarms. If you wanted a lay-in tomorrow, sorry, you're denied, as we kickstart racing then. Superheat 2 will get underway, and it would be the first of the OK racing. Then it would go to Superheat 2 for the juniors, then it's Superheat 2 for OK, and then we start with the junior finals and the OK finals. They kickstart a little bit later on with the OK final starting at 20 to 2 in the afternoon. As you can see, the next race is coming up in 15 hours time. So we've got between now and then to have a good rest here for Champions of the Future Round 1. Here at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero circuit in Spain. It's been absolutely wonderful to have everyone on board. A big thank you to all the marshals and the camera crews out there for their hard work on this long day today. And we'll see them back out again tomorrow, bright and early. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather, from all the drivers and spectators here at the circuit, we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning for Champions of the Future Round 1.